Las Vegas.
Of course I come. I come on Las Vegas and WPT show. Okay.
Once again, our champion, Renat Bogdanov. Marinella, back to you.
Like you said, Mike, unbelievable. This was Renat's first ever WPT event, and he beat out all the Italians. Congratulations to Renat Bogdanov, the season 10 WPT Venice Grand Prix champion here at the Casino di Venezia. Please join us next time as the World Poker Tour travels to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino for the LA Poker Classic. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and buonasera.
I don't understand what this is. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Los Angeles, California is the poker capital of the world, and if you don't believe me, I've got 1.3 million ways to convince you. The world's largest poker casino plays host to one of the greatest tournaments of the year, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Over the past 9 seasons, the LA Poker Classic has offered a 7-figure prize, achieving a level of sustained excellence that can only be rivaled by the main event of the World Series and the WPT World Championship. Suffice to say that if you win the LAPC, you've made it big. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, and in 10 seasons on the WPT, we have seen a parade of greats become millionaires by taking down the LA Poker Classic and etching their names on the WPT Champions Cup. So it came as no surprise that 5 days ago, the game's best and brightest came to Southern California, looking to book a 7-figure win and their own piece of poker immortality.
Best of luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table.
With play underway, it was easy to see this field was packed with poker greats, including WPT champs, WPT World champs, WPT Players of the Year, a host of other WPT finalists including Justin Smith, Jen Harmon, and a well-dressed Shannon Shore, plus world-class player Jason Mercier, alongside talented young guns David Doc Sands, Dylan Horton, and Matt Marifiotti, all of whom were looking to etch their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
This is an important event in poker because it's been around for so long, and so I just really love to win this one.
I'll tell you, it's a tough field. I'm not kidding you. This is a good field. The players come out of the woodwork.
Early in the day, we saw our own Tony Dunst taking the lead. With so much star power, even top-ranked pro Vanessa Selps felt the pressure.
Oh, and the cameras are here. See what's good? Yeah, you guys did it better the last time. There was some jibber-jabber. A little bit of jibber-jabber.
WSOP main event champ Jonathan Duhamel admitted to me there was more than one reason to play the LAPC.
Lots of nice ladies, stuff, so why not come have a nice trip?
There's some pretty nice ladies over there, some Royal Flush Girls too.
Over
We'll bring
there,
them over there, over here, yeah. Meanwhile, Phil Hellmuth was greeted by Royal Flush Girls Ivy Tevez and Danielle Ruiz.
Yeah, lead away. Great.
Where's your table?
19.
But it was the appearance of the other Phil, Phil Ivey, who was making news by playing in his first U.S. poker tournament in nearly a year.
Phil Ivey's here, if you haven't gotten that memo. I think far and away the biggest story of the first day of the LA Poker Classic was
and an unexpected story.
That Phil Ivey came in about a level into play with Eric Lindgren, Carlos Mortensen, and the three of them registered, took their seat, and everybody kind of just watched Phil for a while.
And quickly, Phil Ivey applied pressure with a board showing ace, 7-5 jack with 2 clubs. He shoved all in, forcing his young opponent to fold. But not everyone would fold to the former LAPC champ. Pitted against season 6 player of the year Jonathan Little, with a board showing both flush and boat possibilities, Jonathan bets the river and Phil is forced to fold. That hand would prove to be only a minor setback, as Phil Ivey would end the day 5th in chips. Day one was not good for pros Vanessa Selps and Daniel Negreanu, who busted. But it was great for young pro Michael Rocco, who ended the day with the chip lead. Tony Dunst would find himself in the 21st spot, while once to watch David Doc Sands in 25th position.
Good morning.
Day two of the 10th annual WPT LAPC began with close to 75% of the star-studded field still in the hunt for a title.
Large field, tough field. Great to be playing it and to be able to beat all these schmucks out of their 10K, I'd love it.
There were WPT title holders playing at almost every table, and of the whopping 38 WPT champions still in the field, 3 were former LAPC champs: Eric Hirschler, Gregory Brooks, and Mr. Phil Ivey. When registration officially closed, the Commerce Casino announced a prize pool of over $5.2 million, with first place winning a 7-figure payday of $1.3 million, a number that kept the pros in a good mood.
It's tough, but it's a lot of fun, and I gotta go play. Dan O'Brien, are you kidding me?
But the mood would quickly turn serious for WPT champ Eric Lindgren and once to watch Dan O'Brien, as both headed to Table 17, the unofficial LAPC Table of Doom, which included WPT champ Will the Thrill Fiella, online phenom young Dan DJK Kelly, pro Matt Berkey, poker legend Men the Master, Alan Chainsaw Kessler, and top-ranked pro Jason Mercier. Will the Thrill, holding a 9-deuce, had no luck trying to bluff Dan O'Brien, who had made 3 of a kind on the river. But of all the pros at Table 17, it was young Dan DJK Kelly that impressed the most.
DJK is actually playing the best, I think, of anyone.
Yeah, DJK is playing real good. Dan's playing well.
Jason's playing okay. DJK's having his way with him.
Yeah.
As if to prove the point, on the last hand of the day, Dan Kelly would bust Jason Mercier.
Yeah, I'm gonna head down and get a seat in the cash games.
Once again, the young superstar came up short at a WPT. 182 players would survive the day, with the chip lead going to pro Gordon Vaio. Dan Kelly would land in 12th chip position. Joe Hashem, Phil Ivey, and Phil Hellmuth would all be within striking distance of each other, and Will the Thrill Fiella would barely survive the Table of Doom, landing close to the bottom of the chip count.
Never surrender. Never.
What's up, World Poker Tour? Day 3, got some work to do.
As the remaining 182 players filed in for Day 3, the average stack stood over 90,000, which meant things were not looking good for a couple of WPT's Season 10 ones to watch.
Oh man, that's it. I thought the bait was getting a little light, but that's just reality.
Look at all these chips I gotta stack up.
A short stack wasn't David Doc Sands' only problem, as he found himself sitting at a strong table that included WPT World Champ Yevgeny Timoshenko, as well as WPT Champion Club members Nick Schulman, John Hennigan, and Joe Tehan.
I never checked my table draw.
Welcome to Day 3. Shuffle the deal.
With play underway, tournament director Matt Savage's goal was to hit the money, meaning the day would end when the field hit 54 players. In such a talented field, it was still a shock to see big names exit early, like Season 8 WPT Player of the Year, Faraz Jaka, as well as Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko, who busted shortly after Doc Sands doubled through him. Nick Schulman would exit at the hands of Season 8 WPT final tableist Jason Burt.
That's a bust out.
And William Reynolds just plain lost.
Gotta win those flips. Hard to win a flip when they flop quads. I'm out.
Across the room, young pro Jason Somerville was adding to a huge chip stack, while Will the Thrill Fiella gained a little momentum.
Miracle.
Only to peter out and bust. But it would be the high-profile fills, both Hellmuth and Ivey, that would provide the big stories of the day. At Table 33, Phil Hellmuth, holding Ace-10, caught 2 pair on the turn against California pros Danny Illingworth's gut shot. Phil bets 8,000, and Danny calls. River comes the miracle card for Danny, 3 of clubs. Phil bets 17,000. Danny, making his gut shot straight, shoves all in. Phil calls and is stunned that he has just been eliminated.
Is this a joke? I mean, is this for real? I knew he was going to give me all his chips, but he hit a 4. I'm so sick. maniac sucks out. It's just so brutal.
Looks like he is so Irish, right? The 2-pair and the nut flush draw. Pretty sick.
Is that for real?
Do you see that man?
After Phil Hellmuth's elimination, the tournament quickly found itself on the money bubble with 55 players left. While other players tightened up, Phil Ivey boldly called amateur AJ Jagello's all-in with ace-10 offsuit for over $111,000. Phil had 2 overcards, but AJ's pocket sixes held up, leaving Ivey only 14 big blinds. Soon after, it was Ivey who would shove with pocket sixes, only to get called by David Baker's kings. No help from the board, and the room would fall silent as the money bubble burst and the great Phil Ivey quickly exited the tournament floor. As players began to bag and tag their chips for the night, it became obvious David Doc Sands had a good day as he was congratulated by amateur Sean Jazzieri. WPT champ Joe Tehan would find himself in 3rd chip position right behind pro Jason Somerville and a surprised but confident amateur chip leader Tuan Phan. There's more to come as the first 3 hours of extended coverage of the LAPC continues. Tony Dunst is on deck, ready to break down the play in the raw deal. And we'll catch up with the latest standings in the Player of the Year race and check out all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having behind the scenes. But when we come back, we'll continue our look at the road to this final table and our final 6 players. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com. So stick around. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the LA Poker Classic. For 10 seasons, the LAPC has reigned as one of the richest and most prestigious tournaments on tour. And with money and prestige comes a fierce competition to be the best. Day 4 began with the 54 remaining players in a good mood, as all were now guaranteed a minimum $21,000 payout. But only one of them would win the over $1.3 million first place prize and have his name added to the WPT Champions Cup. 3 of those players still in the hunt were looking for their second WPT win. And a handful of others have made past WPT final tables but have yet to win a title, including 2-time final tableist Noah Schwartz and David the Dragon Pham, who has made 7 WPT final tables and placed in every spot from 6th to 2nd. The 54 would see their number reduced as the bust-outs came quickly, including Day 2 chip leader Gordon Vaio, Legends of Poker runner-up Amit Makisha, and Season 10 ones to watch Matt Marafiati. Meanwhile, the pain and joy of poker was in full swing at Table 33, where chip leader Tuan Phan seemed to be giving his chips away, which prompted David Doc Sands to start tweeting.
I am here with a WPT ones to watch, David Sands, who has coined possibly my favorite phrase of 2012 poker-wise so far, equity fire sale?
Yeah, that's what Tuan Phan seems to be having. He's definitely giving up equity at a cheap price, and seems like he's looking to get rid of it as quickly as possible.
And it wasn't long before Tuan lost it all, running his ace-king suited into the pocket aces of businessman Sean Jazzieri. Tuan Phan out in 43rd place.
No, I make a lot of creative plays. I'm still happy with the result anyway.
The bad beat of the day would go to WPT champ Joe Tehan, who began Day 4 in 3rd chip position. But in a hand against Jason DeWitt, the Season 6 champ's ace-king was no match for Jason's ace-10 with a board that would pair the 10, and there would be no second title for Joe as he soon exited in 23rd place.
Oh, cashing out. They got me. What can I say? Yeah, I've given my fair share of bad beats, so.
Surprisingly, only one of the top 5 spots from the start of the day would survive to the end. Young pro Jason Somerville. David the Dragon Pham, David Doc Sands, and WPT and WSOP champ Joe Hashem would round out the top 10. Day 5 was looking to be an epic battle. The action on Day 5 would determine our final 6 players. And with 18 players left, the field was still impressive and included WPT champions, players with multiple WPT final tables, strong young pros looking to make their first WPT final table, and a few talented amateurs hanging tough with the pros. For everyone, the goal was to make it to the final 6, and early on it was the amateurs who were taking the hits, as Dan Kelly and Doc Sands eliminated 2 non-pros. And WSOP main event winner Joe Hashem would take advantage of the ultimate cooler when his aces doubled through amateur Sean Jezzieri's king. Down but not out, Sean Jezzieri's tournament changed in a big way when he beat the odds and doubled through British pro Stephen Chidwich, holding ace-6 against ace-jack and pairing his 6 on the river. A little later, it was payback time as Joe Hashem shoved holding pocket 8s. Sean called holding 9s, and the board brings no help for Hashem, knocking him out in 12th place.
Good game, guys. Good luck. Nice playing. Take it.
Very nice meeting you, Joe.
Action between David the Dragon Pham and Sorrel Mizzy proved you don't mess with the Dragon. On a board showing 7, 3, 3, 8, 2 clubs, Sorrel shoves holding ace-jack. The Dragon tanks, then calls holding 8-6 offsuit. River comes a deuce. Dragon's pair of 8s holds up, eliminating Sorrel in 10th place. Then, in a twist of fate, it was Sean Jezzieri's turn to wake up to pocket aces against the Dragon's pocket kings. No help from the board sent a disappointed David Pham home in 8th place while giving Sean a mountain of chips. With 7 players left, only Beau Rivage champ Alan Carter remained to hold up the honor of the WPT Champions Club. Things looked good for the former Biloxi champ as he got involved in a 3-way all-in, holding queens against David Sands' 7s and Dan Kelly's 10s. The flop came 8-7-5, giving David a set. The turn and river were no help. David tripled up. Alan won the side pot, but was still left with fewer chips than when he started the hand. The final hand of the day would also be the last generational match of the day, as Alan Carter was all in pre-flop against ones to watch David Doc Sands. And Alan, looking for a miracle that never came, exited the tournament in 7th place.
Good game, man.
Setting up a final table representing the impressive young pros of poker. With ones to watch, David Doc Sands, online phenom, 22-year-old Dan Kelly, 3-time WPT final tableist Noah Schwartz, and the 2 Jasons sitting on short stacks. WSOP bracelet winner Jason Somerville, Season 8 Bellagio final tableist Jason Burt. But they all have to get past the senior member and chip leader of the table, 53-year-old amateur Sean Jezzieri, who in the past 5 days had proven he could compete with the game's very best. Once again, the LAPC has provided us with a solid final table. Joining me for all the action is Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Mike, what are your thoughts on this final table?
Well, Marinella, the LA Poker Classic annually boasts the largest regular season prize pool on the WPT. That brings out all the big names in poker, which makes for great final tables, and tonight should be no exception. Certainly some of the greatest players in poker have won this tournament, guys like Gus Hansen, Antonio Esfandiarvi, and Phil Ivey. I look for the 3 guys tonight that should add their name to that illustrious list of champions to be the guy starting out in 2nd, 3rd, and 4th chip position. In 2nd place tonight with 4 million in chips is David Doc Sands. He's had an amazing year. He was selected as one of the ones to watch in Season 10 on the World Poker Tour. Tonight, he could be the one to watch. Starting out in 3rd chip position with 3.8 million chips is Noah Schwartz. Noah's made the money 8 times on the World Poker Tour. This is his 3rd WPT final table, and I look for that experience to bode well for Noah tonight. Starting out in 4th chip position with 2.5 million in chips is a tough, young, highly respected pro, Daniel Kelly, just 22 years old, and I have no doubt that his peers will not be surprised at all if he takes down his first WPT title tonight. Marinella, the only way I'll be surprised is if one of those 3 guys don't win here tonight.
Vince, where does that leave the rest of the field?
Marianella, whoever wins this tournament tonight gains respect in every poker player's eye, believe me. But there is a stunning upset in the making here tonight. There's an unknown player, Sean Jazzieri. He is 53 years old. He's an amateur player. He is our chip leader at this point. His philosophy is he plays confused at the table. Now, is he just soft-talking these guys, or does he really play confused? We will find out.
Vince, do you really think the amateur can take down all these young pros?
Mike, this is as wide open as a Kardashian on a Saturday night. Yes, they can.
The 10th season of the LA Poker Classic on the WPT has already seen amazing competition, but will only get better from here. $1.3 million to the winner tonight, and their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Final preparations are just about complete. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game as WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic continues right after this.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Commerce Casino for the WPT's coverage of the final table of the LA Poker Classic. We started 5 days ago. We are down to our final 6 players. With me, as always, is former tennis great and poker bad beat expert, Vince Van Patten.
Thank you, Mike. Yes, we're in my hometown of Los Angeles. We're at the largest poker casino in the world, the Commerce Casino. This will be a good one.
Well, it sure will be. We got 5 young guys in their 20s up against a former director of Microsoft, 53-year-old chip leader, Sean Jazzieri. You see the winner tonight taking home over $1.3 million.
All right, and he's going to start at 10,000. Blinds are 30 and 60. To the felt we go, Dan Kelly. They call him DJ K. Kelly.
22-year-old young, tough pro.
Cards are weird.
All his peers really respect this guy.
He quickly folds. Jason Somerville also going out. And now it is on Noah Schwartz. I like to call him McLovin from that movie Superbad.
I wouldn't know, Vince. I didn't see it. Action over to Doc Sands. Doc, a one to watch here in the WPT. Not this hand as he folds.
And now the chip leader, Sean Jazzieri, 53 years old, amateur player, is going to raise with a queen 10. It's right behind him, Jason Burt with ace king.
I'm all in.
Jason Burt in the big blind going all in on deal number 1 with Big Slick. He's got ace king, and he quickly takes down the pot. So
Sean mucking there.
It's a good first 10.
Ace king picking that up nicely.
It's a thing of beauty for Jason Burt as he takes down pot number 1 by moving all in. He started the final table here in 6th chip position.
Nice hand.
With that pot, he's moved into 5th place.
But you would just wonder, Sean, just make him sweat a little bit. You also come for a little sweat in poker, don't you, Mike?
Oh, no, not me. When you got ace king like that, I like the all-in bet by Jason. Take it down and move on to the next hand.
Okay, back to the play. Jason Somerville with a pair of 8s.
I'm all in.
And there he goes. He's going all in with this.
Oh, he's the short stack at the table, just moving all in with the 2 snowmen.
But right behind him, McLovin there. Noah Schwartz with a pair of 3s.
Well, you don't mind making a big bet with a small pair, but you don't want to call an all-in bet with one. Noah goes out.
Yeah, he does. Doc Sands also flying away.
I call.
But he's going to get the action from the chip leader, Jazzieri.
Always trying to get better. Took 3 WPT boot camps. So Jason Somerville has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. He's trying to add a WPT title to his resume.
He's got the 2 8s. He's up against ace queen.
This is Jason's 19th WPT event, his first final table. And the flop is nice there for Jason.
Yep, it's come 7-4-4. The 2 8s out in front.
Very comfortable as Sean, and look at him smiling. Looks a little like the Joker from Batman. Let's go to the turn.
It's a deuce.
Well, a deuce comes off, so we are down to the river. Jason Somerville just has to dodge an ace or a queen to double up here. Can he do it?
Will the 8s be lucky? Here we go to the river.
It's a queen!
Oh, the queen on the river. Heartbreak for the 24-year-old poker pro, Jason Somerville. And Vince, what a dagger that is. On the river to get beat by an ace or a queen.
And that is brutal, Jason, a gentleman.
Man, River's been brutal in this tournament.
Gonna take home $202,000 here from the Commerce Casino. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, Jason, that was quick. You came in here with a short stack. Was that your plan kind of today to get it in early?
Well, I got dealt 2 8s with like my stack against anything but shove, and he asked to call, of course, with ace queen, and it just came out bad. You know, can't do anything, just lost the flip.
Well, you didn't have much from experience here at your first final table, but I'm sure you'll be back for more. Jason Somerville, a great player, and obviously I'm sure we'll see you again.
Thanks, Matt. I appreciate that.
All right, Marianella, back to you.
Jason Somerville was short. It was a good push, but unfortunately the eights didn't hold and he lost that flip. Jason Somerville out in 6th place, and that leaves 5 players in the hunt for this title. Now let's get back to the action with Mike and Vince.
Yeah, there you see Sean Jazzieri's chip lead has increased over $5 million now.
Back to the action, a quick fold by Doc Sands. And now the chip leader, Sean, also going out.
Over to Jason Burt.
I'm all in.
On the short stack, moving all in with ace-queen here. Well, we've dealt 3 hands at this final table, and 3 times somebody has gone all in.
TJK going out, and Noah Schwartz now has picked up king-queen, and he's interested.
Well, Noah's in the big blind, but it's going to cost him over $900,000 more to make this call.
And he has made the call, Mike. Jason Burt, the local from Sherman Oaks, California.
Noah gambling over there, called him with king, queen. He's up against ace, queen, dominated.
That's dominating.
And McLovin not loving this, and he's not going to love that flop because 8-3 deuce. No help there for Noah.
Man, he's going to have to catch a king to win this pot.
Jason Burt just like to hold on with this one. Here's the turn card. It's also a good one for Jason Burt. It's a 4.
What impresses me about Jason, this only a 6th WPT event, yet it's his 2nd final table. That is good stuff.
Noah needs to hit a king right now. It is not. It's a 10 of clubs on the river. So Jason Burt put the punishment to Noah Schwartz.
And just like that, Jason Burt doubles up for Noah Schwartz. There's more to come, including some fun with the Royal Flush Girls. And Tony Dunst will analyze the play of our chip leader, Sean Jazzieri, in the Raw Deal. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
I was last on a WPT final table 2009, the Festa al Lago at Bellagio, and I finished in 5th.
8 of spades comes on the river, so that's going to do it.
We've got 18 people left. Of the 18, there are 5 WPT final tablers. You've got WPT champs, Alan Carter and Joe Hashem.
Right.
You've got Noah Schwartz.
Right.
Skip Wilson. And you have, who's the 5th one?
You got David Pham. David the Dragon Pham.
Stealthy Dragon.
Always surprised that I'm there. I'm always around. Always in my favor to have less information out there about me. Maybe less people respect my game, but at the same time, it might work in my favor.
Well, a lot of people don't know him because this is only his 6th WPT event, but his 2nd WPT final table. That is impressive stuff.
Yes, but right now they have a good battle going on. But Mike, I have to bring up something. This tournament had players like Phil Hellmuth, Daniel Negreanu, Phil Ivey. They were in here, but there were also amateur players that were very fortunate to get in here. We had a paramedic, Casey Hidla, and a mechanical designer, Steven Simmons.
You know, all the top pros plunked down $10,000 each to enter this tournament, but Casey and Steven won their entries into the LAPC by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Those 2 club members had the experience of a lifetime playing.
Just terrific value for $19.95 a month. Play all the poker you want, get VIP benefits as well, and who knows, you may end up at a final table going for a WPT title. It can be done. It's happening. Sign up. Join ClubWPT.com now.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
All right, now getting back to the final table, here it comes. Tonight's $5.2 million prize pool includes a first place worth over $1.3 million.
That's an amount any player would love to win. And it looks like Noah Schwartz is ready to take his shot as he raises it to $135,000.
Like he should with ace-jack. Now Doc Sands looking down at ace-4. Ejects that hand. And there's the chip leader, Sean.
call. Now he's got the queen-7 here, but he is going to play.
This is a guy that says he likes to play confused poker so far tonight. I don't agree.
Well, the flop comes 7-7-5. He has flopped 3 7s. He checks it, hoping Noah will make that continuation bet again, but he doesn't.
No, McLovin smartly slowing down with a check.
Now a 3 comes off.
3 on diamonds.
Sean's going to look back down at his hand.
150.
Now, that's something that older players do that younger players don't do, Vince. They look back at their hand in the middle of the pot because they want to make sure what suits they've got or what they've got, actually.
Well, there you see Noah going to make the call here. No card he can catch to win the pot. Whatever he puts out there is just going over to Sean's stack.
Okay, a 5 pairs the board again. So Sean with sevens full.
I check.
Oh, going to lay another trap down.
Weak check, in my opinion. It allows Noah just to check down an ace high here, and that's what he's done. Sean turns up sevens full and is going to win this pot. I'd believe he got paid off. Had he put his opponent on an ace like I think he should have, the way that hand was played.
Noah could have had a chance of bluffing at it too with nothing, so.
Noah Schwartz used to be a baseball pitcher. Southpaw, pitched in high school and college, injured his arm and turned to poker, Rents. That's how he got into poker. His dream of hitting the major leagues went south. He is now a professional poker player and has been for 9 years.
Two pretty dodgy jobs, if you ask me. But he's going to fold this hand now, Doc Sands. Highly regarded as a poker pro. Goes away as well. Sean not going to play.
Action over on Jason Burt.
Yep, he's in the small blind. He's got King Jack, and he's raised it to 160.
Now Dan Kelly makes the call here. Well, both Jason and Dan mechanical engineering majors in college. Jason went to California Institute of Technology. Dan Kelly went to Villanova.
Flop comes up with a king. That is nice for Jason Burt. Hitting kings, top pair. And he's going to make the continuation bet with the real hand. Looks like 180,000.
Action on Dan now. He's got no hand and no draw. Oh, Vince, he's going to make what we call a float bet. He's made the call here with no hand and no draw.
Floating down river trouble.
Catches a queen on the turn. This does give him a straight draw.
Yeah, open-ended. And of course, Burt not going to let up. Makes a solid bet, 370,000. Going to make him pay for it.
Well, these are the two shortest stacks left in the tournament. Fighting it out for this pot.
He's bet about half the size of the pot.
Now he got himself in a bit of trouble because now he has an open-ended. He's thinking Burt could be trying to steal this.
He actually has a hand now. They can win the pot.
Oh. Whoa.
Well, he is going all in here.
He is going to push it.
Well, Dan Kelly fighting for this pot. Moving all in here on the turn. Jason Burt with a tough decision as to what to do now. You just wouldn't think the guy would raise you with a pair of kings and a weaker kicker in this spot. Essentially, all he can beat is a bluff right now, but what a play by Dan Kelly here to make a float on the flop and now move in on the turn. We talk about young guys playing aggressive. This a perfect example of it. The question is, can he get by Jason Burt? Remember, this is all of Jason's chips. If he plays this pot, it's for his tournament life.
The young local from Sherman Oaks.
I call.
He's going to make the right call.
What a good read by Jason Burt right there. Whatever happens in this pot, pretty incredible. One guy fighting for the pot and the other guy not giving it up.
Well, that is solid poker by the local Jason Burt, but now he's got to sweat out the river.
Well, a great call. In reality, all he can beat with those two kings is a bluff here, and that's exactly the situation. Dan Kelly making a move on the turn. Must catch a straight now to win this pot. Needs a 9 or an ace.
Jason Burt could be the hero of the night.
It's an ace! It's an ace! Wow! Dan Kelly has won this pot and eliminated Jason Burt from this tournament. And Vince, both players now that have been eliminated at this table lost on the river.
That's an absolutely stunning last card. Jason Burt with a great call there for all the money. Gets a suck out on the river with the ace. He's going to take home $252,000 and some indigestion as he goes over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jason, real tough beat there. Can you tell us a little bit about that hand?
Well, I went into tank for quite a while. You know, it is all my chips, but in the end, I thought I made a good call. Unfortunately, Deck didn't agree with me.
I'm sure we'll see another final table in the World Poker Tour. Congratulations, Jason.
Thank you. All right. Thank you.
Back to you, Marianella.
Thanks, Matt. Another player who fell victim to the river. So with Jason Burt out in 5th place, that means the stakes are getting higher and we are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. The Los Angeles Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, will continue in just a moment.
He's a river rat the whole tournament, right? You just knew it, huh?
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Commerce Casino is the world's largest poker casino. And if you're a big poker player, This is the place to be.
We've modernized the casino floor. We've added a new bar and VIP poker rooms. And we've just opened up a new Fortune Terrace that added 30 new tables of California section games, blackjack, baccarat, Pai Gow poker, which we're real excited about.
Commerce Casino has this huge, famous, big Buddha belly where you can actually just rub for good luck. So we made sure every morning we do that, just in case we decided to play.
Well, players love coming to the Commerce because it's always the largest regular season prize pool event we have on the tour. This is the 9th straight season that first place has been well over $1 million.
As you can see, Sean Jazzieri, he's only been playing poker for 4 years. The only amateur at the table is the chip leader with $5.3 million. Let's go to the felt. David Sands with a quick fold. Sean, this time with an ace-king, gonna raise, makes it 150 to go. Dan Kelly out.
Now over to Noah Schwartz. He's got 2 9s here.
Oh, yeah.
Ball.
And he just calls. Well, most players would re-raise with 2 9s here.
Me and my buddy, the boot camp warriors.
His boot camp warrior buddy, that's what he's calling Sean. Being a WPT boot camp warrior has sure paid off for Sean. If you want to find out more, log on to WPTbootcamp.com. Sean been to 3 WPT boot camps, and what a flop for him.
180.
And he bets 180,000.
Yeah, Noah checked.
Noah's going to make the call here, but he is in dire straits.
To the turn we go. Deuce of hearts helps neither player. Noah going to check again. Sean.
400.
Going to bet 400,000. The senior at the table, trying to take control of the Miami guy.
So far, he's handled Noah Schwartz at this final table. Trying to handle him yet again.
Well, it's 400,000, and he is going to get the action from Noah.
Noah Schwartz only has 2 outs to win this pot. Must catch a 9.
6 of hearts on the river. Noah's going to check again.
500.
And more pain and punishment going into McLovin. He is confused. He is disappointed in himself. Can he get away from this hand?
You look like a nice guy. Probably should give you my money.
And once again, Sean is going to give that Jack Nicholson joker from Batman smile. Look at that. Call me here, Batman. You'll find out what I got.
Man, should have re-raised pre-flop.
That might have cost him more money had he re-raised pre-flop. Right now, I'd be shocked if he makes this call, and he makes this call. Very surprising. You just don't think amateurs are going to fire 3 shells. Bluff on the flop, get called, bluff on the turn, get called, and bluff again on the river.
Oh, that is punishing to Noah Schwartz. No love for Mr. McLovin right there. And our chip leader extends his chip lead.
Well, Vince, he may be an amateur player, but he's not playing like an amateur now. Got a great value bet in there on the river against Noah Schwartz.
And now it's time to find out what Tony Dunst thinks about tonight's action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Recreational player Sean Jazzieri came into this final table just happy to be here, while Noah Schwartz is sitting at his 3rd WPT final table with experience on his side. So is it surprising that 53-year-old Sean would continually get the best of our 20-something pro? Let's break it down. The first hand between the two belies the inexperience of Jazzieri. He begins by calling with Queen 7 suited in the big blind against the button raise of Noah.
I call.
Most professionals would rather 3-bet or fold something like Queen 7 suited and leave calling for hands that can flop more equity, like Queen 9 through Queen Jack suited. Still, the call is by no means absurd, and it's even better if you make up for it by flopping trip 7s as Sean expectedly checks, leading to Noah checking behind, a play Schwartz makes, hoping it will induce the less experienced Jazzieri to fire with air on future streets. An irrelevant 3 of diamonds on the turn has Noah believing his plan is working when Sean bets 150K.
150.
And Noah quickly calls. The river demonstrates Sean's inexperience.
I check.
It's clear he's going for a check raise, but considering how the hand played out, there's no reason to believe that Noah has many hands that he'd bet. Certainly a hand like ace high won't be going for further value, which Sean discovers right when Noah checks behind. Despite making numerous mistakes, Sean is the one stacking chips. Now, it's the second hand between the two where Noah actually slips up. His pre-flop call against Sean is sensible if he believes Sean won't shove against the 3-bet unless he has a roughly better hand.
Ball.
The turn is where things get suspect. Although it's early in the final table, Sean hasn't demonstrated much willingness to make major bluffs.
400.
And there's also not a ton of hands he can be bluffing with beyond King Queen, King Jack, and Queen Jack with a club. Sure, Noah may have some equity with his own flush draw, but he may also have reverse implied odds when he hits it, such as this scenario with Sean holding the king of clubs. By the river, things are really eyebrow-raising on Noah's side. Sean puts in what appears to be a begging to be called value bet of $500,000.
500. You look like a nice guy. Probably should give you my money.
And Noah sticks with his read of bluff and calls down, leading to some classic online poker lexicon.
Oh, boy. My life.
I'm not sure what lexicon is, but I agree with him if he said he shouldn't have called there on the river with the 2 9s.
Oh, I think it's a state, Mike, in the Midwest, I believe.
Well, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill. Fiala still out in front, but whoever wins this event will get 1,400 points, meaning they'll be tied for third with James Dempsey and Bobby Obuti.
All right, back to the felt we go.
Sean Jazzieri well out in front right now with nearly 7.5 million.
And a quick fold on this hand by Noah. And now Doc Sands with the button has a queen 6. And he's slowing down, saying, maybe I'd like to play this.
He hadn't played much of anything all day, hadn't had any cards. Certainly doesn't have a hand here, but he is going to play it, as you can see. He's raised it up to 120,000 with the queen 6 offsuit.
Well, he has. And now Sean with an ace-10 surprisingly folds this hand. Shocked. And Dan Kelly is going to make the call with ace-3.
Well, Dan Kelly, that's the difference in youth and older people. One takes the conservative route, one takes the aggressive route and plays. And the flop comes ace-jack 10, all hearts.
Sean.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Los Angeles hosts one of the greatest tournaments in poker, where one player would win a stunning $1.3 million. Continuing coverage of the LA Poker Classic starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the LA Poker Classic from the Commerce Casino in Los Angeles. The LAPC is the tournament where some of poker's biggest names, including Phil Ivey, Gus Hansen, and Antonio Sfondiari, earned their WPT titles and became millionaires in the process. Or in the case of Ivey, just added it to the pile of millions he'd already won. But whether it was a big name or an underdog who took the title, the guys who have seen it all these past 10 seasons are still here to call the action. Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and LA's own Vince Van Patten. Guys, how does this tournament stack up to those great competitions of the past?
Well, Marinella, we've had some great final tables at the LA Poker Classic in the past, and this final table has been no exception. We've seen some sterling play, just great plays, but we've also seen phenomenal drawouts at the river.
When Sean Jazzieri caught a queen on the river to eliminate Jason Somerville in 6th place. And when Dan Kelly caught a miracle ace to make a straight and send 2-time WPT finalist Jason Burt to the rail in 5th place. And finally, when Noah Schwartz was saved by an 8 to put a straight on the board and split the pot versus Dan Kelly.
But Vince, the real story at this final table was the amateur who came to this final table with the chip lead, Sean Jazzieri. He's still the chip leader.
Well, it's amazing. He's only been playing poker for 4 years. He's an amateur player that honed his game in the WPT boot camps. You know, we were taking him lightly perhaps before. Can the amateur player survive in such a major tournament? Well, yes, he's not only surviving, he is torturing these young guys. It is happening. He is a chip leader. Will it continue? I don't know. But what's really interesting is that the river card is so magical this evening. It's changing everything, the river card. Doesn't always happen this way. That's what's making this event a lot of fun.
Thank you, gentlemen. This season, the LAPC winner will earn over $1.3 million and, of course, join the elite WPT Champions Club, which includes having their name engraved on the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Cards are about to go back in the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the chip count. The amateur, Sean Jazzieri, out in front with nearly 7.4 million. Dan Kelly in 2nd place with 5.5. Doc Sands in 3rd with 2.1. And in 4th place right now is Noah Schwartz.
All right, as you can see, first place prize taking over 1.3 here tonight in LA. Andes will be 10,000. Blinds are 40 and 80. Let's go to the felt. Noah Schwartz also known as Nick Lovin from the movie Superbad, goes away. And now Doc Sands, 27-year-old out of Vegas, also folding.
I call.
Well, Doc, one's to watch this season on the World Poker Tour. Not this hand as he folds, but Sean Jazzieri just limps in with ace high, does not raise with it. So Dan Kelly, with queen jack in the big blind, thinks he's got the best hand. He makes the raise.
Call.
Yeah, he does, and he's going to get quickly called by the ace high.
You're not going to put your opponent on an ace when they limp in the small blind. And the flop comes king, king, 9 with 2 hearts.
Check.
Action on Sean. He checks. Dan Kelly, of course, with a gut shot straight draw, is going to bet here.
Yep, Dan, only 22 years old. Looks younger than a Chinese gymnast. He's going to get called.
And he's not liking this call, I can promise you.
Check.
Well, Sean checks again, and
Sean picked up a pair of 4s there. Dan's going to slow down with a check, Mike.
I don't blame him. Well, the 8 of hearts comes off, so 3 hearts on the board.
200.
Look at this.
Well, he's going to bet 200,000.
Now, you wonder if Sean thinks he's bluffing this pot, or is he betting for value, which I can't imagine.
Dan Kelly, they call him DJK, going to muck his hand. Be careful when you play with this amateur. He can bite back.
I'm the senior guy, I mean the oldest guy, but I'm also the least experienced. I apologize to you and the table. To be perfectly honest, this might be a once-in-a-lifetime event for me, so I'm going to make the most of it. I'm all in.
All in.
You got to be realistic. Even if I was Phil Ivey, I'd say my odds are 35%. If I was Phil Ivey. The truth is I'm not Phil Ivey. I know everyone at the table was pulling for me, so I appreciate your I think the odds of being in the top 3 are reasonable, given the stack sizes, but I'm playing against some excellent players.
Well, they are excellent players, but right now, Sean in control. He's been to 3 WPT boot camps. The WPT boot camp has seen 2 alumni make final tables this season. Remember Bob Carboni at Foxwoods? He's another boot camp alumni. Vince, it's just great to see these guys cashing in on what they learned at the WPT boot camps.
All right, back to the game. A quick fold by Dan Kelly, and now Noah Schwartz from Florida looks at a 7 deuce of hearts. He's got the button. He's got chips, and he's going to get brave with a raise. 160 to go.
Well, Noah had major league pitching aspirations in his mind. He was a lefty.
I call.
Pitched in high school and college, but had elbow trouble. Now been a poker pro 9 years.
Doc is out, and Sean has picked up ace-jack, but no re-raise. Just calling.
What a flop for Noah. It's come queen 7-7. He's flopped 3 7s.
Yep, Sean with ace high, and Noah can't believe his luck here. Got to stick out a very delicate 110. Try not to chase him away, but that's exactly what happens. Sean releases his hand.
He's making a continuation bet. Just thinks it'd be too suspicious if he didn't make one on that flop.
They have the queen 7. It's crazy.
I did. I pushed you on queens.
Sick read. See on TV, it's a pretty sick read.
Yay.
Well, Noah taking down that pot, but he would have liked to get a little more action there.
Hoping you had the 7.
I had a big hand. Pre-flop.
Oh, that's going to make Noah even more crazed right now.
Well, this is Doc Sands now. He's going to raise it.
Call.
Sean quickly calls with king 7. Dan Kelly out. And Noah Schwartz also out. So king 10 up against king 7, and we are flopping.
Well, flop comes ace 8-5 with 2 spades. Well, Doc does not make the continuation bet, and Sean quickly checks right behind him. Now a 7 comes off, and Sean now has the best hand with a pair of 7s.
Doc disillusioned about his hands tonight.
150.
Checks again. Sean gonna bet with the 7s.
Just puts his opponent on something like king, queen, or queen, jack, and he's gonna bet the 2 7s and take it down.
Well, Vince, you got to say he is wowing this crowd right now. They might not have been a fan of his before the night started, but the way he's handled these young guys so far, very impressive.
And what's also impressive, Mike, is right over there, the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, which we have here in Season 10, where the Royal Flush Girls enjoy talking to the many patrons and railbirds. What do you think they're talking about, Mike?
Can I whisper it to you? Do I have to say it on air here, Vince? But I think their bluffs are going to get called by these girls.
It's a great addition we have on the World Poker Tour. I mean, think about it. You go to a football game, you can't sit next to the cheerleaders and chit-chat. What a bargain this is.
When bust out, there's still hope on the World Poker Tour.
They're at every WPT event, along with Mike Sexton and myself. Oh, look at this, Mike. Sean Jazzieri with a pair of kings.
Everything's gone right for him so far, and now he looks down and finds a pair of kings. You gotta love it.
Gonna make it 210,000 to go now, Dan. Kelly with a pair of tens right behind him.
Well, could get himself in trouble here. The aggressive player 3-bets here, but he does not. He just calls with the 2-10.
Wow, he just calls. And now Noah Schwartz with a ace-jack, decent hand.
Well, Vince with his stack size. And Dan Kelly not re-raising pre-flop. He may just go with this hand. I wouldn't blame him if he did. I'm talking about moving all in.
Well, you're thinking about, hey, listen, you'd have some dead money.
All in.
And that's exactly what he's thinking. He's thinking about a squeeze play. It could be at the wrong time. He has gone all in. Doc Sands getting out of the way.
I'm all in.
Well, quickly, Sean going all in as well. Gives Dan Kelly an opportunity to get out of the pot with his 2 10s.
And he does so. Oh, this is incredible. Noah trying the squeeze play at the wrong time, perhaps.
Well, Noah got lucky last time and stayed alive when he hit 2 runners to make it straight to split the pot. Right now, he's looking for a bullet.
Oh, wow. I played so bad this tournament. Jesus Christ.
Doesn't mean he can't get lucky here.
I'm the worst.
He is being tough on himself.
I look like an online dunk on TV, that's for sure. Queen, King, 10, sweat?
Now the flop.
Come on, that would be fun.
I'm good.
I deserve to get lucky, right?
Ace-jack up against kings, and the flop is 6, 6, 10. Now, look at that. It would have been 3 of a kind for Dan Kelly.
Oh,
he's miserable about that.
Can't believe it.
If it's happening, it's not happening till the river.
That's
so
true.
I don't know what we're all excited
That's the way
about.
these tournaments
Yeah.
get about, yeah.
But this has been a crazy night here at the Commerce. Suckouts galore. It could happen. Not there. It's a 9.
Well, we're down to the river. Noah Schwartz must catch an ace on the river to stay alive if he wants to win this tournament.
Slow. Do sweat, sweat, sweat. But slow, though.
Can he get the bullet?
For sweat.
He needs
For
the
sweat.
ace.
Let's take a look. Go!
Doesn't happen as the 10 comes off.
I quads.
Dan would have made quads in this hand. He could have doubled up and had the big chip lead here. But Noah Schwartz, the former pitcher, just couldn't get it across the plate tonight, out in 4th place.
Noah Schwartz, 355,000 he'll take back to Miami, and a lot of experience. 3 players remain, and right now Noah's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Here with Noah Schwartz, our 4th place finisher. Kind of have a tough night today.
Yeah, I mean, I couldn't get it. I just played really, really bad from the get-go. Not really a whole lot. No way to sugarcoat it.
Well, I mean, obviously you're a great player. You've been to 3 final tables, 8 cashes in the World Poker Tour. What's it going to take for you to take one of these down?
Not play as bad as I did, obviously. I mean, that's one of the key. I mean, I played really bad. Disappointed in my play, but happens.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you next at the next stop on the World Poker Tour.
I'll be there.
All right.
Thanks.
Thanks, Noah. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Noah Schwartz disappointed with his game, but he does have 3 final tables under his belt. Our 4th place finisher, Noah Schwartz, that leaves 3 players, but only one will take home that 1st place prize worth over $1.3 million. The race for the LAPC title continues here on the WPT. There's more to come, including the raw deal with Tony Dunn, a special WPT 10th anniversary interview with the woman who started it all, WPT's original hostess, the wonderful and beautiful Shauna Hyatt, and my 5 questions with WPT champ Eric Lindgren. So stick around.
LA Poker Classic is the most prestigious 10K buy-in tournament in the WPT.
Yeah!
It definitely attracts the best players.
I told you before it even came up.
We get the top tournament players in the world. And we have some old school people that are here. Phil Hellman, Jennifer Harmon, and of course, Phil Ivey. But we're also seeing a lot of new players, and they're hot names in poker. You know, you got David Doc Sands, Matt Waxman, and Jason Mercier. They're some of the top players in the world, and we like to see the young guns go against some of the seasoned veterans in the world of poker.
Out of all WPT titles, this is definitely the one I'd like to take home.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where Sean Jazzieri, Doc Sands, and Dan Kelly are battling it out for a prestigious WPT title here at the Commerce Casino. Right now, sideline reporter Matt Savage is down talking with massive chip leader Sean.
Here with Sean Jazzieri. You're running pretty good so far here at the final table.
That's the first statement, yes.
You seem like you're not intimidated. You got all these young pros out there with you. Why does it seem like you have no fear?
I'm playing fearful. I'm scared of these guys. When you're scared, you do strange stuff.
Who intimidates you the most?
Can you hear us? The person I'd like to see get out is Dave Sands, because I think he's a great. Both of them are great players, but Dave Sands is the one guy I'd like to see get out.
All right, well, good luck to you going forward, Sean.
I appreciate it.
Back to you, Marinella.
Thanks.
Thanks, Matt. Now let's send it back to Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten to check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, there you see the chip count. Sean Jazzieri well out in front with over 9.6 million. Dan Kelly in second place. Doc Sands in third. The winner going to get over 1.3 million. Next guy out gets 521,000.
Sean has folded, and Dan Kelly with ace-8 has raised.
All in.
And look at this. Doc Sands all in with $2 million.
Well, Dan quickly calls. So here we go. Dan Kelly beat him in the pot with the ace-8 offsuit, and he's out in front.
Unreal call.
Just incredible.
Snap call by Dan Kelly. Huge moment here at the Commerce Casino.
Well, Doc Sands' tournament life on the line, and a king comes on the flop. Doc Sands has taken the lead.
Well, that's the way to outflop for Doc Sands. Finally, a little smile, perhaps. Dan not liking that.
And the board pairs 7, so as the cards lie, Dan Kelly must catch an ace on the river to win the pot. He did it earlier when he knocked out Jason Burt. Can he do it again?
And there's Erica David's fiance on the rail, sweating her man, and it's going to pay off for Doc Sands.
So just that quick, David Doc Sands, a one to watch this season on the World Poker Tour, watches his chips double up.
Oh, and a beautiful thing to do, especially when you go into the flop as an underdog. But that's not going to bother Doc Sands right now. He's doubled up. We have 3 players remaining.
I think it's obvious Dan Kelly's got a pretty good read on the guy. Made a snap call with the ace-8 there, and it was the best hand.
Well, these are 2 tough young poker pros battling. Right now, back to the next hand. David this time with queen-9. That's Doc Sands. He's raised. Sean getting out of the way.
And Dan Kelly has the same hand, a queen-9. And usually when both players have the same hand, whoever's doing the post-flop betting is the guy that wins the pot most of the time.
Dan Kelly, 22 years old, got in this tournament through a $1,000 satellite. He's making it pay off here tonight. Flop comes up with a nothing flop, 6-5-4. Sean
shaking his head because he'd have flopped a straight, but
certainly would have.
Not going to call a raise with a 3-deuce.
Dan checks. And Doc looks like he's going to, yes he is, make the continuation bet with queen high, and it's going to work.
So Doc Sands picking up another pot by betting.
I think other poker players perceive me as self-confident, which is a good thing. It's kind of like any sport. I think that Kobe and LeBron and Kevin Durant think that they're the best basketball players.
It's all relative, kid. It's all relative.
That's just kind of attitude you have to take if you're in a competitive sport. I mean, no one else is going to come up to you and tell you that you're better than them very often.
That's very good call, but I use not call.
If you want to beat the best players and you want to perform at an elite level, you really have to put yourself in the mindset that you're one of the best.
Certainly Doc Sands has been one of the best this past year, but nothing would top off that year more than winning this WPT title.
All right, Dan Kelly now looks down at an ace-7 of clubs. He's got the button, he's got raise and chips in hand, and he slaps them in. 160,000 to go. Doc Sands out.
I call.
Now Sean going to make the call with the 76 trombones.
And here we go with the first 3.
Flop comes 9-8 deuce.
Uh-oh.
Sean's flopped an open-end straight draw.
Check.
But notice that Dan has flopped the nut flush draw.
Yeah, and Sean checks it. Dan's got to love this flop.
Well, it's a hand you're going to go with, Vince. No matter what happens, you're not throwing away the nut flush draw.
Yeah, it's 185,000.
425.
Whoa.
Now Sean has check raised here.
Sure.
Take that, you youngster. Young whippersnapper.
Is that what you call them now? Whippersnappers.
Well,
that's good.
I think the whip is going to go right back on Sean here in a minute. If I was Dan, I'd just move in here.
On.
And that's what he's done.
That was 1.6.
Now to call, this is an additional 1.6 to call off with just an open-ended straight draw. I think you can get away from this right now.
It's one thing to move in with it. It's another to call your money off with it. You hate calling money off with a draw.
Not even the best draw, of course.
I call.
Oh boy, he is doing it.
Quite a gamble here by the amateur.
You're ahead.
What's unique about these two particular players, one's a tough young pro, one's an amateur player that's older. Both players got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite.
All right, the crowd stunned here. Sean Jazzieri, the chip leader, with a chance of knocking out another player here. Here's the turn card.
Well, an ace on the turn. So we are down to the river. Sean must catch a 5 or a 10 that's not a club to win this pot and eliminate Dan Kelly from this tournament right now.
That would be an historic beat here at the Commerce. Here we go. Let's take a look.
Well, it's the 4 clubs.
Nice hand.
Thank you.
So Dan Kelly making the flush to take down that pot and double up. And Vince, for the first time tonight, Sean is taking a hit on his chip lead.
Yeah, he bet his hand on the come. Didn't pay off. He is doubled up, Dan Kelly. We're coming back with more action as 3 players remain here at the LAPC, here at the Commerce Casino.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Casey Hidla. You won a seat on ClubWPT.com, and you find yourself here at one of the biggest events of the year, the LAPC. How has this experience been so far?
I feel like I'm like a kid on Christmas morning. I've been watching WPT since season 1. Got to meet all the pros, gave me all kinds of tips. I just couldn't believe how nice they were, so it's been incredible.
As you can see, ClubWPT.com VIP member Casey Hidla had a fantastic poker experience here at the Commerce Casino. He won a seat to the LAPC and even got to play with Phil Hellmuth.
All you have to do is join ClubWPT.com, and as a VIP member, you get other fantastic benefits, including the Entertainment Savers Guide and the chance, of course, to play real poker online and win your share of over $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes.
And maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event, just like Casey did.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the play. Doc Sands quickly folds. Sean.
I call.
Sean, our chip leader, with ace-5 just calling.
And the gap is closed.
Check.
After that last hand played by Sean, where in my mind he gave away $1.6 million, he didn't have to.
Dan with a 10-3 says, I'm fine with that.
Well, happy to see a free flop. And the flop comes ace 8-6 with 2 spades.
Great for Sean. He's hit aces, but he's going to check. And he's going to get Dan to bet.
I call.
Yep, it's 85,000, and of course Sean is going to call. It doesn't re-raise. Dan doesn't like that call, of course.
Well, now a 10 comes off.
Well, that gives Dan a pair of 10s there, Mike.
Possible straight, and as you said, gives Dan second pair, but to him, he thinks he's got the best hand now.
He thinks he had the perfect card there. It's a $175,000 bet.
Never going to put your opponent on an ace the way Sean has played this hand. Didn't raise pre-flop, didn't bet or raise on the flop. Now an ace of clubs comes off. Sean has made 3 aces and checks again. And I'm certain Dan Kelly feels like he's got the best hand here, the way this hand was played.
Yeah, you're right, because Sean didn't raise before the flop.
Yeah, I would think my opponent had 2 6s or 2 8s here.
That's what it looks like. Dan coming out with another bet, 375.
Sean takes the deep sigh here.
I call.
And he's going to make the crying call and win the pot with 3 aces. And I think Dan is going to be a little surprised to see that.
Well, that's why it pays sometimes to not be a pro. Don't play so routine, so tough.
Kitchen's no good. I was gonna say, that seems dirty.
And right now, Sean taking that pot by the nice play.
Well, the WPT boot camp instructor is going to be happy to see the way he played that pot. He got a good hand. Check it. Let the aggressive player bluff his money off.
Well, this time, Sean has picked up a big hand. Ace-queen. He's got the button, and he is getting that racing chips this time, mixing up his game nicely. He's going to make it 180 to go. Dan out.
Now Doc Sands has a 9-4, and it's going to raise here, Vince. He's not calling with his hand. He's come over the top and 3-bet it. And Sean may just set him in right here.
560 total. I call.
Huge hand in a 3-handed game, but Sean just calls. Does not re-raise here with the ace-queen. Wants to see a flop first. Here it comes. Well, it's come king 7-4. Doc Sands has made 2 4s. He now has the best hand. He's going to bet here and just hope his opponent doesn't have a king in his hand.
Yep, 670,000.
Sean mucks his hand.
He might have got there, but I was definitely ahead on the flop.
Most people that repropped you with what I had.
I guess we would have got it in then.
You're right.
I wouldn't fold my hand to anybody, even you.
Oh, boy. Not even to a donkey, huh?
Well, I mean, I flatted ace-king against you earlier in the tournament. You remember that? That was a showing of respect.
Bunch of poppycock going on here.
Oh, boy, oh, boy.
That's what we hear at the poker table all the time.
So far, since this final table started, not one player has ever had the chip lead other than Sean Jazzieri, but Doc Sands closing the gap on him right now.
All right, the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000. And right now, a quick fold by Dan Kelly, and Doc Sands going to raise with a 4-5 of clubs, makes it 280 to go. Sean with Jack 9, going to make the call.
So same two guys going at it again. Flop comes 10-8-6. Doc has flopped a gut shot straight draw, but Sean has flopped an open-end straight draw.
Doc Sands bets 360 and a quick call by Sean.
One thing's a certainty now. Whoever wins this pot will be our chip leader.
Doc Sands needs some luck. He gets a good card there.
He sure does. That gives him a flush draw, and a deuce would now make him a straight as well. So good card for Doc, and he's going to bet because of it.
640,000.
Healthy bet here.
I call.
What will Sean do with the open-end straight draw? There's your answer, folks. He has made the call.
Boy, he is like a broke cousin. He just will not go away. Making this call.
Doc looking for some help here. Doesn't happen as the 10 comes off. The best hand between them is Jack High.
Doc is just disappointed in that card and the way things are going. He checks it, putting up the white flag. And Sean, with absolutely nothing, is going to make a bet. Doesn't need it, though. Doc Sands releases the hand.
So Sean Jazzieri taking down a big pot to widen his chip lead with 3 players left.
Boy, he just okie dokie. Doc Sands in that. Backfires for the young guy. And right now, the amateur player, Sean, once again extending his chip lead. Incredible.
We have to take a break, but I think I can hear rumblings from Tony Dunst backstage. That means it's time to bring him front and center for another installment of The Raw Deal. And we have a special visitor to help celebrate WPT's 10th season. I'll be joined by WPT's first hostess, Shauna Hyatt. So stick around.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. After going deep at Bellagio, our very own Tony Dunst played the LAPC, falling short of the money after being among the chip leaders early on. But win or lose, Tony never holds back, and he proves it in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Dan Kelly is perhaps a new name to a large percent of our audience tonight. However, if you grew up in the world of internet poker as I did, then Dan DJK123 Kelly is a very familiar name. And if there's one thing you know about him, it's that he's crazy, but in his own way, gloriously crazy. The thing about being regarded as a well-known crazy is that if you're smart, you'll adapt to your image and find ways to cash in on it. If you have an aggressive and bluff-happy reputation like Dan Kelly, then the adjustment you make is to go for value in some razor-thin situations because you anticipate your opponents are looking for excuses to call you. However, it's not an exact science, and against players like Sean that have an aptitude for checking with showdown value, it can often result in doing the betting for your opponent and sending yourself on a one-way trip to Value Town. At the start of this blind versus blind hand,
I call.
Sean Jazzieri limps ace-5 in the small, and Dan checks his garbage 10-3 in the big. When the flop comes ace-6-8 and Sean checks, Dan fires his first bullet as a pure bluff.
I call.
Sean calls, and my assumption is that Dan intends to shut down unless his hand improves. Unfortunately for Dan, that's exactly what happens when a 10 hits on the turn, giving Dan second pair. Sean checks, and Dan now bets $175,000 for value, hoping to bleed some money off an 8 or 6 and protect against hands holding 1 spade. Sean makes the call and gets the perfect card on the river, the ace of clubs. Sean checks again, and after considering his sizing, Dan bets $375,000. Dan makes this third barrel, which is a value bet, for 3 reasons. First of all, he thinks it's unlikely Sean has a better hand because many holdings with an ace would raise pre, and some percent of the time, Sean would bet the flop with an ace. Also, Dan knows that the rivered ace discounts the likelihood that Sean has an ace, and is continuing with his read on the turn that Sean usually has an 8 or 6. Second, Dan also believes Sean would probably bet the flop with a flush draw, and that he's check called all the way to the end makes that holding pretty unlikely. Third, he knows due to his aggressive and bluffy image, it's more probable that an opponent makes a stand and calls him down light with a weak pair, particularly since it's hard for Dan to have an ace when he checks pre-flop as well.
I call.
And he's going to make the crying call and win the pot with 3 aces.
I believe that Dan's third barrel essentially boils down to a case of right idea at the wrong time. So Dan's play here, not so crazy. Dan himself, oh, he's still crazy.
Well, Dan Kelly, a very tough player, but probably wishing he would have checked on the river now, Vince.
All right, as you can see, the 53-year-old Sean Jazzieri is the chip leader with close to $8.5 million in chips. David Doc Sands with 4.4, Dan Kelly with about 3.5. The first place prize over 1.3 million. Action's going to Sean.
Raise.
I'm going to raise on the button here.
Lines are 50 and 100. He's going to make it 250,000 to go. Dan out.
Over to Doc Sands, who looks down at the Queen Jack of Diamonds. He's going to make the call, wants to see a flop. I hope Diamonds doesn't come up.
Well, better than that for Doc. He hits queens.
Doc checks. 275.
Sean quickly bets 275,000. You think he bets too fast sometimes. Just never takes his time whether he's going to fold or whether he's going to play. If I'd suggest one thing to him, I'd say just take a deep breath and slow down, whether you bet or whether you fold. Don't do everything in such a hurry. It's hard to criticize his style for where he's at right now.
Doc is going to slowly make the call with top pair. Still hook his man a little bit. 6 on the turn, pairs the board. Doc again, throwing the rope.
I check.
And a nice slow down there by Sean Jazzieri.
Indeed it was. Now a 7 comes off. I'm certain Doc feels like he's got the best hand now. And he's going to bet 440,000.
Feels like a busted flush draw to me.
And now you see Sean contemplating what to do.
How much is the bet?
So he's bet about a third the size of the pot here.
And Sean's saying, how much is it? Will my ace high possibly win this? Wow.
He does make the call, and he is going to lose the pot.
Great hand, well played.
Doc Sands shows him the queens and takes down the pot.
Sean going for the hero play.
Very well played, Dave.
Sometimes it backfires, but at least he's in the game.
And Vince, right now, Marinella has a special guest up visiting her.
What a treat I have for everyone watching. You never know what the LAPC is going to deliver, and it's delivering something quite beautiful this evening. The wonderful Shauna Hyatt. How are you?
It's nice to meet you.
Well, Shauna, you're the veteran here. I mean, you've done season 1, 2, and 3. Sort of paved the way for the rest of us, so thank you very much for that.
Yeah. Well, season 1, you know, we were just filming and going from city to city, and not very many people knew that much about the show itself. But season 2, I remember coming out of the dressing room area and looking at the line of people that were signing in on the opening day, and I couldn't believe the numbers. It had doubled and tripled from the previous
This
season.
is catching on.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So.
And tell us about some of your favorite poker moments.
Let's see. Definitely the cruise ships. Yeah. They were always really fun. Aruba was a lot of fun.
So, Shauna, after so many years of poker, what are you up to now?
Well, I've shifted my love of poker to a love of food.
Yum. I can join you there.
So what I really want to do is more focus on helping kids learn how to eat right, teaching kids. I started with my daughter, and I want to become a chef and maybe get a show. We'll see.
Well, I'm really good at eating.
Yes.
So if you need me to sample any of your new endeavors.
over,
Okay,
yes.
sounds good. That'll be on the next season.
Yes.
Sean and I stuffing our faces.
Yes.
Coming up.
Little fried chicken.
Yeah. Oh, I'm down with the fried chicken. Extra sauce. Thanks, Shauna.
Thank you.
Oh, Vince, it's great to see Shauna again. She was just wonderful out here in the World Poker Tour the first 3 seasons. All the players loved her, and all the players' girlfriends and wives loved her too.
I know. I thought she was still with us, actually. Nah, just kidding. It is great to see her. And right now, we have a 3-way battle here at the Commerce Casino. Action going to Sean. This time, he's got a 9-7 of clubs. Makes it 225, Mike.
Dan Kelly going out, and Doc Sands has the ace-4. He's going to call and see a flop.
So ace-4 up against 9-7, and we are flopping.
What a flop for Doc Sands. He's flopped top and bottom pair.
Yeah, he's going to try to trap.
225.
And he's going to get Sean to bet with the 7s, 225,000.
Well, Doc may think the guy's got a big ace. Might make a lot of money if he raises here. And that's what he's going to do.
I fold.
I don't blame him for this.
Nice hand.
But he chases his man away, acting like he's excited to win that.
One time only.
One time only what? You showed?
Oh, no, they asked me for a fist pump. I gave him a fist pump. You got to keep the fans happy.
That's a little bit like Gus Hansen there with the flex, didn't he? Gus, a former winner of this event. Well, there you see David Doc Sands' fiancée, Erica, in the audience. And let me tell you, Vince, she's an impressive player in her own right. They both made a splash at last season's WSOP main event. Doc finished in 30th place, and Erica beat him out, finishing in 29th.
David Sands in second chip position with about 5.3, but Dan Kelly now, first to act. He's got a king-7.
Looks like he's going to raise on the button. The min raised to 200,000.
Doc getting out of the way.
Sean just feels like playing right now. Makes the call with the 8-5.
Yep, he's going to speculate. Ooh, could be a good one because he's open-ended and he's going to check.
Sean with the open-end straight. Dan with second pair. And he checks also.
Surprised he didn't bet that with a continuation bet, but whoa, maybe he knew something to 9 hits.
Unbelievable. Sean has made a straight, and he's going to bet 200,000.
And he's going to get action by Dan.
No card Dan can win with it. He can get a split if an 8 comes off. That doesn't happen as a 10 comes off. And another $200,000 bet.
And a little bet.
Well, Dan's going to make the call. He just wants to see this.
8 for a straight, 8-5 offsuit.
So Sean does show him the straight. Going to take down this pot. And he just sort of reeled in the youngster there. Picked up 400,000.
Peck.
200 on the turn, 200 on the river.
Got the max out of it, Mike.
Pay me off, and he did.
It's time for the players to take a short break, but we'll be right back with more action and another edition of 5 Questions.
I hate him so much.
You know you really
You
love
have
him.
no idea.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
The LAPC is celebrating its 10th season on the WPT. For years, the Commerce Casino has hosted the biggest and best names in poker. This week, I got to catch up with WPT champ Eric Lindgren on this edition of 5 Questions. When the WPT first started, you were one of the original young guns to sort of make your mark in the poker circuit. How would you compare your style when you were young to the style of the young guys that are playing today?
That was a long time ago. So, yeah, I'm trying to evolve. There's so many good players now. It's a lot different. We don't have as many guys that are just giving their chips away. The biggest difference with young players now is they are so much more aggressive. They know all the math. I think when I was a young player that I felt like I pushed people around and I was a very aggressive player. But the young players today have totally taken that up a level, maybe 2 levels, 3 levels. So what happened is that they're just so much more re-raising, and they call it leveling. Getting information, putting them on hands, and the guts of just a burglar to do it. They're just, the young players today are amazing.
Let's talk about some of the young guns. Is there anybody in particular whose game you really admire?
Well, I don't know if Jason Mercier is still young, but I played with him last week, and he was amazing. Dan Kelly, Dan O'Brien, they were all playing great.
Yeah.
That was a really tough table, actually.
Let's talk a little bit about your high roller event, the Bellagio.
It's a real barometer to test your skill level. So you're really playing against the best of the best for a lot of money on the line. So nobody's mailing it in. Everybody tries so hard. So
Right.
It's just a great way to test your skill level and hopefully win some money, especially if you're Eric Seidel.
Especially if you're Mr. Seidel.
God, he's good. I hate him so much.
Eric Seidel, obviously a great player, but there's something else going on there.
I think that Eric Seidel just hit that zone. And he was getting a lot of cards, so he was reading people so well that he was just playing so great. He kind of took it above the rim. It was kind of like that Michael Jordan moment when Michael Jordan just went like, I can't miss. And Eric Seidel just couldn't miss last year.
And what advice do you have for those just starting out in poker?
Go to your local casino, and don't be intimidated.
Right.
Go sit in a low, no-limit game and don't feel like you're going to look stupid or something, because we all kind of did. But it takes like 5 minutes to learn, like Mike Sexton says, and I promise you, you will have a good time. Poker is fun.
Well, that's awesome. 5 minutes to learn.
That's what Mike Sexton says.
I must be awesome.
5 minutes to learn, lifetime to master.
That's a very good impersonation.
Well, he hustled me in golf once, so I never forgot it.
Oh, another player impersonating me now, Vince. The 100K Bellagio event that Eric mentioned really is a test of skill and nerve. Last season, we saw players including Daniel Negreanu, Vivek Rajkumar, and Justin Bonomo take their share of the $2.8 million prize pool. And this season, it will be a WPT televised event. And Vince, I am really looking forward to that later this year on the WPT.
David quickly folds. Sean, our chip leader, with 7.8. He's going to call with a king-queen. Right behind him, Dan Kelly, the 22-year-old with ace-queen.
Wow, most players would have raised with the king-queen. Sean didn't. Dan definitely going to raise here with the ace-queen.
And Sean has called with the king-queen. And a flop comes up, big ace there for Dan Kelly.
Well, ace-4 deuce. Sean is going to check, and Dan going to make the continuation bet.
But of course, 275, but a quick fold by Sean.
Conservative play pre-flop, probably saving Sean money on that hand. Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Fiala out in front, but the winner today is going to pick up 1,400 points and will automatically be tied with James Dempsey and Bobby Obuti in third place. So definitely, whoever wins here is going to be in the hunt for the WPT Player of the Year.
All right, a quick fold by our chip leader, Sean. And now Dan Kelly with a queen, 8 of clubs, has raised to 250 into Doc Sands, who has an ace-7.
It's not a bad hand, but the guy's raised in front of you. Do you really want to go with this hand? Well, there's your answer. Doc Sands 3-bets him, just re-raised it right up to 680,000. Dan Kelly, the mechanical engineering major from Villanova, smart enough to fold that hand.
Did you ever work as a mechanical engineer?
No.
No? Straight to poker?
Yeah.
Poker start in college?
Yeah. In the high school.
Did you specialize in like thermodynamics or fluid mechanics? Or?
No, I didn't. It was just more general, I guess. Yeah. Specialized in Villanova sorority girls, from what I hear.
Sean trying to find out a little bit about what makes Dan tick.
Majored in mechanical engineering, and now is a professional poker player.
Dan Kelly has made it 200,000 with Jack-9. David Sands, the Doc, going over the top, 560 to go. And Sean here with a pair of 9s.
Well, Sean with the best hand, but the pot's been raised and re-raised, so he just gets out of their way. Wants the two young guns just to fight it out. Hopes one of them goes broke.
Dan's going to call with a Jack-9 of diamonds. Big pot. And here's the flop.
I could get a lot bigger now as the flop comes queen, queen, 3 with 2 diamonds.
3 of a kind for the Doc. How will he play it?
This guy moves in slow motion. Very methodical better. 440,000 is the bet.
How much that?
I gotta work on that, Vince.
Mike, I'd be really happy if you never did that again.
I'll tell you who else does that. A guy named Tom Dwan, who many respect as a phenomenal player. He's also a very slow, methodical bettor that looks like he's on a crane and just puts his hands out there and then drops them in the pot.
All right, we get it. Okay, he's been called for 440. To the turn we go.
Ace comes on the turn.
No diamond for Dan Kelly. Doc loving his hand right here.
I'm just trying to figure out how he can extract chips from his opponent.
And Doc has got to make the bet. Looks like 530.
I recognize there's over 2.1 million in the pot, so Dan getting about the right price to make this call. And plus, there's another street of betting, so definitely should make the call here, and he does.
Well, they say Dan is crazy, but not playing this hand crazy. Very conservative, calling down to the river, and he has nothing to Show forward a 5 of spades on the river. Dan's hand is a bust.
Well, Doc knows he's been called on the flop and the turn.
All in.
He's hoping his opponent's got a weak queen here, in which case his 3 queens and king would be good, but not the case. He moves all in. Dan Kelly moves all out.
Big hand for Doc Sands.
Well, we lost Noah Schwartz in 4th place quite a while ago. These 3 guys been battling out ever since then. There you just saw Doc Sands pick up a nice pot off the 22-year-old Dan Kelly to move into a strong 2nd place. But Vince, the real story at this final table has been the amateur who came to this final table with a chip lead, Sean Jazayeri. He is still out in front with 3 left.
He is a miracle worker. I mean, he is playing great poker. This guy is tough. He is folding at the right times. He disappoints these young guys with that. He is very tricky. He's confident. There is no reason why he can't win this thing.
Well, Vince, he's out in front right now, but I'm telling you, to get by these 2 particular players, young superstars of the game that have great poker minds, it is not going to be easy for him. I still like one of the 2 young guys to come back and win.
Well, gentlemen, it's always exciting to see who will eventually take down the LA Poker Classic here at the Commerce Casino. Will it be Sean Jazayeri, Dan Kelly, or Season 10 ones to watch, Doc Sands? Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Los Angeles has always held out the promise of overnight success, but tonight we don't make promises. We guarantee one player will walk away with over $1.3 million and become a bona fide poker superstar. The conclusion of the LA Poker Classic starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to Los Angeles and the Commerce Casino. Over the past 10 seasons here on the WPT, the LAPC has been the scene of several indelible moments. This is a tournament where the great Gus Hansen cemented his place among the greats, where Alan Gehring crushed the dreams of J.C. Tran, and where Phil Ivey finally won his title at his 8th final table. As we head into the home stretch of this event, another player will add their name to the WPT Champions Cup and create another memorable moment. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who is away on maternity leave. And with me tonight are Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, how do our remaining players stack up to the great former LAPC champs?
Well, certainly whoever wins this LA Poker Classic title will vault themselves up in the eyes of the poker world. And who knows? Remember when Gus Hansen won his first WPT title? He was unknown in the poker world. And within 2 years' time, he was the biggest star in the poker world. Whoever wins this title, maybe they'll do just the same thing that Gus did.
Well, I have to agree. I mean, 10 years down the line, the game has evolved with young players like Dan Kelly and David Doc Sands. They have basically reinvented the game. They learned by playing online. They played thousands of hands, and they tried things like min-raising, 3 and 4 betting. That's very bold and very calculating and quite good.
But our chip leader is 53-year-old amateur Sean Jazayeri. So far, he's beat the odds in a field of impressive pros and a final table of these young experts. Over the years, here in the WPT, the LAPC champ has gone to a pro 8 out of 9 times, so the stats and history are not on the side of Sean. Vince, I do believe that even though Sean has a chip lead, that these 2 young pros, one of them are going to come back and take down the title. We shall see.
I like Sean. I don't care if he's an amateur. He's going to be tough. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, guys. $1.3 million to the winner tonight, along with becoming a member of the exclusive WPT Champions Club alongside the great past title winners at the LAPC. The action is ready to resume here tonight. Best of luck to our remaining players. Let's get back to the competition.
Well, there you see the chip count. Sean Jazayeri out in front right now, but not by much, as you can see. David Doc Sands in second. Dan Kelly a distant third at the moment.
Winner's going to take home over $1.3 million. Here we go again. Action on the so-called amateur player, Sean Jazayeri. He's got the button, and he quickly folds a 10-8.
Dan Kelly, 22-year-old pro out of Potomac, Maryland. Both Sean and Dan Kelly you're looking at here got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite.
Dan Kelly's got King Jack, and he's going over the top. Makes it 250 to go. And Doc Sands from Vegas, 27-year-old, folds his hand. And Dan Kelly, I have to say he's 22, but he looks younger than a Chinese gymnast, if you ask me.
Well, the guy's graduated from Villanova with a degree in mechanical engineering, so that's pretty impressive stuff, even though he's now a professional poker player.
All right, the very next hand, right back on Dan Kelly, this time with a Jack 8. And he quickly folds. Doc Sands now with a pair of 7s.
So David Doc Sands, very bright as well. He went to the Hamilton College of International Politics, was summa cum laude there. Ironically, he went there because math wasn't a requirement. Now, that's something you don't find in many poker players, where they shun from the math.
270 to go, and Sean with ace-4, not going to re-raise with ace-high, has made the call. Flop comes up 8-6 deuce. That is pretty good with a pair of 7s. Back on Doc to act first. Doc's out of Las Vegas, 27 years old, 12 WPT events, his second cash.
He has had an amazing year in terms of success as a tournament poker pro. Nothing would do better for him, though, than to cap it off with a win here at the LAPC.
Well, he's on his way there. He bet 280, a quick fold.
And with that pot, Doc Sands has taken the chip lead. He is out front, the first time someone besides Sean has led at this final table.
And it's on Doc again. This time he looks down at a little pair of deuces. Makes a nice little raise of 200,000 total.
All in.
Sean out, and Dan Kelly with King Jack comes back over the top. Now he's short stacked, but that's still significant, about 1.5 in addition to Doc.
You always hate to call an all-in bet with a small pair, but Doc may want to gamble here. He can afford to do it, and there's nothing he would like more than to knock out this tough young pro where he could play heads up with the amateur for the title with the chip lead. So if you're going to pick a spot to gamble with a small pair to call an all-in bet, this might be the time, Vince.
But you don't want to double up this young, tough online poker pro.
Okay, I call.
Wow, he is going to call it.
Well, Doc Sands has got the ducks. Will they quack or will they waddle away? That's the question.
There's Doc's fiancée, Erica, sweating her man.
Incredibly, both Erica and Doc cashed in the WSOP main event. They were in the top 30, in fact, going out one right after the other. Erica finished 29th and Doc 30th, so she got the better of him, and I'm sure that she reminds him of that quite frequently.
Dan hoping to hit King or Jack, but no, 7-4-4. Good for Doc Sands, just not good for Dan. To the turn we go. So much at stake right now.
Well, another 4 comes off, so Doc Sands has made a full house. If a 7 comes off, they would split the pot. Dan Kelly needs a king or a jack to win the pot, or another 4.
Doc Sands looking like a genius to call off with a pair of deuces. He's one card away from going into heads-up action.
It's a 3. The 2 ducks are quacking, and that's going to do it for Dan Kelly tonight. He is going to be out in 3rd place. Vince, the kid fought a tough battle tonight. Just wasn't quite meant to be for him.
Well, this kid can play. No doubt about it. He'll take home $521,000 as he walks over to Matt Savage.
Obviously, you're a great player and awfully young. Got a lot more final tables in your future.
Hope so.
How do you feel about how you played tonight?
I think I played well. Didn't win.
All right, Dan, congratulations.
Thank you.
A lot of money, and obviously we'll be back again. Matt Savage and Dan Kelly, back to you, Mary Null.
With Dan Kelly out in 3rd place, we are now close to naming the Season 10 LA Poker Classic champion. That leaves Sean Jezzieri and Doc Sands to battle for the title. Our 3rd hour of coverage from Los Angeles is just getting started, and we have more to come, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and we relive a Champions Cup moment with one of the world's greatest poker players. It's all happening when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back. You're watching the LAPC.
In season 6, the LAPC made history as the man who many believe to be the world's greatest poker player finally earned his WPT title. I'm of course speaking of the great Phil Ivey, and this is his well-earned WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky? Okay, guys, there it is. It is over. Wow.
7 times over 6 years, Phil Ivey entered the WPT arena in search of a title, and 7 times he was denied.
It's over. And the ace-queen came back to haunt it. Oh, man, Phil very dejected, walks away.
So when the world's greatest poker player came to the final table of the LA Poker Classic in Season 6, the overwhelming chip leader, there was no guarantee that this time he could slip the weight of history. Indeed, Phil Ivey's 6 years of final table misfortune continued early on.
He's imploding before our very eyes.
Until he found himself on the wrong end of a massive pot against WPT champion Nam Lee.
Well, Phil Ivey is all in. Maybe it'll work out for Phil Ivey, but right now, he is up against the blade, as we say.
Here we go with the turn card.
That one turn card stunned even the veterans at the table, turned the tide of history.
And he makes the call. He's done it. Phil Ivey has done it.
And for the first time in 8 attempts, etched Phil Ivey's name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Phil Ivey, one of the true greats of poker, and a well-deserved Champions Cup moment.
But right now, it is time to find a new champion.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, Ivy, Tuba, Brittany, and Danielle.
That beautiful cash being put on the table.
10,000 of it was yours, my friend.
Oh, boy. You just had to mention that, didn't you?
I am sorry.
It's all right. It is true. I'll get it back. Don't worry. Well, the winner tonight taking home over $1.3 million.
And the $10,000 stacks just keep coming. And all that goes with it, all the goodies that you can brag about. There will also be a member of the WPT Champions Club.
Money comes and goes, but your name will remain forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
Heads-up action here at the LAPC is about to get underway between Sean Jazzieri and Doc Sands. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
You're with Sean Jazzieri. You got to be happy about being heads up, but you got what you didn't want. Heads up with Doc Sands.
That's exactly right. I'm very fortunate to be here, but if there's one guy I didn't want, it's that guy.
And now he's got the chip lead. So what's your approach going forward?
You know, in my experience, heads up is a different game. Luck becomes a much bigger factor. I'm going to get a lot more aggressive, and let's just see what happens.
Let's get it in there and see what happens.
Let's see what happens.
Good luck, Sean.
I really appreciate it, Matt. Thank you very much.
You're with Doc Sands. You're right where you want to be. Heads up with the chip lead for your first major title. How does it feel?
Definitely a good spot to be in. You know, I got a lot of respect for the guy I'm playing heads up, but to be totally honest, out of all the people who made the final table, he's the guy I'd like to be playing, so it should get pretty heavy pretty fast.
All right, well, good luck to you, Doc.
Thanks, Matt.
Let me take it down.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of heads-up action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Doc Sands out in front, 9.4 million. His opponent has 7 million.
Be interesting to see how Sean adjusts to heads-up play. Can he be aggressive enough? Does he know enough? Did he learn enough from the WPT boot camps to adjust his play? We will see.
Well, that's a good way to start playing heads up. Raise on the button.
Well, right now, he instantly raises to 250 with a king high. Doc Sands folds his hand.
Well, this is going to be like a dream come true for Doc Sands. Got a chance to win a WPT title. He starts out the heads-up battle with the chip lead.
Mike, but there's more to it than that. Explain to the people how lucky Doc Sands had to get to this point.
Oh, Vince, he played a hand with 7 players left.
Where he was all in with 2 7s. One guy moved all in over the top. The other guy called. One of those guys had queens. The other one had 10s. He spiked a 7 on the flop to triple up to stay alive. Destiny must feel like it's on the side of Doc Sands in his mind.
Yeah. All right, Doc Sands now looking down at an 8 deuce. And he is going to pump it up, makes it 200,000 to go. Sean, not going to raise. Now, he's been very effective doing this when he has ice high. Most guys would re-raise, doesn't do it. It's worked for him so far.
What a flop for Doc. He's flopped 3 of a kind. He's got 3 deuces here. His opponent's got ace high and checks. You're never going to put a guy a deuce in his hand when he raised pre-flop. Doc trying to figure out how much can he bet where this guy's not going anywhere. Well, 270,000, a little bigger bet than I thought he would make into a $420,000 pot.
I call.
Obviously, looks like the right amount as Sean is calling him with the ace high.
All right, to the turn we go.
A 9 comes off.
Doesn't help Sean, he checks.
The guy called you on the flop. Maybe he'll call you again on the turn. How much do you bet now?
Or do you just want to check it? Rope him in.
Well, pot's got almost $1 million in it. Well, Doc bets 570,000. Might have been a little bit too big as it chased Sean away, but anytime you get your opponent drawing dead, whatever bet you make if he doesn't call, you're not happy about.
All right, Doc getting close to 9.8 million, a little bit over that. Action on Sean. He's got a pair of 8s this time, and he has raised 250 to go. Doc Sands with a king 7 of clubs, making this call.
Doc looking to take a flop off here. And the flop has come 10-9-3 with 2 clubs. David Doc Sands has flopped a flush draw. He's going to check. Sean, of course, with the 2 8s.
Legitimate pair. He's going to bet 250 again.
Well, the question is now, you're certainly not folding. Do you raise or do you just call? If you raise and your opponent comes back over the top, you got to be willing to gamble with this hand. Doc just doesn't want to gamble on a drawing hand, as we say. Don't give the guy chips when you don't have anything made yet. Well, he's got something made now. The 5 of clubs peels off on the turn. Doc has him drawing dead. He has a flush.
I'm so sorry.
And look at this.
I apologize.
Sean has made a rookie mistake.
If I check, does that action stay?
Sean acted out of turn, betting 425,000.
Can you ask Matt?
And there's tournament announcer Ali Najad calling the action tonight for the live audience. Good question. If he checks,
I check.
Will Sean be obligated to make that bet?
Sean is being held to his original out-of-turn action of 425,000.
What a great advantage to know that your man is going to bet, you're going to check a raise.
Doc seemed very confident and anxious to raise him here, by asking those questions.
That's true.
Question is, how much do you raise?
Oh, he's coming back over the top. And Sean...
I fault.
Yeah, he quickly gets out of the way again, escapes a bullet. Bad mistake there by Sean. And right now, Doc Sands out in front with over 10 million.
Again, guys.
Cover two, eighth place transfer to Brown Flop. River is an 8. The Jacks are going to win out.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The obvious ones-to-watch story of this event has been the final table success of David Doc Sands. But the LAPC also played host to 5 of our other potential superstars, including the player who at 21 years old is seen as the new kid on the block, Dylan Horton.
I love to grind, I'm sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a once to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually. Day 1, Commerce Casino. Just drove in this morning, happy to be here.
Should be a great tournament, one of the flagship events on the WPT. 2 players to watch, not just 1, 2.
And I've been pretty consistent lately, so I'm feeling good.
I am never worried. Optimism all the way.
I'm feeling really good. Got a good table and excited to play.
Oh, cute little Dylan Horton.
I just turned 21. This is my first season playing a full
circuit of live events. Ever since I was a kid, I watched poker on television. It's been a dream of mine to win a major poker tournament.
He just looks so sweet and young and innocent.
Dylan's probably the silent assassin at the table.
I feel like I want to take him under my wing and be like, come here, Dylan, let me help you out.
He's probably just sniping people, picking spots.
Dylan Horton is a really good online player.
It'll be interesting to see if he has what it takes to transition from playing on the internet to playing live.
I played a lot of WPTs this season. Going into each event, I felt like I wasn't scared, I wasn't nervous, I was gonna just play my game and see what happened. But looking back on a couple of them, I can see specific spots where like I kind of crumbled under the pressure.
Yeah, I definitely didn't play 100%. I have more chips than him.
I've been traveling a lot more than I'm used to, and the buy-ins are more than I'm used to.
10,000, you know, that's a big buy-in.
At first, when I was playing 10Ks, I wasn't as comfortable, and over time, I became more and more comfortable with them.
It can be pretty intimidating because you see a lot of the faces that you've seen for years on television and people that are, you know, some of the best players in the world.
So that does like kind of mess with your mental state.
And I know when I first started, that would make me feel really nervous.
I actually was playing scared in a way, even though I didn't realize. So that's what I've learned about myself.
I guess advice that I would have is don't get overwhelmed.
Be confident in yourself.
Keep playing these 10Ks.
Dylan just needs to show up at the table and just growl.
Dylan, you got this, my man. Keep your head up, stay in the game, be patient, and your day will come.
I'm really focused. Like I know I have what it takes, and I've been down so many times online, and I pulled myself back every single time. I know I can play, you know, with the best in the world. Absolutely, I can ship one of these things.
2 players cashed here at the LAPC, Matt Marifiati, who has moved into 2nd place in the ones to watch standings, and of course, Doc Sands, who regardless of where he finishes this evening, will take the top spot. We will continue to follow the ones to watch all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action.
Well, there you see the chip count. Doc Sands with 10.5 million. Sean Jazzieri with just under 6 million.
All right, the antes are 20,000 now. Blinds are 60 and 120. Action on Doc Sands from Vegas. He is going to raise with a king-3 to 240,000.
Well, Sean is going to re-raise here.
Well, Sean's picked up a pair of 8s.
He's at 645,000 to go, so the WPT boot camp instructors will be happy to see that. They've taught him that pairs are big hands playing heads-up poker. He 3-bet him nicely there.
Yes, he did. He said before the heads-up action he was going to play more aggressive, and right there he had a nice opportunity. Did so. Nicely done. Action on right back on Sean. Let's take a look at his cards. Oh, just an ace-king, Mike.
Well, my guess is he'll play this one aggressive too, Vince.
Yeah. Beautiful starting hand. In the past, he's played those ace-highs sort of slowly, though. He has just called, but this time gonna raise.
It took a long time to raise here. Usually he's very quick acting, but...
Oh, he's gonna chase away Doc Sands.
Well, Doc had 10-5 offsuit. Not gonna play, but Sean was hoping to get some action there.
Well, he has played them slowly in the past, and then when the ace hits, he has disguised his hand. He made a lot of money doing that in this final table. So back to this hand, Doc Sands now.
Doc Sands on the button here with a 6-deuce offsuit. Just going to make a position raise here to 240,000. The min raise.
I call.
This time Sean with an uneventful 10-6, but says he will speculate, and we'll see the first 3.
Comes a flop. Oh, it's come 6-6-3. Both players have flopped 3 6s. Doc Sands is outkicked. This could spell big trouble for Doc Sands with a capital T.
Right now, Sean has set the trap. He's checked.
Yeah, Doc gonna bet the flop here. 270,000. Let's see if Sean slow plays the 3 6s.
Gonna be tough to suppress your happiness when you hit 3 of a kind. And he's gonna raise it, makes it 600,000 to go. And Doc also thinking that he's got his man wrapped up.
Well, let's see what Doc does now. Guy check raised him on the flop. You flop 3 6s. You're not throwing this hand away. Just a matter if you're just calling here or if you're raising.
Gosh, Sean in a great place with the bigger kicker. Doc Sands has no idea.
Even if you're out kicked, you're playing this hand.
Oh, yeah.
But Doc is thinking if the guy's bluffing, he wants to give him more chances to continue bluffing, so he just calls here. That's the reason for the call.
Turn card, a king of hearts.
I check.
And this time, Sean slows down. Doc Sands, is that a check? Yes, it is.
Well, there you see, it's a 41% chance for a tie here. Oh, and a tie it's going to be. As the 3 comes off, both players have made 6s full. That a very nice card for Doc Sands. Could have saved him a lot of money here.
You think? And now it's on Sean. Taking his time now.
Well, they're both pitter-pattering around.
1 million.
And he's betting $1 million after a long deliberation and a nice gulp there.
That's a Hollywood gulp if I ever saw one.
By Doc Sands. He's gulping because he can't believe it. He's got 6s full and his opponent's leading out betting $1 million.
This is a great place to be in. Saying, how do I keep him in, though? Keep him on the leash.
Well, hide and go seek. This is a classic tell here, folks. The guy's trying to act weak when we know he's very strong.
All right, Doc's coming back over the top, about 2.5 in total.
I'm all in.
And there goes the all-in.
Sean says all in.
Call.
Well, it's all in. Doc looks back to make sure it's a 6 and not a 7 in his hand. He can't believe it. He calls. This is going to be a split pot. Both players have 6s full of 3s.
Well, you got to say Doc Sands was lucky there. He was going to lose a huge pot.
That was fun.
Let's not waste each other's time like that ever again.
Nice suck out on the turn, on the river.
Well, there you see Vanessa Selbst, one of the truly great poker players in the world, man or woman I'm talking about.
Oh, she's sort of mocking Doc, saying great suck out. Partially true, but... All right, as you can see now, Doc Sands with about 10.4 million in chips.
Yep, still maintaining the chip lead. And look at this, another pair for Sean here. He picked up 2 8s, an ace-king, 2 5s. When he had the 10-6, he made 6s full.
Well, it makes it 250 to go. Doc gets out of the way, has to fold his hand.
And yet Doc Sands still has the chip lead. These guys tonight are playing for a WPT title and over $1.3 million. But in addition to playing poker for money, there's many fantastic things about the poker community, including the great generosity of both pro players and amateurs. We at the WPT are proud of the launch of the WPT Foundation. It's an organization that utilizes our influence to make a positive change in the world. They support nonprofit programs in the area of environment, human rights, hunger, and poverty. Recently, the SLS Hotel in Beverly Hills, California, welcomed to the WPT Foundation's first official event. The title was the WPT Playing for a Better World. The event sold out, and some of the great names in the game of poker came out to support this venue. People like Daniel Negreanu, Barry Greenstein, Dan Harrington, Freddie Deeb, Vanessa Selbst, Vanessa Russo, and many more. I was there. Everyone just had a great time. We helped raise money to make the world a better place.
It was a great event. I want to thank all the pros that supported it.
If you want to show how the poker community can help change the world, make a donation, or learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org.
Next hand dealt. Doc Sands with a big hand here. Ace-9 of clubs.
Pretty good hand, playing heads up. He's going to raise it here.
Yeah, solid hand. Makes it 270 to go.
Oh, well, Sean's got
call.
An ace suited as well, ace deuce of diamond, so he's going to make the call here. So we're going to have a flop. And the flop, king 9-4.
Doesn't help Sean. He checks. Now, of course, 9's there for Doc.
You hope your opponent doesn't have a king, but if he's got a 10 jack, you just can't let him draw it for free. And there it is, 270,000.
Call.
Wow, a quick call with the ace deuce there.
Likes that ace high call after the flop.
I'm surprised you don't 3-bet before the flop and then call here on this flop. Well, now a 5 comes off, so Sean does have a straight draw.
He checks again. Doc Sands now.
Well, just in case he's got like queen 10 or queen jack, Doc can't afford to give him a free card here. Makes a very good bet there. 440,000, takes down the pot. So Doc Sands in control right now in this heads-up battle.
Yes, he is. One man away from taking down over 1.3 million tonight at the Commerce Casino. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
My name is Ivy. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. This week, I got to go to the Gracie Jiu-Jitsu Academy.
I'm Henner Gracie. I'm a third-generation master of Gracie Jiu-Jitsu. My father brought our family's discipline from Brazil to America. And in 1993 is when it all blew up. That's when he created the Ultimate Fighting Championship, the UFC.
I'm ready to kick some ass. Can you say ass? Henner actually taught me a lot of this tactical skills, which is ground fighting.
Oh, okay.
He tried to just grab both hands and taught me how to get out of that. He taught me how to put people to sleep, and I think it did pretty well.
Ivy did amazing. Aside from the fact that when she choked me that one time, she held on too long.
It was cool. Get to throw him around, and I got thrown around. Of course, I'm tougher. Come on now. Just don't tell him I told you that. Welcome back to Season 10 of the WPT.
Well, Mike, I am stunned. That is impressive.
Well, Vince, I'll tell you one thing. She might have some empty seats there at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. Guys will be afraid to sit down and talk to her. She might give them a whack.
She is impressive, but right now we have a heads-up battle, so let's get back to it. Sean Jazzieri with a queen 9. It's going to pump it up to 260 to go.
260 to go.
Doc David Sands from Vegas with a big hand, ace-jack. Well, he's going to pop it. 720, it looks like. Flickered in there. Sean has a decent hand, but losing interest, apparently.
I fold.
Well, Doc gonna take down yet another pot. He's called Doc because he was the doctor of online poker, just operating on everybody. He was actually the #1 ranked online poker player in the world at one time. That is pretty impressive. Won over $800,000 at Bellagio when he won a 5K no-limit hold'em tournament and finished second in the $100,000 buy-in high rollers event. So this guy is on a heater.
Yeah, truly an online expert, but made the crossover to tournament play.
He has a slow-motion betting style that could be emulated by thousands of poker players if he wins this title.
Call.
Well, he's made it 250 to go with 9 high, and Sean not going anywhere with 6 high.
Well, Doc bets the same way Tom Dwan bets, and Tom Dwan, considered by many to be one of the greatest no-limit players in the world as well.
Well, the queen 5-3 comes up on the flop. They both got a piece of that. Sean quickly checking.
Well, Sean's got bottom pair. Doc's got middle pair. Well, Doc is going to bet out.
Yeah, just a mere 270. He's going to chase away Sean.
That's a good laydown by Sean.
Very good.
He called a raise pre-flop. He flopped a pair and just quickly mucked it.
And there's Doc's friends and fiancée Erica rooting him on. They are railbirds this evening. And right now we're going back to the action. The 53-year-old, only been playing poker for 4 years. Sean with a king 7 has raised to 270. And Doc Sands with just a 5 deuce cannot play. He elects to take a little timeout.
I love the way Doc Sands is playing this heads-up battle.
But let's talk about this tournament for a second. This tournament attracted superstar players like Phil Ivey, Phil Hellmuth, Mike Sexton, you name it, they all played, but it also attracted some very fortunate amateur players. And one was a paramedic. That's right, paramedic Casey Hidla and mechanical designer Steven Simmons.
Well, you're right, Vince. You know, all the top pros plunked down $10,000 each to enter this tournament, but Casey and Steven won their entries into the LAPC by playing on ClubWPT.com.
And those two club members had the experience of a lifetime playing. Now, Casey made it to the 3rd day. That was very impressive, and he played against the very best players in the world. Now, you may feel like you want to play real poker online, and if you want to improve your game and have a chance to win your share of cash and prizes every month, check out ClubWPT.com.
Yeah, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event just like Casey and Steven did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back down to the money pit.
Well, the money pit is right. The winner taking home over $1.3 million.
Sean has raised with an ace-8. That's going to do it.
Got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite and playing poker only 4 years.
Always trying to get better. Took 3 WPT boot camps.
And obviously, that has paid off for him. Trying to become the Muhammad Ali of poker could shock the world if he took down this title.
Shocked, but I just can't equate him with Muhammad Ali.
Well, you're right, because it wouldn't be a shock. He's really played good poker.
The same sort of
It's just a
feel
saying.
LA. No confidence, no I am the greatest. It's just, so I don't know where you're going with it. I don't,
You're
shocking. You got a Leon Spinks, perhaps. That was a shock to the boxing world.
Stop.
You're talking about Ali, the greatest fighter of all time. I was like a
I was
shock.
at that fight.
You're so off.
I laid 10-1 on Ali against Spinks. I got broke. You had to bring it up. Me and Doyle Brunson, I might add, went to that
really?
fight
Yeah.
together at the Las Vegas Hilton.
Oh, boy, you remember all your bad beats, huh?
Yeah, I guarantee you Doyle remembers it too.
All right, back to the table. Sean this time with a Jack 5, and he is raised to 260. Nicely done with Jack high. Got to take that pot.
Well, he is getting aggressive, Vince, like he said he was going to do in this heads-up battle. Got to give him credit for that, but I love the way Doc Sands is playing. He's out in front. He's in great shape here to take down this title. He's not going to do anything to jeopardize it foolishly.
And right now, our chip leader, Doc David Sands, the doctor of online poker, with an ace-8. He's going to raise to 270. And Sean has picked up ace-10. Well, they both like their hands. This could be a battle.
Sean going to 3-bet it up to 720,000 here. You just get the sense that Sean is now just looking to make the pot swell up, where he plays big pots and cuts out all this small ball nonsense that plays into the hands of Doc Sands.
Well, that could be, but it's also because he has ace-10. And there's Erica David's fiance. Doc looking over. What do you do with your ace-8?
Yeah, I'm going to be interested to see what Doc does. This guy hadn't 3-bet many pots.
Well, Doc going to give it up. Just knows that if this guy 3-bets it, chances are if you re-raise him, he's going to play with you. So Doc Sands wisely opts to take the conservative route. Just mucks the hand and moves on.
All right, so Sean coming back a little bit. But Doc Sands down the stretch, getting closer to taking the LA Poker Classic.
Well, Doc has about a 2-1 chip lead right now. And he wants to maintain it and just gradually increase it. Try to avoid giant pots.
I call.
Well, look at this pot. It could become giant. A raise by Sean, re-raised by David. You got ace-jack versus queen-jack.
Yeah, Doc Sands dominating him right now.
Here we go with the first 3. And
Queen right in the door. It's Queen 10-4. Doc Sands has a gut shot straight draw.
But Sean hitting the queens on the flop.
Yep, he's got top pair.
Got Doc betting, it looks like, with a continuation bet. He's getting chips out.
This hand could spell trouble for Doc Sands here.
Certainly could. Wow, 680. Oh, boy.
1.5 million.
Well, there you go.
Nicely done, and a quick muck by Doc Sands. Sean Jazzieri, the so-called amateur player. We're coming back with more action down the stretch at the LA Poker Classic. Stay with us.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We've had some great champions.
Gus has done it!
Going all the way back to season 1 when Gus Hansen won it.
He's got the goods, folks.
And obviously, a couple years ago, we had Phil Ivey win our event.
Phil Ivey is our champion.
The winner of this year's LAPC and World Poker Tour event here at Commerce Casino is going to take home $1.3 million. I think winning an LAPC event and winning $1 million, it carries a lot of weight in the poker society. And a lot of former champions that we've had here hang their hat on their LAPC title.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the LA Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Tonight's champion is going to take home over $1.3 million and have their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The game is ready to continue, so let's get back to the call of the action with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
That's right. Thank you, Marianella. And as you can see, David Doc Sands, sensational online pro now with a big opportunity to take this title. He has close to $9.5 million in chips. Sean Jazzieri, a former director at Microsoft, with about 7.
Well, almost the exact same chip count they started this heads-up battle with. And look at this. Doc Sands has picked up 2 queens on the button.
Boy, what a tremendous hand. What an opportunity. And he's going to casually move it up to 280, but Sean right behind him with a huge hand himself, ace-king.
Buckle up, folks. I don't care which of these hands you have. You're happy to get it in.
800,000.
800,000 to go. Now, Doc, thinking this through, saying, am I still in front? Does this guy really have aces or kings?
Well, the only thing he might be thinking about, Vince, is do you just want to call here and just see if an ace peels off, for example? But then do you give the hand up if the guy bets? I think you have to re-raise right here. I would with the 2 queens. I mean, only 2 hands can have you beat right now.
Yeah, but are you going to chase him out even if he doesn't have aces or kings? If he has something else, you're going to chase him out with a raise? We'll find out. He makes it 1.8 million.
I don't blame him. I'd raise it here too, and I'll be surprised if Sean doesn't ship it.
I'm all in.
Sean going all in. Call. And of course, called down by Doc Sands.
Doc has the 2 queens. He's out in front. He's up against ace-king. Certainly you can't fault either player for getting their money in with this hand. If the 2 queens stand up, David Doc Sands will be our champion.
Now, if Sean should win this, he would have a 5-1 chip lead. So,
one time.
Huge turn of events if that should happen.
I got no flush draws.
I do.
Well, everybody on their feet here at the Commerce.
You haven't made one bad play this tournament, man. You've played great.
Appreciate that. Likewise. Good luck to you.
Anxiously awaiting this flop.
Big time.
Doc's in the lead and has Sean covered.
Erica saying, just can he win one race? Just one race. He'll be our champion.
Everyone on their feet. 5 cards to come. Here's the flop.
And an ace right on the flop. 2 diamonds come on the flop. Doc does have the queen of diamonds, but unfortunately, his opponent's got the king of diamonds.
What a flop there for Sean. To flip things around here. Here comes 4th Street.
Well, an 8 comes off, so we are down to the river. Doc Sands must catch a lucky lady if he's going to win the tournament right here, right now.
Can he catch the queen to take down the LAPC? Throw that card down.
Well, it's a 3. So Doc Sands sits back down, as does Sean. The heads-up battle continues, but Vince, we got a new captain of the ship.
That is right. It is Sean Jazzieri, a former director at Microsoft, out in front with close to 14 million. Oh boy, and the antes are going up to 25,000. Blinds are going to be 75 and 150 at this point. So getting even more expensive. As you can see, the winner's going to take home over 1.3.
400 total.
And right now, Sean, in this hand with ace-5, is going to raise, makes it 400,000 to go.
Well, Doc picks up king, queen.
All in.
He's going all in with it right here.
I call.
Oh, he's going to get the call by Sean.
Well, Sean calls and has the best hand with ace high.
I have the king, queen.
Was it too aggressive by Doc Sands? We will find out. Right now, Sean is favored in this hand to take down the title.
Well, over 5 million in this pot.
Here we go with the flop.
Well, a king right on the flop, as did a 5 come off.
Well, he's allowed after the last hand of queens getting out flopped. So this time, David Doc Sands out flops Sean. Here goes the turn card.
Well, that jack comes off. And what that means is Sean can no longer win the pot if an ace comes up, because that would give Doc a straight. He now needs a queen, which would give him a straight, or a 5, which would give him 3 5s. Must have a queen or a 5 to win. Sean does. If it happens, he'll be our champion.
Yeah, he needs a couple miracles right here.
Queen.
Sean with a shot, got this tournament through a $1,000 satellite. Oh no!
5. Oh no! Unbelievable!
Sean has done it. He's our champion.
Lightning on the river again to eliminate another player at this final table, Vince. We've seen it time and time again here at this LA Poker Classic final table. Heartbreak for David Doc Sands. Comes in 2nd place. Just incredible. Sean Jazzieri has done it. He's our champion.
What a champion he is. And right now, our runner-up, Doc Sands, over to talk to Matt Savage.
Doc, pretty tough one right there. That 5 on the river, losing that flip early. The question is, why do you get that pot so big for the big flip?
Yeah, I probably should have just called and folded the ace flop, but, you know, can't play them all perfectly.
Big round of applause for Doc Sands. Good job, Doc.
Thanks, man. It's a lot of fun.
We'll see you again.
You want?
Mike, over to you.
Okay, let's talk to our champion. Sean, when it got down to heads-up play, you were over 2-1 chip lead behind, yet you fought back. You got to be feeling great right now.
I don't think words can describe how I feel. This is a fantasy you dream about. I mean, I have to check. I really have to check. Am I alive? Am I awake right now or not? This is unbelievable.
Well, it is incredible that an amateur player could shoot down these 5 young pros at this final table. You did it, and not only to the over $1.3 million that you're going to be receiving, as well as a $25,000 entry into our WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season. You get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup right here, along with all the great legends of the World Poker Tour.
It's an honor. It's a true honor. I mean, I don't know what to say. And I will be at the Bellagio.
Once again, congratulations to our champion, Sean Jazzareri. Marinella, back to you.
No, Sean, you are not dreaming. This actually is happening. What a memorable night for you. Congratulations to Sean Jazzareri, the Season 10 LA Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to San Jose, California for the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In a tournament where you shoot for the stars and the stars shoot back, everyone is taking aim at the nearly $1 million first place prize. The winner of the Bay 101 Shooting Star will etch a new name on the Champions Cup tonight, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
From Chris Moneymaker to Jen Harmon to Phil Hellmuth to Mike Sexton. In each of the last 8 seasons, at least one of poker's biggest stars dodged all the bullets long enough to take a seat at the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Could the bounties of this year's tournament keep the streak alive? To answer that, we need to return to the beginning here in San Jose, when everyone who put up their $10,000 entry still believed they would be the next WPT champion. The Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament is one of the most unique tour stops of the year for the WPT. Vince Van Patten explained the biggest difference just before play began for the day.
The special thing about this is there's bounties. And that's an exciting thing. If you can knock out the bounty, you get $5,000. So keep going, good luck, knock out the bounties, let's shuffle up and deal.
We're here and we're ready to go. And we're gonna bring some serious action. Get them, guys.
With several top pros with a target on their back, there was one that stood out as the player everyone wanted to bust.
Obviously, Phil Hellmuth.
I've always wanted to bust Phil Hellmuth.
Phil Hellmuth's the bounty that I would like to get the most.
This year, I mean, you have to make it through the day. You're just going to have people come after that bounty, which is a little bit like my everyday life anyways.
Phil lost half his stack early when he called an all-in bet with Ace-King versus his opponent's Ace-Queen. Things looked good until the river when the dealer peeled off a queen. The bad beat gave him pause when he was dealt Ace-King in the very next hand and decided to lay it down after facing a raise. Season 9 Borgata Poker Open champion Dwight Pilgrim found himself in good shape early in the day when he flopped a set of 4s. Dong Nguyen bet $3,200 on the flop and was called by Dwight. Both players checked the turn. The 3 on the river completed Dwight's full house.
Bounty, table 28.
After going all in, Dwight was surprised to see Dong call and turn over kings full for a better hand. A brutal early exit for this bounty, making Dong Nguyen $5,000 richer.
There's some joy in this somehow. Just might take me a while to figure it out.
As the day progressed, bounty after bounty busted, making several players in the field a little richer. One player who had free-rolled his way in the tournament was ClubWPT.com online qualifier John Davies. Davies found himself $5,000 richer after he busted Season 5 Mandalay Bay Poker Championship winner Joe Tihan.
I felt like my heart was beating 100 miles per hour. I'm like, have they seen my my neck pulse.
Another twist at the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament is that the end of day one chip leader receives a $10,000 prize for their accomplishment. With this in mind, as the clock wound down, the players began eyeing each other's stacks in hopes of being the player with the most chips and taking home the honor and cash prize of day one chip leader.
I don't get this opportunity enough, I gotta go for it.
After valiantly fighting his way back from a short stack, Phil Hellmuth was busted by Mark Violetti when he ran his ace-jack into Mark's ace-king.
You got me, fair and square.
At the end of the day, the chips were counted up, and it was poker pro Bryce Yockey at the top of the chip counts with over $245,000. Bryce had almost $50,000 more than second-place finisher Brandon Wong.
It's nice when you can barely close the bag.
The 54 players that survived Day 1A would have a day off as a new crop of players and bounties would arrive for Day 1B.
I didn't win chip lead, but made it Day 2.
A new field of players and bounties took their seats on Day 1B as Mike Sexton got things underway.
This is the most fun event on the tour, and what also makes it special here at the Bay 101 is they have the best poker fans in the world.
The passionate San Jose crowds always packed the rails, hoping to catch a glimpse and an autograph of their favorite poker pros. And the pros were happy to accommodate.
Never been asked for more autographs in my life. I didn't think anyone would know who I am over here, but yeah, it's really nice. People coming up with big shiny pictures, sign this, so yeah, it's really cool.
Mike Sexton took his seat hoping to improve on his 6th place finish in this event last season.
Oh, man! Just horrendous.
But ran into a pretty tough spot early in the day. Mike felt confident going all in on the river with his pair of kings against Paul Clan, but they were second best to Paul's flopped set of deuces.
Now you gotta take care of my shit. No back-to-back final tables for me. Back to the booth. At least I got a job.
Other bounties who were sent to the rail included Todd Brunson, British poker pro Chris Moorman, Season 10 Malta champion Matt Giannetti, and defending Bay 101 champion Alan Sternberg.
Bye.
Season 9 Seminole Poker Showdown champion Taylor von Kriegenberg slowly pulled away from the field. His chip stack looked like a strong contender for the end of Day 1 chip leader bonus. When the day ended, several shooting stars had survived, including Michael the Grinder Mizrachi, JC Tran, and Jason Mercier. Taylor von Kriegenberg finished the day with over $181,000 in chips, a huge stack that was narrowly eclipsed by Chris Summers, a small edge that won him an extra $10,000 for his effort. One constant of the Bay 101 tournament is that a bounty has made the final table each year. The question remained, which bounty would it be, or would we finally break that streak? There's more bounties to bust and a lot more poker action to follow as the WPT's extended coverage of the playdown to the Final 6 continues. And later we'll check in with the beautiful Royal Flush girls. We relive a historic Champions Cup moment. And of course, our final 6 players will hit the felt and battle for a place on the WPT Champions Cup. The Bay 101 Shooting Star continues, so stick around.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide, which offers hundreds of dollars in discounts. And remember, you can also win your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes. Join today at ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This unique tournament awards players an extra $5,000 if they eliminate one of the pros who were selected as a bounty. And while some bounties went bust, others were still in the hunt to make this final table. The 149 players that survived Day 1A and Day 1B took to the felt on Day 2, hoping to be among the 36 who would cash at Bay 101. With plenty of bounties still in the field, players were also looking to pick up some extra cash by knocking one out.
That 5,000 is a pretty big incentive. I think if there wasn't 5,000 in the middle, we probably would just fold. But the fact that he can win 5,000 cash, makes it worth it.
Early shooting star bust-outs included two-time WPT champion Antonio Sfondiari, European WPT Tour mainstay Marvin Rettenmeyer, Season 7 WPT Player of the Year Elke Gross-Pellier, and Season 3 Bay 101 champion Nam Lee.
Come on.
Nam Lee was knocked out by local amateur player Moon Kim, who began to climb the chip lead as the day progressed.
Yes.
When When Jonathan Duhamel eliminated David the Dragon Pham in 38th place, the rest of the players began hand-for-hand play as we entered the money bubble. The money bubble can be especially hard when you're on the short stack, but that effect becomes magnified when you're a short stack with a bounty on your head, as French poker pro Fabrice Soulier tweeted about. It would be another bounty to take home the unfortunate money bubble title. Shooting Stars Men the Master win called Kathy Liebert with ace-10 versus her ace-king. Men outflopped her with a 10 on the flop and sent Kathy home just short of the money.
You know, you can't just fold your way and try to, you know, I mean, you got to go for first. You know, you got to go for the favorite, you got to go for it sometimes. But lucky.
With the bubble burst, the other players in the room celebrated and breathed easier knowing that they were guaranteed at least $16,000. Two players that battled all day were poker pro Andrew Badaker and Men the Master. After getting into several contentious pots, they finally got all their chips in the middle pre-flop. Andrew turned over pocket jacks and Men tabled pocket aces. The flop came 7-3-2, leaving Andrew just 2 outs to win the pot. Andrew spiked a jack on the turn and avoided an ace on the river to win the huge pot, sending Men the Master to the rail. Only 20 players made it through the day, with poker pro Scott Baumstein leading the way with $1.3 million. Andrew Badaker and Moon Kim finished in second and third place, each also with over $1 million in chips. The final 20 players represented a strong mix of local amateurs and poker pros. Early in the day, Taylor von Kriegenberg lost a huge pot to WPT finalist Eric Cajolet when his full house was beaten by Eric's bigger full house. A few hands later, Eric finished the job, knocking Taylor out in 19th place, ending a promising run for this WPT champion.
To get so deep and to have your hopes up, it's a little heartbreaking. Right now I feel like, I don't know, I just want to go hit a punching bag or something. I guess it's got so much ink. I don't know what it is. I just want to scream or something, but that's just normal for the first 10-15 minutes, and then after that, it's all good.
JC Tran all in.
When Season 5 Player of the Year and Shooting Star JC Tran busted in 16th place, only one bounty remained in the field. 2010 World Series of Poker main event champion Jonathan Duhamel was the last hope to continue the streak of bounties, making the WPT Bay 101 final table. Unfortunately for him, he ran ace-6 into local player Ubad Habib's ace-10. A 10 on the flop put Jonathan in a hole he couldn't get out of, and the tournament lost the final bounty of Season 10.
13th place is not that bad, so yeah, I'm happy. It could have gone a little better, but it's a good thing. It's a good tournament. Had a lot of fun.
With former chip leader Scott Baumstein's 8th place knockout, the final 7 players combined to one table to determine who would be among the 6 players to make the televised table. It took 100 hands to determine which of the 7 would fall short and be our TV bubble boy. Moon Kim, holding pocket 9s, was all in pre-flop against Amir Kaziri's ace-king of diamonds. No help on the board sent Amir home as the other players celebrated. The final 6 were comprised of 3 strong young pros, 2 local amateur players, and a former finalist would return the next day to play for the almost $1 million first place prize and have their name etched on the Champions Cup. As we get ready for the start of this final table, I'm joined by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Now, Vince, it seems that over the past 10 seasons, the gap between the big-name players and the unknowns has narrowed.
Well, that's very true, Marianella. Unknown players now make final tables. I mean, they do it all the time. But I have to say, Mike and Marianella, I think the big-name players are at a disadvantage because if you're a big name, everyone knows how you play. They've watched you play before. You have a big target on your back, so it's better just to be a low-key player. No one knows how you play. You fear the player that you've never seen before, and that's why we're not seeing shooting stars at this final table.
Well, Vance, speaking of unknown players, last year's champion Alan Sternberg was totally unknown until he won this tournament. And I can tell you, I'd never even heard of the guy, but I happened to play with him the last couple days all the way down to that final table, and he played phenomenal poker. He was terrific. It just shows you, you don't have to be a known player to be a great player. And in fact, most of the well-known players are older players, and the truth of it is, the younger players play better poker nowadays.
Oh, don't say that, Mike. Don't disrespect the men with the cowboy hats.
Now, Vince, who are your favorites going into this competition tonight?
All right, let's talk about this field. Right now, our chip leader, Eric Cajolet, he's got the chips. He's got 3.6 million. He's from Canada. He will be tough, not to mention how intimidating he looks. But then we have two sort of non-professional players at the table that have a lot of chips, and that would be Habib. He is a real estate guy who plays a little cash game here all the time. He's made the final table. And then, of course, we have a jeweler at the table. That's right, a jeweler at the table. Moon Kim has a lot of friends. He'll be tough to beat.
And Mike, who are you rooting for tonight?
Well, since I've been talking about the young guns and how good they are, we've got 3 young pros, 24 years of age or younger at this final table. So I'm going with one of those guys to win.
That's Andrew Badaker, Joe Sirac, and Joe Elpaya.
Now, these guys are very tough young players, but even though they're sitting in 4th, 5th, and 6th chip positions, which is not a good spot to be, it's not going to surprise me if one of them rise up and take this title tonight.
Okay, and right now we're about to get started, but before we do that, our tournament director, Matt Savage, is talking to the chip leader, Eric Cajolet.
Eric, you start off with the chip lead, and you've had a lot of confidence all week as I've been watching you. How much is intimidation a part of your game?
It's not a part of my match plan, but I heard that so much through the years. If it can help me win tournaments, I'm going to take it. I'm going to take like every hedge I can. Right now I got a chip lead. I've got I like my position table, so I'm ready to go.
Well, let's see if that no fear attitude will take place tonight as we go back to you, Marinella.
Thank you, Matt. Tonight's winner will take home a first-place prize worth close to $1 million and have their name engraved along all the other poker greats on the WPT Champions Cup. Final table action here in San Jose is just minutes away. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament about to get underway. Tonight's winner going to take home nearly $1 million.
That's right, Mike. And right now, there are no more bounties at the table. No more shooting stars with attitudes and big names. We're down to these 6. They are hungry for this title. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Eric Cajolet out in front. He's got 3.6 million. And 2 locals are in 2nd and 3rd place, Ubad Habib and Moon Kim.
Right, cards tossed around. First to act, Ubad Habib. He's a real estate guy from India. He's got a 9-7.
Yeah, plays here locally all the time. He goes out over to our chip leader, Eric Cajolet. Looks down at the Jack-9 of spade. Good enough for him to raise. Makes it 40,000 to go.
Andrew Badaker folding. And now Joe Elpaya with an ace-5.
Elpaya, 23-year-old pro from Forest Park, Illinois.
Ace-5 of hearts with the button, and he is thinking about it.
He is going to 3-bet it here.
Whoa.
Makes it 105,000 to go here.
It's Joe Sirac out. Moon Kim, the local here, he's a jeweler.
He's got the queen jacks, but can't stand all that heat. So back around to Eric Cajolet.
Look at this. He has gone over the top with just Jack-9.
He has just set Elpaya all in if he wants to play this hand. He can't stand the heat with the ace-5, but what a play here by the chip leader from Montreal.
But look at Cajolet. You look at those tattoos on his arms. You wonder if it was one of those bachelor nights, one of those like hangovers things in Vegas where you wake up in the morning, you see something obscene written on. I don't know.
I always loved tattoo. I had my first tattoo when I was 18 years old, and then I want some more. Cover me up? Yep. I want to sleep for a long time with a bunch of stuff from poker. There's me holding cards, and every card is like pretty much the most important person in my life. Always been there for me, so they all represent with one different card. I get those 2 here who said live hard. It's pretty much the way I approach life, the way I approach poker. I just leave everything out there when I go play poker. I just leave my heart and my soul at the table, and I just go hard.
Well, his model is live hard, and I'll tell you, looks to me like he plays hard, Vince.
It does.
4-bet right there with Jack high.
Oh, yeah, but he told us a great story about his tattoos, and now he's covering them up. I would keep them as long as you're winning, but all right. Well, the antes are 4,000, blinds are 12 and 24. Quick action here. Badaker out. Joe Elpaya also out. And now Joe Sirac.
He's a 23-year-old poker pro. Super nice kid. Folds here.
Yep, and back on Moon Kim. He's a jeweler. He's got ace-8. He's a local.
Got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Here he is at the final table, going to raise it up right here.
Yes, he is. Makes it 55,000 to go. Habib now will muck that. And now it's on Cajolet.
Cajolet likes to play. We've seen that already, so he makes the call here with the 7-6.
So ace-8 versus 7-6, and look at this flop, 8-7-3.
Great flop for Moon Kim, not only because he's got top pair and top kicker, but because his opponent got a piece of that flop.
Yep, Cajolet checks, but Moon Kim gonna bet the top pair. Looks like 80,000.
Cajolet might get in a little trouble. He's got second pair here.
And look at this, Cajolet's gonna re-raise. Makes it 2-10 to go. Moon Kim, though.
Well, Moon Kim's not going to put him on an overpair, Vince, because he didn't raise pre-flop. So you just have to think he got the best hand with top pair and top kicker here.
Yeah, you start thinking this guy could have an 8 with a worse kicker or maybe an open-ended straight draw, but he's just going to call it, doesn't re-raise. Here we go with the turn card. Nice pot here. And it's a 3 of diamonds, pairs the board. Cajolet opening up here with a bet, 280,000.
I think she's got the best hand here with 2 7s.
Moon Kim, a jeweler, a local, very popular guy at this casino.
Moon Kim might be a little concerned that he might have had a 3 in his hand. But still, I don't see him going anywhere with this hand.
Not at all. Top pair with ace kicker, and he's going to make the call.
Cajolet's got to be a little worried now. Knows the guy's probably not on a drawing hand. Queen comes off on the river.
Cajolet fire again. No, he's checking this time. Moon Kim also checking.
Cajolet turns up the 7s. It's not going to be good enough as Moon Kim shows him the 2 8s. 8s up are going to win this pot.
And there's his fans in the audience, his family and friends.
Well, he's a local 42-year-old jeweler here. Got in this tournament by winning $1,000 satellites. Poker just a hobby to him. And he plays in cash games right here at the Bay 101 all the time.
Well, there are the beautiful Royal Flush Girls watching the game here of the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Back to the table we go. Action on Moon Kim. And he looks down at a king and, wow, ace-king. Things are going Moon Kim's way.
You might say he's over the moon right now.
Oh, you might say it, because you just did. All right, he makes it 58,000 to go. Habib now chuckles and throws his cards away.
And back to Cajolet. This time he looks down at 2 3s. Well, he's played every pot so far. Certainly going to see a flop with this hand.
Now the American Andrew Baedeker hasn't played a hand yet with the button. He's got a queen 8, won't play that.
Over to El Paya.
Yeah, he's out. And Joe Sirac.
Sirac, the youngest player at the table.
Yep, a free spirit. Then he's going to play tight. He goes away.
24-year-old pro out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. Gets out of the way.
Pair of 3s versus ace-king, and an ace right there on the flop.
Same 2 guys going at it again.
Moon Kim doing well here so far.
Well, hitting a great flop here. Flops 2 aces. Going to lead right out and bet.
Yep, 80,000. Cajolet, though, with the 3s. Doesn't quite believe him. He's going to make this call.
Very surprised by this call. Now a deuce comes off, so Cajolet does make a straight draw.
Wow, a nice check by Moon Kim.
Well, he knows how aggressive that this Cajolet guy plays.
Yep.
And he does just have 1 pair.
He's setting up Cajolet beautifully here because he has bet 165. And now you know you have top pair with a king kicker. What are you really putting this other guy on? You think you're in front. Do you come back over the top or just call? Just going to call.
And the river?
River card is...
Well, an 8 of diamonds, a good safe card for Moon Kim here. No straights or flushes out there.
And Moon is first to act. He's going to check again, throwing that rope out there.
And look at this. Cajolet just does not let up. Firing out a big bet here, 325,000.
And the local, the amateur player, Moon Kim.
You're just not going to throw away ace
No
king
way,
here,
no
Vince.
way. It's pretty automatic.
I mean, it might be beat, but you are going to make the call. Surprised it's taking this long.
Well, give the man time. He's a jeweler, for Pete's sakes. And he makes the call.
Well, it looked like a frustrating call, but it's going to be a happy result. No doubt about it. Moon Kim going to take down another nice pot, and with it, he moves into the chip lead at this final table.
Just incredible. The fans love him here. Nicely done by Moon Kim.
And he is out in front with 6 players left.
That is right. The jeweler shines another diamond, takes down that one.
Plenty more to come from San Jose, California, and the Bay 101 Shooting Star, including the Royal Flush Girls will show us what makes Bay 101 so unique, the fans. And we relive a historic Champions Cup moment. It's all when we return to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I am Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
My name is John Davies. I'm from Connecticut, and I'm an engineering manager. I won a tournament on ClubWPT, so I won an entry plus $1,000 to come out here. Flew out from Connecticut, and I played ClubWPT on the side just for fun, for $20 a month. It was something I wanted to do because I got the opportunity to get into some tournaments and potentially win a few bucks, but this was above and beyond my wildest dreams. I played with Kathy Lieber. She was on my table all day on Monday. I think she was pushing me around a little bit. I think she recognized that, I wasn't going to, challenge her with some of the big pots. I was able to settle down a little bit, so I felt a lot more comfortable out there. I'm really proud that I got down to be like the 48th player out of 400 or so, and I walk away with $5,000 in my pocket because I knocked out one of the shooting stars, Joe Tehan. So that was a pretty cool experience. I mean, it was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I have to thank ClubWPT for getting me here. As soon as everybody, all my friends found out, all my my poker player friends, what website were you playing? Which was? So and I try to tell them it's a great way for me to spend some time and playing a game that I love, and it turned into something amazing.
If you want to have an experience like John did, you too can become a ClubWPT member, enjoy VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and who knows, maybe you can win yourself a seat in a WPT event just like John did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, let's go back to the felt.
And Vince, I got to say, John did a lot better than I did. He got down to the top 48. He picked up a bounty. I did neither of those things.
Well, there you see the chip cat. Moon Kim, the jeweler, is our chip leader, and Andrew Baddicker is our short stack with around 800,000. Our former chip leader, Cajolet, going away, and now it's on Andrew Baddicker, and he's the short stack, and he's picked up a pair of jacks, just like that for the 24-year-old.
Poker pro out of Vernon, Connecticut.
Former curtain salesman, Mike, and he is going to raise with the jacks.
Actually got in this tournament on a $200 satellite, so he's making quite a parlay.
Now it's on Joe Apaya, and he's got pretty decent king-queen, and he's got to make this call. Joe Sirach with the Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce. Won't play that. Our chip leader, Moon Kim, also with the Doyle hand out.
Over to Habib.
Yep. He's going to squeeze out a 9-3. He gets out of the way.
You know what you're playing roughly? Like 7?
Pretty good guess. About 750 left.
Boddicker on the short stack at this table. Flop comes ace 10-7 with 2 hearts.
Yeah, jacks, you hate to see the ace pop, but you got to think and make a continuation bet like he does. Nicely done. Bet 65,000.
Well, El Paya has the gut shot straight draw and the king of hearts, which is the key card, as we say.
Makes the call.
9 of diamonds comes off now.
And now Andrew is saying to himself, does this guy have an ace? Oh, he's slowing down. Checks the hand.
Now El Paya checks right behind him.
Down to the river.
Now the board pair of 7s and a heart comes up. So
Wow, I don't like this check. I think you could throw in a value bet, perhaps.
Oh, look at this. El Paya, who can't keep his shirt buttoned. Looks like he may take a bluff at this pot. Only way he has a chance to win it, I'm sure he knows it.
Yeah, 157,000, and now the young player from Connecticut, 24-year-old Andrew Batica, with a decision.
Well, Vince, if the guy had a flush draw, he'd played it more aggressive on the flop, I would think.
And if he had an ace, he would have played it more aggressive on the turn. So you think you got to call this as a crying one, but no, he's not going to call.
Wow, Boddicker lays it down, so it turns out to be a very nice bet by El Paya on the river there to take down that pot.
The former curtain salesman snaps a rod with that one.
Joel Paya takes down his first pot of the evening. Could this be his night to take the title? Sometimes a player seems destined to win a poker tournament, and if you need proof, look no further than this classic WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's going to get lucky?
It is over. Wow.
It is no surprise that in the long run, the game's best players make final table after final table. No doubt that in the long run, skill will defeat luck every time. In the short run, however, there will always be Danny Wynn. A local poker dealer in on a satellite and way over his head, Danny Wynn destroyed the final table at the Season 3 Bay 101 Shooting Star by riding the most remarkable streak of luck ever seen on the WPT.
The 5 comes off. Danny has made his straight. Another jack comes off. 4 jacks. And that's going to do it for the master.
And delivering the worst beat in WPT history.
Well, the only way Danny could win this pot is if it comes 7-7.
He does get the 1-7. It's all coming down to this card. He needs a miracle.
Could he possibly catch 2 running 7s to win this pot? He does it! Vince, he does it! Wow! Running 7s to win that pot. That's all he could win with.
There would be no stopping Danny Wynn this night. He would knock out every single one of his opponents.
He did it! He is our champion! Look at him!
Claim the $1 million first place prize and leave a legacy of hope to every poker player with a dream of having the stars align to write their name on the WPT Champions Cup.
And Vince, when you got to hit runner on the Turning River to win a pot, it's the biggest beat you can ever put on anybody to this day, obviously.
Oh, boy.
Danny wins 7-7, the biggest outdraw in WPT history.
That was incredible. But back to the table, 6 players remain at the Bay 101. Action's on Andrew Batica. Folds his hand. Joe El Paya now. Folding as well.
Behind the Joe Sirac, the youngest player at the table. He folds as well.
And the chip leader, Moon Kim, now gonna peek at a, well, pretty decent King 10 with the button.
You got position, you got the chip lead, you're gonna raise.
Andy's have gone up to 5,000, blinds at 15 and 30, and he raises it to 70,000. The real estate guy from India going away.
And Cajolet looks down at the Jack-8 of hearts. And we already know he likes to play a lot of pots, so he's gonna see a flop here.
And I noticed that there's a player, someone at this table is humming a little bit, kind of annoying, but
I think it's Moon Kim.
Flop comes up queen, 9-6. Cajolet gonna check, Moon Kim.
He quickly checks also. Now a 10 comes off. This gives Cajolet a straight. But Moon Kim now has second pair and a straight draw.
Cajolet can't believe it, but he's gonna stick out 110,000. Moon Kim happy to hit the 10s. Looks like he's gonna get stuck in this one. Yes, he's gonna make this call.
Can't blame him for calling here. He's got a straight draw as well. Now the 4 hearts comes off. So Cajolet just trying to figure out how much he can extract from his opponent here. He has the straight, the best hand. Let's see what he's gonna bet. Pot has about 400,000 in it.
Oh boy, 350,000.
Pretty good sized bet here.
I think it's a little oversized if you really want to trap a player and get the call. It seems like a little bit too much to me.
Moon Kim now realizes all he can beat is a bluff.
Yeah, and that's expensive, 350. Surprised he didn't chuck in about 180, 200. But Moon Kim's gonna release his hand.
Yep, he goes away, so Cajolet taking down that pot. Maybe Moon Kim should sing a new song.
Just an awful humming song. Whatever that was, not helping him right there.
More poker action from Bay 101 coming up.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Here at Bay 101 Shooting Star, we have the greatest fans in poker.
I'm Jeannie Duffy, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. The fans here at Bay 101 are really great. Really nice to see the enthusiasm the fans have. I see them walking up to the players, waiting for them to go on break and wanting to get their picture, wanting to get autographs.
The fans in San Jose are great, man. They come out to support. I love coming to San Jose. It's one of my favorite places.
Our fans are awesome. They already have our pictures printed out. When they want our autograph and pictures with us, I'm happy to sign anyone's pictures. That's probably one of the most rewarding things is the fans.
Well, Vince, historically, the Bay 101 has been noted for being the best poker fans on the WPT Tour. No question about it. They love their poker up here in San Jose. Well, there you see the standings for the WPT Player of the Year. Will the Thrill Fiala out in front right now. And Vince, for the first time in the history of this event, a bounty hasn't made it to the final table.
Yes, it is shocking. A big-name bounty. We always have one. Last year, you made the final table. Mike Manasow as well.
Yeah, he's the guy that knocked me out, though.
Oh, it was awful. 3-outer, wasn't it?
Oh, you had to bring it up.
So sorry. All right, back to the table we go. Moon Kim, our chip leader with about $3 million, looks down at a Queen King. Pretty nice. Makes it 75,000 to go. Next to play is the real estate guy, also a local. Wow, Mr. Habib has picked up Ace King. And he's just going to call with it. Casually out. The curtain salesman flings in his hand.
El Paya out as well.
And now it's on Joe Sirach.
Joe picks up Ace Queen.
Whoa. It's been raised. It's been called. Now what do you do if you're Joe Sirach?
Well, a lot of guys will make a squeeze play here, right here, but that could spell trouble for Joe, and he just makes the call. Does not re-raise here with the Ace Queen. Probably a good thing for him that he didn't.
All right, here comes the flop.
Now, flop is King, 3 deuce. Just a great flop for Habib. He's got top pair and top kicker, but the original raiser has flopped 2 kings as well, but checks. Everybody checks his flop. I'm astounded.
I am too. Here's the turn card.
Now, 5 of diamonds comes off, so both Sirach and Habib have a straight draw now, but
Joe is going to check again, and now Moon Kim going to bet his kings.
Of course. Got to think he's got the best hand now, the way this hand's been played.
150. Now, look at this. Habib does not raise with the Ace King. He just calls. Joe Sirach with nothing's going to get out of the way.
So the 2 locals, the 2 amateurs going at it here, both have a pair of kings. Habib has him out-kicked.
River card is a king.
Oh, wow. The case king comes up on the river. Both players have 3 kings. But Moon is out-kicked. This could spell big trouble for the Moon Man.
Well, the Moon Man has to think he's solid gold, and he's going to bet 200,000.
Of course, he is hoping to get called here.
Now the real estate guy, Habib.
Just can't put this guy on Ace King. He didn't raise before the flop, didn't bet on the flop, didn't raise on the turn. No way you're going to put him on Ace King.
Now Habib's thinking, how much can I get out of him? Well, he's going to double the size of the bet, makes it 400,000 to go.
All of a sudden, the guy waits to the river to raise it.
All that act, and you raise me? Wow, that's sick.
Moon's played a lot of poker with this guy. Knows he's solid. Tight player.
I don't think I can lay this down.
No, it's almost impossible, but I like his instincts.
I'm not raising it for sure.
You a king?
Of course I got a king. What do you expect?
Well, you're not going to put him on Ace King, but you don't think your 3 kings are good anymore against a solid tight player like this. But still, tough to lay it down the way the betting went on this hand.
And it's just an additional 200,000. You know, you got to make a crying call here, you would think.
What makes you think I'll just call Ace King?
Hey, clock, please.
Well, Joe Elpaya calls the clock on him.
Well, that's kind of interesting. And Elpaya with a brash move there.
It's 200. What is 200? Just get over with the hand.
completely
Let's fold
bluff.
then. Come on, let's fold. Fold then. I got you
Table
beat.
talk here.
Fold.
Well, Habib says, I've got you beat. Just go ahead and fold.
1 minute.
Save your money. In the meantime, he's only got 1 minute to act on his hand.
200.
Or his hand will be automatically folded. For his sake, you better hope the clock runs out.
I'm bluffing you.
You are?
And now Habib says, I'm bluffing you. First he said, I got
I
you beat.
believe you.
Now I'm bluffing you. And when he said that, Moon calls him. So Habib winning that pot.
You said you're bluffing me, man.
I told you. No, first I said I got you beat.
You don't tell the truth at the poker table? Come on, Moon Kim, snap out of
I
it.
should have laid that down. God damn it.
He told you to fold.
Even Will the Thrill didn't fold it.
What more do you want from him?
All right, man. I'm calling clock on you too, man. Don't worry about it.
Well, there you see, Vince. Moon
Whatever
upset
takes you
that the
long,
guy called
feel
the
free.
clock on him. Felt like it made him rush his decision, and he made the wrong one.
Well, Elpaya,
He's targeting Elpaya now.
he's getting Moon Kim to tilt a little bit. With the clock being called. Back to the action. A few folds.
And it's folded around to Elpaya, and he picks up ace-king. Big hand here. On the button. Going to raise it up, makes it 65,000 to go.
Now Joe Sirach, who is in the small blind, has a Jack-10. Does he want to invest a little bit more?
This is the easy-going skateboarder.
Yeah, he loves to skateboard.
So I'm skateboarding around the parking lot before this final table
I
started.
love that. Stay loose. He says he has no particular home. He just travels the world.
He's thinking about 3-betting here or folding, but no, he's just going to call.
And now Moon Kim with a Jack-8.
Well, he's making the call also.
Yep.
So 3-way action here. Elpaya out in front with the ace-king.
And here comes the first three. Oh, it's ace, 9, deuce. Beautiful for Elpaya. Hitting aces with a king kicker.
Dream flop for Elpaya there. No straight draw, no flush draw really out there.
They both check in front of him, and Elpaya with the continuation bet of 80,000. And Sirach now goes out.
Oh, and look at this. Moon is check raising here, Vince. I think he is steaming because the guy called the clock on him the last hand.
Well, you could be right. He's taking a shot here, saying maybe that was just a continuation bet by Elpaya. I'm going to find out where I am, but Elpaya, of course, going to stick around. Aces with top kicker makes the call. Turn card coming up.
4 comes up on the turn.
Nothing card. Moon Kim's going to try it again.
Quickly bets 200,000.
You would think he would learn your lesson, though, when the guy calls you on the flop. Maybe not.
Elpaya is afraid he flopped aces and deuces or aces and 9s. Possibly even 3 deuces, but still, I don't see you going anywhere here with ace-king.
Well, Elpaya doesn't have that many chips left, and he's going to make this call very strong, very solid. River card is...
Now 7 of diamonds comes off.
Safe card.
So a nothing card comes up.
Oh, boy. Moon Kim with tilt chips, it appears.
Those are $100,000 plaques he's putting out there, and he's essentially setting Elpaya all in right here.
With absolute zip and pip, and Elpaya is squirming.
Deuces? Ace, deuce, 9.
Now, Vince, he's a pro player. He's got to understand that this guy was angry the hand before when he called the clock. He's just trying to get him back here now. If he's got you beat, he's just got you beat. I don't see how you can lay this hand down under the circumstances of what just happened.
You got aces with the king kicker. You pay that off, but you can't fold his hand.
You just don't think amateurs are going to make bluffs at you for this size.
He shows it, and he's going to let it go. And Moon Kim is going to show the bluff.
Not a good fold. I got bluff, boys.
He's going to put the salt in the wound.
Stone bluff by the Moon Man.
Oh, man, the Moon went for the total eclipse, and it paid off.
Well, Vince, Elpaya made a mistake there. He lost control of the hand and let the guy who was angry at him bluff him out of a pot.
Wow, what an exciting hand after that last play that ends our first hour of coverage here at Bay 101. Gentlemen, what are your thoughts on the play so far?
Well, Marinello, there's no doubt about it. So far at this final table, the moon is shining.
It is.
He is our chip leader, Moon Kim, a local jeweler that plays in cash games here at the Bay 101 Casino and plays with his buddy sitting on his left, Habib. These guys come here are recreational players. They're businessmen. Poker is a hobby for them, yet here they are in first and second place, fighting it out for this title.
One's a jeweler, one's in real estate, and they are playing phenomenal poker. But let's not forget about the pros. We still have 3 young guns. They've shown they can play with anyone. And then we have Eric Cajolet. He came into this final table as the chip leader, and he's now in third. But he still has plenty of chips. Bottom line, we still have 6 players left, and anything can happen. It's very exciting.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from San Jose for more of WPT Season 10 coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinelle Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Northern California, the superstars may have been bagged and tagged, but the nearly $1 million first place prize still has a bullseye on its back. The Bay 101 Shooting Star crowns its champions tonight, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star in San Jose, California. This unique tournament awards players an extra $5,000 if they eliminate one of the pros who were selected as a bounty. In each of the last 8 seasons, at least one of poker's biggest stars dodged all the bullets long enough to take a seat at the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. But this season, that streak was put to rest as a talented field of amateur players and poker professionals eliminated every single one of the big-name bounties.
We still have 6 players left, 4 pros and 2 local amateurs. The champion will take home close to $1 million.
Mike, what are your thoughts on the play so far?
Well, Marinella, what amazes me the most is we've got 4 pros at this table and 2 amateurs, yet the 2 amateurs are sitting in first and second chip position right now.
So true, Mike. And you know, the big story tonight is the non-professional. He's a jeweler, Moon Kim. I mean, this guy is playing so well. Now, early on, he had a tough beat. He had 3 kings with a queen kicker up against an ace kicker. He got so frustrated, you could see that he was in pain, but he went past that pain threshold because in the very next hand, he bluffed, and it won. And so he's like out of control. He's stealing pots now. I mean, who would have thought the jeweler would have been the thief at the table? No one.
Well, it sounds like Vince has a new favorite tonight, Mr. Moon Kim. The amateurs are definitely shining. We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, Moon Kim is our chip leader, but the other amateur, his poker buddy, Ubad Habib, is not far behind. And in third place is Eric Cajolet, who came to the final table as our chip leader, but still has plenty of chips.
All right, here we go. Joe Alpaya with an ace-5. Joe's 23 years old from Forest Park, Illinois.
Auditioning for Dancing with the Stars as he has an open shirt, as you can see.
He is raised with that. Makes it 65,000 to go. Joe Sirach.
Joe, a 24-year-old poker pro, lays his hand down. Moon Kim, the amateur, local jeweler, plays here in the cash games all the time. Our chip leader folds. And this his buddy, another amateur, a real estate dealer here, Ubad Habib. Well, he looks down at a Jack-8 of hearts. Now, Habib, perhaps the tightest player at the table.
Ubad Habib, bada bing, bada boom.
Wow. Well, so much for that theory as he 3-bets it right here with the Jack-8.
Behind him, the Canadian Eric Cajolet. We've seen him before on the World Poker Tour. He's got a big hand, ace-king.
Well, it's been raised and re-raised by the tightest player at the table. So that diminishes the strength of your ace-king a little bit, doesn't it? See what he's going to do here. And we've seen this guy's a very aggressive player. Came to the final table as the chip leader. And incredibly, even though he came to the final table as chip leader, the only player at the table that didn't collect a bounty somewhere along the way.
Oh, he's going to re-raise it, Mike. Goes to 450. Andrew Baddicker out. And Alpaya not going to play.
I don't think there's any chance Habib can play either here. He only has a jack-8 of hearts. And he's saying to himself, why did I make a move? Why did I do that here?
Bingo, bango, bongo, he goes away.
Yep, he is out, and Cajolet going to take down that pot.
Eric Cajolet, nice play, playing aggressive, takes down this pot. And right there, you see the Royal Flush Girls. Sitting at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, a new addition on the World Poker Tour Season 10. And now the blinds are going up to 20 and 40, just like that. Action first on Joe Searock. He's a skateboarder. He's a free spirit.
You gotta love the guy. He's also calm, cool, and collected. Never seen the guy lose his temper, lose his cool at the table. I like him.
Yep, he folds the hand, and now the jeweler, Moon Kim, our chip leader, out.
Habib looks down at ace-king. Well, he just made a move with jack-8 in the previous hand. That didn't work, so let's go back to these premium hands. Gonna raise it here, makes it 100,000 to go.
Cajolet out. Now Andrew Baddicker, former curtain salesman. Pretty tight, goes away. And around to Alpaya, who's put on a little hoodie there.
Well, Alpaya has the jack-10 of diamonds here. He has about 850,000 in chips, and he's shipping them all right here against the guy perceived to be the tightest player at the table. Not sure I like the timing of this move. Not against this player.
Almost unfoldable at this point. Habib's got some chips, got him well covered, and he's going to make the right call.
Well, we've seen Alpaya make all the wrong moves at this final table. No doubt about it. Earlier, he laid down ace-king when it was an ace and nothing else flop. On the river, got bluffed out of that pot. Here he makes a move, perhaps at the wrong time. He's up against the best hand. Habib has ace-king.
He's in a lot of trouble right now. The 23-year-old from Illinois.
He can't even watch. Knows he has to get lucky to stay alive. Let's see if he can. Oh, a 10 right on the flop.
He did get lucky.
Well, Habib wincing as the 10 pops off on the flop. He knows he's now got to catch something to win this pot.
Oh, man. Shocking first 3 cards. Habib sickened by that. And here's the turn card, 6 of diamonds.
Well, that gives Alpaya a flush draw, meaning the ace of diamonds won't win it for Habib either. Must catch an ace or a king that's not a diamond.
Real estate guy at the local. Habib needs an ace or king that's not a diamond. Can he spike this and knock our first guy out? No.
It's a 6, so Alpaya is going to double up there. So, Vince, what we criticize as a poor time move worked out well for him. He's over high-fiving the crowd.
Donkey play and get lucky every time.
And Habib is just muttering, donkey play, donkey play.
Well, I agree. I think it was a poor play, poor timing in my mind to go against a tight player like that and move all in with jack high when you figure to get called.
Well, Habib ran him down, but couldn't make things happen with the cards, and we're back to the action. Right, the antes are staying at 5,000, but the blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action on Andrew Baddicker, and he's going to quickly fold his hand.
Over to Alpaya. Well, he's got ace-queen. A nice hand here.
He has new life here. He has just doubled up. He's going to raise to 105. And now Joe Searock looks at a pair of 6s. Doesn't have that many chips left.
Well, Searock's sitting in 5th chip position right now, but he's only got about 850,000 and cost him 105,000 to make the call.
Whoa.
He's not calling. He is raising. And even though he didn't put all his chips in, essentially, it's an all-in bet for him here because he's not going anywhere even if he gets re-raised.
Yep.
With the few chips he's got left.
Moon Kim, the jeweler, getting out of the way. Habib out.
Casually out as well. So back to the original raiser, and he's just going to set him all in right here. So the 2 young guns going at it here. It's the classic race situation, the 2 overcards versus the under pair. And Joe Sirach must win this pot to stay alive, or it's back on the skateboard for him.
Sirach with a big smile, looking confident as he gets a little hug by Bedeker.
It's a race situation, ace-queen versus 2 6s. This is the battle of the young pros, the 2 Joes going at it. The loser probably going to go see Joe the bartender.
Oh, okay, Mike, here we go.
And 8-6-5. Sirach has flopped 3 6s to take the lead.
What a flop for Joe Sirach. 3 6s just like that.
Well, he is a happy camper right now. He knows his opponent's got to hit 2 runners to win this pot. So he is thrilled at the moment as he's well out in front.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, it's a 9, and that's going to do it. Sirach going to double up here. We still have 6 players left.
All right, 870, right?
Yeah, 7 of hearts. Irrelevant on the river.
Well, there you go. No wipeout for the skateboarder there, Vince.
6 players still remain at the Bay 101.
Joe Alpaya takes a huge hit as Joe Sirach doubles up. Stick around for lots more action, including Tony Dunst and his unfiltered analysis in the Raw Deal. We'll see how WPT's ones to watch performed, plus the tech titans take on the poker pros in the Silicon Valley Charity Tournament. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues, so stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to San Jose for WPT's coverage of the final table at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Tony Dunst is ready to spew his thoughts on tonight's action in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Recently, Mike Sexton and poker pro Matt Glantz wrote blogs regarding the conduct and professionalism of the young generation of poker players. More accurately, they wrote blogs regarding the lack of professionalism they feel many of the younger generation display. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. On most matters they address, I agree with these 2 paragons of the industry. But in some ways, it's a catch-22 to talk about professionalism in poker. Many of us got into this line of work specifically because we wanted to avoid the real world with its dress codes, deadlines, bureaucracy, and expectation of sobriety during working hours. Please! But Glantz and Sexton are right, and I want to address directly my generation of pros through whatever mobile device they're downloading this on. If our generation doesn't set a standard in terms of ethics, conduct, and presentation, then we'll be passed over for mainstream sponsorship and written off as shady degenerates, the same way we now think about too many of the players we grew up watching. And it's just not that hard to step it up a notch. For example, I would never suggest a dress code for everyday poker, but I think having a mild dress code for televised final tables is a very good way to immediately improve the game's image. I mean, just look at this final table and think about what kind of conclusions a potential sponsor would draw. We've got 3 dudes in t-shirts, 1 in a button-up having a wardrobe malfunction, a NASCAR driver, and a guy that's apparently been hibernating since Christmas. It's not like I'm expecting a runway show when I view a final table. I'm thinking something simple here, like a collared shirt and pants that go all the way down to your ankles. I know somewhere out there Will Viola is losing it over the idea of depriving the world of his glorious gams, but I just don't think it's that much to ask. I get that poker is a cutthroat game that teaches you to look out for your own interest, but remember, we also have a collective interest in seeing our industry healthy. And as the guys that have been in this industry for more than a decade can tell you, we're lucky to have a variety of mediums broadcasting our game all over the world and building an economy that attracts players and money for us. So if we ask you to put on a shirt with a collar for 1 day of the year so we can make this all look good, try not to freak out.
Well, obviously, I totally agree with Tony Dunst there. I do think if you're a professional poker player, you need to be a professional, meaning not only to dress well at these final tables, but also to show up on time for interviews and to do whatever you can to help the industry.
Well, right now we have 6 players remaining at the table. Action going to Joe Alpaya. He's on a relatively short stack. He's got queen, jack.
And looks around at everybody and then ships it all in here, right under the gun with queen, jack, meaning you got to dodge everybody at the table. If anybody calls you, you've got the worst hand for sure.
Cirroc out, and now the jeweler, Moon Kim, won't play.
Habib out as well. Casually out around to the big blind.
Only one to beat now is Badaker, who picks up the Cowboys, pair of kings.
Well, El Paya in dire straits right now. There it goes, all in. He turns up the 2 kings. Now, El Paya will not go broke here because he's got maybe 30,000 or so more than Badaker, but right now he's got to feel like he's hanging on by dental floss.
Yep. Queen Jack, though, you never know what's going to happen.
You got him covered by that much?
Yeah.
Let's go to the flop.
Vance, don't you remember what my drill sergeant told you?
Yeah,
you can only slide so far in barbed wire. This could be the end for El Paya right here.
Here we go.
You got to have awful strong gloves to get by this barbed wire.
You never had a drill sergeant. Figment of your imagination, perhaps.
Drill Sergeant McMorris, never forget him.
All right, here's the flop.
All right, ace 5-3. Obviously, a horrible flop there for El Paya. He's got to catch 2 runners now to win. 2 running combinations of a queen or a jack. King or 10 would give him a straight. 2 running spades would win it for him, but he's up against it right now. 6 of clubs on the turn. That's going to do it. El Paya drawing dead. Badaker doubling up there.
Yeah, big hand for Badaker as an ace. Doesn't matter. On the river. Big hand, 2 short stacks going at it, and right now, a lot of trouble for El Paya. Circling the drain.
Well, Badaker says to himself, finally, I picked up a hand, and I get a break here at this final table.
I got started playing poker pretty much the same way everyone else my age has. Started playing in high school with friends. I would win a lot, so I guess I thought I was pretty good. And then I started playing on the internet and got my butt kicked. And wasn't quite as good as I thought, but I was passionate and kept working. To get good at this game, I would say you just need to always be trying to improve. Don't ever stop learning and just work at it and you'll get there.
Good advice by Badaker there. Always keep working on your game. You need to continue to get better in poker if you want to do well out here on the tour.
All right, 6 players remain. Here we go, Joe Cirroc quickly folding his hand. The jeweler, Moon Kim, the local, not going to play.
Folded around to Habib.
Yeah, Habib this time with a queen 10.
And he is called, just hopes other guys call so they can try to send El Paya out of here.
Casually out. Andrew Badaker with a king jack.
All in.
Whoa, wow.
He's going all in here. Pretty unusual play here to try to shut out the third party here, especially with this kind of hand.
Habib folds and just shakes his head saying, what are you doing, my friend?
He said, why don't we both just call this guy? Well, we have 2 chances to knock him out instead of 1, but Badaker just wants to try to knock him out himself. And El Paya is the best hand with ace-6.
Badaker with his family in the audience tonight, playing aggressively with just a king jack. Joe's actually out in front. He could double up and still not do too much damage. And here's the flop.
Oh, it's jack 9-8. El Paya has been outdrawn on the flop. And Habib saying to himself, I can't believe this guy moved all in. I'd have flopped it straight.
Well, El Paya not happy with that flop.
Wow,
he is seconds away from being eliminated. 3 of clubs on the turn, not helping El Paya.
Well, we are down to the river. Joe El Paya must catch an ace on the river, or he'll be our 6th place finisher. Every move he has made tonight, seemingly at the wrong time.
Can he spike the ace? Here we come. Nope, not to be. A 9 on the river.
So Andrew Badaker is going to eliminate Joe El Paya from this tournament, the 23-year-old, out tonight in 6th place.
Yep. But he'll take home $128,000. Right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Or not.
He's not talking to Matt Savage.
No.
He's going out of here. And, you know, El Paya didn't show up for his pregame interview, and now he blows off his exit interview.
Yeah.
These guys got to understand that television promotes poker and the players who are lucky enough to get to these final tables.
It was a roller coaster ride for Joel Paya. Too tilted to speak to our very own Matt Savage, he storms out of the room $128,000 richer. Plenty more action when we return to the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Stick around.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Bay 101 for the Shooting Star event, and that, of course, is the tournament where there are bounties. And bounties are big-name players that are sitting at the table, and if a player knocks out the bounty, he gets $5,000 in cold, hard cash.
Well, Benny, there's nothing better than winning some big green early on in a poker tournament. That's exactly what Club WPT member John Davies did in this tournament. He actually knocked out a former WPT champion, Joe Tiand. And in doing that, he received $5,000 in cash. Just fantastic.
It is, and it's all because he was a club VIP member at ClubWPT.com. He got to play in a satellite, and then he won his way on into this great event. And the rest is history.
It was a lot of fun. I had a great time. I have to thank Club WPT for getting me here. As soon as everybody, all my friends found out, all my, my poker playing friends, what website were you playing? Which was? And I try to tell them it's a great way for me to spend some time and play in a game that I love. And it turned into something amazing.
If you want to have an experience like John did, you too can become a Club WPT member, enjoy VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and who knows, maybe you can win yourself a seat in a WPT event just like John did. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, let's go back to the fellas.
Vince, I got to say, John did a lot better than I did in this tournament. He got down to the top 48 and won a bounty.
That is right, but now we have 5 players remain, and Moon Kim, the jeweler, is out in front. To the table we go. Yavad Habib, real estate guy, looks down at a 4-3 of diamonds. Mux.
Over to Eric Cajolet, pro out of Montreal, Canada. He folds as well.
Now the 24-year-old out of Connecticut, Andrew, not playing. Joe Sirach now up at bat, and he's got ace-king of clubs. Big slick.
Yeah, but it's the battle of the blinds here. And what a hand Sirach has picked up in the small blind. Going to raise it up to $125,000.
Only one to beat is Moon Kim, who squeezes an 8-7.
Well, we've seen Moon defend his big blind many times here so far today, and he's doing it again here. Makes the call with the 7-8. And the flop comes 10-6-4. Sirach out in front with the ace-king, but as you can see, the Moon man with a two-way straight draw. Sirach checks the ace-king, just didn't like that flop at all. And here comes the Moon. Mr. Moon man betting $200,000. I like this bet by Moon here. Just going to put his opponent on the 2 overcards. Going to try to sneak by here. He plays the hand fine. He's got cards he can hit to win the pot, but Sirach going out and Moon taking down the pot.
Yep. Moon Kim, the jeweler, shining again as his crowd, all his friends and family. He's a local. Love this moment.
Moon got in this tournament by winning a satellite, as did Habib, as did Boddicker. 3 out of our 5 remaining players all got in this tournament by winning a salary. What a parlay they're going to make.
Great.
And he has ace-jack, makes it $125,000 to go.
And Habib has 10-7 of hearts.
He's folded. Casually out. Boddicker, no moss for him as well. Joe Sirach now.
Joe has king 10. Big blind.
And he will call.
He's going to look him up, as we say. We're going to have a flop here. Yeah, flop comes queen 5-4.
No help to either player. Joe Sirach checking. Nothing hitting for Moon. Will he pretend like he has something? Yeah, he's going to bet $75,000.
But it was sort of a hesitant continuation bet there. You wonder if Sirach picked up on it, meaning that even though he didn't flop anything. Could he possibly be thinking about making a move here? Yes, he is. Great play here by Joe Sirach. He just knows if his opponent's got something like 2 8s, 2 9s, ace-jack, ace-king. Very tough for him to keep going if he can't beat 2 queens. He lays it down, but chalk that hand up to good play by Joe Sirach.
Joe is the most relaxed person I've ever met. Yeah, he's chill.
I like playing poker because I get to travel, I make money, and it's all I know how to do. I don't know if I could handle a regular job. My parents are okay with it. At first, when I dropped out of college after 3 months, they were only unhappy for like a week. They're kind of like me, a little indifferent.
Mike, usually when I hear a guy say he's the most relaxed person in the world, I know that they're a ticking time bomb.
Well, Joe Sirach's always calm, cool, and collected. I really like the kid.
Plenty more to come from San Jose, California and the Bay 101 Shooting Star, including a brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch. Plus, the tech titans take on the poker pros in the Silicon Valley Charity Tournament.
Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
When you become a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to our past episodes and your chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to San Jose and the Bay 101 Shooting Star.
Well, Mike, we've been having a great time here all week, but it wasn't just the main event we got to play.
There was a great event that was benefiting the WPT Foundation earlier this week here at the Bay 101. It was a tournament for the Silicon Valley Executive Network Group, tech execs versus top poker pros. Everybody had a great time.
Welcome to the Silicon Valley Executive Network World Poker Tour charity event.
The beneficiary of the charity is the WPT Foundation. So all of us at the World Poker Tour are thrilled about that. We're thrilled these executives to come out to play, as well as the top pro players. Everybody having a great time.
Silicon Valley executives against the top pros in the world. I mean, when do you get to do that? That's like all-time fun.
Oh, last year, this place was crazy. I played with Dwight last year, and he is a blast to play poker with.
This is Vanessa's first time being here, so we're looking to have a lot of fun and make some money for charity.
She says.
Well, I got the call from Phil Hellmuth, the guy you can't say no to. Come out here tonight, play poker for charities. It's mental warfare more than physical, the game I'm used to, so it's a lot of fun, though.
Just as Chung makes a straight with the 6 on the river, he's
I got 1,400 out of my pocket. I want to know who's topping 1,400 right now. Oh!
I'm trying to hang on with the execs here. They're tough, tough, tough. Some of them be more cowboy hats. You got to watch out for them.
I'm not that good, which is why I have a day job, but I think everybody's drawn to poker. It's a game where you have a combination of being able to do the math and then the psychology of what's going on at the table, and then you throw in a good amount of luck, and it just makes it a lot of fun.
We have the leaders of technology and the leaders of the poker tour, and there's a competitive element here. These are people that are leaders in their field, and they want to compete each other and see who's really the king of the poker table.
As much as everyone says it won't be serious, and they're not serious when it gets down to the final table, everybody will stop talking just a little bit, and you know they're trying a little harder.
Can't have this kind of fun in a regular event, so this is more than fun. This is like a memory.
Congratulations to Rich Arnold, our champion.
Tech Titans win!
Well, as you can see, everybody had a great time at that charity event. A lot of fun, raising money for a good cause, the WPT Foundation. Go to WPTFoundation.org to find out more information as to how you can help us and the poker community play for a better world.
And right now we have 5 players remaining at the Bay 101. Moon Kim, the local, is our chip leader with $3.3 million. He's a jeweler, and he's playing tough here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Ibad Habib, real estate guy, lives up here. He's got a Jack-8 of hearts.
Well, this is a handy 3-bet earlier tonight and got in trouble with it, but he must like it because he's raising again with it.
Yeah, makes it 125 to go. Cajolet out. Andrew Bedecker, he's got an ace-10. 24-year-old from Connecticut, has his family here. This is a big moment for this guy. Got in this tournament through a satellite, $225 rebuy satellite, making the call. Joe Sirach out now. Moon Kim. Moon Kim has picked up a pair of sevens.
He's got the 2 walking sticks here.
What you guys got? So you got a caller.
No,
you got
1.6.
a mid pair. Might be time to squeeze, Mike.
Well, squeeze means one guy raises, another guy calls. You're the next guy to come into the pot. You might just want to raise here. And that's what Moon Kim is doing.
Yep, makes it 375 to go because, you know, the caller, it can't be that strong. Otherwise, he would have raised. So it's a good opportunity to squeeze him out.
Well, this really a terrific time for Moon Kim to make this play. There you see Habib going out, Boddicker out.
Yep.
So nice play by the jeweler right there to take down that pot.
Yep, he is shining the jewels here tonight. The local Moon Kim making it happen, extends his chip lead.
Plays right here at the Bay 101 all the time. Couple locals at this table. Here's the other one, Habib.
Yep, 36 years old. And these two guys know each other from this casino. He folds his hand. Casually, the Canadian with the Doyle Brunson hand, 10 deuce, won't play that.
Now over to Boddicker. The ace-10 didn't work out for him the last hand. This time he's got the ace-king of clubs.
Oh, boy, that'll put a rise in your curtain there. Ace-king of clubs. And he's going to raise at 130 to go.
It's a rock with the jack-5 of hearts.
Free-spirited player. They call him Flows. He goes away. And now the jeweler, the only one still remaining, looks down at a pair of 4s.
He's got the 2 4s. He's got opponent well covered here, Vince. Could he put a lot of pressure on this guy with the 2 4s? Will he try to? I don't think it's going to work because his opponent's got a hand that you're never laying down.
No, you're not. But he doesn't know that.
No, he can just make a standard raise with any 2 cards on the button, but happens to have a premium hand here. See what Moon's going to do. He's going to go all in and a snap call by Boddicker with the ace-king of clubs. So it's 2 4s versus the ace-king. Boddicker's tournament life on the line.
Yes, it is. Moon Kim, the jeweler, trying to make it curtains for Andrew Boddicker.
Well, to win tournaments, you got to win races. This hand right here could well determine our champion tonight.
Here we go with the flop.
Everybody on their feet.
Oh, an ace like that.
An ace right on the flop.
Wow.
It's ace-5 deuce. Moon has flopped a straight draw. A 3 would give him a straight. He needs a 3 or a 4 to take the lead.
But Boddicker with aces there. Actually, if he wins this and doubles up, he'll become our new chip leader. Here we go with the turn.
It's a 3. Unbelievable. Moon Kim has made a 5-high straight. Boddicker can only catch a 4 and split the pot. He cannot win the pot. A brutal bad beat right there for Andrew Boddicker. He is stunned, Vince. Cannot believe it.
Oh, boy. Unreal.
Everybody on their feet. Most rooting for the local guy. It's an 8. Well, there you go. The 24-year-old poker pro out of Vernon, Connecticut. Tough luck on the turn there as they get outdrawn to lose that pot and be eliminated tonight in 5th place.
Man, shocking turnaround. He'll take home $192,000, but he is out. We're down to 4 players, and right now, Andrew over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andrew, $192,000 tonight. Not what you wanted. Give us your thoughts.
Started off the final table pretty card dead. Bled down a little ways, but caught some cards and got back up. Thought I had a good chance, and definitely did if I won that pot, but lost the coin flip, and that's what happens sometimes.
Well, this is your first final table on the World Poker Tour. I'm sure we're going to see you back for more. Great player. Andrew Boddicker, back to you, Mary Nala.
Thank you, Matt. Andrew Boddicker made a good push with ace-king, but unfortunately lost the flip and is out in 5th place. WPT's coverage of the final table here in San Jose continues with 4 players right after this.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Although he did not cash, Will the Thrill Fiala survived another week atop the WPT Player of the Year standings. Be sure to check back with us each week as the upcoming Florida events are sure to reshuffle the leaderboard. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the leaderboard. Moon Kim well out in front with 5.2 million, twice as many as the guy in second place, Eric Cajolet. It's come down to 2 amateurs and 2 pros here. The 2 amateurs, local players that play here at the Bay 101 all the time. Can they get by the pros? We'll see.
To the felt we go. Yabata Beeb, the real estate guy. He is a local. He's got Jack 10. He's played pretty solid this evening so far. And he's going to raise with his hand, makes it 150 to go. Right behind him, Cajolet from Montreal with a pair of 4s.
Well, we saw the 2 4s work out well just a moment ago for Moon Kim. That's how he's got all those chips. Let's see how Eric's going to play his 2 4s. You know, just going to call, wants to see a flop. Don't blame him for that.
Now Joe Sirac. He looks at an ace of clubs and a 3 of clubs. Now, this could be an opportunity for squeeze, but no, elects to fold.
Well, ace in the baby card is not the kind of hand you want to come into a pot with against a raiser and a caller. Sirac goes out. Moon Kim squeezing out the Jack 8 of spade. His chip count. I see a flop with his hand. But he opts to fold. Just very content to sit on his chip lead. Doesn't want to get involved right now. Hopes these 2 guys clash in a big pot. Flop ace, king 8. No help to either player.
No, it is not. But a nice quick bet by Habib, 200,000. And Cajolet, who we've seen before on the World Poker Tour at the final table, mucks his hand.
So a nice continuation bet there by the amateur. Yes, I got to tell you, the 2 amateurs hold their own very well here at this final table against these pros.
David Ducksand's second place finish at the LAPC puts him way on top of the ones to watch leaderboard.
This week on our Ones to Watch segment, we followed a player who never holds back, Dan O'Brien, who gives his thoughts on who should or shouldn't be a bounty.
I love to grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to watch. Day 1, San Jose World Poker Tour, Shooting Stars.
I'm late as always.
This is where all the stars are. I'm just starstruck.
This is such a fun event. There's bounties, but I'm a bounty.
Yeah, it's nonsense. I'm not a bounty. Actually, that's not true. I don't deserve it. Actually, you know what? There are a few people that I deserve to be a bounty over. Men win. Who cares about men win anymore? Are we serious? Like, people still think this guy's any good? He's not. He's terrible. I'll play that. Who else is there?
I'd like to bust Todd Brunson, frankly. Todd Brunson's our shooting star. For the first entire level, he just ordered food. The entertainment value out of my shooting star is just not there.
I don't think they should put the winner from last year as a bounty. Again, nothing against Alan Sternberg personally. Who really cares? No one's happy that you won. And McLean the year before that, I came in 3rd that year.
Dan O'Brien is sick right now.
And McLean won, and he's a bounty the next year. I don't want him to be a bounty. I don't care about that. I wish I won.
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. I've always wanted to bust Phil Hellmuth, and this would be the best tournament to do it.
Too late. He's gone.
Yeah. All good ones.
Kathy Liebert was the bubble girl and a bounty. But I love Kathy, so she deserves it.
I wouldn't want the burden of being a shooting star because $5,000 is a lot of money.
There's really no one else that I can think of off the top of my head that I'm prepared to just openly talk about. Let me say this, I'm calling this because you have a 5K bounty and because you're not that good.
Don't blame the guy.
So maybe I'll just put in a call next year and say, hey, what do I have to do?
Do you know how many people call me every year wanting to be a shooting star?
I gotta at least flip Savage a 20. Maybe even give him a pat on the ass.
If Doyle was your daddy, Dan, you'd be a shooting star too.
Next year, for sure. Everyone's gonna think, you know what, that Dan O'Brien, he's a bounty and he deserves it. My chance to win my hand, 0%.
Mike, there's more bitterness out there than the coffee at 7-Eleven, it seems.
Well, I know everybody wants to be a bounty. I know all the young players think they play better than the old players. But to say the defending champion shouldn't be a bounty, right there, he loses his credibility.
All right, 4-handed poker continues. A quick fold by Habib, the real estate guy. And now the Canadian, Eric Cajolet now. Came in as a chip leader. This time he has King 9, and he's going to raise.
Yeah, he started out very aggressive at this final table. Then he sort of changed gears, went back into neutral. Now he's stepping it up again.
Sirac out, and now the jewelers, Moon Kim. He's in the big blind, and he looks down to a 6 and a 4. What are you going to do, Moon? Well, he's the chip leader. He can speculate. He says, I'll pay that off.
Well, he's going after the Canadian.
Gus Hansen used to do quite well with those kind of hands. Here we go with the flop.
Now, flop 10-7-5, all diamonds. Moon Kim has a flush draw and an open-end straight draw, but his flush draw is no good. As you can see, Eric Casually has the king of diamonds, and he's going to make a continuation bet with that flush draw of 100,000.
100,000 Moon, though. With some possibilities right now. Ain't going nowhere. He makes his call.
He does make the call and gets a dream card on the turn. 8 of clubs comes off. Moon has made a straight. He is now out in front. And he is now going to lead out.
It appears he is a full moon right now. He is betting 150,000.
Well, the pot's got over $500,000 in it, so this is not a very big bet. Casually has the king of diamonds, so he has a flush draw. Certainly, he's going to be priced in to make this call, but doesn't help him as the 3 of hearts comes on the river. And now let's see what the Moon Man is going to do. He wants to figure out how much he can bet where this guy will pay him off.
How much you got there? 1.9.
Well, we know Casually doesn't have really anything. Did not hit. But Moon doesn't know that.
Casually had an open-end straight draw and a flush draw. Had a big drawing hand on the turn, but fanned on the river.
1 million.
Oh, boy.
Well, he's going to bet $1 million here.
Overbets the hand anyhow.
Well, the pot's only got 800,000 in it, but the Moon, not sure if he'd have bet any amount that Casually could have played the pot, but still, Moon Man catching some cards there, makes a straight on the turn. And Vince, I'll tell you, I don't care if you're an amateur or a pro. If you're playing good and catching good, you're going to be tough to beat. And that's the category the Moon Man's in right now.
Yeah, the Moon extends his chip lead to the delight of his posse here, sitting on the rails. Back to the next hand, Joe Siroc, the 24-year-old. They call him Flows because he just flows through life, I guess.
Well, I think they should call him Lakes instead of Flows because he's so calm all the time.
He is calm.
In the meantime, he's got just the hand he's looking for right here. He's on the short stack at this table. He's picked up a premium hand. All he's thinking about is, does he raise a little or does he raise a lot? He chooses the little variety. 120,000, the minimum raise.
Into Moon Kim, who looks down at an awful hand. He mucks that. Bada beeb. Bada bing, bada boom. The real estate guy out.
Around to the pro from Montreal, Eric Casually looks down at ace deuce of spade.
By the way, he's a former bartender, Mike. And he looks like a former bartender, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like Dana White of the UFC to me.
But, oh, wow. He is going all in, and a quick call by Joe Siroc.
Well, perhaps the Montreal man overplayed the ace-deuce. We shall see, but a great opportunity for Joe Siroc to double up here. No doubt about it.
Yes, Flo's in a great position right now.
He'll get to move into third chip position if he wins this pot, and Casually will drop to fourth if he loses it.
Joe Siroc, can he flow through this hand? He hasn't made many mistakes tonight. And Casually, who started out as our chip leader, now way behind in this hand. Here we go with the first 3 cards.
Now flop comes 9-6-3 all clubs. So Flows is going to like that because he's got the ace of clubs. As you can see, he is all smiles right now. He knows his opponent is going to have to catch an offsuit deuce, meaning a deuce that's not the deuce of clubs, to win this pot.
Look at this. Flows looks very cocky. He is prancing around. Casually looks absolutely disgusted as we go to the turn.
Now 9 of spade comes off. Now this is a good card for Casually because he can split the pot now if a 6 or a 3 comes off.
Presto changeo there, Flows.
So Flows can only lose the pot if a deuce comes up that's not the deuce of clubs. He'll split the pot if it's a 6 or a 3.
All right, last card coming up. Big chance for Flows. Will his hand hold up?
Yep, the king of diamonds comes on the river, and more chips flow over to Flow's side.
Yes, sirree. Joe Siroc, poker pro out of the U.S., 24 years old, doing quite well right there.
Well, Vince, you got to admire the way the skateboarder is played here. He sort of just leaned and weaved and bobbed around his way this final table, but
He's still on the board. He's doubled up. We've still got 4 players left, 2 amateurs, 2 pros, fighting it out for the nearly $1 million first place prize.
It's exciting, Mike. What player we are seeing tonight? We're seeing a lot of bluffs, a lot of suckouts. We're seeing it all. But Moon Kim, he's the jeweler. He is the upset special here tonight. Will he do it? I don't know.
Well, he's well out in front right now. Let's see if he can cross the finish line with the cash and the trophy.
Thank you, gentlemen, and that hand brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star here in San Jose, California. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In San Jose, the bounties have been collected, but the really big money is still on the line. The conclusion of the Bay 101 Shooting Star starts right now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to San Jose and WPT Season 10 coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star. I'm Marianella Pereira, and with me tonight, as always, are Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Now, guys, this event started with a twist, as for the first time in 9 seasons, no big-name bounty made the final table. But that hasn't really affected the quality of play, has it?
Well, you're right about that, Marinella. No shooting star made this final table, but it's been a very good final table. We've seen about everything. Some good poker, a little bad poker, some big bluffs, some suckouts. But what's amazed me the most is we came to this final table with 4 pros and 2 amateurs. We're now down to 2 pros and 2 amateurs, but the 2 amateurs are our chip leaders.
That is so true. And look at the table. The 2 guys in red are stealing the show. And they're 2 local players that play in this very casino, that play against each other all the time. One's a jeweler, one's in real estate, and they are playing phenomenal poker. They beat the biggest names in the business. You know, if they could pull this off, we got a big upset in the making.
Well, if one of these amateurs is going to take this title, he's going to have to get by 2 very tough pros. Joe Sirac, the skateboarder, was on the ropes, but doubled up to get right back in this thing. And Eric Cajolet from Montreal came to this final table as the chip leader, and now he's on the short stack, but he's still got chips, and he's a very dangerous player.
Okay, 4-handed poker. Here we go. And these are 10,000 blinds at 30 and 60. Ubab Habib, a local, a real estate guy. First to play, he's got ace-4.
Yeah, looks down at the ace-4 here.
150.
I think he's going to raise it up. Makes it 150,000 to go.
Into the Canadian, Eric Cajolet. He's got the button. He's got king-10. He came in to the final table as the chip leader. But right now, he's going to fold his hand.
Over to Joe Sirac. He's a 24-year-old poker pro. Skateboarder. Never, ever seen him get upset, rattled, shaken. He is calm, cool, and collected.
Damn serial killer underneath. But he is just going to make the call with the ace-10. Now we're on the jeweler, the man that holds all the gold so far this evening.
Yeah, Moon Kim, the big chip leader right now. Way more than twice as many chips as anybody else at the table.
So he folds the hand. Here we go. Ace-10 versus ace-4.
Now flop comes queen-8 deuce. No help to either player.
And Sirac is going to check it.
And notice how his opponent flicked in 200,000 there.
Yes, he did.
Sirac must have noticed it too, because he's getting out raising chips. Vince, he is going to check raise here with the ace-10.
The old check raise. He said, I was so strong, I was trapping you, but we know better.
Yeah. Habib made the continuation bet, trying to win the pot, but that check raised here. But he's not going out. He is 4-betting this hand. He is raising him back. A stunning move by an amateur player, let me tell you.
Good read on Sirac. A re-raise with just ace-4, and it's going to work.
Well, it sure is. And now he's going to show him the ace-4.
You gotta love that. Showing the young pro, I've got some game here.
That's how we do it.
That was some game there, Vince. You just don't expect that kind of play from an amateur. The 4-bet with no hand and no draw.
I got into a satellite. It was a midnight satellite. I tried a satellite earlier, but I couldn't get through, and this was the last satellite.
One time. Not only down
And I got in. It's quite an achievement, and I still can't believe it. I made it that far. You don't have to be a professional to make a mark in any area if you are good with what you're doing. You know the basics, and you have good reads, you can make good judgments, you can make it. And I actually feel pretty confident taking this whole thing down.
Well, he is pretty tough. He's 36 years old, hanging in there, and right now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000, Mike. Pretty expensive here at the Bay 101.
Whatever happens, he got a bounty when he knocked out a former world champion of poker, Jonathan Duhamel, out of this tournament. So he was happy to do that, but happier to be where he's at now, fighting for this title.
Okay, one fold, and now Sirach with an ace-jack has to be disappointed about the last hand to be outplayed, but this time he's going to raise, makes it 160 to go. Moon Kim, the jeweler, out.
All in.
Over to Beebe's going all in here with a queen-deuce offsuit. Just can't believe he'd make this play after showing his opponent a bluff.
Gets up from the table, usually the sign of a pretty big hand.
Well, Sirach is going to call him.
We got live cards.
And look at Sirach, so proud of himself. What a great call. Didn't fall for it that time. Hung in there with ace-jack, and right now he's in a great position to knock out the local Habib.
Did you just bluff me a minute ago, and now you're going to try to do it again? I don't think so.
So Habib now in a lot of trouble.
One on the flop, one on the river.
Anything can happen with 5 cards to come at Bay 101.
Well, Habib looking for some luck here. He's going to have some to stay alive. And an ace comes right on the flop.
Yeah, it's a very good flop for Joe Sirach, hitting aces just like that.
Habib does have the queen of spades. He's got to catch 2 runners to win this pot. He can catch 2 runners to make a straight, 2 runners to make a flush, or 2 runners in any combination of a queen and a deuce. But he's got to have 2 runners to win the pot.
Here is the turn card. Well, he gets one of them there, Mike, as a 4 of diamonds hits the board.
Could he possibly make a wheel like Moon Kim did earlier at this final table? Joe Sirach,
if anybody can do it, he can do
that
it.
is all.
Anybody can do it, he can do it.
All right. Here we come, the Magic River cards coming up right now.
Oh, no! Unbelievable! Can you believe it? Unbelievable. Habib had 2 runners to make a wheel.
It's impossible!
Moon Kim had a wheel earlier.
Possible.
To knock out Andrew Badaker from his tournament. And now the other amateur at the table spikes a wheel on the river to double up and stay alive. Unbelievable how the 2 amateurs have had wheels to win monster pots at this final table.
It's just something about playing in your hometown, in your casino, and these guys in red are doing it tonight.
Well, the crowd's stunned here tonight at what we've seen at this final table in terms of suckouts.
Yeah.
We have really seen some tonight.
We've seen some shockers on the river.
Well, there's the new chip standing. Moon Kim still well out in front, but Habib has moved into 2nd place with that electric draw out.
All right, back to the table we go. Moon Kim with a 10 deuce folds his hand quickly. Habib, the luckiest man in San Jose, looks down at a queen 9 offsuit.
Habib walking on water right now. Got a queen 9 here, so why slow down when you're on a roll? Makes it 170,000 to go. Casually going out.
Now,
Joe Sirach, who just took that brutal beat, now looks down and finds 2 aces.
Oh boy.
Unbelievable. Well, the question is, how do you play him? This guy's been bluffing, he's been betting, he's been gambling. Do you raise here? You just call and let him keep doing the betting? What do you do?
Oh, he is going to milk the Holstein. You gotta love it. He wants revenge, just calling with the weapons of mass destruction. Here comes the flop.
Could be a dangerous play, but not when it comes ace, jack, 8. Sirach has flopped 3 aces, the top set here, folks.
He's gonna try to trap again. He checks. Now an inside straight draw for Habib, and he's gonna bet it. 200,000.
Habib catches a 10, he would have the best hand.
Now Sirach is on a short stack now. Do you just come over the top and don't let this guy draw out, perhaps?
There's a possible straight and a possible flush out there, but I don't care what card comes up. You're never giving up the top set.
He keeps milking. Here comes the turn card.
And now a jack of diamonds comes off. Sirach with aces full cannot lose the hand, no matter what card comes on the river.
Both check.
And now the 6 of diamonds comes off. Habib has made a flush. He's got the queen of diamonds.
Perfect scenario for Joe Sirach. Now he looks back here.
He's acting like he's looking for the flush, Vince. Now we know he's got aces full.
So you hate that when a guy looks at his hand.
Well, this is a false tell by
Reversal.
Sirach.
Yes, they do those things.
Oh, it's beautiful.
I love the check because he's going to get the action. Look at this. Habib biting right there. Bets 300,000. And that gives you just goosebumps if you're Joe Sirach.
Well, it's all going to go in now.
Oh, yes.
I mean, Sirach doesn't even have 600,000 left, I don't think. And there it goes. He's shipping it all.
And a quick call by Habib.
Habib makes the call with the flush.
Now look at this. Habib thinks he won.
Well, that's an amateur mistake.
Oh, there's a pair of bold. I didn't see it.
Well, Sirach even smiles at it. He says, you beat this hand? Not unless you show me 4 jacks, son.
Habib thought he was the hero of San Jose.
An embarrassing moment for Habib right there. No doubt about it. What he thought was victory. Unfortunately for him, it's defeat. Sirach doubles up, but it seems only fitting after what happened to him just a moment ago.
Our third hour of coverage from San Jose, California is just getting started, and we have more to come, including Tony Dunst telling it like it is in the Raw Deal, and another installment of 5 questions with WPT champ Joe Hashem.
Joe needs any queen of diamonds on the river. And boom!
It's all when we return to the Bay 101 Shooting Star, so stick around. Welcome back to San Jose for WPT's coverage of the final table at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. Tony Dunst has seen it all and is ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of The Raw Deal.
In tournament poker, your mental state can be just as important as your poker knowledge. A brilliant player with minimal emotional control is a liability to himself if something goes wrong in a crucial hand. And in the heat of the moment, pretty much every hand feels crucial, especially the equity sweats at a WPT final table where every 3-outer comes with a 6-figure price tag. Then there are some players that are the very picture of calm. Take WPT champ Nam Lee, for instance. Here's Nam winning $1 million. And here's Nam losing $1 million. However, I don't know if I've ever met anyone who walks around as calm and nonchalant as Joe Sirach. Sometimes he just sits around doing and saying nothing for such a prolonged period of time that I get concerned and I check his pulse. He's his usual relaxed self at the final table tonight, and although he's obviously enjoying himself in the big moments and anxious in the uncertain ones, it's clear he never loses his center. And it's not like he isn't provided a little motivation to be unsettled. Four-handed, he opens the button with ace-jack, and Habib moves in from the big blind with a mere queen-deuce offsuit for about 18 blinds. Why Habib decided to move in for 18 blinds with queen-deuce in this spot, I'll never know. Either way, he leaps out of his seat after the move-in, which gives Joe a reason to pause and consider his opponent's behavior before making the call with the plaques he's holding. However, it's also possible that Joe considered this something of a slam dunk call, but wanted that slam dunk to be in slow motion. And when Joe suffers the fate of having his top pair runner-runner, he's clearly pretty disappointed, but also still clearly calm. It's a good thing too, because when he's in the big blind a moment later, he finds aces, and with his short stack, could easily justify moving in and assuming his opponent will perceive him on tilt and call with a wider range. However, Joe is still thinking everything about the hand through and realizes that Habib is unaware that Joe would never just call with such a short stack in the blind unless he has a huge hand. He uses this deceptive edge on all three streets, most prominently displayed when he cleverly checks a third time on the river when the fourth diamond comes off, causing Habib to become invested enough by betting at the pot and refusing to fold when he's shoved on in a situation where he'll never have the best hand. It's a very well-played hand in a situation where many would simply take the easy, often considered automatic route pre-flop. And as a reward, Joe now has over $2 million in chips. Now let me just go make sure he's alive to enjoy them.
Well, I got to tell you the truth, Vince. I love Joe Sirac. I like his calm demeanor at the table, and he's a darn good player as well.
And right now, Moon Kim, the local, the jeweler, out in front with 6.1 million. A lot of chips. As four-handed poker continues here at the Bay 101. Eric Cajolet, nothing happening for him lately. Goes away.
He's just biding his time, watching these other guys just duke it out seemingly every pot.
With Sirac with the button with a 5-deuce.
He just won the pot with 2 aces, so he's feeling good.
Makes it 160,000 to go. Moon Kim, the jeweler, looks down at a Jack-King of spades.
And he's got Kojak. See what he's going to do with it.
42-year-old got this tournament through a satellite, playing impeccably this evening. He's a local, he's the crowd favorite. And there you go. He's going to raise.
Playing well and running well. And here he is going to raise it. Let's see how much. 300,000 more.
Yes. And now it's on. Habib, it's got to be a little punchy after that last escapade. Folds his hand. Back on Joe.
Joe just tried to steal the blinds and antes, but didn't work. So Moon Kim takes down that pot to extend his chip lead.
Yes, he does. And there's his family and friends. This is a local out of this casino. This is the time of his life. He is doing it here tonight.
This tournament was fun because I was winning. I knocked out the bounty, Nam Lee.
Come on.
He had a pocket jack and I had a pocket queen. Flop was 10-10-6, and turn was 10, so he can go away. He's a good player, but if you don't get a hand, I mean, you can knock anybody too, you know? Doesn't matter if it's Phil Ivey or Cunningham. If I got better hand than them, then I will knock them out.
Well, that's saying it pretty clearly right there. But the question is, can you win as much as those guys when you don't have hands?
All right. Back to the game. Habib now with a queen, 9 of diamonds, is going to raise to 200,000. And now Eric Cajolet has gone all in with an ace-6.
No, you can't blame him. Blinds are 40 and 80,000. He's only got about 600,000. He picked up an ace high and he shipped it.
Sirac out. And now it's around to Moon Kim. And Moon looks at a ace-8.
Wow, he's got the best hand, but
it's pretty close.
One guy raised, the other guy moved all in.
He's been waiting so long.
He understands that it's an unwritten rule that if he makes this call here, it's probably going to get checked down. So him and the other guy in the pot, in this case Habib, could both knock out Eric Cajolet, in which case they'd move up substantially in money.
I call.
And he's going to make this call.
Well, he does make the call. And now Habib makes the call as well.
Yep. Better play, huh?
Well, Cajolet pointing out this hand's not over, guys. You know, he wants one of them to bet the other guy out of the pot, so he's only got to beat one guy instead of two.
Well, the flop comes up king, 7. Cajolet with kicker problems right now. And the other guys just check. Turn card, 5 of diamonds. And both players check. Cajolet in big trouble.
He needs a 6 to win the pot. A 7 would give him a split. Doesn't happen as a queen comes off on the river. It gets checked down all around. And that's going to do it for Eric Cajolet.
The second time ever on a World Poker Tour final table. Quite a player, but no luck tonight.
Good sport, Eric Cagelet from Montreal, Canada, came to this final table as our chip leader, but nothing ever seemed to go right for the guy tonight, Vince. Didn't hold any cards, just wasn't meant to be for Eric Cagelet tonight, out in 4th place.
That's true. A little disappointed right now, but he will take home $256,000. Eric Cagelet, our 4th place finisher, over to talk to Matt Savage.
Eric, $250,000, but you never really seem to get anything going tonight. What's your thoughts?
Just a bad day of poker. I didn't have any cards all day. Made a few mistakes at the beginning, and the rest is like just card dead, and I didn't have any chips to make moves, so I was waiting for him. Never came, and it's at 4th place. Terrible.
Yeah, I know it's a bad feeling for you, but I know we'll see you again at the final table. You're a great champion in your own right, and congratulations for your $250,000 score. We'll see you again. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Eric Cagelet entered this final table chip leader, but unfortunately things just didn't go his way tonight, and he is out in 4th place. We are that much closer to seeing whose name will be the next to be added to the WPT Champions Cup. Coming up, my questions with WPT champ Joe Hashem. He really cracked me up. No, literally, he cracked me up. WPT's coverage of the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Bay 101 Shooting Star Tournament. And over the years, many big names have played in this event.
Well, you're right, Mike. We have seen some great players, big names, at the final table at this event. But what you might not know is that you can actually relive some of those moments on the World Poker Tour if you belong to ClubWPT.com. That's right. If you're a VIP member, you get exclusive access to all our old shows, so you can watch WPT action anytime you want.
And as a Club WPT VIP member, you can receive other benefits, such as the Entertainment Savings Guide, and play online poker for real cash and prizes, up to over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. And it's all for only $19.95 a month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, we're down to three-handed poker at the Bay 101 Shooting Star. The jeweler out in front. That is Moon Kim with $6.1 million.
Yeah, the other amateur, Habib, in second place with $3.5 million, and the young pro, Joe Sirach, in a distant third place right now with just $1.2 million.
To the felt we go. The real estate guy, Habib, looks down at a king-jack, and he is going to raise, makes it $200,000 into Joe Sirach. And Joe, with Queen 5, is going to fold.
Well, Moon Kim looks down at a 10-7 offsuit. Now, this is so-called buddy, Vince, but look at this play. Just going to re-raise him right here. Looks like about $650,000.
Well, Moon Kim's got a lot of chips. He's going to try to apply the pressure. Will it work? Real estate guy takes a sip of his iced tea.
That's based on the chip count. I just don't think you can get involved here.
Can I do a $250,000 bluff here?
Well, it's actually $455,000 in addition there, Habib.
Well, he's talking about $250,000. That's the difference in prize money between third place and second. In real money. So a lot on the line for these two local amateurs here, especially Habib, with this decision. And with so much difference between third place and second place money.
Wow, look at this.
I think he just laid his hand down, but instead he moves all in with it. Just unbelievable that he would make that kind of play with Sirach, just not sitting on that many chips.
Ooh, runs away from the table. Moon Kim with just a 10-7. Has to be saying to himself, what is going on? And this is just a fluff and puff show right now. You know he's going to muck, and he does finally.
Well, Moon Kim thought he understood the situation, that his buddy Habib couldn't stand pressure now based on the amount of chips Sirach has, because there's so much difference in prize money between third place and second place. But he figured it out right. What he didn't figure was that Habib had the moxie to move all in there.
Now the jeweler tried to pass the cubic zirconian to his buddy. Did not work.
Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings. Will the Thrill Fayella still out in front? He's going to be out in front even after this event's over, because the winner here is going to get 1,200 points.
Moon Kim taking a hit right there. He is shaking his head. Its action's on him, and he's going to look down at pretty solid king, queen of clubs with the button.
Premium hand in a three-handed poker game. And he's going to raise it. Let's just see how much. Blinds are 40 and 80,000.
Well, it looks like 2:10 to go. Habib.
Well, he just pulled off that great all-in bet a second ago. Going to rest this time.
And now Joe Sirach has a pair of nines.
Oh, Vince, he's only got about $1 million in chips. He's just going to ship it here if he plays this pot, I'm sure.
You would think so, and he does so.
Exactly what he does.
Can you take it up, please?
And Moon Kim saying, I want to figure it out. How much it's going to cost me?
That's about another 800,000. He can well afford to make this call, and I'll be shocked if he folds here.
Yep, the jeweler figuring it out. Would like to knock out this skateboarder right now. The very talented Joe Sirach. They call him Flows. And he's going to give him that opportunity to do so. He's made the call. They flip the cards.
And let's come down to the race situation one more time. The two overcards versus the under pair. Sirach with the two nines. Moon Kim with the king, queen of clubs.
And look at this, the two local guys celebrating together. They'd love to knock out Sirach and go into a heads-up battle.
And Vince, not just them, the whole crowd here. They know that if these two guys come first and second, the games here at Bay 101 are going to be booming.
Oh, the flop, though, very good for Sirach as a 8-6-3 flops up. Sirach sitting pretty like the cat that swallowed the canary.
Moon must catch a king or a queen to win the pot now.
Here comes Sports King.
He got it. The king right on the turn. Incredible.
Oh, absolute shock for Sirach.
Again, they have drawn out. I'm talking about the two amateurs. We are down to the river. Joe Sirach must catch a 9 on the river.
Two-outer, Mike. A two-outer. Can Sirach do it? Oh, boy. Sirach does not hit his 9. It's a 7 of diamonds. And it is adios for Joe Sirach.
Well, a couple of the pros at this final table. Boddicker and Sirach both go out on races.
Joe Sirach body bagged out of the Bay 101.
Sirach played a great final table, Vince. Just couldn't win the race when he had to there in the end.
You can't beat these two locals. Come on. This is scary. They knocked out Joe. He'll pick up $320,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Oh, boy.
Joe, a few big hands there. Obviously, the queen deuce hand. Take me through the emotions of that one.
It was good at first, and then it was horrible.
A lot of ups and downs in this final table. All right, Joe, great player, and I'm sure we'll see you at another World Poker Tour final table. Congratulations. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Joe Sirach, understandably upset, but the amateurs are dominating tonight. Out in third place, Joe Sirach. We are now close to naming the Season 10 Bay 101 shooting star. That leaves Ubad Habib and Moon Kim to battle it out for the title, who will have their name added alongside the other winners on the WPT Champions Cup. Heads Up Action is next on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money.
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, Tuba, Angelique, Ivy, and Jeannie.
Well, these two guys are going to take home over $1.5 million between them. Two amateurs that got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Pretty amazing story, Vince.
It certainly is. They beat out all the bounties in this tournament, all the big-time pros. You were one of them. And they're going to fight it out between two locals. They can't beat it.
Heads Up Action here at the Bay 101 Shooting Star is about to get underway between Ubad Habib and Moon Kim. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
OB, take us through a little bit of the emotion they're going through right now. A few hands ago, you were looking at a single card to catch, to make a straight, or be out of the tournament. Now you're playing for almost $1 million.
I'm overwhelmed. I'm speechless. I really don't know what to say. It's like a dream come true, and I'm gonna give it my best shot to take it down.
Moon, at the start of the night, everybody was saying you're the amateur. You were the one going against all these young pros, and you've played great. How can you describe it?
I got lucky. I don't know. I can't describe right now.
Well, you haven't got lucky. I got to tell you, everybody's been watching. You've been playing great. Congratulations. Good luck. Back to you.
Well, here we go. The heads-up battle about to begin. And Vince, we're seeing a little bit of WPT history here tonight. Never in 10 seasons have it's come down to two amateur players who play at a local casino fighting it out for a WPT title in that casino.
You're right. And tonight, they're both wearing red. a lot in common.
Well, it's just an amazing story. These guys are going to take home over $1.5 million between them.
And as you can see, Moon Kim is the chip leader with 6.2 million. 4.6 for Habib. And he's going up to 10,000, 50, and 100. Here we go.
Action on Moon. Going to raise the first pot up to 225,000 with the queen 7 of diamonds.
Habib with a junky little 7 deuce off suit. Let's see if he gets tricky on us here. He's getting chips out. Oh boy.
He is going to 3-bet it and re-raise here with the worst 2-card starting hand you can have and hold him.
Makes it $500,000 to go, but the jeweler says not so fast.
Hope he's going to look him up. So here we go. One guy with a queen 7, the other with a 7 deuce. Flop comes Jack, 8-6, no help to either player. The continuation bet could well win this pot for Habib if he can pull the trigger, but if you're going to re-raise with 7 deuce before the flop, surely you're going to bet on the flop. And indeed, he's doing it. 500,000, and he takes down the pot and shows the 7 deuce to his buddy. I'm not sure how long you're going to remain friends.
Good job, man.
I mix it up.
Good bluff.
Keep you guessing. Next time I might have aces.
Yeah.
You know, I would never buy a house from this real estate guy. He's just too good. Just too tricky.
A little too shifty for you, huh?
He is tricky.
Oh,
He's
boy.
good.
Yeah.
He's not going to come out on top on that one.
This unique tournament started 4 days ago, and one of the superstars with a bounty on his head was a former WSOP main event winner and WPT champ with over $11 million in lifetime earnings. I had a chance to sit down with the Australian great Joe Hashim in this 5 questions.
You're one of the few players to be a WSOP main event champion and hold a WPT title, along other legendary players such as Doyle Brunson, Carlos Morrison, Scotty Nguyen. Do you think that WPT win legitimized you as an elite player?
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Even though it was only 18 months since I'd won the World Series, it's not like I wasn't grateful for the success that I'd had or the fortune that I'd had. I was chasing that second victory. I was desperate to have another significant win.
He is our champion, $2.2 million richer.
And of all the WPTs, I won the 5 diamond, which is one of the toughest fields. It was really good. Validation, definitely, 100%.
Take us back to the moment. Ace on the turn, queen on the river.
You know, when I took the queens against the ace queen.
2 queens still the best hand.
I can't look.
Let's take a look at the turn card.
Oh, that ace comes right off on the turn. Oh, no. Joe Hashim is just sick about that card.
And I sat back down after I calmed myself down, and these words for the rest of my life I'll remember. Jack McClellan, the tournament director of Bellagio, says, Joe needs any queen of diamonds on the river. And boom! It was spectacular, mate.
What poker player do you look up to?
The guy that I actually look up to the most, I only ever met him once, and he passed away. Chip Reese. The reason I look up to him so much is I've never heard a bad word said about him, and from all descriptions, he was the epitome of professionalism in every respect. Chip Reese was a really great poker player, a gentleman at the table and away from the table.
Tell me a little bit about your brother, Tony.
He's the exact opposite of me. I can go to the same bar for 10 years and have 3 friends. He'll walk into a bar within 5 minutes. He's hugging everybody.
Yeah.
And he's the fun one. I'm the more serious. He really only got into poker after I won the World Series in '05 and became really passionate about it. And then he went on to win back-to-back Player of the Year in the ANZPT in Australia, and that shut everybody up.
Joe, on to another very important question. Are you still a chiropractor?
No, I haven't been a chiropractor for a long time.
do you still adjust people?
I do. See if I've still got the magic.
Okay.
Good girl. Lift your chin towards the ceiling a little bit.
Oh, yes. Oh, my God, my new hero. That was awesome.
Mike, I gotta tell you something. That neck crack was so intense, my neck just went out. Really did.
Well, Joe Hashem, a credit to the poker world. Great world champion, great WPT champion, and just a super ambassador for poker.
Back to the heads-up battle. Moon Kim with a queen 10, just calling this time.
Yeah, limping in with the queen 10, and Habib happy to see a flop with the 4 deuce.
The humming continues from Moon Kim. Flop comes up Jack 6-4. Habib getting a piece of that.
He's got bottom pair, and he's going to lead out and bet 120,000.
Now Moon Kim with just queen high. Well, look at this. He's going to float it a little bit. He's made the call.
Really surprises me. A 10 comes on the turn, so a good card for Moon, but when you don't raise pre-flop with a queen 10, you hit nothing. Why getting involved? But it's gone check, check.
Check.
And Habib checks again, and certainly Moon will get a value bet in here. Gotta think he's got the best hand now. The opponent checked the turn and checked the river.
Bringing the chips in, 375,000. Habib with the 4s.
Well, wouldn't blame the guy. He paid this off, but he's going to raise it, Vince. Really puzzled by this raise. He's got a hand that he can call the guy if he's bluffing, but in case he's got a real duke, all you're doing is burn up your money here.
Well, you're correct. It's a little baffling, but nevertheless, he's done it.
Well, you admire guys when they make plays in certain situations, when it's the only way they can win the pot, but here, he's got a hand you can actually call with in case your opponent's bluffing, where you win the pot.
But he's styling tonight. He's made moves, and he's going to lose that pot.
Well, Moon Kim is going to make the call here with the 2 10s and win this pot. Not an easy call for him to make when it gets raised to 900,000, but certainly one that you're probably going to make.
So these guys trying to outplay one another. They're playing a lot of creative hands, and that time, the jeweler winds up on top again.
Well, Vince, one thing's for sure, they're breaking that myth that most people think about amateur players, that they only bet and raise when they have a hand. Not the case with these two guys.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We were at the Bay 11 Casino Shooting Star event, located in the heart of Silicon Valley in San Jose.
Bounty, table 28.
Go for it.
This tournament is the most unique tournament in poker. It has the $5,000 bounty aspect, and also the fans here are the best in the world. As a bounty, the player has a price on their head, $5,000 if they're knocked out, and they get paid right on the spot.
Good job, buddy. You better photograph what's left of them because they might not be around very long the way I play.
It's definitely a party atmosphere at the Bay 101. I think that the players really enjoy this event because of the shooting out aspect, and I think there'd be a little more excitement here than you do in most tournaments.
Well, Matt Savage certainly right about that. It is the best crowds in poker, no doubt about it, and everybody really enjoys the uniqueness of the bounty aspect of this event.
Two locals in the heads-up battle. What an upset. But right now, the Andes are up to 20,000. Blinds are 60 and 120. And it's on the chip leader, Moon Kim. He's got 7.8 million in chips.
Vince, to think that both of these guys got in this tournament by winning a satellite, a combined $1,200 between them, and yet they're going to take home over $1.5 million. Pretty strong.
Well, Moon has raised to 240. Habib going all in with an ace-4 of spades.
Well, he is going all in on a nice all-in bet to pick up that pot. He understands that an ace-high is a powerful hand playing heads-up poker, so just go ahead and ship it and take it down.
Back to the next hand, this time on Habib. He's got a 9-3 of diamonds.
And this time he limps in on the button.
And Moon Kim. Awful looking 7-5. And he's content to see a flop.
So here we go. Two sort of junk hands. Flop comes king, jack 4, no help to either player.
Who's gonna check? Habib will make a nice little bet of 175,000. And no theatrics by Moon Kim, he folds the hand.
Well, Vince, both of these players have broken the mold about what most people think about amateur players, older players, where if they bet or raise, they've got a hand. These guys raise on anything and play anything.
Well, Mike, you're right. And you always say, hey, it's a young man's game. Not tonight. We've got a 42-year-old and a 36-year-old, and they're not even professionals, and they're battling for lots of money. Right now, Moon Kim with a jack 7 of diamonds has raised. Makes it 240,000. 240. Habib with a queen 9.
Well, he quickly calls him.
All right, queen 9 versus jack 7 of diamonds. And here is the flop.
Let's come 9-4 deuce. We could see fireworks here.
Habib hitting top pair checks with the 9s.
Moon with the flush draw is going to bet. Looks like 300,000. And this pot is going to get raised, folks. No doubt about it. This is going to be the check raise. When you flop top pair in this situation, you're going to fire.
That's exactly what he's going to do. He's going to make it 900,000 to go.
Moon standing up, getting up on his feet here.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
He's going all in with the flush draw.
He's putting the pressure on Habib.
I don't see how Habib can get away from this hand, Vince.
No, it looks like Moon Kim could be pushing with the flush draw. Hard to get away when you have top pair, queen kicker.
Well, he could also have 9-10, for example, or 9-8 and be making this play. Well, you'd have the best hand.
The real estate man in a quandary. What will he do?
I call.
Oh, there you go.
Well, he has made the call. And right now, Habib out in front with the 2 9s.
Flush draw versus...
He's got to dodge a diamond or a jack.
I need to dodge a flush draw.
The two friends going after it.
He's got a flush draw. He's got a flush draw.
And Habib just praying to the gods here in San Jose.
Now remember, folks, this is a jeweler who's bet the diamond draw. He's into diamonds.
That's right.
So it's an omen for him.
Here we go with a turn for Moon. Can he get his diamond and end this?
Will the jeweler get a diamond? That's the question. If he does, he'll be our champion.
2 cards to come. Not a diamond there. It's an ace of clubs. Habib with a great possibility of doubling up here and becoming the chip leader.
Well, he'll have about a 2-1 chip lead if his hand holds up here.
Down to the river we go. Poker destiny on this card.
He has done it. The jeweler has made a diamond flush and taken down this title. Wow. Really picked a great time to gamble.
Huge celebration for Moon Kim. He's our champion at Bay 101. Almost $1 million richer. You did it. And right now, Matt Savage over to talk to our runner-up, Habib.
Obi, it was an incredible night for you. Came down to the last card on the last hand. What are your thoughts here?
Well, first of all, I'm very happy I came this far, but sad at the same time. I couldn't fade one more card to take this whole thing down.
It's very great. You have all your fans behind you tonight cheering your name, and how does that feel?
It feels awesome. It feels great. I already feel like a winner. I don't feel like I lost anything.
All right, well, congratulations. Mike, over to you.
Well, we're talking to our champion. From Dublin, California, Moon Kim. Moon, you got in this tournament by winning a $1,000 satellite. We thought you played terrific poker at the final table. How you feeling right now?
I feel great. Amazing.
Well, in addition to winning nearly $1 million in cash, you also get your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup, and you get an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship. You can win millions more. Hey! Once again, congratulations to our
shooting star. Congratulations to Moon Kim, the season 10 Bay 101 shooting star champion. Join us next time as we travel to Hollywood, Florida for the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunce, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Hollywood, Florida, the WPT Player of the Year race kicks into high gear as more than one player goes back-to-back for poker glory. There is history in the air and millions on the table. Only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Marianella Pereira. There can be no doubt that once a player gets a taste of playing for millions under the bright lights of the WPT arena, they can't wait to return for more. But making back-to-back final tables, whether it be in consecutive weeks, as we saw Vivek Rajkumar accomplish last season, or the same tournament in consecutive years, as Antonio Sfondiari did earlier this season, it takes a remarkable player to make that dream a reality. Well, as you will see at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, a tough field held remarkable players everywhere we looked.
We want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's shuffle up and deal.
Day one of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown saw the Hard Rock Live transform from a concert venue to a high-stakes poker arena, welcoming hundreds of players descending on the Sunshine State armed with their $10,000 buy-in and high hopes of adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
You can't miss a hand.
Many top Florida pros were looking for some home court advantage, and Jason Mercier looking to win an elusive WPT title close to home.
It's always fun to play big tournaments in Florida, especially at this casino. It's like 5 minutes from my house, so hopefully make it to day 2, then 3, then 4 in the final table.
Florida native and season 10 wants to watch Ebony Kenny was running good in her home state when she made a royal flush and doubled up.
I've just doubled up with the royal flush.
I think I'm gonna go home now. But it was not an easy day for season 10 WPT champ James Dempsey.
Lost like 10K slowly, then lost 10K quickly, and then lost 11K very quickly. That was about it. It's a long way to come to bust out this fast, but oh well.
Defending champion Taylor von Kriegenberg entered the tournament area with high hopes.
So many tough players. Someone's got to get lucky. Yeah, hopefully it will be me again.
And as the Royal Flush Girls checked out the action, they found last season's Seminole Hard Rock finalist Alan Berry in the field along fellow final table players Kurt Kohlberg, Abby Daniels, and Justin Zaki. The only one missing from last season's final 6 was Tommy Vitas. But with registration open until the start of day 2, hopes of a full reunion were still alive. Justin Zaki finished in 3rd place last season.
Tough luck right there for Justin Zaki.
After being crippled by Taylor. And Justin was looking to get a little payback. Taylor later got all his chips in holding pocket kings and ran into pocket aces. As he was ready to leave, Taylor's tournament life was saved when he spiked a 2-outer on the river.
I can't believe it. I don't know. If it wasn't for luck, I'd just be nowhere in this world.
Taylor was among one of the 209 players to survive the day, along with fellow Champions Club members Chino Ream, Jonathan Little, and Matt Waxman. But the big stack in the room belonged to Mississippi pro David Nicholson.
Pretty fortunate to catch the cards and make sets and flushes, and it wasn't too difficult today.
Day 2 brought new players into the mix as registration remained open until the start of play, and last season's 6th place finisher Tommy Vitas got in just before the cutoff. New blood in the field brought new hope for short stacks Mike Sexton and Kathy Liebert.
Kathy and I are just in dire straits here coming into day 2. Extreme short stack.
Yeah.
Kathy, one more time we got to fight from the bottom.
Yeah, well, I bluffed off my chips. How'd you lose?
Oh. I don't know. I don't think I bluffed them off, but
No.
I guess I didn't play too. I made too many bad calls, I guess.
Oh, okay. I did that too.
Registration closed with 290 players, creating a nearly $2.8 million prize pool, with over $750,000 going to first place and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. While ones to watch William Reynolds maintain some perspective on the tournament.
Day 2, people get sloppy because the end is still so far away. So just got to keep my head in the game and close out this day strong.
It was Williams' cousin Alex Condon proving he's also one to watch, as he won the Under-21 Last Man Standing Award at the Seminole Hard Rock for the second year in a row, and spoke with WPT Live Updates reporter Jess Wellman.
Are you going to start a band now?
I might.
Yeah.
I gotta learn how to play it first.
Unfortunately, Alex is one of the many casualties of the day, joining Jason Mercier, Mike Sexton, Chino Ream, and reigning champion Taylor von Kriegenberg on the rail. But on the upswing were Season 10 WPT finalists Fred Goldberg, Joe Sirach, former ones to watch Lucky Chewy Andrew Lichtenberger, and one of the last players to enter the event, Champions Club member Tommy Vitas.
Unhappy with last year. Came back now that Taylor's out, so I got a shot now.
Also playing for a shot at another final table, Season 10 champ Will the Thrill Fiella got his last chips in, holding pocket kings, and was called by former tennis pro Raj Vora with Ace Jack.
King, king, king.
Will cut the king he was calling for, but it completed Raj's nuts straight. And with no help on the turn or river, the thrill was gone just before the end of play.
I got a loose guy that doesn't fold for 40% of his stack, and he decides that I'm playing weak.
Hey guys, I'm bad, man. Come on, turn that off. Really good.
Raj is one of the 102 players remaining at the end of day 2, but the big story was the meteoric rise of Tommy Vitas, who more than quintupled his starting stack and was staring up at only one player, Texas businessman Clyde Hinton. And for Clyde, the strategy for entering day 3 with the chip lead was simple.
Don't make no mistakes.
The Royal Flush Girls made the most of the Florida sunshine when they took on some pros in a friendly game of beach volleyball. And while it was all fun and games outside, there was some serious business at hand inside the Hard Rock Live. For the Southern pro, John Dolan started the day with a bang when he eliminated Season 10 WPT champ Matt Giannetti. A few hands later, John 6-bet all in over the top of businessman Jim Carroll and exposed his cards before WPT champ Hoyt Corkins had a chance to act. Hoyt elected to fold when he saw what he was up against.
What'd you fold, Hoyt? Okay, it's suck out time.
The board ran out, sending Jim to the rail and the massive pot in John's direction. John was given a 1-round penalty for prematurely exposing his cards, but could afford it now that he was the chip leader in the tournament. Not one to be outdone, Bay 101 shooting star, third-place finisher Joe Sirach started to make his move.
Came to this table and just started winning every hand. Had some hands most of the time, and I got a lot of chips now.
But Lady Luck was not on the side of WPT champs Hoyt Corkins, Jonathan Little, Tuan Lee, Matt Waxman, and Steve Brecker, as they all were eliminated short of their goal of another WPT title. Past WPT finalist Jason Kuhn rebounded after a rough few levels.
It's been a roller coaster every day. I just embrace the structure of this tournament. You know, that's what's great about WPTs. They give you a shot to play poker, even if you're not running so well. This would be a great one to run deep in, that's for sure.
Once to watch, William Reynolds was also staying patient and picked a prime spot to get all his chips in.
Come on.
Holding aces up against amateur Bill Brown's kings up. But Bill's 2-outer on the river marked the end of Williams' tournament run.
Out of chips, right near the money. Never feels good to bust World Poker Tour, especially when you're about to hit the money at a table full of donkeys. Over and out.
All in.
Ones to watch, Matt Marifiotti and Ebony Kenny were also eliminated to close out the day.
Not good.
And when the dust had settled, only 32 players remained. Leading the way was amateur Bill Brown, but sitting right behind him were young guns John Dolan, Joe Sirach, and Ravi Raghavan. Also still in the mix were last season's finalists Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki, gunning for another shot at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title.
97.5.
But there was still a lot more play on the horizon, with the money bubble looming and the WPT Champions Cup on the line. Find out who makes it to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table when we return on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour, where our extended coverage of Playdown at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. Day 4 was the make-it-or-break-it day for the remaining 32 players, as just 27 players would make the money and only one name could be etched on the WPT Champions Cup. After the early eliminations of pros Joanne Doran and Ashton Griffin, the money bubble was quickly approaching. And for Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki, the possibility of making a second Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table was getting closer to becoming a reality.
It'd be nice to make back-to-back final tables. I want it bad. I want to get there, but it's gonna be tough.
As Royal Flush Girls checked out the action, Justin Zaki would breathe a sigh of relief when he found a double up on the bubble, winning a race against Memphis pro Allie Prescott. And then it looked like cash game pro Sharon Levin, who made a non-televised WPT final table here at the Seminole Hard Rock a few months back, would fall just short of cashing this time around when Joe Sirach called his all in.
Yes!
But a miracle queen on the river saved Sharon's tournament life, and the money bubble would continue. Allie Prescott would be the next player with his fate on the line when he got his chips in, holding nines versus Jason Kuhn's jacks. The board ran out with no help for Allie, who was in decent spirits, considering he would be the last player to leave short of making the money at the Seminole Hard Rock.
I think everything happened about the way it's supposed to happen.
Once the money bubble burst, big hands started to collide, and familiar faces were dealt pocket pairs everywhere we looked. Season 8 WPT finalist Kenny Super Twan Win was the first to fall when he ran sevens into the tens of Michael Lynn. And then local pro Kyle Valker would knock out another Season 9 WPT finalist Jason Kuhn in 21st place. And Club WPT qualifier Butch Valleur's deep run would come to an end in 20th place. Tides had also turned for the worse for Bill Brown, who started the day with the chip lead. And for Day 2 chip leader Clyde Hinton, who hit the rail in 18th place. WPT champ Tommy Vitas then collided with chip leader Joe Sirach. Tommy flopped a set of nines, Joe turned a flush, and with Tommy's tournament life on the line, the board paired on the river, giving Tommy a full house and a pile of chips.
I didn't even see you flop the set. I thought you were drawing good on it.
Yeah, but you turned it up.
Just as play was ending for the day, Season 7 WPT finalist Zach Clark was eliminated. And the remaining 15 players would bag up their chips in preparation to battle for a coveted spot at the WPT final table. Joe Sirach, fresh off his third place finish at Bay 101, would lead the way, but also still in contention for a second final table this season were Fred Goldberg, Eli Berg, and Sharon Levin. And hope was still alive for Tommy Vitas and Justin Zaki to complete the rare feat and make back-to-back final tables at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Play moved to the poker room at the Seminole Hard Rock for Day 5, where the remaining 15 players battled for the 6 seats at the WPT final table. And while the Royal Flush Girls relaxed at the pool, the mood at the tables was intense. Chip leader Joe Sirach got off to a rocky start, losing a big pot to businessman Jess Yawitz and doubling up East Coast pro David Paredes. Not slowing down, Joe then made a big bet on the river versus WPT champ Tommy Vitas with a missed straight draw. Tommy made the call with only ace high and was rewarded for his read on Joe.
Queen king or queen nine, one or the other.
In less than a half hour of play, Joe Sirach had dropped like a rock, losing over 50% of his starting stack, while Tommy Vitas' attempt for back-to-back final tables at the Hard Rock was moving in a positive direction.
Woke up on the right side of the bed today.
Justin Zaki, who also made this final table last season, lost his back-to-back bid when he was eliminated in 15th place by Season 10 WPT finalist
Fred Goldberg. Obviously, I'm pretty disappointed getting this deep in that final table in, but I was short the whole week, so
can't complain.
Though Joe Sirach had lost a large portion of his stack, he found a spot to rebound when he picked up jacks versus former high school math teacher Robert Gerardo's tens. Joe got up from the table but stole a peek at the board to see that he would indeed double up.
Just like the first 40 minutes didn't happen. You spin it off and then you quiller someone.
Tommy Vitas found a rush when he eliminated season 10 finalist Dr. Eli Berg in 14th place. And then Tommy coolered Robert Gerardo with full house over full house, sending the math teacher home in 12th place. Season 8 WPT finalist Ravi Raghavan got all his chips in with aces and was called by young pro Craig Bergeron with kings. But a king hit on the turn, taking away Ravi's shot at another WPT final table. Craig's streak continued when he busted longtime pro Jimmy Tran in 10th place. It was then Joe Sirach's turn to kick it into high gear when he eliminated David Paredes in 9th place.
Hopefully I can continue to play better and improve and make a deep run next time.
Then Joe denied Fred Goldberg of a second final table this season, sending him to the rail in 8th place.
Little heartbreaking, though. I wanted to make the final table bad.
With one more elimination needed before play would end for the day, 3 players saw a flop of 10-8-5, 2 diamonds, and businessman Jess Yawitz pushed his remaining stack in with bottom pair. Joe Sirach called with aces, and Tommy got out of the way. With no help on the turn or river, Joe's aces would hold up, and Jess found himself out 1 spot short of the TV final table.
You know, I'm just fortunate to be here with these players. They're so much better than me, but I had a great time.
The WPT final table was set with 3 players making back-to-back final tables. Joe Sirach in consecutive tournaments, Sharon Levin at the Seminole Hard Rock this season, and Tommy Vitas, who made this very final table last season. But with 3 young pros standing in their way, all 6 would return to battle for a piece of poker immortality and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. Back to back, that is the theme of tonight's final table, and right now we turn to 2 men who have been side by side for 10 seasons here on the WPT, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Now, Mike, Joe Sirach has seemingly come out of nowhere to not only make back-to-back final tables, but also be our chip leader tonight. But we saw in that recap how Joe almost blew his whole stack at the start of yesterday's play. What are the chances of him blowing up early?
Well, even though he's an aggressive player, I don't see that happening tonight, Marinella. He's on a roll, as you said, with back-to-back WPT final tables, finishing 3rd at the Bay 101 in his last event. He knows also that if he finishes in 4th place or higher tonight, he's going to take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year standings. He comes in as the big chip leader, and because of that, he's going to be the big favorite to win tonight.
He's definitely at a big advantage. And Vince, Tommy Vitas is maybe not the player anyone would peg as a 2-time WPT champ, but he obviously has serious skills. Can you rate his chances tonight?
Well, Marianella, Tommy Vitas, we all know, is a great player. He is a WPT champion, but he's got one problem. He's not cooking breakfast here, so there's no short stack. Doesn't help him. That's what he is, Marianella. He is the short stack. In the 150 tournaments we've had on the WPT, only 2 players have come from that position to do it. But I tell you, the favorite has to be the chip leader. You go to a guy that has a lot of momentum, and that is Joe Sirach. He is tough. He's confident. He's got chips. And right now, he's talking with Matt Savage.
This is your 2nd televised final table in a row on the World Poker Tour. What does it feel like to be on a rush like this?
It's great. I mean, I went from having like a few buy-ins to these things to now like comfortable living expenses for at least 2 years.
With a 4th place finish here, you're going to overtake Will Fiala for Big Player of the Year. What's it like to be in the spotlight?
I haven't even really noticed the spotlight that much. Maybe after this tournament's over, it'll be good. But I think I'll like the perks that come with it.
All right, Flows. Good luck.
Thank you.
Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Which one of these players will take home the over $750,000 first place prize and add their name to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup? Find out when the Season 10 Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table begins right after this.
Hi, everyone. Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida for the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. This tournament started with 290 players, and after 5 days of grueling competition, we are down to our final 6. With me, as always, in the booth, my buddy, Vince Van Patten.
Well, thank you, Mike. And we've been having a great time all week long here at the Seminole Hard Rock. But right now, the fun is over. We have the final 6. We're about to begin. The antes will be 5,000. The blinds 15 and 30.
Well, there you see Joe Ciroc out in front with 3.1 million, more than twice as many as anybody else at the table, so he is in great shape right now, no doubt about it. First prize, you can see, nearly $800,000. Let's get down to the table.
Yeah, cards are dealt. First to act, John Dolan. He's from Mississippi. He's got a nice hand, ace-10 of clubs. Let's see what he does with it. He's going to raise it to 60,000 to go. Joe Ciroc quickly out.
Greg Bergeron, he's out.
Tommy Vitas, WPT champ. The short stack tonight looks at a pair of 7s.
What do you do with this? Mid-pair, deal number 1. Tommy went out 6th in this tournament a year ago. You know he doesn't want that to happen again.
Just calls. Very interesting now. Sharon Levin with ace-king.
He's a local player here, plays every day here at the Hard Rock.
Yes. And he's going to raise.
Here we go. What action on deal number 1 here. It was raised and called, and now 3-bet.
It makes it 240 to go. Kyle folding. Dolan also out.
How big is the pair?
It will find out if you call, if you fall, if you shove.
Blackjack, huh?
Better than yours if you didn't push it yet.
Well, you fold if I go in.
No.
Really?
The camera see. I can't fold. I will look like a joke.
Sharon is known as a very tight, solid player. You just don't think he'd ever make a move on deal number 1 at the final televised table without a big hand. There you see Fred Goldberg. He made a final table earlier this season, almost made this final table, finishing in 8th place. Tonight here, rooting his buddy on Sharon.
Every time he raises, you call like your gen. It's so stiff. Ace king.
Vitas is going to fold it. He did not shove. And Sharon is going to win this pot.
I guess we'll see a rabbit later. Oh, no.
Look at this. He is going to propose that we do a little rabbit hunting. You have to look at the cards. Of course, we don't do that unless we see a flop.
I know that's something you like to do every once in a while, but I'm a big opponent of it.
You don't like that.
It just slows the game down.
Oh, slows 3 seconds. Is that going to slow you down, Mike?
It aggravates you if you would have hit the flop.
And it makes you feel happy if you didn't.
Ah.
Can't you go roll with the punches? Just loosen up a bit.
Take it easy on me then.
Well, I love that you can look at the cards.
Curiosity seeker, that's all.
All right, Sharon out, as is Kyle Bowker. John Dolan now with an ace-8 is going to raise, makes it 60,000 to go. Ciroc out.
Greg Bergeron folds.
Tommy looking very relaxed. He says now he's going to live in Cyprus, the island off of Turkey. He's got a lot of family there.
He's going to where there's money, he says.
Yes.
So, a long time ago, Amarillo Slim once told me, says you can't make money hanging around brokes. He's right about that.
Well, first event of season 11, held in Cyprus. You say there's a lot of rich people over in Cyprus, huh? A lot of opportunity. He has called the hand, and look at this flop. But Tommy Vitas flopping 2 pair queens and 7s, just like that. And he checks it.
Just a dream for him. Top and bottom pair.
Man, Dolan with a continuation bet with nothing, 70,000. Then you repop him here, or oh, just okie dokie call, Mike.
Wow, a little surprised by that, with possible straights and flushes out there, but
he's got to gamble.
He's just going to gamble and just hope this guy keeps leading at the pot. And oh, he's really going to hope it now, as he has made queens full.
Oh, yeah. Vitas going to check it again.
Obviously, no card Dolan can catch to win this pot. Just whatever he puts in there, he can say goodbye to.
Dolan's slowing down nice. Very shrewd.
Dolan knows he can still beat a straight draw or a flush draw. Now he can no longer beat anything as the Jack of Diamonds comes up.
Dolan not hitting anything, but Vitas says, I have to get something out of this, and he's going to stick out 100,000 on the hopes that his man will call. But no, a quick wet away by John Dolan, and Vitas is going to take down that one. And right there, you see someone in the stands that looks exactly like Tommy Vitas.
It's a Fees Khan, a poker pro himself, but Vince, it looks like to me We've got a Vin Diesel look-alike contest here tonight between Tommy and Hafiz. And there you see the updated chip counts. Joe Sirach still well out in front. Tommy Vitas still on the short stack. 6 pros fighting it out for this title. 4 guys in their 20s, 2 in their 40s.
Onto this hand, John Dolan now going to pick up a pair of 10s. He's getting action so far early on here.
Lost every pot so far, but he's got a raising hand here, and here he comes again.
Yep, makes it 60,000 to go. Joe Sirach, wonderful player, goes away. Craig Bergeron also out. Tommy Vitas.
Just one little pot. Now he's getting very aggressive with the ace-7 offsuit.
All right, Sharon goes out. Kyle Bauka also out.
Come on.
And look at this. Dolan over the top, all in.
Says, I can't take it anymore.
Nope.
Lost the first 2 pots. Here on deal number 3, he's just going to ship it. I don't see Tommy Vitas calling this for all his money. And he does lay it down. So John Dolan getting on the board, picking up a nice little pot.
Yep. But Tommy Vitas, 40 years old, would love to take down this title. Gonna be tough, though.
I made this final table last year.
Well, Tommy Vitas has made it straight.
I call.
Now he quickly calls.
I made one bad play against Abby and probably cost me the tournament.
So a break for the lady there as she wins a huge pot.
I'm in the same seat as last year, C2, which could be a bad thing.
Deuce of spade comes off. Tough luck for Tommy Vitas right there. Just didn't hit the hand and goes out in 6th place.
Hopefully I don't repeat in 6th.
She's already talking about the jinx of C2 where he finished 6th last year. Poker players are just superstitious, you know it.
Yes, I do. Well, he's still the short stack, but action right now going to Kyle Bauker. He's a local, and he has a pair of 10s here. Lives in Hollywood, Florida. He has raised to 65,000, around to Joe Sirach. Also folding. Craig out now. It's up to Tommy Vitas.
Always got the ace-king. This is the kind of hand you're looking for when you're on the short stack, and you're just going to ship it.
I'm all in.
That's exactly what he's done. And I don't see Bowker going anywhere.
Now Sharon's with a pair of 7s going to fold. Now Kyle.
I think you have to go with this hand. You might hate to, but you have to do it.
Big decision for Kyle, 29 years old, thinking about it.
Call.
And he is going to call it.
Kyle says call. Thinking about the days at Home Depot. Just didn't want to go back there.
No. All right, they turn up the cards.
So everybody on their feet here. Tommy Vitas, if he doesn't win this race, would go out in 6th place just as he did 1 year ago. Certainly not a spot he wants to go out. He's been there, done that.
Vitas up from his seat. 10s versus ace-king early on at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Like so many times, it all comes down to a race. Do you live or do you die? And here's the flop. Oh, King Jack 8, all spades. Tommy Vitas out in front with the 2 kings. Neither player have a spade in their hand. Kyle is going to have to catch a 10 or 2 running cards to make a straight to win the pot. He would tie it if it came spade, spade.
Here comes the turn, and it's a 9 of hearts. That's good for Kyle.
Gives him a straight draw. He can now make a straight with a 7 or a queen, as well as a 10. Of course, we saw Sharon fold 2 7s, so that doesn't help his cause.
Kyle's going to need some luck. Otherwise, he'll be on the extreme short stack. He won't be broke. Can he do it here? No. 4 hearts on the river.
And Tommy Vitas doubling up. And with that pot, he will cross the $1 million chip mark.
Tommy, the WPT champion, doubling up. Absolutely crippling Kyle right now. 6 players remain. Kyle hanging in there. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour. Stay with us.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Butch Valor. Now, Butch, you beat out a lot of people to be here today. Tell me how you're feeling right now.
A little nervous. A lot of excitement going on here. Happy to see a lot of the players, but I'm ready to play.
And tell me about playing on Club WPT.
Love it. Get to sit at home, safe environment, get to play as many tournaments as I can, get to see a lot of hands, and you don't lose any real money, but you have the opportunity to win events like this and cash. It's well worth the 19 bucks a month.
Well, thanks so much, Butch.
My pleasure.
Butch Valor is a ClubWPT.com member, VIP, and what a week he had, right?
Well, no doubt about it, Vince. An amazing week here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. He played in the tournament, finished in 20th place, and took home over $25,000.
Fantastic.
That's the beauty of ClubWPT.com.
That's true. That's true. Now, also on top of that, you get all the VIP benefits. You know, you can play all the poker you want, and you win your seat into a major event like this, like Butch did. You know, you can make big money.
Yeah, it can all happen for just the $19.95 a month membership fee. Check out ClubWPT.com for yourself. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Well said. All right, back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Joe Ciroc well out in front with 3.4 million. But notice Kyle Bowker, Vince. He is on the real short stack right now.
All right, to the felt we go once again. John Dolan, first to play. Quickly mucks a 7-3. Now it's on to Joe Ciroc, the free spirit, the skateboarder.
Yeah, picks up the computer hand, the Queen-7 offsuit.
Kind of piques his interest. He's going to make a raise of $60,000.
Greg Bergeron's got 2 10s and just calls with him. Doesn't re-raise, just doesn't want to get extremely involved with a chip leader, I guess, a guy that can bust him.
Look at this. Tommy Vitas with King-Queen has called Sharon out. Now Kyle. This is just going to cost him an additional $30,000. He is on the extreme short stack, of course.
He's got no hand, though, Vince. He's got a 9-deuce offsuit, so...
He's going to fold it.
Even though he's getting really good action on his money, but just can't see getting your money in there with a 9-deuce. He folds, as I would have.
And the flop comes up ace-6-4.
That's no help to anybody, and look at this. Joe Ciroc just going to lead right out.
Well, it's a continuation bet, $115,000. Now Craig with the pair of 10s. Look at this, a quick ejection there.
Well, Vince, he lost his pot by not raising it pre-flop.
Vitas also going out, and Joe Ciroc, a great player. He looks back.
Sure, Black deuce.
You see that smile? That is a bluffer's smile.
You threw me off. I was gonna re-raise.
It's only when you bluff you can smile like that.
Yeah, but it's absolutely the thief look.
Right?
After the fact, no doubt about it.
Look at this, the cat that swallowed the canary. Joe Ciroc.
He just looks like a nice young college kid. Look at him. Clean cut, yet he's a thief.
Yeah, well, this time he's got King-Queen. And he's interested again. He's going to make it $60,000 to go. Bergeron quickly folds. Tommy Vitas now with a pair of 3s. Wow, he's going to raise it. Sharon out.
Come
And Kyle moving all in here.
Yep, he's got ace-jack. He's pushed all in. Dolan out.
Joe's not worried so much about Kyle. It's the side pot he might have to play with Tommy that he's concerned about here. He could afford to play it, but just wants to wait for a better spot.
Tommy Vitas is going to proudly show his pair of 3s up against the man from Home Depot.
Look, Kyle.
My turn?
Good turn.
My turn for the flip?
I'll give you that one.
The last time they raced, Tommy Vitas doubled up to stay alive. This time, Kyle Bowker must win this race to stay alive. Let's see if it can happen.
The flop. Oh, it is nice for Kyle Bowker, hitting his aces.
Yep, he is out in front.
Jack of heart, Colin.
Tommy's going to have to catch a 3 or 2 running hearts to win the pot.
Jack of heart.
Bowker smiling. Here comes the turn. And it only gets better for Bowker, hitting aces and jacks.
But who's really sad about this is Joe Ciroc. He folded the king-queen and would have made the straight.
We don't need to see it over. Just give him the pot.
Tommy Vitas must catch a 3 here.
The 2-outer to knock out Kyle Bowker.
3. No 3, no 3. Give it to him.
And put him back into aisle number 35 at Home Depot.
Now look at that. He said, I won the last time. He said, give this one to him.
8 of hearts on the river. It's going to work for Kyle.
Now, Vince, I've never seen a player say, just give it to him. You know, that's good enough. I beat him last time. Could be good karma for Tommy Vitas.
Oh, now you're starting to say karma. You have grown, my friend.
Yeah. You're rubbing off on me, Vince. I'll tell you the truth. I was never superstitious and all that until I hung around you.
I had him beat.
Do you have king, queen?
All right, cards being dealt once again. Kyle sticking around. 6 players at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Son Craig Bergeron looking very dapper.
Folds his hand. Tommy Vitas.
Almost 5 hours to go 5-handed.
Going out. Sharon. The local here not gonna play now. Kyle Bowker on a little bit of a rush, looks at an ace. What's his second card, Mike?
Looks at one card. With this chip stack against the blind, that's enough to move all in with.
But right behind him, Dolan with ace-8. He's considering this.
I call.
Wow, he's gonna call it. Ciroc out.
I have an ace.
John says call.
All right. So it's like 50-50.
Well, both players have an ace. Well, Kyle's picked up another nice hand. Ace-king suited this time. Right now, Kyle in great shape to double up yet again.
They think it was a slow roll on TV now. I'm pretty sure you know I just looked at the ace. I'm pretty sure you know I just looked at the ace.
Kyle explaining that he only looked at his ace when he shoved. We believe you, Kyle. There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar, where anyone can sit with the Royal Flush Girls and take a shot at maybe getting a date. Never happens. And here's the flop.
Well, it's come king at queen 3. So unless it comes specifically 8-8, John cannot win the hand. He'd split the pot if it comes a jack and a 10. And he would love to do that.
Kyle out in front. Here's the turn card. 5 of hearts.
Well, that's going to do it. Kyle Bowker doubling up yet again. So the man who used to work at Home Depot, you might say, he's still in furnishings, Vince. Got some chips.
And just like that, Kyle Bowker is back in the game. More action from the Seminole Hard Rock coming up.
My name is Tuba. I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. I live in Fort Lauderdale, only about 5-10 minutes from the Seminole Hard Rock Casino here. The Seminole Hard Rock has always been an amazing spot for me and my friends, not only just the casino itself, but all the bars and the fun in the sun. The Royal Flush Girls and myself got to have a fun-filled day at the pool. We got to lay out, run through the slide, and chicken fight. I absolutely love getting to work as a Royal Flush Girl in my hometown.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock. Kyle Bowker has just doubled up and is back in this game. Let's get to the call of action with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip count. Joe Ciroc still well out in front. Kyle Bowker still in a distant 6th place.
Okay, and the blinds are going up. Going to be more expensive. The blinds are 20 and 40,000 at this point. Let's go to the table. Tommy Vitas, WPT champion, first to act. Quickly mucking his hand.
11. The local pro plays here every day at the Hard Rock. Picks up king, queen of clubs. He's going to raise it up to 90,000.
Into Kyle Bowker. Oh, he has a 10 ace of hearts.
The guy's got 350,000 left, but he respects the tightness of the guy sitting on his right who raised it, so he throws away the ace.
Yeah, Dolan out, and now Joe Ciroc. Jack 9. He pauses here.
And he knows this guy's a solid player, but he also knows the chip count of all the players at the table. And he's the big chip leader. If he puts pressure on these guys like he's doing here, Vince, that it's hard for them to call when they have over $1 million in chips.
Wow, he has made it 240,000. Craig Bergeron out. Back on Sharon.
You just hate to go up against the chip leader where you might go out in 6th place when somebody's so short on chips like Kyle Bowker is.
He's going to lay that down.
Sure, deuce.
Just very good tournament strategy there.
Gotta be at least 7.
By Joe Ciroc, understanding the situation.
I just made the final table of Bay 101 in San Jose.
And more chips flow over to Flo's side.
Yes, sirree. Joe Ciroc, poker pro out of the U.S., 24 years old, doing quite well right there.
I have no idea what's up with this run I'm going on. It wasn't looking good for me, and then all of a sudden, 2 final tables. I don't really know how to explain it. WPT Player of the Year would be crazy. I didn't even think about it like 2 months ago, and then all of a sudden I'm up there. I definitely haven't changed my game. I've been playing the same for a year or 2. Yeah, I'm pretty glad I made it back to another final table. It's pretty nice.
Well, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings. Joe Ciroc will overtake Will the Thrill Fella if he finishes in 4th place or better tonight.
It's just amazing. You just never know when you're going to get your rush. It is happening for Joe Ciroc here on the WPT. But back to this hand.
It's happening for Tommy Vitas as he picks up an ace-9 offsuit, and that's going to be good enough for him to raise with. Makes it 85,000 to go.
Sharon out, and now Kyle. Kyle Bowker, ace-9.
Same exact hand as Tommy Vitas. But you just hate to commit all your chips with an ace-9 offsuit. Still got a couple players back behind you. Guys raised in front of you. Play this pot and go out. You'd say, why'd I play it? He's going to throw it away.
Sure. Now John Dolan also folding. Now it's up to Joe Sirach, who has a jack-4 of diamonds. He's in the big blind.
He's like he's looking up at the poker guys. What do I do now?
This guy is great. He skateboarded around the Bay 101, in between hands.
This Vince, he is going to raise again.
Yeah.
He just made this same play a minute ago against Sharon, got him to lay his hand down.
He's got imagination, but can you push away an ace-9 at this point?
Again, Tommy Vitas in the same situation. Doesn't want to finish in 6th place like he did a year ago in this tournament. When you're up against the chip leader, though, you just hate to take a chance on going broke.
There you go.
Ah, you are correct. He is going to lay down the hand, doesn't want to see the flop, and again.
Snap you off later.
Joe Sirach stealing pots here.
Sharp as a sea rock. Change the name to Sea Coral.
When one player is extremely short, he knows other players don't want to get involved until the short stack goes out.
Should have jammed. You were too weak. Too weak there.
Well, the great thing about when you steal pots, too, you feel like you're taking pots, you're earning them. It makes you feel good.
Oh, boy. Looks so innocent, yet he's a thief.
Back of this hand, Vitas out. Sharon with a 7-5 of clubs, considering it for a second, but then he mucks.
Bowker. He looks down at Queen Jack.
I left last time with an ace-9, and this time he says, enough is enough. I'm pushing all in. Dolan out.
I don't blame him. I'd go on with this hand right now, too, if I had his chip stack.
But look at this. Joe Sirach has picked up ace-jack, and he's looking behind him. He's saying Craig's still in. Pretty big hand for Joe Sirach.
Well, he can well afford to make this call, obviously, with nearly $4 million in chips. And so he does make the call.
Craig quickly goes out, so they show their hands.
Well, Kyle Bowker in dire straits now.
Yep, Joe Sirach in a great place to knock out Kyle.
Kyle's tournament life on the line. Can't blame him for going all in here with the amount of chips that he had, that's for sure. Now he's going to have to get lucky to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
Yeah, Kyle, the local from Hollywood, Florida. Like to pick up a queen right now. Let's see the first 3. Well, no queen there. It's 7-6-3. Joe Sirach out in front.
He knows he can only lose if a queen comes up right now.
Here comes the turn card. 9 of clubs, not good for Kyle.
Vince. Well, Kyle Bowker, the guy who formerly worked at Home Depot in the paint and lumber department, got to feel like a 2x4 is coming to his head right now, unless he hits a queen.
Yeah, the local from Hollywood, Florida, needs luck right now, and it didn't happen.
Doesn't happen as a 5 comes off. So a nice tournament for Kyle, but going to be out tonight in 6th place.
Yep, he fought gamely. Sweated a few hands. The crowd loves this guy. He is a local. He's going to take home $122,000, and right now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Kyle, your first final table here on the World Poker Tour, but a tough way to go. 6th place. How do you feel about tonight's performance?
Just, you know, I guess it wasn't my day. I lost the big flip to Tommy with 10s against ace-king, and then was really short. Made a little bit of a comeback. Looked like I had a shot, but just too short. Couldn't win the last one.
I think that you'll be back.
Thank you, Matt.
All right, congratulations, Kyle. Back to you, Marianella.
With Kyle's elimination, that marks the end of our first hour of coverage from the Seminole Hard Rock. But before we go, Mike, Vince, what can we look forward to when action continues?
Well, Marinella, we've seen some great poker at this final table. I look for more of the same as we determine the champion here, no doubt about it. It's still good to see Tommy Vitas alive going for a 2nd WPT title, but I have to say that the guy came to this final table was the chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that, playing very well. Joe Sirach is definitely going to be the guy to beat here.
Well, he's a cool kid, no doubt about it. He's going to be tough, but I'll tell you something. These guys are impressing me. They are playing all out. Hey, we're in Florida. Let's break some rules. Alligator blood type poker. They are 3-betting, 4-betting, pushing each other around. It is very exciting, but I'll tell you something. Tommy Vitas is a WPT champion. He's pecked and pawed his way back. He's still going to be a lot of trouble.
Break the rules?
Yeah, that's what they do down here.
Thank you, guys. We'll be back next time with more of WPT Season 10 coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Hollywood, Florida, the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown rocks on as one of these remaining players will take home nearly $750,000. And it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the WPT's in-depth coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. 5 days ago, 290 players from around the world descended upon the Sunshine State, not only for some fun in the sun, but also in search of a WPT title. Now that dream is alive for only 5 players, including 3 young pros, a local cash game specialist, and a WPT champion. For more analysis on these players, let's check in with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, who has played the best poker so far tonight?
Well, Marianella, we've got a lot going on here at this final table. Tommy Vitas going for his second WPT title tonight. He's still alive, but the man of the hour has been Joe Sirach. He came to this final table as the big chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that chip lead. Obviously, he's going to be the guy to beat here, and if he moves up to at least 4th place, he'll become the leader in the WPT Player of the Year standing. So, Marianella, we got a lot going on here.
And Vince, what can we expect to see when action starts back up?
Well, Marianella, we are in Florida, and these guys are playing Everglades-style poker. What I mean by that is that they are like gators in the swamp, waiting for their victims, waiting to snap their bodies in half. That's what they're doing. They are playing aggressive. They are 3-betting. They are 4-betting. It is great to watch.
Thank you, gentlemen. The fireworks are sure to continue with the WPT Champions Cup on the line, as well as over $750,000 to the winner. So let's get back down to the felt.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Joe Sirach well out in front with 4.2 million. Tommy Vitas, the WPT champion, going for his second title tonight, sitting in last place right now.
All right, and he's 5,000 blinds, 20 and 40. To the felt we go. Sharon Levin gonna fold his hand, and now it's on John Dolan out of Biloxi, Mississippi, 26 years old. He's got a pair of 7s, and he's gonna make it 85,000 to go.
Joe Sirach going out. Greg Bergeron doesn't even think about playing the 9-7 of spade.
And now we're going to WPT champ Tommy Vitas. He's got Queen Jack, and he's made the call.
Well, Tommy's the kind of guy who likes to see flops.
7s up against Queen Jack. We're flopping.
And it's ace-10-3, so Tommy Vitas has flopped an ace-high straight draw, but he's going to check.
And Dolan's going to bet 90 grand. And Tommy looking back down, doesn't want any part of it.
Very nice continuation bet by John Dolan there to win him the pot. John Dolan been at the top of the leaderboard almost all week long. Happy to be at this final table, his first WPT final table ever. In fact, his first WPT cash.
My favorite part about playing poker is just making adjustments to what other people are doing around you.
Great.
Fairly aggressive. But at the same time, able to be patient in certain spots. I would say that's probably what separates the best from just people that are good.
Well, he is a tough player. He's married. He just had a little baby about 5 months ago.
John, most well known, of course, for being a November 9er back in 2010, where he finished in 6th place in the main event there, taking home $1.7 million.
All right, onto this hand, John with a quick fold. Now Joe Sirach, who has not picked up many hands, but he's still a chip leader. He's been bluffing beautifully all night long. He's going to fold this one, though.
Over to the dapper-looking Greg Bergeron. He goes out again.
Tommy Vitas now has called it. Sharon with an option to raise. He says, I'm fine with that. We have two-way action.
Flop comes ace, king, 9. Tommy with the 2 kings checks.
Sharon picking up nothing.
Checks right behind him. Well, now a 5 comes off.
Sharon has 5s now. He's picked up a piece of that.
Again, Tommy checks, but I think Tommy's got to feel like he's got the best hand with kings here. The guy didn't raise pre-flop, so you don't put him on an ace.
Sharon has bet 50 grand with a piece of it.
I can't blame him for betting the 5s after his opponent checked twice.
Tommy's going to make this call.
Now a jack comes up.
No help to either player. Tommy first to act, and he's going to bet his kings this time, 50,000.
A little defensive bet. You want to see what your opponent's got, but you don't want to see it get raised like it's happening here. Sharon coming right over the top, making it 175,000.
He's also known as the tightest player at the table. So he's got Tommy thinking here, what did I get myself into?
I'm just thinking, the guy make a straight here? Did he make 2 pair? What is going on here? He didn't raise before the flop, did bet on the flop. And a good call by Tommy Vitas right there. He figured it all out perfectly, that the guy was just making a move, made the call, and taking down the pot. Very nicely done by Tommy Vitas.
Almost worked.
Well, Sharon Levin sickened by that. He's saying, where's the respect, my friend? I'm supposed to be tight, you're supposed to fold.
What he's really saying is, why am I bluffing? What am I doing? That's not my game.
He's a local favorite. Sharon Levin plays here every day. He's got a big fan base behind him.
Vince, this is his 2nd WPT final table in a row right here at the Hard Rock. One was a non-televised event, but it was a big tournament, so pretty impressive stuff by the guy.
All right, onto this hand. Craig out. Tommy Vitas picking up a mid pair of 6s. And he's going to raise to 90,000.
Sharon. Notice he just looked at the ace. He didn't look at the second card. He's just moving all in.
Yeah.
That's enough to go with.
Dolan out. Chirac out.
6-15.
Back around to Tommy Vitas. It cost him over $500,000 to make this call here.
Oh, well, Sharon looks at his second card, a miserable 3. He's not going to like it. He is hotter than a cup of coffee at 7-Eleven.
Strong hand, or you just like to make me smooth?
And look at this. He's getting a feeling that Tommy's going to call him, so he's trying to talk him out of it.
Well, he doesn't want him to play, I can guarantee you that. Tommy probably figuring the best he can be is in a race situation, though. His opponent's probably got 2 overcards.
I call.
Well, what a call by Tommy Vitas. And you can see how happy he is when his opponent turns up an ace-3, meaning he's a nice favorite to win this pot and eliminate Sharon from this tournament.
Sharon, his legs buckling, it appears.
So the X.
Trying to get a smile out of him.
I wish I see that 3. I saw the ace. I didn't see that. I know you're raising light. I saw the ace. I wish I know I have a 3.
Sharon is trying to talk to anyone that'll listen.
If he wants to win here in this tournament tonight, he's going to have a lot of help. Not a lot, just a lone ace would do it.
Let me go see the ace. Let's see the ace together.
Let's see the ace together.
I raised you with 1 card. I didn't know
an ace, right?
Nobody fold the ace. Nobody. I didn't see one.
Sharon trying to see his ace. Maybe he'll get it. We will see.
A 6 right on the flop. It's come King Jack 6. Whoa! Now the only way
Queen 10.
Sharon can win this pot is it must come a queen and a 10, where he makes an ace high straight.
What's the difference?
Oh, man. 3 of a kind, just like that. Tommy Vitas with a big high five with a pro Joe Alpaya. And Sharon sick, and he knows he needs runner.
6, 6, 6. It's crazy. Coming in 6, day 6, with 600,000.
Tommy Vitas started out as a short stack tonight, and here comes the turn. It's a 2 of hearts. Sharon drawing dead.
Sharon Levin from Pembroke, Florida, 41-year-old local player here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino, out tonight in 5th place.
A fine sport, shakes hands with everyone. Tight, solid game. The local has to say goodnight.
6, that's a sign. I've been seeing 6s all week.
Sharon Levin out in 5th place, gonna take home 158,000, and now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Sharon, you were pretty patient all day long today, and you made your move with the ace-3. What were you thinking on that hand?
I didn't know what my other card is. Yes, and I'm on the bottom. I have just 600,000. The blind is already 20, 40. I saw the ace. I hope he will not call. If he call, maybe my other card is bigger than 3. But anyway, flop a set of 6s, so even if I have aces, I'm out. So
We played 2 World Poker Tour events this year. You final table both of them. Congratulations to you. I'm sure we'll see you back again. 158,000. Congratulations, Sharon. All right, Marianella, back to you.
And with the 6 on the flop, Sharon 11 is out in 5th place. The action at the Seminole Hard Rock is heating up, and we've got plenty more to come, including Tony Dunst dishing out the raw deal, the Royal Flush Girls having fun in the sun, and 5 questions with the reigning champion of this event, Taylor Von Kriegenberg.
I get pissed at myself. I go to war with myself.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I had a blast, though. I really did. And that's really all that matters. And I'm still on vacation.
Yes. I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Don Gerling, all the way from Illinois. It must feel great to be here in sunny Florida.
Yes, it is, with beautiful women, too, by the say.
Oh, so you've already checked out the Royal Flush Girls, I see.
Oh, got to dance with the Flush Girls. Hello.
So tell us about your experience on Club WPT and how you got here.
Well, I give them $20 a month. And I got an opportunity to win more than $1 million. And they gave me $11,000, $1,000 in cash and a $10,000 buy-in here. It's actually phenomenal.
Well, it's so good to have you here, and I wish you the best of luck on day 1.
Well, thank you very much.
Well, Vince, Don Gerling had the time of his life here with his Club WPT VIP experience at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. And you two can make your poker dreams come true.
That's true. And if you love poker as much as we do, it is a bargain to join ClubWPT.com. Now, for that, you put up $19.95 a month. You get all the WPT benefits. You get to play unlimited poker. Plus, you also have a chance to win a seat at a major WPT event, just like Don did. So check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table.
All right, and as you can see, Joe Sirach is the chip leader with close to 4.2 million in chips here tonight.
Everybody else has got well over $1 million, so certainly anybody's game.
All right, Tommy Vitas has raised to 90,000. And look at this, John with an ace-3 has re-raised to 235. Joe Sirach gonna go away.
Greg Bergeron, who hadn't played much at this final table, but looks dapper.
Yep, he has folded the hand.
Now, Tommy Vitas going to make the call.
So we got King-Queen up against Ace-3. Winner's going to take home close to 800,000 here tonight.
Oh, nice flop for Tommy as he flops top pair. There comes Queen 9-5.
Check.
And he's going to check and allow his opponent to make a continuation bet, which is what it looks like John is going to do.
Yep, the man from Biloxi, Mississippi doesn't miss a beat. He's going to stick out a bet.
All in.
And a quick all-in by Vitas.
I mean, just a 1 second all-in, an insta all-in, as we say. Bad news for John Dolan as he throws his hand away.
Yeah, he does the insta-muck.
Insta-muck is right. And Tommy Vitas taking down that pot.
Very nicely done by Vitas, a WPT champion.
Well, Tommy going for his second WPT title tonight. Only 15 players in WPT history have won multiple events.
Delayed reaction back there.
Tommy looking to become the 16th.
There you go, Tommy. Here we go. Here we come.
He is looking jolly. What a run he's making this evening. Four-handed poker continues at the Hard Rock, and John Dolan going to raise with the Queen Jack. Makes it 80,000 to go. Joe Sirach mixes up his game beautifully. He folds. Right, also out. And now Tommy Vitas with a 10-7. He's going to make the call. He's in the big blind.
Tommy Vitas is what we call a defender. Just doesn't like to give up his blind, so he makes the call. We're going to see a flop. It comes ace-ace-9 with 2 diamonds.
Helps neither player. Vitas first to play. He checks it. Dolan knows the strength of the continuation bet, even if you don't hit. And again, he's going to put the chips out there like any good gambler would do. 80,000.
Tommy Vitas, of course, has nothing. Just a 10 high, but look at this, Vince. He is getting out raising chips. He is going to check raise with junk here.
Oh, boy.
At least it looks like he is. He knows by doing this, his opponent literally can't continue the hand unless he's got an ace in it.
Oh, boy, he is going to push. He is going to bet with nothing but heart.
That's why this guy's a WPT champ. He's got heart.
And he's going to make John Dolan fold his hand.
What a play by Tommy Vitas right there. He is dabbing it right now.
And look at John Dolan starting to get a rash, itching himself.
We've all heard the saying that your fate can be determined by the turn of a card. But for reigning champion Taylor von Kriegenberg, poker destiny plays only a small piece in a much larger journey, as I found out in this edition of 5 Questions.
This time last year in this very room, you became a WPT champ.
Yeah.
How has your life changed since then?
Wow, I mean, over the past year, I've done some things to just soul search and find out who I really am. Like, I looked back on that tournament, I was actually watching it with one of my friends, and she was saying, like, you're not smiling like you always do. Like, I didn't get that happy when I won it. I was almost sad in a way to see myself. I'm not even smiling, like, I'm just a totally different person. And yeah, I just wanted to bring the smiles, bring the joy, and just try to repeat and win this tournament again.
This last year, I don't think you've played a lot of poker. You took a pretty big break, huh?
Yeah,
You've just been relaxing.
And I realized that, like, I got the amount of money that I wanted. I decided it was time to step away from the table and focusing internally and just wanted to change just kind of the way I thought about life, just the way I treated each day, and I just wanted to start, like, experiencing life better. And
You played baseball in college, and it is a strategic game. Is there anything that you've taken from baseball that you could apply to your poker world?
I struggled in baseball in college. Baseball would be like, I might go strike out, and then I get pissed at myself. I go to war with myself. I'd be so mad.
Yeah.
And, like, that's something now that I just don't do as much. Like, if I bluff off my stack, I'll be like, hey, you thought it was good, you know? You should get upset for, like, maybe a few seconds, but there's no reason to dwell over it.
And what advice would you give young guys and women who want to play poker professionally?
If you love the game, you know, go for it.
Right.
Like, if you're feeling it, just go out, go day in and day out and play. I think that's why you see so many athletes in this game, because they're able to overcome so many challenges. They can get over the bad beats, you know? Not the average person could handle losing a pot for $100-something thousand or, you know, stuff like that, but all of us sickos can find a way to do it.
You feel like you're close to another WPT final table?
I'm just not even sweating it. I just don't even care. I'm like a little bit good at this game because of my ability to just not care. I do care so much, and I don't care at all. It's a cool balance. Hopefully I end up back there, you know.
I do not care, but I really do care. I don't buy it.
Well, Taylor joining the girls at the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar, as you can see, but won this event a year ago. Very popular guy out here on tour.
Yep, having a good time here tonight. But the blinds are going up to 25 and 50 at this point. First to act is Joe Sirach.
He brought out the sunglasses. Looks like he got at the dollar store. But that's what he does. He skateboards around, gets the cheap sunglasses. He's happy.
They get 100,000 with just 8-5. Craig folds a king-jack. Tommy Vitas now with a king-jack of hearts has re-raised to 255 to go. And behind him, John Dolan with a pair of fours.
All in.
And he's going all in with the fours. Sirach out.
So tough decision now for Tommy Vitas here. The 4-bet, folks, with just 2 fours here. The pot was raised and re-raised in front of him, yet Jolin showing the heart to move all in.
As Joe Sirach meanders over to the rail.
Joe Sirach just looking like a happy beatnik right now. Just getting up, walking away, and sort of glancing over his shoulder to see if Tommy Vitas is going to make this call.
Does anyone have any real sunglasses? These were like $5. They don't work.
I think he's overpriced them by about $4.
I think you're right. I think your call is a little bit better, worth about $1. We got a lot of free spirits in poker, though. Oh, look at this.
What a call by Tommy Vitas. And you can see the look on John Dolan's face. He did not want to see that get called. He knows at best he's in a race for all his dough, and that is the case.
Tommy Vitas cannot watch. Got king, jack of hearts.
Taking ace-10 off the flop.
He said I'll just take an ace-10 off a couple big cards where I can have a straight draw, at least.
Pair of fours up against king, jack. Dolan looking confident.
Not very confident. You're never confident when you're all in, Vince.
Here we go with the flop.
The flop is 5-5 deuce.
Not good for Vitas. John Dolan liking that flop. These fours out in front.
Great flop for John Dolan. The opponent must catch a king or a jack. Doesn't happen on the turn as a 9 comes up.
Yeah, not good for Vitas.
If it's not a king, jack, or a 9, John Dolan will double up.
All right. Who will be stung with the pain? We're coming down to the river.
It's a 7. So there you go. What a great time for John Dolan to move in. And he did it after his opponent 3-bet, Vince.
Yeah.
That's impressive.
John Dolan doubling up. Showed a lot of heart right there. Vitas sits back down. 4 players remain here on the World Poker Tour. We're coming back on the Seminole Hard Rock in just a moment.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
The Seminole Hard Rock Showdown has certainly shaken up the WPT Player of the Year standings. Fred Goldberg has moved up on the leaderboard with his 8th place finish this week, but the big story is Joe Sirach. At this stage in the game, Joe is guaranteed to take the point lead away from Will the Thrill Fiala, who held it for most of the season. And the only question remaining is how big of a lead will Joe have as we enter the tail end of the season. We will continue to track the WPT Player of the Year standings, but in the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
All right, 4-handed poker at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. As you can see, Joe Sirach, the chip leader, with $4.2 million in chips. Craig Bergeron has $995,000. He's the short stack at this time. Let's go to the hand. Tommy Vitas will fold his 10-7.
John Dolan looks down at ace-8 offsuit.
Yep, he's going to raise to 105, and now Joe Sirach with a pair of 9s. Haven't seen Joe with too many quality hands this time. He picks up a good one.
Vince, Joe has changed his sunglasses. Took the red ones off. Put the dark ones on. Now, how many pairs of sunglasses does a guy bring to a final table? That's my question to you.
Many as you can keep on a skateboard. I don't know.
These sunglasses look way better than the other pair, I must say.
More attractive, but look at this. He is going to raise with the 9s. 240 to go. Craig out. Back on John Dolan.
I know John Dolan doesn't like that. Looking at this hand. And he's going to give it up, so Joe Sirach taking down yet another pot.
Yep, looks back at the 9s.
You know, if you look at Joe, he just looks like the all-American kid, the college kid, you know, and you just never know he's got the kind of larceny in him that he does.
Yeah, he says he knows nothing but poker, and I'm starting to believe him. But he is shrewd.
Well, he knows it well.
All right, on to the next hand. Dolan with a quick fold. Sirach with the button and a king-8. And he's going to make the raise. Makes it 100,000 into the tightest player at the table, Craig Bergeron. And this guy is tighter than a Chinese phone booth, Mike.
Yeah, I haven't played many pots today, but taking a long time to act here.
Oh, no. Is it possible he'll play a hand? On. Oh, there you go.
Well, he is going over the top. The sunglasses come up from Joe. He says, whoa, this guy's coming into a pot.
Tommy out, and yeah, Joe Sirach saying, I know your game. I'm not getting near that. Folds his hand, Craig Bergeron taking down that pot. And Bergeron only been playing for 5 years, but impressive tonight.
This is my first 10K cash, so I'm real excited to make a final table here. So you win, boys, top set. I got a pretty smile, but I'm a fiery guy. Come on, man. It's battle out there. It's who has the balls to pull the trigger. That's going to be the big thing. This is war and with chips.
I like that analogy, Vince. War with chips. That's what it is at these final tables.
Well, he is a young guy. He's only 23 years old. He's from Farmington Hills, Michigan. All right, he goes back to his old form. He folds the hand. And now it's on Tommy Vitas, who also folds.
John Dolan picking up a nice hand here. Ace Jack of spade.
Yep, he's raised to 130 to go. Into Joe Sirach, who has an ace-4 of clubs. And Joe Sirach will make the call. Ace Jack versus ace-4.
So we're going to have a flop here. Clubs versus spades. The flop is king, queen, 4. Look what has happened. Joe Sirach now has the best hand with 2 4s.
Inside straight draw for Dolan. And look at this. He will not disappoint. Every time makes the continuation bet no matter what. It's like 135.
He's a 100% continuationer, that's for sure. But Ciroc going nowhere with bottom pair.
Yeah, pretty stubborn when a king-queen comes up and you raise or bets, and he still calls 7 of diamonds. No help to either player.
Dolan's going to check this time. Well, Ciroc checks right behind him. Doesn't want to fall in any traps here. But a 10 comes off on the river, giving Dolan a straight.
Unbelievable.
And the best hand. He's got the nuts, the best possible hand here.
Went from pain to fame with that card.
Now he is going to bet, and he would love nothing more than his opponent to raise this pot. But
no, Joe Ciroc too shrewd for that one. He gets out of the hand. So well done by John Dolan. Sweeps in that pot. 4 players remain at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown in Florida. We're coming back for more action on the World Poker Tour.
the World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes. And in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Earlier this week, while players were competing for their place at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table, I got to have some fun in the sun and play some volleyball with Vince, Tony, and the Royal Flush Girls. Check it out.
All right, ready? The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is amazing. The beach volleyball tournament was so much fun. We got Vince in there, we got Tony in there. Ow! The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is one place that I would definitely come back and tell people about. It's awesome.
And you just got served.
You've been waiting to say that.
Well, Mike, I only played that because I thought you were playing it. Where were you?
I should have been there. I can play better than some of those guys I was looking at, I can tell you.
We could have had fun. Could have gotten sunburned. Bet.
You're always looking to rob me. You're always looking to get my money.
All right, back to this game. Winner's going to take home close to $800,000. Tommy Vitas with a quick fold, and now John Dolan with just 9-5 is going to raise to 105.
And right behind him has been the thorn in his side, Joe Ciroc. Here, Joe picks up ace-jack.
Mm-hmm. And look at this. He's just going to call it. The 23-year-old Craig Bergeron going to fold. So two-way action between John and Joe. 9-5, ace-jack. Here we go.
And flop comes king 6-6 with 2 diamonds.
Well, Dolan has a 4 flush. And right now, Joe's first to act. And he's going to check it. And Dolan wants to see a card. He checks as well. No continuation bet that time.
First time he hasn't done that. 8 comes up. He now has a straight draw to go along with his flush draw.
Ciroc going to check again. And now Dolan didn't hit his flush, but got the straight draw. A lot of possibilities. This time he's getting chips out. It appears to bet, yep, 150,000.
You're sitting in Joe Ciroc's seat. You're saying, you know, the guy didn't bet on the flop. Must not have a king. He would have bet a pair if he had that. I'm just not buying this. I'm going to call him.
All right. Excellent call so far with ace high. Let's see if it turns on him. River card will be a 3 of hearts, so John Dolan doesn't get there. Ciroc going to check again.
Well, that card is not going to scare Ciroc at all. And John Dolan's got to be thinking, you know, I bet on the turn this guy called me. Will he call me if I bet on the river?
He's getting frustrated by making these bets in prior hands and getting called.
Well, he knows the only way he can win the pot is to bet. If he checks, he just gives it up. He just waves the flag. It's over. And there it is. Ciroc turns up the ace-jack to take down the pot.
John Dolan, boy, he needs some oxygen the way he's getting tooled here by Joe Ciroc.
You're on maybe if I bet 225. I almost did because I thought we had a lot of that.
It's one thing to see after the hand when you know one more bet would have got you the pot, but it's very tough to do.
Almost played it perfect.
Almost played it perfect. Nothing can be farther from the truth. He did make the continuation bet on the flop. He waved the flag on the river.
Oh.
That hand was played far from perfectly.
Right. A little critical on John, but I have to agree. Now, this time he's going to raise with a queen-jack. Makes it 105. Right behind him, Joe Ciroc, though. He's got king 10. Oh, look at this. He's going to re-raise. Craig out. Now Tommy Vitas going to look down at a nothing hand. He folds, so back on John.
I fold.
Sean is going to lay this one down. He is just getting manhandled by Sirach. The hippy-dippy free spirit does it again.
Well, just incredible. Terrific poker we're seeing tonight.
I'm definitely not a serious guy. No one would say that.
I've known Joe for a while. We lived together in London for like 6 weeks.
I did not live with John. I slept on his couch maybe for like a week or two. Wait, maybe in Vegas. Oh yes, London. Wow, was it? Okay, yeah.
Yeah, he is one of a kind, and you will probably never meet another like him. He's a free spirit and just goes with the flow pretty much.
Part of my style is being a vagabond. I just like to take it easy and have fun with life.
Well, that is the life of a young poker professional. You forget where you're sleeping, but you don't forget how much you win or lose at the tables, Mike.
When you sleep on everybody's couch everywhere you go, you forget where you're at and who you're with. But he never pays rent. The guy sleeps all over in different countries, different towns with different players. Wow.
To the table we go. Joe Sirach now with ace-6. He's a great player. He is raised to 100,000. Craig, of course, out. And now Tommy Vitas. He has a good hand.
Got those suited connectors you always like to see flopped with.
No, he's not going anywhere. He's made the call. Dolan out. So ace-6 up against Jack-10. Here's the flop.
Flop 8-4-3. No help to either player. Action on Tommy. He's going to check. Comes a continuation bet. By flows.
Ever so nonchalant. He puts in 90,000. Just ace high.
Vitas not mucking his hand yet. He is a player very capable of check raising here with no hand in this spot.
He certainly is. We've seen him do it before. Tommy Vitas, very sneaky, tricky player. But does he want to tangle with the chip leader? No, he does not, Mike.
He gives it up. So Sirach takes down yet another pot. This guy's one tough cookie, Vince, no doubt about it. Back-to-back final tables out here on the World Poker Tour. He is now the WPT Player of the Year, leader in the standings, of the point standings.
And he says he knows nothing but poker, and I don't believe him anymore.
He knows how to not pay rent, sleeps on everybody's couches. Yeah. He knows how to skateboard. He does a lot of things besides play poker.
This guy is very shrewd. But back to this hand, Craig Bergeron finally going to pick up a little pair of sixes.
On.
Look at this. Craig going all in with the sixes.
He moved in for $1 million.
Oh, but big trouble behind him. The ladies, the pair of queens for Tommy Vitas. And he goes back over the top all in. Like he should. Dolan out. And Joe Sirach looks at his hand, also full. So there we go.
You got tens? Queens? You got queens?
Well, Craig Bergeron in dire straits here. Queens versus sixes.
Well, the sixes were lucky early on for Tommy.
Will they be unlucky for him this time around?
Is that the card of the night? Who knows?
Well, Craig Bergeron has Route 66, and he'll be on his way down the road if he doesn't get some help here.
Yeah, 23-year-old from Michigan, a great player. On the ropes right now with 5 cards to come.
And part of Craig's problem is his opponent has the same 2 flush cards he does. So he can't make a flush to win the pot.
Okay, here come the first 3. Ooh.
Has come King 8-7. So far, so good for Tommy Vitas. The queen's out in front. Obviously, Craig could backdoor straight and win this spot.
Put 9 up per sweat.
4th Street is an 8 of spades.
Craig Bergeron must catch a 6 to win the pot. Nothing else will do for him. Otherwise, he's out in 4th place.
Can he get lucky here?
Well, it's a 9. So there you go. The 23-year-old poker pro from Farmington Hills, Michigan, Craig Bergeron, going to be out in 4th place.
Well, he played tight but smart all night long. Going to take home $212,000. He's a very talented young player, and right now he's going over to commiserate with Matt Savage.
Here with our 4th place finisher, Craig Bergeron. You're taking home $212,000. Tell us a little bit about your hands tonight.
I just kind of stayed around the stack I started with going in the final table. If you had asked me 4 days ago, you know, if I'd be happy with the fourth place finish, I'd say yes. But today, you know, I expected to win and I wanted to win, so a little disappointing. But
Well, you're only 23 years old. I'm sure you're going to be back again, and you're looking sharp tonight, I must say. Barry, now left back to you.
Thank you, Matt. He sure is. The very dapper Craig Bergeron out in fourth place. We are getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
My favorite Club WPT VIP benefit is the Entertainment Savers Guide. I save hundreds of dollars on everything from dining out, shopping, entertainment, and vacations with my family. Check it out, ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We've had a great time here all week, and it was tough, but we managed to pull Tony Dunst away from the pool to hear what he has to say in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Prior to 2012, few people in poker knew the name Joe Sirac. But after making back-to-back televised final tables in major events on the World Poker Tour, many are now aware that the quiet and aloof young man, often called Flows, has serious game. In fact, if there's one man in poker that's still unaware that Joe Sirac knows exactly what he's doing, it's probably Joe Sirac. So what kind of plays is he making to propel him to back-to-back final tables? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break him down. At his first final table this season at Bay 101 in San Jose, Joe was usually grinding a medium-sized stack against players that weren't very good at folding, so he was playing fairly tight. Tonight is a different story, with Joe coming into the final table with a substantial chip lead, and he has repeatedly demonstrated he knows exactly how to use it. First, earlier at this final table, we saw Joe maintain a very active opening range. For instance, Queen 7 offsuit isn't an ideal hand to raise with, but with a major chip lead and a very short-stacked Kyle Bowker still in, Joe knew it was unlikely for anyone to get out of line with him. And although his raise got 2 callers, Joe followed through with a small bet on an ace-rag-rag flop that caused both players to lay down. Then we witnessed Joe continue to use his stack size advantage pre-flop by attacking the medium stacks with light 3-bets while Bowker was still alive but on life support. First he made Sharon lay down king-queen suited, then he got Vides to muck ace-9. These players knew it would be a disaster to get their money in light pre-flop against someone that can afford to gamble with them when there are serious, real money implications if they bust before the crippled Bowker, who indeed ended up going out in 6th place. And while Joe is seemingly oblivious to everything around him off the table,
Joe Sirac is looking like a happy beatnik right now.
he's highly aware of his image at the table and how it affects the play of others.
Sharp as a sea rock. Change the name to sea coral.
Joe maintained control once four-handed by firing multiple 3-bets against John Dolan, calling correctly on a dry board with only ace-high, and betting most flops when his opponents refused to fold pre. Now as we enter 3-handed action with Joe holding over half the chips in play, we can only expect him to keep going along the same path. While viewing the final table, 2-time WPT champion Randall Flowers tweeted, "I've never seen Flows show emotion. A true laid-back poker robot assassin." Yeah, couldn't have said it better myself.
And I'd agree with that assessment. He is an assassin at the table, but calm, cool, collected, never gets upset, never gets distracted. You gotta love the guy.
Hasn't made a mistake this evening. Perfect poker. But we are down to 3 players right now. Let's go to the felt. Joe Sirac first to play. With the button, a 10-5 in his hand. It is suited.
Good enough for him to raise with.
What was that dance? A little magic?
Yeah, makes it 100,000 to go. Tommy now with not much of a hand, 8-6.
Joe Sirac, he's tied one record, back-to-back final tables on the World Poker Tour. He's trying to set another one. Most sunglasses at a final table, different pairs. Might do it.
Well, he seems to whip them out of nowhere. He's got the teal-colored ones now. Tony Vides is going to fold his hand. And now it's on John.
Oh, look at this, Vince. He is going to raise it. He's going to give Sirac a dose of that medicine he's been getting all day.
Yep, he wants to get something back at Joe Sirac, and it's going to work for John Dolan. He has pushed him out of the pot with Queen 6.
Well, he finally said, to himself, you know, let me try some of that stuff he's been doing to me. The 3-bet.
And there's the Royal Flush Girls. You think they're talking about pot arms or reality shows, Mike?
I think they're talking about where they're going to get sushi tonight, Vince.
Probably right. Back to the table we go. Joe Sirac with the new glasses on. We'll lay this hand down. Tommy Vitas now with just 9-5 suited. We'll bump it up.
Yep, 110,000 to go.
10 to go.
Into the young guy from Biloxi. Ooh.
Look at this. Dolan's picked up 2 jacks here. She's got a real hand. Obviously going to re-raise with this. And he does so.
Yeah, total of 275. Vitas says, I was just kidding around. And John Dolan going to take down another pot.
Well, Dolan on a little heater now. 3-bet 2 pots in a row. Picked them both up.
And he's a professional poker player, originally out of Florida. He's only 26 years old.
Now, there you see the WPT Player of the Year standings, and Joe Sirac has overtaken Will the Thrill Fiella, who has led the Player of the Year standings since he won the Legends of Poker back in August.
Player of the Year, Joe Sirac, with 1,800 points. And what's amazing is just a couple months ago, he was saying, I just want to cash. I had no idea this was going to happen. What a roll he's on. But action now on John Dolan. And this time he has an ace-jack.
Well, Vance, he does know if he becomes WPT Player of the Year, he's going to get more attention from the Royal Flush Girls. That alone's enough incentive to try to win that title.
Dolan going to make it 110,000. Joe Sirac, though, has a mid-pair, pair of sixes, and he's going to re-raise. Makes it 240 to go.
Just stays aggressive.
Tommy Vitas going to muck his hand back on John.
Yeah, now it's going to cost John another 130,000 to make the call.
These guys have been fighting for pots all night long.
Oh, look at that. He's not calling, Vince. He is re-raising again. He is 4-betting it here up to 450,000.
Sirac folded the last hand. And then, whoa, he's going back over the top.
Now, this is the 5-bet all-in, folks, and it's another $1.5 million to John Dolan right here, and his tournament life on the line.
John looks a little desperate here.
John only has an ace-jack. Hard to put another $1.5 million in there with this hand.
I call this.
And he's made this call.
What a daring call by John Dolan, and we're in a race situation. John Dolan must win this pot to stay alive. And once again, it's the 2 6s as the pair.
Yeah.
The Route 66. That's the hand that sent Craig out of here. Will it send John out of here as well? Now, Sirac gives him a hug just in case he's got to sleep on the couch again sometime.
Joe acting very casual, walks over close to us. Doesn't want to look. Here we go. And here it is, Jack 8-7. Jack's there for John Dolan. Nice spike.
That wasn't good.
Well, that's the emotion that Joe Sirac shows. He turns around the Royal Flush Girl. That wasn't good.
Oh, yeah. All right, but 2 cards to come. Can Sirac suck out?
Well, that's a 3, so we're down to the river. Joe Sirac must catch a 6. Craig had to catch that a minute ago when he was eliminated. Joe won't be eliminated, but we will have a new chip leader.
It's been a powerful card here tonight. Will it be again? Will the miracle happen? Last card coming up. Let's take a peek.
Well, a 5 comes off. John Dolan sits back down, and he sits down with the chip lead.
With John Dolan's double up, Mike, Vince, has play been going as you expected? And what should we keep an eye out for when play resumes?
Well, Marinella, the dynamics just changed dramatically with that double up by John Dolan. For the first time tonight, we've got a new chip leader at this final table. But what a final it's going to be. Tommy Vitas going for his 2nd WPT title. Joe Sirac, who now is the WPT Player of the Year leader in point standings. He can still win this title, but John Dolan is the man right now. He's out in front after that double up.
I'll tell you something, Mike. There is quicksand now in the swamp here in Florida. The Gators are going. They're scattering about. They're looking for roadkill. Who's going to win this? We have 3 very talented players. This is up for grabs.
Well, gentlemen, whatever happens, this will be a fight to the finish, as all these players want to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Hollywood, Florida, a new poker star will be born as the remaining players battle for big money and a coveted spot on the WPT Champions Cup. The conclusion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Last season, 22-year-old Taylor von Kriegenberg stole the spotlight when he captured the inaugural Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title. Now the WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition as our third hour of coverage here in Florida continues. Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten are on hand to call the action, but before we start, gentlemen, break down our remaining players.
Well, Marinella, 3 terrific players left fighting it out for this title. They've all been under the bright lights of big-time poker tournaments before. They understand the pressure that's involved. Our current chip leader is a 26-year-old pro out of Biloxi, Mississippi, John Dolan. Now, this guy took down $1.7 million in one tournament before when he finished 6th at the main event of the 2010 World Series of Poker. But the other 2 guys, they're also tough. Joe Sirac is making his 2nd consecutive back-to-back final tables on the World Poker Tour. Came to the final table as a chip lead, lost that big race, not the leader anymore, but he's going to be tough with his performance this week. He's also taken the lead in the WPT Player of the Year standings, but Vince, don't count out that 3rd guy at the table going for his 2nd WPT title.
That is right, Mike. Let's not forget about Tommy Vitas. He's a WPT champ. He's from New York. He looks a little like Telly Savalas, but what a player he is. Now, he'll be going after his 2nd WPT title, but also he came in as the short stack here tonight. He would be the 3rd player in the WPT history to ever go from the short stack to take down a championship. So there is a lot at stake. And right now, our chip leader, John Dolan, is standing by with Matt Savage.
This is your first time with the chip lead here at the final table. What's your strategy going forward?
Just gonna probably open a fairly amount of pots and see how it goes from there.
All right, John, good luck to you.
All right.
Marinella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. We are close to naming a champion here in Florida, so let's get back to the action here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
Well, there you see the chip counts. John Dolan out in front with 3.9 million. Joe Sirac with about 2.5 million. Tommy Vitas with about 2.3 million.
Right, and the winner, of course, going to get close to $800,000 for first place at the Seminole Hard Rock. And right now, the antes are 5,000, blinds are 25 and 50,000. Let's go to the felt. Tommy Vitas.
Tommy going for his 2nd WPT title tonight. He actually made this final table 1 year ago, finished in 6th place. That's pretty impressive to make the final table of the same event 2 years in a row.
Well, he's going to make it 110,000 with just a 9-7 of diamonds. John Dolan out. Joe Sirac now with an ace-5.
Well, generally, he's 3-betting if he plays these pots.
How much?
Here he's just making the call. Change in chip stack means a change of style.
Take a look at the first 3. It's a 9-5-4. Sirac picking up 5s. And of course, Tommy Vitas with 9s. Sirac has checked. Tommy's bet 170. And Joe Sirac is going to call this. Here comes the turn card. 4 diamonds. Action on Sirac. He has checked. Tommy with the 9s.
Well, he's checked also.
Surprising.
I just didn't want to get check raised out of the pot, and now he's made 9s full of 4s here.
He knew a 9 was coming.
But Sirac's got to think he's got the best hand because his opponent checked on the turn.
Yep.
He's got 2 5s with an ace kicker here.
Yeah, he's getting Sirac to bet. Looks like 300,000. And you got a huge hand. Now, you hate this when people look back at their hands, but there's a pro doing it.
Come on.
And now he says all in. Did he raise too much, Mike?
Yeah, pretty big overbet, in my opinion here. And there you see the eyelid of Joe Sirac go up. What is going on here? But it might look like a bluff to Sirac.
That's true.
Well, Joe lays it down with that pot. Tommy Vitas once again moves into 2nd chip position in strong fashion.
And that's one of those hands that you just keep getting involved. You go deeper and deeper. You shouldn't really be in it, and it backfires. And right now, the antes are going up to 10,000, and the blinds are 30 and 60, getting more expensive. And Joe Sirach right now.
He's on a downward spiral right now. He was in total command for so long. Then he lost the race to John Dolan, and he just lost that pot to a full house of Tommy Vitas. So
Well, he's going to raise to 120 with this hand. Pretty good hand, ace-jack. Tommy with a king-jack. And he is going to re-raise. He goes to 280 into John Dolan from Biloxi, Mississippi.
look at this. John's picked up a pair of 10s. Wow. Now the pot's been raised and re-raised to him. What do you do now with 2 10s? Just incredible. A big hand by all 3 players here in a 3-handed poker game. And John is going to 4-bet it up to 600,000. Joe Sirach knows this guy didn't have to come into this pot. It was 2-bet and 3-bet. He's the chip leader. He would hope these 2 guys would clash, so why would he get in their way? Must have a hand here. Joe Sirach has got to realize that.
Yeah, you don't want to get too involved in this. Joe Sirach, the skateboarder, the vagabond, the free spirit, sort of lives a hippie lifestyle, very relaxed. He's going to fold this.
And now Tommy Vitas, who had a worse hand than Joe, is faced with pretty much the same kind of decision, though. You got to realize this guy didn't have to come into this pot. He's the chip leader. Why would he enter it without a strong hand here?
This is Tommy Vitas' 3rd WPT final table. He is a champion. Came in as a short stack, and he probably does the right thing. He folds his hand, gives respect to John Dolan.
John Dolan on a roll.
I have not cashed any WPT events. I think I'm something like 0 for 11 up to this one. I've never signed up for a tournament, not trying to final table it with everything I had, but winning this title would mean a lot to me just because my first big TV final table didn't exactly turn out how I wanted it to. I just never have liked to lose, and not that anyone does, but I've never been a good loser. So it would be nice to win this one and at the same time win a WPT title.
He's got sort of the same kind of personality that Joe Sirach. You know, just sort of laid back, easy going.
I agree. Maybe they got something there. I want to stop the coffee and start playing like them.
Well, Tommy Vitas picks up yet another king-jack. Got burned on the last couple of his had.
Well, he kicks back in his chair, and he raises with it, makes it 130 to go. John Dolan going to take a rest. Joe Sirach with a real hand. Pair of 8s. He is on the short stack at this point, though. Only about 1.3 million.
I don't see him just calling with this hand. The question is, how much do you raise?
At one point, he had actually more than half the chips, but look at this. He is re-raised, but not all in.
He's re-raised over $1 million. He's only got $1.3 million, so it's sort of I guess you're going to save $300,000 to bet with. I don't see him going out.
Yeah, right, Joe.
Tommy Vitas.
Is he allowed to raise that much without going all in?
Trying to get a tell on his man. Usually when a guy starts playing around and smiling,
so big.
That's usually the sign a man's going to fold. But maybe not.
Well, he's not all in actuality, but in theory, he's all in Tommy Vitas' mind, that's for sure. And there you see Darryl Fish. Tough little player in his own right, I can tell you.
Yeah, I don't know how Flo shuffles chips like that. Yeah, me either. Free magic. Yeah, he doesn't like.
I like to hang out with winners because I know that guy's picking up the bar tab tonight.
Possibly borrow money in case you're down. You're right. You got to hang out in groups. Successful groups. And now Tommy Vitas with a big decision here. He'd love to put Joe Sirach out of this tournament, put him to rest.
Well, he knows King Jack's not the best hand right now.
Oh, but he's not going to do it. Joe Sirach is going to win that with the 8s. No sweat.
Show one, Joe.
The 3rd hour of coverage of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown is underway, and we have more to come, including Tony Dunst breaking it all down in the raw deal, a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and we take a look back in the Champions Cup moment when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. And Vince, we've just had a great week down here in Florida.
No, we really have. It's been absolutely beautiful. We're having a good time. But, you know, we're not the only ones that have had a good time. The Royal Flush Girls, they've been enjoying the sun, but also they got to play on ClubWPT.com. They played it in a tournament, and they made them bounties in the tournament. So what's better than that? Bust out a Royal Flush Girl and reap the rewards.
Well, Vince, the great thing about it is you don't have to be down here in Florida to get close to the Royal Flush Girls. No, you can become a Club WPT VIP member and enjoy special access to the Royal Flush Girl photo galleries, screensavers, and more. In addition, you get to play all the poker you want, where you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes. Just incredible. And all that for a monthly membership fee of just $19.95 a month.
That is right. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, let's get back to the action.
Well, there you see the chip counts. John Dolan well out in front with 4.6 million. Tommy Vitas in second place with 2.1. And Joe Ciroc in third place right now with 1.8.
Mike, hold the press, because Tommy Vitas has picked up a real hand, a gigantic hand, the Cowboys, the pair of kings.
Makes it 125,000 to go.
John Dolan out of the way.
And there you see Joe Ciroc has got the red sunglasses back out. In case you missed it, he's changed sunglasses at this final table more than anybody in WPT history.
Mike, let the man accessorize in his own way. He has a little style, and he's going to call.
And the flop is 8-6 deuce. This flop could spell doom for Joe Ciroc. He's flopped top pair. His opponent has an overpair.
Oh, yeah, and Ciroc is going to check it. And Tommy, with the continuation bet, but we know he has a real hand, a gigantic hand. And the amount is $155,000. And most good players, when they hit top pair, do a re-raise, and that's exactly what Joe Ciroc is going to do.
Yep, Joe has check raised it here. If I was Tommy, I'd just set him all in right here. If you can beat this hand, good luck to you.
Well, Tommy Vitas, though, going to play it a little bit sneaky. Not the obvious way, just calling. That's gambling in a way.
You're sitting in Joe Ciroc's seat, you're saying, what is going on here?
Well, that improves Joe Ciroc's hand. A 9 of clubs on the turn gives him an open-ended straight draw as well.
So he's got a pair, an open-ended straight draw, but as you can see, a quizzical look in his eye, as when he check raised, this guy called very quickly here, and now he's betting nearly $500,000 more.
Ciroc has checked, and again, Vitas betting.
Joe Ciroc from Albuquerque, New Mexico, incredibly making his second consecutive WPT final table. He finished third at the Bay 101 tournament just before this. With this performance this week, he's become the leader in the WPT Player of the Year point standings. He just had to get to fourth place to take that lead over from Will the Thrill Fiala. But he's looking to get more points and more money, Vince. 24-year-old poker pro.
It's going to be 25 by the time he plays tonight. He's really taking his time.
Check raised on the flop, and the guy quickly beat him in the pot.
What a decision to make. He got a pair of 8s open-ended as well.
Well, Joe Ciroc lays it down. He's known as flows to the entire poker community. Right there, he flowed right out of that pot after that bet by Tommy Vitas.
I never read a book on poker. I go by my gut instinct and my reads on people and put pressure on them when I need to, fold when I need to. It's all about my gut feeling.
Jason behind him with a pair of 4s.
Come on.
Call.
Tommy has called him and is going to be loving it when he sees Jason's hand.
Being a two-time champion would probably secure the confidence in me a lot more than having one title. Without confidence, you don't get anywhere. Poker, especially if you have confidence, you're going to get far.
Here's the river card for the
that's
title.
a queen. Tommy Vitas, he is going to take this title.
2 titles would be really, really significant.
Well, only 15 players in the history of the World Poker Tour have won multiple titles. Tommy Vitas trying to become number 16.
All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 at the Seminole Hard Rock. 3 players remain.
And this is a 10,000 ante, so it's 150,000 to play 3 hands of poker right now. So obviously, as blinds get bigger, the initial raises get bigger, the pots swell up quicker, and the 3-bet is a really big bet, where you're going to be almost pot committed now.
Tommy Vitas He's first to play.
1.2 close.
And he's going to fold his hand. Now John Dolan.
He says, how much have you got? To Joe Sirach.
$1.270.
A little bit more than that. Close to 1.5. Dolan with a king-8 is going to put pressure on.
John wants to put Joe all in. I call.
He's got the queens. He's got the ladies. Tremendous.
Wait, is that all? That's 1.1. All right, we still had action. All right.
John didn't quite set him all in. He left him with just a few chips, but I'm sure it'll go in shortly. Joe thought he had moved in on him, so he said call, but Joe's got 300,000 left here, but this pot has about $2.5 million in it.
All right, king-8 up against queens.
John Dolan just making a move there. It's part of that flop as an 8 comes up.
I'm all in.
And John moves Joe all in.
Yeah, Joe Sirach has gone all in with his queens, and John takes a look at the queens, realizes he is behind at this point. Joe Sirach with a big chance to double up here.
Well, this pot has about $3 million in it, so he'll be right at the chip lead if he wins this pot. I'm talking about Joe Sirach well out in front right now with the 2 queens.
And these guys are getting playful right now.
He's got to dodge a king or an 8 here, and Joe Sirach will be in great shape to take down his first WPT title.
Good luck. Good luck, me too.
Oh, man. These guys are buddies. They've roomed together. They've traveled together. They've skateboarded together. And now they got to sweat out the last 2 cards. John Dolan would love to hit an 8 or a king. Let's take a look.
Oh, boy. King on the turn. Unbelievable. Tough luck for Joe Sirach here.
Wow.
That is heartbreak for him. He must catch a queen on the river now to stay alive in this tournament.
Joe, who came in as the chip leader now, just deeply disappointed. Can't believe his fate.
Going swinging, kid. We're about to.
And right now celebrating with Tommy Vitas, his poker pro, Noah Schwartz.
Joe Sirach on the verge of being eliminated in 3rd place in the 2nd consecutive WPT event. Well, it's a 9, so that's going to do it. Well, what a tournament Joe Sirach played. He lost a big race where he had a massive chip lead playing heads up to John Dolan earlier, and now John lucks out on him again right there, catching a king on the turn. But Vince, what can you say about this 24-year-old poker pro, Joe Sirach, the 2nd consecutive WPT event? The guy's finished in 3rd place.
Yeah, he's a good kid. He's smiling now, even though he took some bad beats there. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, you had another 300,000 in your bankroll, another 3rd place finish. How disappointing is this?
Not that much. I mean, I came here like just off the final table, and then you make another final table. It's kind of crazy.
Well, that's a great attitude to have, obviously. I'm sure we're going to see another final table this year, maybe? Jacksonville?
Yeah, Jacksonville.
All right, well, you are in the lead for Player of the Year at this current point, so good luck and continued success.
Thank you.
Back to you, Marianella.
Thanks, Matt. Even though Joe Sirach is out in 3rd place, he has moved to the top of the WPT Player of the Year standings. We are getting very close to crowning the Season 10 Seminole Hard Rock Showdown champion. Will it be John Dolan, who wins his first WPT title, or will it be Tommy Vitas, who gets to etch his name on the WPT Champions Cup for the 2nd time? Stick around for heads-up action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
I gotta climb this Dolan mountain.
Mount Dolan.
Mount Dolan, I like that.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Fasten your seatbelts. Here they come, the Royal Flush Girls. We have Jeannie, Angelique, Danielle, and Tugba bringing out the money.
Well, all the cash being put on the table for these 2 guys to divide up.
To the victors go the spoils.
You get to play for all this money and the opportunity to have your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup. Just doesn't get much better than that as a poker player.
It is all on the line here. Which one of these guys will take it down tonight?
Tommy Vitas going for his 2nd WPT title. John Dolan going for his 1st.
We started with 290 players, Spike. You were one of them, but we're down to these 2 tonight. One is going to take home close to 800,000.
I run good at heads up, by the way.
What every poker player dreams of, making the final table and going into heads-up battle for a championship.
They might have a few dreams about the Royal Flush Girls along the way.
Heads-up play for the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown title is almost ready to get started between Tommy Vitas and John Dolan. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Tommy, an amazing comeback to this point, but your work is not done yet.
Yeah, we got our work cut out for us. More than 2-1 dogs, so we'll try and battle it up.
All right, one more stop to go before your second World Poker Tour title. Good luck.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Well, you've just eliminated your good friend Joe Siroc, and now you're heads up for your first World Poker Tour title. How does it feel?
It feels pretty amazing. Got fortunate against Joe, and now I'm in a pretty good spot.
You're in the chip lead, but he's come back from a short stack before, Mr. Tommy Vitas. How do you feel about your chances?
I like my chances. I know he's more than capable. I mean, I know he plays poker well, and I know he's more than capable of coming back, but I feel good about where I'm at.
All right, well, good luck on your quest for your first title.
All right, thanks, man.
Will Tommy Vitas add his name to the WPT Champions Cup for a second time? Action is about to get started, so let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
John Dolan well out in front with 6.6 million. Tommy Vitas with 2 million in chips. There you see what they're playing for. The winner going to take home nearly $780,000 and get their name inscribed on that WPT Champions Cup.
Quite an honor.
For Tommy Vitas, it would be the second time.
All right, and right now, Tommy Vitas with the button. He's got ace-3. And he will make it $165,000 to go. John Dolan behind him, though, with a queen-10. And he's not going anywhere. He makes the call.
Yeah, wants to see a flop.
See a flop.
And what a flop it is for
boy.
John Dolan. He's flopped top 2 pair.
And look at that. That's a deer caught in the headlights right there. So excited. And he's going to check.
He is hoping Tommy Vitas makes his continuation bet here, but he doesn't.
Oh, he's going to disappoint Dolan. To the turn we go.
Checks the ace high. Now the board pairs tens. A full house for John Dolan. Obviously, no card can come up where Tommy could win this pot.
And when you're that strong, you got to keep checking. But Vitas not going to bite. He checks as well.
And he's got the kind of hand you can check down, and now 2 pair on the board.
Well, that could induce Vitas a little bit with his ace high. So that could have been a bad card for Vitas potentially. Let's see. John Dolan now finally having to come out and bet.
Dolan's got to recognize the guy could have ace high. How much would he pay off with it?
225 and a quick call by Vitas. Did get into trouble that last card.
I can't blame Tommy for calling the way the hand was played, Vince.
No doubt, no doubt.
That's all, huh?
And Vitas sort of happy that he didn't lose that much. And John Dolan, the man from Biloxi, doing well.
South Florida has produced some of the biggest names in poker, names like Mizrachi and Mercier. But Florida also has a strong group of potential superstars waiting in the wings, including one player who mixes her game up both on and off the felt, as we find out in this edition of Ones to Watch.
That's what I'm saying, dog. Yeah. We're the ones to watch.
I love the grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
We're the ones to watch.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
I'm Ebony Kenny, and I'm from North Miami Beach, Florida. I've been playing poker for 9 years. I'm definitely a tournament player. I love tournaments. I love the grind. I love the torture that tournaments are.
Ebony plays a very solid poker game and is dedicated to being the best player she can be.
And I think anybody, especially a woman, who can be consistent enough to stay in the game, that's a testament to their poker playing abilities.
I am hungrier than I ever been, especially being named a Ones to Watch, because it's such an elite group of people. I have so much to prove, and maybe if I do well, it'll kind of change things, and people might start to take me seriously.
Ebony's a fun girl, and she has a lot going on.
I know Ebony really enjoys dancing and modeling.
I love to dance. When I go out with my girlfriends, I'm definitely the dancer of the bunch. I'm breaking it down, you know. My modeling. I mostly do glamour and urban. I've done a couple of music videos and had some spreads in some magazines, so that's exciting. I like the fact that I can turn into a different person whenever I'm modeling.
I don't know much about Miss Ebony, but she's smoking hot. The girl's got looks. Girl's got looks.
I work out because I have to stay in shape for modeling, and for poker, you have to have energy to play these long tournaments. So I can beat up all the guys at the table. It gets my blood flowing, and it helps me stay focused, and it actually makes me feel a lot better about decisions I made.
It's cool to see more girls who have a well-rounded life outside of poker.
I have 2 children. I adore both my kids. I think that it's important for poker players to have other things going on in their life.
We are in North Miami Beach. This is where I live.
Raising a kid is a lot of work, and getting good at poker is a lot of work. Balancing the two is very tough. Anyone who can do that is pretty admirable. It seems like she's holding it down pretty well.
I'm extremely happy with what I'm doing. I'm glad that my life has taken me down this path and brought me into what I'm doing now.
Of all the ones to watch who played in this event, Ebony Kenny made it the furthest, but finished just short of making the money when she was eliminated in 35th place. Doc Sands still sits atop the ones to watch leaderboard with his second place finish at the LAPC. We'll keep our eyes on these players as they close out season 10, but for now, let's get back to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown final table.
Well, tough luck for Ebony. She didn't make the money here, but Vince, she's got a lot going for her besides poker.
Oh, a lot of great young talent here on the World Poker Tour. But right now, the heads-up battle continues. John Dolan stretching out his lead, 6.8 million. Action's on him, and he's got a nice hand. Ace-9.
Yeah, and ace-high playing heads-up poker. Good hand.
180.
180. Makes it $180 to go.
John?
Tommy Vitas will squeeze. Well, he's got a queen 3 of diamonds. Lost an additional 100,000 if he wants to play, and he does.
Well, Tommy likes to see flops, but see if we can get lucky here.
And that flop is?
Oh, and lucky is putting it mildly as he has flopped a flush.
Just incredible. What a time to get it, and he's going to check and trap.
Well, he may well trap John Dolan because John's got top pair with top kicker here.
Yeah, he ain't going to play that slow because there's 3 diamonds out there. John doesn't have a diamond, so you got to make your man pay. And that's exactly what he's going to do. He's coming in with the bet, 240,000. Now it's up to Vitas. You got the big flop, and yep, you got to make him pay. He re-raises, makes it 530 to go with his flush.
Tough decision for Dolan here. Is he on some kind of drawing hand, like a Jack-10 with 1 diamond, perhaps? Or does he have a big diamond in his hand?
I'm all in.
Well, John is not fearful. He has gone all in.
And the snap call by Tommy Vitas, and John Dolan knows he's toast.
John Dolan, hard to get away from that.
Tommy Vitas is going to double up here unless John hits 2 runners to make a full house.
Can't beat that defense.
John Dolan, good-natured about it. But what an opportunity for Vitas to double up. Of course, John needs runner. It's almost a miracle. Dolan's sitting back down. And we'll see a couple cards. And this will make the match very close. If Vitas' hand should hold up. And yes, it does. A king of spades. This thing is a wrap. It's over. Tommy Vitas going to take this pot.
Decent flop.
And Vince, we've really got a horse race going now.
John Dolan, good-natured, a good loser at that point. Gives half the chips back to Tommy Vitas.
We'll be right back with more from the Seminole Hard Rock, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play in the rod deal. Stay tuned.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown.
When you come to the Hard Rock, you get a little bit of everything. There's poker here year-round. The clubs, the nightlife, the restaurants, and the beaches here. It's the action in Florida that makes it so exciting. If you were going to take your first shot and play in a WPT event, I would come to the Seminole Hard Rock because there's a lot more to do other than just play cards.
Well, players love it here at the Seminole Hard Rock Casino. It's got everything you could want. Great nightclubs, great restaurants, and certainly all the poker that you want to play.
It is fantastic. Plus, you're 5 minutes away from the beautiful ocean. It is spectacular.
180.
All right, back to the action right now. John Dolan with an ace-queen has moved it up to 180,000. Tommy Vitas with just a 6-4. Let's see what the man from Cyprus will do. Look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Well, that's the first time he gets a hold of chips. He just comes right over the top with a 6-4 offsuit.
440 to go. with a nothing hand.
Playing heads-up poker, you're not going to throw an ace-queen away.
No, he has re-raised. John Dolan is going to push it. Makes it 9-10 to go. Right now, Vitas is saying, why? Why do they get so aggressive?
You better be real careful here. You'll be heading to the swamps of Florida very shortly. He decides to make a play right here. I don't see John Dolan going anywhere with these.
Not in this battle, and Tommy knows it, and he's got to give it up. John Dolan from Biloxi extends his chip lead right now.
Nice hand.
All season long, Tony Dunst has not been one to keep his opinions to himself, and tonight is no different, as we will find out in this edition of The Raw Deal.
I like Tommy Vitas. He has a certain mellow professionalism to him. He's polite to everyone. Whether he wins or loses, he's always pretty relaxed. And it's hard to argue with the guy's resume. This is his third WPT final table, with his first being a major win at the Festa Al Lago in Season 8. But, damn it, I just hate the way the guy plays. Then again, Tommy is the first to admit that he plays unconventional and prefers to rely on his instincts over fundamentals.
I go by my gut instinct and my reads on people.
So, is it a different approach to the game, or am I just being a jealous hater? I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Take a look at a few pre-flop spots from his win at the Bellagio in Season 8. He called with 10-8 offsuit in the big blind against an under-the-gun raise just 32 blinds deep. He just called with king-queen out of the small blind with under 20 blinds when offered a prime squeeze scenario. He open-limped with king-jack offsuit first to act and then called a raise out of position. He flat-called a raise with ace-jack when four-handed when Freddie Deeb opened an 11-blind stack.
Does not re-raise with the ace-jack.
I mean, I could keep going here, but it's only supposed to be a 2-minute segment. Now let's look at his play tonight. Coming into this final table as the short stack, you might think he would look for a spot to double up early, but instead, he just called a raise with pocket sevens and only 20 blinds. Put it to you like this. If I had pocket sevens and only 20 blinds, I'd slam it all in, run into the stands, and celebrate to a degree that would put Dwight Pilgrim to shame.
Woo! You can't play better poker than me, man.
Then he called a min raise in the big blind with queen 7 offsuit with just 17 blinds. Let's be clear. The reason players like Tommy prefer calling over re-raising in many situations pre-flop is because they are very comfortable with their post-flop abilities. They often prefer to keep the pot small and not risk a high percentage of their stack until they feel highly confident about a particular read or situation. In some hands, this is absolutely the best approach. But I think it's a flawed default approach because the strategy is applied far too loosely and often results in confrontations where you're out of position, without the initiative, and against players that simply won't make big enough mistakes to negate those disadvantages.
All right, one more stop to go before your second World Poker Tour title.
Then again, what do I know? I've yet to make a WPT final table, and Tommy is at his third, and heads up for his second title. And at the end of the day, I root for the guys I like, even if I don't agree with every play they make. But whether Tommy still likes me after watching this segment is yet to be seen.
Nice hand.
Tony Dunst thinks he plays all these raggedy hands out of position, et cetera, but I can tell you one thing, Tommy Vitas has got a good feel for the game.
Great feel. And look at Joe Sirach, what a champ. Guy gets knocked out, but he goes to the Royal Flush Girls social bar, and he's having a good time. He has a lot of class, and he's a great player. But let's go back to the table. All right, the blinds are up to 50 and 100,000. Action on John Dolan.
And there you see John with about a little over 2-to-1 chip lead over Tommy Vitas right now.
John has a 7-4 of hearts. And he is going to make a raise, 200,000. Trying to pick on Tommy when he's down. Tommy with Jack-7 has made the call. Here we go.
Oh, the flop comes 7-5-3. Both players have flopped top pair. Tommy Vitas has him out-kicked.
And Tommy has checked it.
You can see some fireworks here.
John Dolan is going to bet 250. Now, John also has the straight draw as well as the top pair.
That could get him in trouble.
Certainly could. Vitas now. Cost him $2.15 to call, but he's not just calling. He's popped it. $5.85 to go.
But now John Dolan.
Dolan's really starting to look like he's been staying up with the baby lately, the 6-month-old. Looking a little haggard out there. Baby duties in the middle of the night.
I go back to the first 6 months. Child's life, you don't sleep. It really is difficult. He's out here playing poker. Let Mama worry about it. Maybe that's why he's fought so hard this week to last this long. He get a little sleep here in the hotel.
Someone has to take home the bacon, though, Mike.
All in.
Oh, he's going to try to do it right here with it all in.
I'm not sure Tommy Vitas is going to go anywhere here.
Right call.
Nope, he's made the call.
Good, solid call by Vitas. Joe Sirach enjoying the moment.
Vitas in great shape to double up and take the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
It is all on the line right now.
The 7-11. Will it be lucky for Tommy Vitas? He's out in front right now. Can he hold him? Tommy just needs to dodge a 6 or a 4, and he'll double up and take the lead in this heads-up battle.
However, if John Dolan should get lucky, he will become the champion. It will be over. John Dolan would put his name on the WPT Champions Cup with the rest of the champs. Let's see the turn. Well, it is a 10 of club. No help for John Dolan.
Well, Tommy Vitas nodding his head because the club came off, gives him a flush draw, meaning John can't catch the 6 of clubs or 4 of clubs and win this pot, so 2 of his outs are gone.
Here we go. John needs to suck out, but he's not going to get it as an 8 of diamonds hits on the river. Tommy Vitas going to double up.
Tommy Vitas taking the chip lead in this heads-up battle.
Game over. It's all over. Lights out.
The Kelly Savalas look-alike. Now he's our chip leader. Just incredible. Stay with us. We're coming back with more heads-up action in just a moment here on the World Poker Tour.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. While tonight's players take aim at their own piece of poker history, it's time to take a look back at this classic victory and the WPT Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
In 2004, young pro Tuan Lee entered the World Poker Finals, facing a WPT record field of 674 players, but lacking a room for the night. Legend holds that Tuan Lee traded 50% of his possible winnings to friend and fellow pro Hassan Habib, outperforming all expectations.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
The newest stop on the World Poker Tour changes everything as one of our own makes the final table and the Player of the Year race gets turned upside down. The heat is on in Florida and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh!
Welcome everybody to Jacksonville, Florida for the inaugural Jacksonville Best Bet Open. I'm Marianella Pereira sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who's away on maternity leave. As most of you know, Tony Dunst is the host of The Raw Deal, the very popular segment here on the WPT, featuring Tony's highly opinionated take on the play at the final table. Well, tonight the tables get turned as Tony Dunst has battled his way through the field in Florida and will take a seat among the final 6 in a bid to win a WPT title of his own. We are of course excited for our colleague and we wish him the best of luck, and he's gonna need it because also at this final table tonight is someone else who doesn't hold back, WPT champion Will the Thrill Fiala. Right now, let's go to Matt Savage, who is standing by with Will and Tony. Matt?
Tony, You've been a very tough year this year. You've been able to persevere and make this final table tonight. What does it mean for you to be at the final table?
Miracle. You know, man, Will's talking trash immediately. You can't even let me get through my part. It means a lot, obviously, you know, to be part of the family and here at this final table and battling against such a legend like Will, obviously, is.
Beck smashed him over the head.
There you go. You know, I think he's so eager to get in here. Why don't we ask Will his question?
All right. Well, make sure you don't make any raw deal plays tonight.
Sure.
Will, dig the threads, first of all.
Thank you.
But let me say that...
you look nice. I can't believe you put pants on.
Yep, I own a pair of pants. Yes, I do.
You've called your shot here. You said you were going to make the final table. You said you were going to overtake Player of the Year once again. What does it mean to be so determined?
It's nice to be focused. I feel good that I'm here. I know that I'm very blessed to be here, and I feel very honored to be in everybody's presence.
Do you own those pants or did you borrow them?
I rented them.
Okay.
I like you better with a microphone, by the way.
All right, guys. Thanks a lot and good luck tonight.
Thank you. Thank you.
Back to you, Marianella. Are you excited?
Matt, I am really looking forward to this final table. We have a solid group of players, and with Will the Thrill there, we are, of course, guaranteed to be entertained. They're both looking very dapper, by the way. We've heard from Tony and Will, but we've yet to see the other players that make up this stacked final table. To reveal those who made it and those who fell short, let's go back 4 days ago to when it all began.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open Poker Championship. Dealers, shuffle up and deal.
With cards in the air on day 1A in Jacksonville, the Royal Flush Girls took to the tournament floor to welcome the players. They found WPT champions, final tablists, ones to watch, and even our own Mike Sexton, Tony Dunce, and Vince Van Patten. In this special re-entry tournament, any player who busted on day 1A could pay another $5,000 and enter on day 1B, inspiring WPT champ James Dempsey to gamble it up a bit.
Got it!
The hand of the day would involve a four-way all-in with short-stacked ones to watch Matt Marifiotti in trouble holding pocket sevens against pocket aces, kings, and queens. But with a 7 on the turn, Matt quadrupled up. Raj Vora's aces took the side pot, eliminating the other two players.
That woman just she was rubbing my nipple and stuff during the hand. I mean, I don't know if it was lucky or something, but...
Day 1A would see half the field of 125 players eliminated, including Vince Van Patten, Matt Marifiotti, and Borgata final table player Daniel Buzzgon.
So day 1A didn't go so hot. Are you going to be playing again tomorrow?
No, not because you said that. Of course I'll be playing tomorrow.
Re-entering was not a consideration for those at the top of the chip count, including raw deal analyst Tony Dunce, Legends champ Will Fiella, and current chip leader Darren Elias.
Hopefully I can make it, keep it going, see what happens.
So players, it's time. Get ready. Let's shuffle up and deal.
Start of day 1B gave us two types of players. Those who were just arriving to Best Bet Jacksonville, like WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, WSOP main event champ Jamie Gold, and ones to watch Ebony Kinney.
I just got off the plane.
Then there was the re-entry crowd who had busted day 1A and were looking to invest another $5,000 in pursuit of WPT glory. Included in this group were WPT final tablists Daniel Buzzgon and Sean Kunix. Ones to watch Matt Marifiotti, plus WPT champs Hoyt Corkins and Matt Waxman, who started bluffing before the cards were even dealt. The newest stop on the WPT really went all out, including Best Bet Jacksonville dealer Brian Woods, who showed off his WPT pride. With registration now closed, the numbers were posted. A total of 320 entries created a prize pool worth over $1.5 million.
Yes! Yes! GG! Yes!
But a day that had started with hope would not end well for Jamie Gold and Hoyt Corkins, who both busted. But it was great for French pro Amini Chobani, who ended as day 1B chip leader. And proving they were wise to re-enter the fray, Daniel Buzzgon and ones to watch Matt Marifiotti both survived to play another day.
Overall, I'm really happy with my play today. I only slept 6 hours, so time for bed. Good night, guys.
Day 2 saw half the combined starting fields of Day 1 return and a strong contingent of the 160 remaining players who had already made final tables this season, meaning WPT Jacksonville was shaping up to be about more than just this one title. Joe Siroc's final table appearance at Seminole Hard Rock vaulted him ahead of Will Fiala to take the lead for WPT Season 10 Player of the Year. As luck would have it, Season 9 POY, Andy Frankenberger ended up right in the middle of their friendly rivalry.
I got Joe on one side, Will Fiala at the other, so right now I got a front row seat for it. Of course, if I take them both out, then I could be right back in it too.
But Joe, Will, and Andy weren't the only ones in the field with a chance at WPT Player of the Year. Five-diamond champ James Dempsey, as well as Borgata final tableist Darren Elias and Daniel Buzgon, all had a shot to take the lead, depending on how long Will and Joe survived. Meanwhile, our own Tony Dunst was practicing his signature raw deal style with poker pro and philosopher Alan Kessler.
Like, I feel like you're a man who, wherever he goes, death follows him.
I'm just happy I made it through on the first hole.
Me too.
Unfortunately, it was tournament death for WPT's other man in the field, as Mike Sexton's pocket sevens could not hold against the ace-king of Paris final tableist Byron Kaberman. Back at the POY table, Joe Siroc busted, leaving room for Will Fiala and several others to catch up to him in the Player of the Year race.
It's going to be a dogfight. I think there's still about 6 people in here that it's up for grabs for anybody to win this WPT Player of the Year. But I can tell you one thing. They got to come with this.
The end-of-day chip count would put Fareed Jadid on top of the leaderboard. But with Joe Siroc on the sidelines, the players in 2nd, 4th, and 7th place on the leaderboard all had a serious shot at scrambling the Player of the Year race, as well as taking down this WPT title. Who will join Tony Dunst and Will Fiala in the fight to win a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship, $400,000 and a WPT title? Find out when our extended coverage of the playdown to the final 6 continues. And later we'll see how the Royal Flush Girls have been enjoying their time in Jacksonville. Plus, we relive an historic Champions Cup moment. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. With the competition in high gear, the field has begun to dwindle as the race to make this final table became even more intense. Day 3 of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open was all about making the money. Of the 55 players starting the day, 36 would cash. With players finding themselves short-stacked and busting, the Royal Flush Girls were there to show their support for everyone.
Anything can happen.
Something did happen to WPT champ James Dempsey, and it wasn't good. Shoving with pocket eights, James was outflopped by Matthew Schulte's suited ace-queen. The turn and the river were no help to James, making the Bellagio champ the unfortunate bubble boy.
It was not in the script. It was not in the script. C'est la vie.
As some players were collecting their min cashes, others were collecting chips. Borgata final tableist Daniel Buzgon was all in pre-flop against fellow WPT alum Fred Goldberg and WPT champ Matt Giannetti. With a flop of 8-7-5, Fred bets $100,000 into a side pot. Matt folds his pocket jacks.
Oh, there's your one time.
A 10 on the turn gives Daniel Buzgon a set to crack Fred's pocket aces and triple up. Soon after, both Matt and Fred would bust out, earning a little over $12,000. WPT Jacksonville is one of the few stops that allows players as young as 18 to enter. And Best Bet Jacksonville offered a custom surfboard to the one player 18 to 20 years old who lasted the longest. This meant the last bust out of the day would be bittersweet, as 20-year-old Robert Gorodepski's set would lose on the river to Blake Purvis, who made a straight. Robert cashed in 17th place and rode the waves home. The day would end with 16 players. Will Fiala, gunning for his 2nd title of the year as well as Player of the Year honors, was on top of the leaderboard. Daniel Buzgon 3rd. Paris final tableist Byron Kaverman was sitting in 4th position, with once-to-watch Matt Murphyati holding strong in 8th, and our very own Tony Dunst rounding out the top 10. Day 4's play would lead to the final 6, but the 18 who started the day were remarkably deep, including 5 players with WPT final table experience. As well as WPT Ones to Watch Matt Marfiotti and raw deal analyst Tony Dunst. While everyone had their eye on the Champions Cup, WPT champ Will Fiala also had his sights on Player of the Year. An 8th place finish or better, and Will would retake the lead in the POY race from Joe Sirac.
I'm making a final table. 100%.
The poker heated up as Tony Dunst shoved, holding pocket deuces. He's called by Daniel Buzgan, who had 10s. The board runs out to give Tony a miracle straight on the river.
Oh my God. Holy wow.
Doubling up Tony and leaving Daniel short-stacked. With the field dwindling and players about to go on break, Sean Kunix checks the flop against Matt Marfiotti. Matt shoves for almost 600,000.
All in.
Call. Sean snap calls to show he hit a set of deuces against Matt's pair of aces. The board runs out and Matt is shell-shocked as he busts in 9th place.
Son of a...
While Matt sat stunned, Will would celebrate as he once again took the lead for WPT Player of the Year. The day's final hand would pit Paris final tableist Byron Caverman against Florida businessman and accomplished amateur James Calderero. Byron lost his race holding ace-king.
There it is.
And our final table was set. Will Fiala and Tony Dunst would be joined by our chip leaders, 2 businessmen with strong poker experience, Sean Kunix and James Calderero, as well as 2 pros who both made the final table at Borgata this season, the well-respected Darren Elias and our short stack, Daniel Buzgan. But the story would be all Will Fiala, a man who was as good as his word from a few days ago.
It's up for grabs for anybody to win this WPT Player of the Year, but I can tell you one thing. They got to come with this.
As we get ready for the start of this amazing final table, I'm joined by the best in the business, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, as everyone knows, you made the final table of the Bay 101 Shooting Star here on the WPT just last season. So you better than anyone can tell us exactly what is going through Tony's mind right now.
Well, Marinella, relief is probably a pretty good word. This is Tony's first WPT final table, and I can assure you he is thrilled to be here. But now that he's here, he's thinking about winning. But that's not going to be easy because we've got tough, experienced players at this final table, 4 of whom have been at a WPT final table before, including our chip leader, Sean Kunix, tough young pro Darren Elias, and Will the Thrill Fiala, who tonight is going for his 2nd WPT title this season. This is going to be a good one.
Without a doubt, Mike, this is a tough table. And Vince, how about Will Fiala calling a shot by reclaiming his Player of the Year lead and making a 2nd final table this season?
Wow, just incredible. You know, Will the Thrill is a true character. You know, the wannabe mobster from New York. You know, he's half Tony Soprano. He's half Tony G, the Australian airbag. But he's not half a player because this guy has everything, Marinella. He can really play. He can read people. He can trash talk at the players. But he also likes to eliminate people at the poker table, much like Tony Soprano. He likes to have them swimming with the fishes. This is one great guy to watch. He is always fun. But Tony Dunst, don't go away. You got here. Big chance tonight. Maybe you can do it.
And now I'm going to put both of you on the spot. Who is your pick to win this thing?
Well, because he's the chip leader, Sean Kunix has to be the favorite. But certainly, all of us at the World Poker Tour would love to see Mr. Raw Deal Tony Dunst take down his first WPT title tonight. But I pick Will the Thrill Fiala when he made the final table at the Legends of Poker to win, and I'm going with him again tonight. Will the Thrill will take down his 2nd WPT title.
Okay.
All right, Mike.
I have to go with my man Tony Dunst. He's come this far. Maybe he'll win it. Who knows?
All right, Vince, there's a lot on the line tonight. A first-place prize worth $400,000, including an entry to the season-ending $25,000 WPT World Championship in Vegas, and 6 men who want nothing more than to etch their names on the WPT Champions Cup. Start of play from the Jacksonville Best Bet Open is just minutes away. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. The final table of the Jacksonville Best Bet Open Poker Championship about to get underway. We've got youth, we've got experience, we've got 6 great players fighting it out for this coveted title.
That is right, Mike. We are in beautiful Jacksonville. We are just minutes away from where Ponce de Leon discovered the Fountain of Youth. Well, will youth prevail? We will find out. The cards are in the air. Andes are starting at 5,000, blinds 15 and 30. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our leaderboard. Sean Koenig's out in front with 2.7. James Calderero in second place. Here we go.
Okay, on the short stack, Daniel Buzzgone. He's got a queen deuce, and he won't play that. Here's Will the Thrill. Next up to bat, he's going to fold. Tony Dunt's going away.
Over to Sean Koenig's our chip leader. He folds as well.
Darren Elias.
Well, Darren's a tough poker pro out of Montclair, New Jersey, just 25 years old.
He's got a nothing hand, a jack 3 of diamonds. Got a little money in there.
Finished 5th at Borgata earlier this season. And he is going to raise it up out of the small blind with the jack 3 of diamonds. 75,000 to go.
James Calderero, real estate investor from Venice, Florida, has re-raised this, makes it 175.
Wow, what a 3-bet here by the businessman from Venice, Florida. Not just a businessman, folks. This guy can play poker. Got a couple WPT cashes. He also finished 13th in the 2009 main event at the World Series of Poker, which garnered him $633,000. So the guy knows how to play, as you can see right there, by 3-betting with 9 high.
Just 9-7. He's going to win that pot. Darren goes out. So off to a good start is the amateur player. All right, very next hand, Sean Koenig's the chip leader at this point.
Now, Sean Klein with a broken collarbone. He was in an accident with his son on a quad runner, but not hurt bad enough to miss this event.
He's going to fold a queen 8. And now back to Darren, who has a miserable 7-3. Won't play that. Calderaro going away. And now the short stack, Daniel.
Daniel Buzzgone, 27-year-old poker pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. Tough player. He was 3rd at Borgata earlier this season.
Well, he has folded, and now it's around to Will the Thrill. And Will the Thrill has a 6-5.
Will the Thrill making the call out of the small blind. But Tony Dunt's going to raise here with the jack 9, makes it 90,000 to go, and Will quickly calls.
Now our man Tony Dunt's the raw deal here on the WPT, who has beautifully made the final table.
Made a good raise there up to 90,000. Let's see how it works out for him. 9-6 deuce. Will's flopped second pair, but Tony has flopped top pair.
Thrill quickly checking, and Tony quickly betting with the continuation bet. Looks like 90,000.
This could spell trouble for the WPT champ, who has retaken the Player of the Year lead.
Will has called it
By his finish in this tournament.
Faster, buddy.
All right, turn card coming up.
It's okay. It's a regular deal
Will
now.
behind.
When a 5 comes off.
2 pair for Will the Thrill.
He's behind no more, Vince. He has taken the lead. He's got 2 pair.
And he quickly checks it like he hated it. Of course, we know better. And Tony gonna bite here. Like he should. Protect your top pair. And there's the bet, 215,000.
Well, let's see what Will's gonna do now. He's gonna raise it. There's your answer. This comes right over the top of Tony Dunt. Will Tony get away from this hand, or will he be talking about it on the raw deal later?
You got top pair. You got a wild man on your right.
Well, he's going to make a good laydown here, that's for sure.
Very nice, Tony.
So Will the Thrill getting lucky on the turn, taking down that pot.
Come on, let's go. Something. Crowd's dead. We got to wake up this crowd a little.
Will the Thrill is trying to wake up the gang at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
If anybody can wake it up, it is Will the Thrill. I'll give him credit, Vince. He had to get to at least 8th place in this tournament to go past Joe Sirac. He said he was going to do it, and he did it. He has retaken the lead for the WPT Player of the Year going into the main event.
Quite a character. All right, back to play. Darren Elias now with Ace-King, a big hand. Darren's out of Montclair, New Jersey, 25 years old. And he's getting out raising chips, of course. Goes to 65,000. Right behind him, James Calderero with a nice suited connector.
Yeah, a 3-bet with a 9-7 of clubs a minute ago. That worked for him. Here he just makes the call with the 8-7 of clubs.
Everyone else folding. to the chip leader, Sean Kunix, who has not picked up a good hand yet. And he's going to fold. Two-way action. Ace-king up against 8-7 of clubs. And we are flopping.
And flop comes ace-10 deuce. Great flop for Darren. He's got top pair and top kicker.
Just a thing of beauty. You play it sneaky, or do you come out with a continuation bet? That's what he's going to do. 75,000.
Look at this. James has no hand and no draw. And yet he is playing this pot.
He's got some heart there because he's going to make it 195, Mike.
Well, this is unbelievable.
Problem is your guy has ace-king. That's a quick call right there by Darren. Here we go to the turn.
5 of clubs comes off. That's going to give James a flush draw, but Darren's still well out in front with the 2 aces. Now it's going check, check. Oh, and the queen of clubs comes up.
Miracle card for the real estate guy. James Calderaro hitting his flush. And it's on Darren first. Slow down. Yes, he does.
Then he's going to check. He got raised on the flop. He's fearful this could give his opponent 2 pair or a straight possibly. I doubt he's thinking about putting him on a flush here.
Calderaro's thinking, how much can he get out of Darren? And it looks like 260, a nice amount.
Well, folks, I don't see how Darren is going to fold this hand, but you're going to see him slink out of his chair and slump to the floor when he sees how he got beat and how this guy raised him on the flop with 8 high. No hand, no draw.
Yeah, it's a pretty auto call. Even though you don't like it, you got aces with a big kicker. 260, yes, he's going to donate. And he's going to be disgusted, of course. He sees the flush. Oh, oxygen tank, please.
Yeah, you can see everybody else's eyebrows are going to be raised when they see the hand that James turns over there, because they see this guy's got a lot of heart to make plays like that, to raise on the flop with no hand and no draw.
Absolutely, and Darren there, burned like the toasted Denny's. That is not fun.
Oh, boy.
Plenty more to come from the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, including the Royal Flush Girls having fun here in Florida. Plus, we relive a Champions Cup moment.
Here we go.
Wow.
It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Stick around.
The World Poker Tour has always supported great charitable causes, and in 2012, we're launching the WPT Foundation.
Go to WPTFoundation.org to learn about our global charity partners and find out how you can join us in playing for a better world.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been wonderful, and the whole entire city's been really sweet to us.
We went to the beach, we did a bunch of surfing and playing in the water. The beach was beautiful, the sand was great, the water was amazing.
Clark's Fish Camp was definitely an experience that I will not forget. They had python, kangaroo, ostrich, venison, everything I could ever think of that you could possibly cut up and eat, they had it there.
Honestly, she's had like 17 gator toes. I'm really starting to worry here.
Jacksonville, Florida is an amazing place to visit. You'd be so surprised at all of the incredible things they have to offer, and the Best Bet Poker Room was perfect.
Vince, I got to tell you, the Best Bet Jacksonville couldn't be better named, because this is the best bet you can get if you're a poker player. This place is gorgeous. What impresses me the most as a player, you're not cramped. There's plenty of space between tables. The chairs are comfortable. The tables are beautiful. The lighting is great.
Yeah.
I think if you're in this area, folks, and you like to play poker, you got to check out Best Bet Jacksonville.
We'll also just talk about the food and the service, impeccable. So you're right, Mike. This is one of our favorite casinos.
And how about this, Vince?
Oh, boy.
Dealer Brian Wood has engraved the WPT logo right in the side of his head there. Gotta love it.
I hope he's getting some big tips for that one. I bet he is. Everyone having a good time here as 6 players remain. As you can see, our chip leader, Sean Kunix, with 2.8 million in chips. And he is a businessman out of Columbus, Ohio.
But the other businessman, James Calderaro, right on his heels here with 2.7 million in chips.
James is going to fold on this hand, and now Mr. Buzz gone. A short stack at the table with a king 8 of spades. This hand has piqued his interest. Is he going to fire, Mike?
I'll tell you where he fired, Vince. He re-entered this tournament on day 2 after he got busted on day 1, and that was a wise decision because he's going to get a nice paycheck.
Well, he has raised to 65,000. Couple folds.
Round to Sean Kunix. This is Sean's second time he's been at a WPT final table, so Maybe an amateur, but he's been here before.
Well, he's called with a nothing hand, just a 6-4. Darren with an ace-5 gets out of their way, so two-way action. Daniel buzz gone with a king-8 up against a 6-4 by Sean. Here's the flop.
Well, flop comes 9-9-4, so just that quickly, Sean has taken the lead with 2-pair. Now Sean is going to check the 2-pair.
And the short stack, Daniel.
It's the kind of flop you're normally going to make a continuation bet with, even though you don't have anything.
Up a $70,000 bet, it looks like.
Yep, Daniel doing just that. Let's see now what Sean is going to do.
Well, he's got a piece of it. You know you can't get hurt that bad because the guy's on such a short stack. You've got all these chips. And there you go. He's going to push all in. Put the pressure back on Buzz gone.
Well, Buzz is going to be gone here, no doubt about
Yes,
that.
that will kill you, Buzz.
He is not
This
going to.
happens.
He is just posturing here, folks. Zero chance he's calling here with the king eye.
Buzz gone out.
All right, so Sean Kunig's going to take down that pot. So the Ohio State Buckeye is dabbing it right now.
Sean Kunig's 39 years old. He works with Verizon stores. And he's playing some good poker here tonight so far. All right, back to the table. Darren. Elias with a 6-3. Quickly folds his hand. James Calderero also going out.
So back to Buzz gone. They just raised a minute ago with king 8. That didn't work out. Let's see what he's going to do with queen jack. Remember, he is the short stack at the table, but just wants to wait for something a little better than that. Will the Thrill going to make a raise here with the king 10 of spade?
Why not? He's got the button. Attractive hand. He makes it 65,000 to go. Tony out.
Well, the big blind has picked up a premium hand. He's got ace king. And that good luck card cap you see on Sean's thing is a soccer player. It came from his son's birthday cake. Sean uses it to show his son that you can do anything that you set your mind out to achieve. He wanted to make this final table. He's using the soccer man to prove that you can do it.
That is great. He's also made it 180,000. Aim to Will the Thrill.
Well, calling re-raises with hands like king 10 and king jack. Some pros wouldn't make it, but they're not Will the Thrill. He wants to see a flop.
He's also got position, but he could be in trouble here. Here's the flop, and the king comes up.
Well, this is just why they don't call re-raises with king jacks and king 10s, because they're trouble hands. If you flop 2 kings, you're still frozen when your opponent's continuing to bet.
Now Sean with the continuation bet. He looks like he's getting chips out, and of course he is going to bet 235.
He's got top pair and top kicker. A great flop for him.
And Will's thinking, geez, I have kings. Let me find out where I am here.
It's a good flop for Will the Thrill's hand. He's going to raise it here.
Repop it, but look at this, a quick all in by Sean.
I should have waited a little bit.
He should have waited a little bit. I agree with him. I think he made a snap all-in bet when it wasn't necessary with the texture of this board. And Will the Thrill, let's see if he can pick up on that snap all-in bet and realize that he's beat here.
Tough spot.
Well, indeed it is a tough spot.
I think you got 2 queens for some crazy reason.
Normally Will is very good about reading opponents in this situation.
You got 2 queens?
It's still better than your hand. Even 2 queens are.
You think so?
Yeah.
I raised you there with the, I don't know, 2 queens beat?
I mean, maybe. I got a terrible table image.
You do have a terrible table image, it's true.
Well, you have a terrible table image, but he got the best hand here. And if Will's not careful, he'll be reporting to the rail.
What a predicament for Will the Thrill. First in the Player of the Year standings. Quite a character from Long Island, New York.
Vince, you got to salute the guy. He had to get to at least 8th place to retake that Player of the Year lead. He did it. He's trying to extend that lead now, but he makes the call here.
Show me.
He could go out in 6th place very easily.
I hate to do that, though. I got to play these other guys, too.
And he is going to make the right fold.
So Sean Koenig extending his chip lead by picking up a nice pot right there.
And that is just horrible for Will the Thrill, whose chips are disappearing faster than a 70s child star.
I know you told us. That was so great.
Tony just so happy it wasn't him. As we look at the Royal Flush Girls social bar, anyone can go out there and talk to the girls about almost anything.
I swear to God, I folded a king. I don't know. You guys going to see it in 30 minutes. Why would I lie?
Trying to prove that he had kings. He did. Good lay down. We must move on. James Calderero.
This guy's impressed me, Vince, I got to tell you. He goes out here, has this buzz gone.
Yep. Back to Will.
And he's got the suited connectors, a 6-7 of spade here.
He's going to raise it to 60,000 with the 6-7 of spade. Tony Dunst now with a pair of tens.
Now, for sure, Tony's going to 3-bet with this hand.
Yeah, that's what I wanted you to do all day, buddy. That's what I wanted.
He's lying about that. You don't want a guy to 3-bet you when you got 7 high.
Well, he's made it 150. Sean out. Darren with a nothing hand goes away.
Well, we're going to see a flop. He makes the call of the raise by Tony Dunst.
Tony with a nice wired pair. Can he get lucky with this flop?
Well, King, Queen, 7, so Will's got a piece of it. He's got bottom pair. Not good enough, though, against the 2 10s of Tony.
Well, they both check. And now Will's got 2 pairs, 7s and 6s. What a card for Will the Thrill.
Yep. Will is taking the lead here.
Yep. And he's going to bet it. 125,000.
Well, tough spot for Tony here. Well, he's going to make the call here.
This could be big trouble for the raw deal.
Now 4 diamonds comes off, so 3 diamonds out there. Will the Thrill checking.
Check.
6.
No good.
Oh, you got me that time. Nice hand, nice hand, nice hand.
Will the Thrill has overlooked his hand, folks.
What the heck just happened?
He said he had 2 6s, Vince. Didn't realize he had 7s and 6s.
Oh,
he had the best hand.
This is just an absolute shock here. Didn't see his cards. He mucks it.
Well, because he didn't table his cards. He didn't turn his hand up.
Oh, you got me.
He just said he had 2 6s and mucked his hand. His hand is dead. Tony Dunst getting a gift right there with a big bow on it.
This is a major mistake by a major player. This is startling.
Well, Vince, even the greatest players make mistakes sometimes. We saw it right there by Will the Thrill. Unbelievable.
Stay tuned. More from Jacksonville coming up.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I find Will Fiala fun to play with.
I warned you not to bluff that ace. You like chin nuts.
A lot of people find Will very obnoxious.
Fred Goldberg money. Buddy, I slow rolled him. I didn't see a 4. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
And I think Will doesn't care that they find him obnoxious.
Yeah, and plus they know they can't do to me.
You don't listen. I try to tell you, no good, buddy. You won't be here long with me to your right, bitch. Don't worry.
They can't say nothing, they can't do nothing, because they know I'll just come right back at them, and they don't want that.
I'm not trying to take anything away from his play, but you remember Will Fiala, the man, before you remember Will Fiala, the poker player.
Tony Dunst's ass is mine today. That I promise you. If someone's making him go to the rail, it's going to be the Thrill.
Love to outplay the Dunster.
Well, Will the Thrill outplayed himself that last hand by laying down the best hand. I'm still shocked by that, Vince.
Button's right.
You know, I just wonder if he was thinking about the other hand that he lost with the 2 kings where he mucked that hand. We know it was a good lay down, but it still might be playing on his mind where he might have thought he had the best hand. I don't know.
But Mike, we've been here for 10 years now on the World Poker Tour, and we have seen great poker, right?
Well, you're right, Vince. And now our viewers can see some more great poker because if they join ClubWPT.com, they'll become a VIP member and they'll have special access to former episodes on the World Poker Tour, whether it be Season 10, Season 1, or whatever they want to watch.
That's very true. You get all the VIP benefits, and you only pay $19.95 a month, okay? So you can play unlimited poker. You also have a shot at winning a seat at one of the major WPT events. We've seen it done, and they've taken home big bucks.
No question about it, so folks. So sign up for ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, back to the table we go.
Well, we've seen some great poker, but a moment ago, we saw some weak poker when Will folded the best hand.
All right, this has been folded around to Sean, the chip leader. He's got about 3.6 million in chips with just a 7-3, Mike.
Yeah. Really not much of a hand, but he's going to raise it, it looks like, just to try to pick up the blinds and antes here.
Yeah, 65,000 into Darren with just a Jack-8. But he kind of knows what's happening here. He's going to make the call. So a 7-3 up against a Jack-8. And there's an 8 on the flop and a 7.
Well, Sean has flopped bottom pair. Darren has flopped middle pair and a gut shot straight draw, as you can see.
And Sean's going to come out with a continuation bet. It looks like 80,000 with his 7s. And Darren, of course, with the 8s. And a straight draw is going to make the call.
And now a Jack comes off.
Now.
So now Darren has 2 pair.
But Sean first to act is not going to slow down. He's getting more chips out, it looks like. Yep. 160,000 into Darren.
Even though Darren's got 2 pair, he's frozen here because there's a possible straight out there and a possible flush, as you can
Doesn't
see.
have that many chips, though, Mike. You just fire here and just gamble.
I think you do just what he's doing. You make the call with 2 pair and the straight flush draw.
All right, he's in front, and the river card helps neither player.
King of clubs comes off. An all-in bet by Sean Kunix. What a play this is. And even though Darren has 2 pair, he's fearful his opponent's got a flush, a straight. Just wouldn't think he would make this kind of play with 2 pair or trips with a possible flush and straight out there. But I know one thing. If you're sitting in Darren's seat, it's a tough, tough, tough call to make here for all your dough. If he's got the straight or flush, you're reporting to the rail and you're out of here in 6th place.
Well, this could be the turning point for Darren if he should make this. It would be a spectacular call. He would double up.
Well, you only call this if you think your opponent's bluffing, Vince. That's all.
He's gonna lay it down.
Just too much pressure.
Yeah,
you
what's
can't
pressure?
do it for all your chips. I don't blame Darren for laying that hand down, but you just got to take your hat off to this Ohio State Buckeye. He played that hand with the precision of the Ohio State marching band, I can tell you that.
Brilliantly done.
We had a stacked table tonight here at the Best Bet Open, but let's take a look back in World Poker Tour history at another loaded table and its unlikely outcome in this WPT Champions Cup moment.
There we go to the river! Who's gonna get lucky?
The final table of the Season 3 Jack Binion World Poker Open in Mississippi featured a Mount Rushmore of poker greats, including a young Michael Mizrachi, 5-time finalist Scotty Wynn, 2-time champion Daniel Negreanu, and the great Chow Jang. Negreanu, full of confidence from 2 previous wins in Season 3, commanded the table, knocking out Michael Mizrachi on a miracle card, then dispatching Scotty Wynn to the rail. But it would not be the kings of poker who would write this story, but a 23-year-old Cinderella named John Stolzman. With his father cheering him on, the young philosophy major from the University of Wisconsin would hold his own against poker's best.
I'm all in.
Beating Daniel Negreanu in a huge pot.
It's a 6! Wow!
And then sending the Player of the Year home in 3rd place. With the great veteran Chow Jang still to defeat.
I call him.
He's calling it. He's done it.
John Stolzman would finally complete this astonishing victory,
Here's the river. John Stoltzman has done it, Vince.
winning $1.4 million and ending the greatest upset in WPT history by calling home to say he had etched his name forever on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, that's the dream of all players, to get your name etched on that Champions Cup. No doubt about it. One player at this table has done that. Will the Thrill Fiala going for his 2nd WPT title tonight.
Right now, Sean Kunix, 39-year-old, is the chip leader with 3.9. He's playing some bold poker here this evening. Back to the table we go. Quick fold by James Calderero. And now the short stack. Daniel Buzzgon has a hand, ace-queen.
You know, he's on the short stack at this table, just the kind of hand you're looking for when you don't have many chips. In my mind, you're just going to ship it right here.
He is from Malton, New Jersey, 27 years old.
He's got less than 10 big blinds. I just get it in there.
I'm all in.
And he does so.
He's going to shove Will the Thrill out. And now Tony Dunst with an attractive king, jack of clubs with a button.
Tony might think the guy's a little desperate here. Might be moving all in with any kind of hand.
I'm all in.
Now, Tony Dunst has gone all in himself. Doesn't just make the call, wants to shut everybody else out.
I'm not that big.
Everybody else folds.
Wow.
So ace queen up against king jack.
Well, Tony could afford to make the call, which is why he did, I'm sure, but now he's going to have to get lucky to win the pot.
Such a real hand for 9 blinds.
I'm tight. I'm in my cave, man. I'm buried in there.
Tony put him on a much wider range, which is possibly true. He could have moved in with a much weaker hand, but he didn't.
Well, the flop comes up 10-9-3. That is good for Buzzgone.
Well, he didn't want to pair his queen now because that would give Tony a straight. He didn't want to see any kind of paint come out there.
Tony would love to hit his card, but it's not going to happen for Tony there as a 4 of spades on the turn.
Daniel just has to dodge a face card. He doesn't want to see any paint come out there, Vince. It's the only way he can lose. If a paint comes up, it does not as the 3 of spades hits on the river. Daniel Buzzgone going to double up.
Nice hand, Dan.
Thank you.
A little hit there for Tony Dunst.
Well, let me say this about Daniel Buzzgone, Ben.
Nice hand, Dan.
Thank you.
We keep talking about Will the Thrill, who's the Player of the Year leader right now. If Daniel Buzzgone wins this tournament, he'll be taking the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
And with that hand, we've run out of time in our first hour of extended coverage. Mike, what are your thoughts on tonight's action?
Well, my first thought is I can't wait to see the conclusion of this final table. It is going to be a good one, but the player that's impressed me the most at this final table is the Buckeye, the 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio, Sean Kunix. He came to this final table as chip leader. He's done nothing but increase that with good play, with some great bluffs. Right now, he's marching with the precision of the Ohio State Marching Band, and that's saying something.
I absolutely agree. Sean has been extremely aggressive tonight. Vince, what are your thoughts?
Well, I tell you, 3 of these guys just can't get themselves out of the Jacksonville swamp tonight. And we're talking about the New Yorker, Will the Thrill, misstepping here tonight. Tony Dunst, kind of conservative. He can't make it happen either. And the young gun, Darren Elias, hasn't been able to make anything happen here either. And Daniel Buzzgone, our other Player of the Year candidate, has a little momentum now after that hand with our raw deal man, Tony Dunst. Buzz hasn't gone yet, but you know, the 2 chip leaders are pushing these guys around. It should be very interesting.
Thank you, guys. Join us next time from Jacksonville for more of Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Florida, the newest stop on the tour has exploded on the scene as the remaining players battle for the last regular season WPT title. The action continues next, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Mike and Vince, we still have 6 players left. What are your thoughts on this final table?
Well, my first thought, Marinella, is we have youth, we have experience. 4 out of these 6 players have been at a WPT final table before. Will the Thrill Fiala, of course, going for his 2nd WPT title this season. Our own Mr. Raw Deal, Tony Dunst, still alive fighting for this title. But the guy that's impressed me the most so far at this final table was the guy who's the chip leader coming to the final table. That is Sean Kunix. He's a 37-year-old businessman from Columbus, Ohio. The Buckeye is doing it right now.
Well, Mike, you're right. There's 2 guys that are pushing the other guys around. There is James Calderero from right here in Florida. He got into it early on. He won a big pot from the young gun, Darren Elias, who was off to a pretty slow start. I expect to hear a lot more from Darren before this one is through. And of course, there is Daniel Buzzgone. You remember him from Brigada earlier this season. He's got a little momentum going. If he wins here tonight, he could take the lead for WPT Player of the Year away from Will the Thrill Fiala. But the play of the night so far was when Will the Thrill, the Tony Soprano wannabe, had a brain cramp, didn't realize he had 2 pair. He folded the winning hand against our raw deal man, Tony Dunst. Just incredible that he did that. So let's see if Will can come back from that fiasco. This is going to be a lot of fun.
Thank you, guys. There's obviously still great poker ahead. We have word that cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Sean Kunix, with $4.3 million in chips. James Calderero in second place with $2.3 million. They're the lone two amateurs at the table, yet they're sitting in first and second place. Pretty good stuff by them.
All right, the antes of 5,000 blinds are 20 and 40.
I like to play with.
Play goes to Tony Dunst, the raw deal here on the World Poker Tour. He's going to quickly fold his hand.
Action over to the chip leader, Sean Kunix. Been very aggressive tonight at this final table. He's got a massive chip lead. He's going to raise it here with a Jack-10, just continuing to apply pressure to everybody.
Darren and James both going away. Now Mr. Buzz gone with a king-queen.
Now he just gets away from it.
Okay.
And now it's up to Will the Thrill Fiala from Long Island.
And he picks up Queen Jack. He's in the big blind, but he's on the short stack.
It's gone in.
What do you think? I'm not worried about that.
He's a great, entertaining player to watch. That is Will the Thrill.
Nothing's gone right for Will the Thrill so far since he's made this final table. Vince, you got to hand it to this guy. He has been the leader of the WPT Player of the Year standings most all the years. He lost it in the last tournament. He said, I'm going to get it back. To do it, he had to come in at least 8th place in this event, and he did it.
Don't forget, he took off to go to another tournament in Monte Carlo, got knocked out of that, and had the guts to say, hey, get me back there in time. I want in. So it's nice to see that all that effort has paid off.
Has paid off. He's taking the lead for the Player of the Year race. Now got to decide what to do here in the short stack. He just makes the call. So he doesn't move all in with the Queen Jack, so we're going to have a flop here.
Doesn't have any more chips left, Mike. Here's the flop.
The flop comes 10, 9, 7 of clubs. Good flop for Will.
He's gone all in a quick call by Sean, who has 10s.
Well, Sean's got him out flopped as he's got top pair here. He also has a straight flush draw, but Will has a bigger flush draw.
All I need is the 3 of clubs. You hear what I'm saying?
I just need the 8
3 of clubs, or you could just put up an 8. Red 8 will do.
Not the 8 of clubs, as Sean says. That would give him a straight
Just
flush.
put up a 3 of clubs and end it.
So Will the Thrill,
3 of clubs and
the
end
Tony
it.
Soprano wannabe, dying for the right card to double up.
Well, Vince, sometimes when you make a bonehead play somewhere along the final table like Will did earlier, the poker gods punish you. Will they punish Will here and not help him?
Ace of Spades, no help for Will the Thrill.
He needs to catch a king, a queen, an 8 that's not the 8 of clubs or any other club to stay alive in this tournament.
A lot of outs to win the pot. Can he catch something?
Last card coming up. Can Will do it?
Come on.
Nope, 5 of diamonds comes off. So Will the Thrill Fiala is not going to capture a second WPT title tonight. Nothing went right for the guy. Out tonight in 6th place.
Yeah, the Thrill is gone for Will. Takes home $54,000. He's always fun to watch. And right now he's going over to Matt Savage to commiserate.
Well, it just wasn't your day today. Talk about that last hand.
Well, you know, I had a tough spot there. I didn't know if I was going to get a better chance to look at better cards. Every hand I was looking at was a 3, a 5, a deuce. And he's raising every hand. I think I have the best hand, but I wanted to see a flop. And make a long story short, the best flop I could pretty much see from my hand came, and he had top pair. So
you're back in the lead for Player of the Year.
Yeah.
But there is a kid sitting at the table right now, Daniel Busgen, that can take the lead back again from you. What do you think?
He's got a good shot. You know, he's getting smashed by the deck right now, so you never know what happens. But I play as good as I could play. You know, that's all I could do is try to get it in good. I couldn't get a hand at the right time. You know, blinds are really big right now, so.
One more event. We'll see you at the World Poker Championship.
Thank you, everybody.
And there you have it, Will the Thrill Fiala out in 6th place. I have to say I am so surprised to see that he was the first player eliminated tonight. However, he does have the lead in the Player of the Year race. But if Daniel Busgen takes this title, he will overtake Will. Plenty more to come, including my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey. And the Royal Flush Girl is having fun here in Florida. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Stick around.
Yeah, I would definitely consider myself a poker player first and a commentator second. On the front. Let's break it down. Definitely always a goal of mine to make an episode as a player. I grew up watching the World Poker Tour. It's pretty surreal to go from the guy who's on his couch in his parents' house watching to the show to the guy who's a part of it and now playing on it. It's very surreal.
We'll we want to congratulate Tony for making this final table. See if we can get lucky and take down the title. He's going to need some luck because right now he's sitting in last place. As you can see, our chip leader, Sean Koenig, just continues to increase his chip lead.
Yeah, he is playing tough here tonight. Five-handed poker, Darren Elias with a pair of deuces. And he is going to raise, makes it 85,000 to go. Calderero and Buzzgone going out, as well as Tony Dunst. Now it's around to the chip leader, Sean Koenig, who's got an uneventful 8-7.
Now he's looking over there at his opponent's stack size. And he's winning every hand he's playing so far, so why not play again?
Yep, he is going to speculate and make the call. And the flop comes up ace 10-6. No help for Sean. He checks.
Well, he's got a gut shot straight draw, but does check. And here comes what might be a nice continuation bet here for Darren Elias with just two deuces. But Sean calls him with the gut shot straight draw.
In a flash. And now a 5 of spades gives an open-ended straight draw for Sean. He's checking again. And Darren slowing down.
And a 4 comes off. Look at this. Sean Koenig has made the best hand possible. An 8 high straight. How good is this guy running?
It is beautiful. Now the problem is, how much do you bet? You
All
want to
in.
get some money, but look at this. He overbets with an all-in bet, I believe.
Well, you're right, Vince. Because the guy checked on the turn, you know he doesn't have that strong of a hand, so you want to extract chips from him. Why not bet a smaller amount the guy might call you?
You must not even have an ace there, Darren. Damn. I did not have an ace. Damn it. Well, it makes me feel better about shoving. I had a monster. I believe you.
Darren escaping right there. There's the will, the thrill.
To be on these sidelines right now, guys. Unfortunately, this is where I'm standing. This is called the Losers Lounge. I don't like the Losers Lounge, but this is where we're at. So we're dealing with it right now. We'll be back for the championship, though, and it won't be in the Losers Lounge, I promise you that. Coming back with vengeance.
Those guys are on the plane by now. He has a lot of class by sticking around, showing his personality.
Well, the truth is he wants to see if Buzzgone goes by him in the Player of the Year status. Man. That's why he's here. Don't worry.
Right. All right, Calderero out. And there's Buzzgone. He is folding now onto Tony Dunst. King 3 of hearts.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to push with this.
And he has moved all in with a King 3.
Right behind him, our chip leader.
Timing is
fold.
everything.
Darren now. Uh-oh.
How much is it?
Got an ace 9. That is callable.
Tough decision here for Darren, no doubt about it. It's one of those very marginal, you do or you don't. Tough decision.
I call.
Tony's trying to talk him out of it. It's not going to work. Darren's making this call.
Well, what a nice call by Darren Elias. That's why the pros respect this guy. He's just got a great feel for the game.
Good call there. It's too bad if I lose this, I won't have even gotten to play any poker.
Man, what's unusual, if Tony loses this pot, he'll have lost about every pot tonight. The only pot he won, he didn't even have the best hand.
Here's the flop. Can Tony outdraw his man here with a King 3? Here we go. It is a 10-6-5. Not good for Tony Dunst. Ace high in front there for Darren.
Now Tony needs to catch a king or a 3 to take the lead. 2 runners to make a straight or a flush would do it for him, but he needs help. Well, the queen comes off, so we are down to the river. Tony Dunst must catch a king or a 3 to stay alive in this tournament. Otherwise, the dapper-dressed Tony Dunst will be out in 5th place.
River card is a deuce of diamonds.
Well, congrats all around. Nice showing for our own Tony Dunst in this tournament, but just not meant to be tonight. He is going to finish in 5th place.
Well, Mike, he never really got any hands, no momentum to go with, but what an effort for our very own raw deal, Tony Dunst. He's out in 5th place, going to take home $66,000. He's excited to watch, and right now, he's over to talk to Matt.
Tony, a 5th place finish today. How disappointing is this for you?
More disappointing than the finish is the fact that I didn't really get to play any poker. It was just kind of like lose a bunch of hands in a row with one exception and then bust, so not a lot happened.
All right, well, back to the booth, but I'm sure you're going to be back in another final table.
Good job, Matt.
Tony. Back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. Tony Dunst out in 5th place. He's had a great run here in Jacksonville, Florida, and we are all very proud of him. Coming up, my 5 questions with British pro and brand new WPT champ, James Dempsey.
You and Mike Sexton, who would win?
Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues. Stick around.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Tuba, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to Best Bet Jacksonville.
Earlier this season in Las Vegas, British pro James Dempsey captured a WPT title in his very first WPT event. James has always been a fan of the World Poker Tour, as well as a certain Mike Sexton catchphrase, as I learned in this edition of 5 Questions. Why is bingo, bango, bongo the best poker line
It's the
ever?
absolute best. I started playing poker 10 years ago, and I used to watch the WPT, me and my brother, and it was just one of Sexton's great lines. And when someone used to flop gin, he'd go, bingo, bango, bongo. I used to love it all the time.
Oh, bingo, bango, bongo!
And he just stuck with me ever since. He doesn't even say it anymore, and I was very upset, but he gave me a bingo, bango, bongo Bellagio.
Just for you personally?
Just for me.
James Dempsey, bingo, bango, bongo, he takes down the pot.
I was like, that was it.
That was gold. Now, you won the very first WPT event you played in. What's your secret?
Run good. Like,
luck box?
Just run good.
Oh, it's the 10!
It's the 10, he's done it! James Dempsey has done it!
Just love the game, and the game will reward you. That's important.
You reigned victorious.
Yeah, I'm the king. I'm the king of the Bellagio for at least another month.
Now, you've done some commentating in the world of poker. Did you learn anything from it?
Just everyone's terrible.
James Dempsey will be alongside me commentating.
That was brilliant. There's 5 players. He's chosen the best poker player with the most chips. And he thought, this is the guy I'm going to go after.
How has that helped your game?
They never help my game. It's helped me make some enemies.
And he keeps attacking for no reason. Attacking, you take it personally. I'm not attacking, you're a lovely guy. Why does everyone get so personal when people tell
absolutely think
it's a game,
that
man.
you're not a lovely guy.
It's a game.
You can see how they play. They're absolutely terrible.
No one's going to want to hire you. What is he doing?
I'm a good commentator.
What a donkey.
Yeah, but that's what people want to hear. Like, he's terrible. I want to hear, oh, yeah, I suppose you could do that, those reasons, blah, blah.
Yeah.
Just say they're terrible. Like, it's fine.
What's the difference between playing poker in Europe and playing poker in the States?
Everyone's a bit crazier in Europe. It's weird. You play against the good players, and they're just a lot more aggressive pre-flop. And then you get like a lot of crazy like Spanish and French and Italian people who just sit there for 3 hours and then just go berserk in one hand. They're just like, I've had enough of this. And they just start raising turns, just go berserk for like an hour.
Serious question. Heads up.
Okay,
You and Mike Sexton, who would win?
I'd win. Bash him up.
Thanks for trying to be humble for a
Bash him
millisecond.
up. Bash him up.
You and Vince, heads up. Who would win?
He just looks too cool, doesn't he? So I'd probably just like tremble. I'd be like, can't beat this guy. He deserves it. I feel like he might win.
So you'd win against Sexton, you'd lose against Vince Van
Yeah,
Patten.
Mike. I think he's too jaded with the game. He's been playing it too long. You know, Vince just seems like he'd just be like, oh yeah, I enjoy life. Whatever happens, and then it'll just come to him. That's what happens. You know, you just gotta love the game.
He doesn't know me too well.
Oh, boy. Me neither. I have to play this guy some heads up here. No, I think James Dempsey is so good for the poker world. The guy's just got great sense of humor. We played some golf with him this week.
Yep.
Vance, we sure enjoyed that, for sure.
He was awful. And he doesn't mind you telling the truth there. And he was just,
Oh,
boy.
it's good to have a pigeon on the golf course, though, you know.
He's off like an ATM, but he is fun to play with.
Okay, action on Sean Kunix here. Got the ace-7 offsuit.
Yeah, quick fold by Daniel. And Sean with an ace-7 is going to raise, makes it 100,000. Darren out. Calderero has called with a queen-jack. Flop is 6-6 deuce. Helps neither player. They both check.
Now a 10 comes off.
James going to check again, yielding to the chip leader, Sean Kunix.
Well, Sean thinks the ace-high is the best hand now. His opponent checked twice, and indeed it is.
125, and that's going to
I had
do
the
it.
best team. Huh? I had the best team.
Yeah, he did. I had a hand though.
Good bet on the turn there by Sean.
39 years old, second WPT final. He was sixth at the Festa Al Lago.
Well, there you see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, rooting the son-in-law in. Yes, we should say that he's also playing with a broken collarbone. Got in an accident. He and his son on a quad runner, but the broken collarbone not stopping him from playing this tournament.
Well, the blinds are going up to 25 and 50, and now our chip leader, Sean, with a queen 10 of hearts. Will make it 125 to go. Right behind him, though, Darren with an ace-9 of spades.
The ace-9 worked well when they knocked Tony Dunst out of this tournament with it, so he is going to play it again.
Okay, the other guys fold. So ace-9 versus queen 10. Here's the first three. And it comes up king, king 5. That's a 4 flush for Sean.
He's going to check it.
Raise before the flop and checks the 4 flush.
It's going check, check.
6 of spades helps neither player on the turn. And here comes Sean. He's got a ton of chips in front of him. He's got momentum, and he's got a bet. Looks like 250,000.
And look at this, Vince. Darren Elias. He's going to make this call with just an ace high. Believes it's the best hand, and it is the best hand. That's why you got to love this guy. His poker instincts are just terrific. Now a 9 comes off, so Darren improves his hand to kings and 9s.
Sean slows down. He checks it.
Now here's a spot where I would probably just check it down, Vince, even though you like to make a value bet. But if your opponent check raises you here, you may have to muck the 9s. And what's he going to pay you off with? Will he pay you off with 2 6s or a small pair if that's what he has? I don't know.
Well, he's not doing what you would do and I would do. He is going to bet it, try to get a value bet. But of course, we know Sean doesn't have anything.
Value bet indeed. There's almost 850,000 in the pot, yet he's only betting 175,000.
TC fly bet.
Nice hand, buddy.
But Sean doesn't get tricky. He folds the hand. Darren will take that down and look like a genius.
I can tell you, folks, this guy's got the respect of all the poker pros. They really like this guy's game.
The best hand.
I think there's something to be said about enjoying what you do. The charity event at the Bay was a lot of fun. They called it the Titans of Silicon Valley. I think they were executives for internet companies. Helmuth was doing the commentary. I think Negreanu made the final table with me. The rest of it were the executives. They beat us. The amateurs ended up taking. I know when to take it seriously and when to have fun with it, and today's business.
Well, business indeed. Right now, Darren's sitting in 3rd place, looking to take down his first WPT title tonight. So it is all business for him, but Sean Kunig's well out in front, as you can see.
The action's going to go right back on Darren Elias. He was 5th at Borgata this season. What a talent, and this time he's got king 9, and he will raise. Makes it 105,000. Calderero out.
Around to Daniel Buzgone. He finished 3rd earlier this season at Borgata. Could take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race if he wins here tonight, but goes out here.
Sean Kunix with a queen-jack will make the call. So we have king 9 up against queen-jack, and there's the flop, and it is a queen on the flop. Queen 10-4, but they're all spades.
Well, Sean is going to check the top pair. Darren, as you can see, has the flush draw with the gut shot straight draw.
He's going to bet 110,000. Sean with top pair, no flush.
Oh, but look at this. It's going to be the check raised by Sean, Vince. Yes, it is. He has check raised him to 275,000. But Darren, with the double drawing kind of hand, is going to make the call. Now, kind of hand that's scary, because even if you make a spade flush, you're not really thrilled with the 9 of spade. Now the 10 comes off, which pairs the boards. Sean's still out in front with the queens, but he's going to check them.
Scary card sometimes.
Look at this. Darren is reaching for chips, Vince. Most players would just snap check behind him to get the free draw at the flush or the straight, but not this guy. He is betting out 425,000, going to put the pressure on the chip leader.
That is one bold move by the 25-year-old.
Well, you're scared the guy was slow playing you with a flush. Maybe he's got queens with a bigger kicker. Maybe he made 3 10s on the turn. Well, you're essentially drawing dead. And Sean is going to give it up. But salute this guy, Darren Elias, for making that bet on the turn to win that pot.
Now that Tony Dunst is no longer at the final table, he has found his way back to his command center. Hear his critique of tonight's play in a new edition of The Raw Deal. And the Royal Flush Girls having fun here in Florida. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around. Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents on this edition of The Raw Deal.
You know, it's always been my dream to play my way onto a WPT final table and lose every hand once I got there. I mean, seriously. The only hand I won, I wasn't even supposed to win. Fortunately for me, Will Fiala didn't want Player of the Year quite bad enough to examine how his hole cards match up with those on the board. But beyond that, I was mostly forced to sit and watch everyone else play poker while my stack evaporated in front of me. And the man I watched the closest at this final table is Darren Elias. Although many of you may be oblivious to Elias, he is well known and unanimously respected among his peers. He built his reputation as a successful online player, and this is his second WPT final table this season. However, Darren is still without a win in a major live tournament, though many considered him the favorite coming into tonight's competition. Several of Darren's battles have come against chip leader Sean Kunix, and although Darren hasn't been able to extract a large degree of chips from him, I think the skill edge is increasingly apparent the more you watch the two of them play. Their first conflict is pretty straightforward. Darren bets his pair of twos on an ace-high flop, and Sean decides to call with a gut shot and likely has some intention to bluff on future streets if he misses. Instead, Sean gets a run out giving him the stone nuts, leading him to move in for Darren's stack, which is about 2.5 times the size of the pot. I doubt Sean thinks he's being called often, but I don't blame him for taking one big shot at eliminating Darren. Sean and Darren's second hand together further demonstrates Darren's skill. It begins with Darren just calling pre-flop instead of moving in. This being done because Daniel Buzzgun is on a much shorter stack, creating severe payout jump implications for busting to the larger stack of Sean. On the flop, we see Darren check behind to control the size of the pot with his ace high, and then he calls on the turn when his hand is still good. His intention was likely to call once and fold to another bet on most rivers, but he finds a helpful 9, and when Sean checks, Darren goes for thin value with a small bet, likely because he can sense Sean's weakness. Their last hand makes me think that Darren believes he has a pretty good read on Sean. The pre-flop raise and flop bet are pretty standard, but the check raise from Sean would cause many players to fold a king-high gutshot straight and 9-high flush draw. Instead, Darren feels he can best represent a very strong hand by just calling, and that if his hand doesn't improve on the turn, he'll be able to take the pot away with some cards. As it happens, he gets a fairly useful bluff card, and his half pot bet on the turn is enough to get Sean to release top pair. It's quite a poker clinic Darren is putting on here, even if it kills me to say it, seeing as he's the one that busted me. But perhaps I'll just kill him.
Well, Tony Dunce is right. All the pros respect Darren Elias. He is a tough cookie right now, sitting in third place. The man of the hour, though, right now, Sean Kunix, still well out in front.
The businessman from Columbus, Ohio. Let's get back to the felt. Action on Darren Elias. Quick fold by him, as well as James Calderero. Now Daniel Buzzgun with a king-9.
Ship it. If you want, all in.
And he is short stacked, and he's going to push with the king-high.
Sean was aiding him to ship it, so he did.
Well, Sean's got Jack 10.
5-15.
Well, it's about a $500,000 bet.
I call.
And he's got to make this call.
Wow, Sean is gambling here with a jack high. I mean, that's when you think you're running good, folks. When you call an all-in bet with just a jack high there, you are gambling.
Sean's feeling good. And can his intuition be right? Here comes the first 3 and a 9 on the flop. That is good for Buzzgun. He is out in front with a pair of 9s. 9-6-5 on the flop. No real help for Sean Kunix. Here comes the turn.
And 7 of spade comes off. Buzzgun has the king of spades, so he blocks the flush draw.
Down to the river we go. And a 5 on the river pairs the board.
So Daniel Buzzgun doubling up. And remember, if he wins this tournament, he will take the lead in the WPT Player of the Year race.
Sean's still out in front. Plays a lot of hands.
And he is a player. He is not a hen on her eggs in terms of his chips here, no doubt about it. He may be chip leader, but his chips are in action.
All right, now Darren Elias with a king-jack has raised to 105. Calderero out. Daniel Buzzgun with just a 9-7. Won't call. Only one to beat is Sean. And he's got, well, a miserable-looking 5 deuce. But he's going to cap his cards with that soccer player, superhero, whatever the heck it is.
Well, however this comes out, I'm not crazy about this. Coleman raising with a 5-deuce offsuit.
He's going to speculate. Maybe he'll get lucky. Wow, he's got big possibilities.
Yep. Flop the open-end straight draw. He's going to check it.
Darren hitting nothing there, but continuation bet with the king high, of course, 110.
I would think Sean would check raise here. But he's not. He's just calling here. And he's been playing very aggressive. I think a check raise would have won him this pot. Let's see what happens. Now a king comes off where Darren has 2 kings and will be going nowhere. And now all of a sudden, Sean Kunix is reaching for chips. And this hand is being played very puzzling in my mind by Sean Kunix.
Well, he is going to bet, looks like 275,000. Darren, of course, hitting the kings there.
Darren trying to sort all this out. You know, the guy called me on the flop, and now all of a sudden he's going to lead out on the turn. Why? I don't see Darren going anywhere here.
No, he's made the call. And down to the river we go. Can Sean hit his straight? No, it's a 7 of diamonds.
Well, obviously the only way Sean could win this pot's to bluff at it. He's just throwing up the white flag, Vince.
Well, I don't blame him. He's
Can't
checking.
possibly win by checking here with a 5 high. This is a very peculiar played hand by Sean Kunix.
He called anyhow, I believe. But anyway, Darren going to make the bet. 575, and that is a wrap for Sean Kunix, our chip leader, who's starting to get whittled away a little bit.
Well, Vince, in my mind, he misplayed every street on that hand. Called a raise before the flop with a 5-deuce offsuit. Flopped the open end straight, and then check called instead of check raised, and then let out on the turn for some strange reason when the king hit. But nevertheless, he maintains the chip lead.
Okay, on to the next hand. Calderero from Venice, Florida, gonna fold. He's been very quiet as of late. Now Daniel Buzgon with an attractive ace-jack. And he will make it 110 to go. Doesn't go all in this time. Has enough chips to not have to do that. Now Sean behind him with a 5-3.
Well, we saw him play the 5-deuce last time. Now he's going to call a raise with the 5-3 offsuit. Just not crazy about these plays.
Plays almost anything. Can't put him on a hand. The flop comes up 10-9 deuce.
And he's also got a lot of heart to bluff when he doesn't have anything, but
no help to either player here.
Just not sure you're supposed to be dipping into your chip lead with hands like this.
Well, they both check. Here comes the turn. 8 of diamonds. That gives an open-ended straight draw, though, to Buzgon. Nothing for Sean, but Sean's going to bet 200,000.
Well, Daniel Buzgon has the best hand and the best draw, but it doesn't look like much when your opponent's betting. He doesn't have that much invested in the pot so far. Do you really want to gamble here? Or you're going to have to maybe catch a straight to win the pot? Nope, he's going to lay it down.
So Sean Kunix, a sigh of relief for him. Finally, one of his speculative hands pays off.
Well, it pays off because he fired there, Vince, with the 5-3.
Yeah.
But he is stacking the chips. But his chips are not sitting on those stacks, folks. He's getting them in the pot with these very marginal hands. Let's see if that holds up for him.
All right. Now it's on Daniel again with that very good king-queen of hearts. Last time he made a nice raise, but didn't go all in.
All in.
Let's see if he does differently. Yes, he does. This time he's going to push all in. Sean out.
I think you have to. With the blinds this size and his stack size.
Darren out. Oh, boy. But Calderero from Florida, he's picked up a solid one. Ace-jack.
7 1/4. I call.
Oh, yeah. He's going to call. He's going to love this.
He's out in front with the ace high, so nice call by James there. Buzgon is going to have to get some help, or he is going to be eliminated in 4th place.
And here comes the flop. The flop comes up 2 pair for Calderero. A thing of beauty.
At least it's the jack of hearts.
Top 2 pair for...
So many possibilities.
Well, Daniel can catch a 10, which would give him an ace high straight. Also hit 2 runners to make a flush. Could come king, king, and queen, queen, but he is up against it right now.
Yeah, Buzgon in trouble. Okay, turn card coming up.
Oh, the 7 of hearts comes off.
That's a 4 flush there for Buzgon.
I am good at runner flushes.
James is thinking, oh my gosh, you've got to be kidding me. I flopped the top 2 pair, and this guy still got a lot of outs.
Down to the river, but Buzgon's not going to get into 4 clubs.
Well, that's going to do it for Daniel Buzzgone. We saw him finish third earlier this season at Borgata. Tonight he finishes fourth. Nice tournament for him. But the buzz is gone.
Yes, it is. For Daniel Buzzgone, 94,000 for his fourth place finish. He was on the short stack all night, played it really well. But it's down to 3 players right now, and Daniel Buzzgone over to talk to Matt Savage.
Daniel, short stacked much of the final table. Are you happy with this finish?
I guess. I mean, coming in with only, what, 570, didn't expect much, so I guess this is a decent result.
Well, with this finish, you are catching up on Player of the Year, even though Will's still ahead of you. But you have one more event to go, the championship. We'll see you there.
I don't know. He's a good friend of mine. Maybe I'll just give it to him. I don't think so.
All right, buddy. All right, we'll see you again. Marianella, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. Daniel Buzzgone has been eliminated in 4th place, though he has picked up 600 Player of the Year points, putting him in 3rd, but not quite enough to overtake Will the Thrill Fiala. WPT's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open continues right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
We have a lot going on at Best Bet Jacksonville. The games are terrific. We've got lots of poker, tournament, and cash. We have got a race book that is just beyond any other one that I've seen.
Good job.
We've got great sushi. Our sushi bar and our sushi chefs are tremendous.
The Best Bet Poker Room has been incredible. Everything's brand new, it's fresh. It just looks really awesome inside.
Here, poker's our business, so we go the extra step to take care of our players.
Well, Mike, we have been having a great time all week here in Jacksonville. I mean, they have shown us such great hospitality. We went to the dog races. We went to that crazy restaurant where you ate the alligator. And, well, you didn't. You had a steak. We've been having a good time.
Just a great time in Jacksonville here. But it was a great experience for our ClubWPT.com qualifier, Greg Lee.
Oh, that is true. Greg Lee won his seat on ClubWPT.com, went for the big bucks, got to play in the room with the big guys. Didn't happen for him, but he also got to enjoy some fun things. Got to party with the Royal Flush Girls. Not too bad.
Well, when you become a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you also get other great benefits, such as the Entertainment Savers Guide. You get to play all the online poker you want, and you can win your share of up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, as well as seats at WPT events, just like Greg. And it's only $19.95 a month.
Yeah.
The price is right. Can't do better than that. Can't do better than that.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com. Back to the table we go.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Sean Koenig's out in front.
It was easy.
He's got $4 million. Darren Elias with 2.9, and it's action on Darren. He's got an attractive 8-6 of hearts. He will raise to 110. James Calderero behind him with a pair of 4s. Will make the call. And now Sean Koenig with an ace-deuce.
Well, he's going to play too, Vince. He just plays anything. I don't like calling with ace baby cards, offsuit cards, when it's been raised and called in front of me, but I'm not Sean Koenig, and he's flopped 2 pair aces and deuces here. Wow.
And a 4 flush by Darren Elias. This could heat up. Calderero now has checked. Sean gonna bet 275,000.
Oh, Darren raised before the flop. So Sean obviously hoping that he's just got 2 aces with a big kicker.
Well, he's called it. James getting out of the way. So 2 pair for Sean. Just doesn't want to see a heart show up. But of course a heart shows up. 3 of hearts, making Darren a flush.
Well, I don't think you're going to put your opponent on a heart here. He raised before the flop. He didn't raise on the flop, which you think he would have done if he had a flush draw. I think Sean's putting him on 2 aces with a big kicker, and that's what I'd be doing too here.
Well, he is going to bet, going to find out where he is. 400,000. And Darren now.
Well, let's see how he plays it here. He's just calling, does not raise with the flush. Sort of camouflaging the strength of it a little bit here. But also taking a chance in my mind in case another heart comes off or the board pairs. But that doesn't happen as the 5 of diamonds hits on the river. And the way this hand has been played, no doubt Sean thinks he's got the best hand with aces up.
Yep, and he is first to play, and he's getting chips out to bet, it appears. Yeah, he's going to stick out 700,000. Healthy bet.
Now, the only thing Darren's thinking about here is, do I raise or do I just call? There is a chance his opponent could have a bigger flush.
I call.
And he is just going to call. He shows him the flush and takes down the pot. Sean a little bit shocked that he didn't win that pot because he never got raised during that whole hand after the flop.
And with that pot, folks, we have a new chip leader at this table for the first time tonight. Darren Elias has overtaken Sean Kunix for the chip lead.
Right now, the antes are going up to 10,000, blinds going to 30 and 60,000. Three-handed poker at the best bet in Jacksonville continues. Action's going to James Calderero. And he has to fold the 10-4. Sean Kunix now with just a 10-6. Let's see what he does with that. Well, he's going to play it, just calls.
Well, Vince, I am absolutely convinced that Sean Kunix might have been the guy that coined the phrase, any two will do when you're playing hold'em poker. This guy plays anything.
Darren's not going to raise with his 9-7, but he gets sevens.
Flop comes ace-7-3 with two hearts.
Nothing hitting there for Sean. He checks. Now Darren has hit the sevens. And he's getting out betting chips, 80,000.
Sean, of course, has no hand, no draw, no nothing. But that doesn't stop him from check raising.
Whoa. He certainly does. Makes it 225.
And look at this. Darren Elias has made the call with two sevens. Most players would just insta-fold when they got check raised there, thinking their opponent's got two aces. But now the jack of hearts comes off. So Sean does have a flush draw. Now Sean looking back in his hand. Now when a guy does that, looks like he's always got a heart in his hand. We're checking to see if he has one. And it's gone check, check here. And now the ace comes off.
Helps neither player.
Now Sean knows the only way he could win this pot is to bluff at it, and he's doing it. He's
go.
betting $500,000 here. And Vince, because of that turn card and river card, very tough in my mind for Darren to make this call here.
Well, this would absolutely break Sean if Darren should call this. This would just destroy him. This would be a great call, but no, he is not going to call. Sean's going to pick this one up with absolute zip and pip. Beautifully done.
And with that pot, Sean Kunix retakes the chip lead.
And that smile is when you bluff. Not when you win, it's when you win with a bluff.
I'll tell you one thing about Sean Kunix, Vince. He earns a lot of his pots by betting on the river with no hands, and he has done it time and time again, and it's paying off for him. Really, really showing some heart.
All right now he is raised with an ace-9 to 150. Darren out. Calderero now looks at a king-10.
And this guy's been very quiet since early on at this final table, yet he's raising here, Vince.
Wow. He makes it 375 with a king high.
Because this guy hadn't made many moves. If you're sitting in Sean's seat, all of a sudden that ace-9 dwindles up, and he's going to throw it away.
That's a big laydown for you, James.
What do you think? Think that was a dead hand?
It was a big laydown.
So finally, Sean had the best hand and
Nice
junked
raise.
Well, you're right. And that's because James has been colder than the maitre d' at a French restaurant all night long. So when he raises, got to get away. Well, that is Angelique at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And you can actually meet them in person when you visit us out here on the World Poker Tour. All right, on to the next hand. Darren Elias with an ace-8, the button, and makes it 125. Calderero with just 10-8.
And he's got nothing, but he won the last hand without having the best hand, so maybe he'll do it here. He makes the call.
And Sean now with a king, 3 of diamonds.
Well, we know Sean's not going anywhere. He plays any two card. We've seen that.
We have three-handed action here. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes 9-7-3.
Well, that's open-ended straight draw there for Calderero. That's a pair of threes for Sean.
Well, both players check.
And nothing for Darren. And look who's betting.
Well, he's got really the worst hand of the three.
He's got a bet. 160. He's got position. That's what he's got. And Calderero just calls.
And why not call with bottom pair when two other players have bet and called already?
Yeah, this is getting interesting.
Sean doing it with the 2 3s. Oh, the 6 comes off. James has made the best hand possible, the 10 high straight.
And he's going to check it.
Well, what he's saying right now is, please somebody bet at this pot. I've got the best hand possible. There's no flush draw out there. Nothing. I love it. And here he comes, Sean Kunix diving in there.
$500,000, Mike.
For $500,000.
And Darren has now an open-ended straight draw. And look at this. He's going to put his action in there.
He's gambling a bit here in my mind. Makes the call here with just the open-end straight draw. Unfortunately for him, he is drawing dead as the cards lie.
You got the nuts. You got two guys playing nutty in front of you. What do? You just sit on it?
You're going to raise here in this spot, even though there's no flush draw out there.
Got to protect your hand, I guess.
You know, somebody might have flopped 3 threes. Somebody might have 2 pair. You just don't want to give him a free card that can beat you.
An additional 600. He loses Sean. He loses Darren. But that's a good pot for Calderero.
Got a new chip leader, baby.
James takes down a monster pot right there. And
Nice
with advance for the first time tonight, he's the chip leader at the final table.
Certainly is. The local from Florida has taken the chip lead here in Jacksonville.
James Calderaro has taken down a big pot, and with that hand, we have come to the end of this hour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Guys, what are your thoughts on the action so far?
Well, Marinella, what we're seeing is an amazing final. With that last pot, James Calderero has taken the chip lead at one point or another. All 3 of these guys have had the chip lead. This is just terrific poker. They're not playing for 3rd place, 2nd place. These guys are all playing to win.
That is true, and James is actually a local from Venice, Florida. Very impressive, but they're all playing loose. How about this Sean Kunix? The guy looks at more hands than a manicurist. That's the way he plays. It's fun to watch.
And Mike, what do you think about Darren Elias?
Well, Darren Elias is just stoic. He's the pro that all the poker pros on tour have so much respect for his game and his play. Don't count this guy out, even though he's not the chip leader anymore.
Thank you, guys. We really do have a great competition here. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marianella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Here in Jacksonville, Florida, our last stop on the regular season becomes an extraordinary battle to be the best. Another name will be added to the Champions Cup tonight, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable!
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's Season 10 coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. I'm Marianella Pereira, sitting in for Kimberly Lansing, who has been away on maternity leave. As we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Florida, I'm joined, as always, by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, we have 3 players left and a great competition.
Well, you're right, Marinella. This is a great competition because all 3 of these guys have had the chip lead at one time or another in this 3-handed battle going for this title. We've got 2 businessmen, 1 young pro. The businessmen are James Calderero, our chip leader, Sean Kunix, also a businessman from Columbus, Ohio, fighting out against this young pro, Darren Elias, that is truly highly respected by all top poker pros. This is a great competition. All of them fighting for pots, making moves, bluffing. They are playing to win tonight.
That is so true, Mike. These guys are playing looser than a soccer mom drinking eggnog. They just don't care. They're splashing it around. They are very impressive. They're taking down all the big names. First, it was Sean Kunix, sending Player of the Year frontrunner Will the Thrill Fiala to the rail. And Darren Elias took out our own raw deal man, Tony Dunst.
The river's a deuce.
And finally, James Calderero eliminated our other Player of the Year candidate, Daniel Buzzgone. The buzz is gone, and we've got 3 players left fighting it out for this title.
And Marinella, we know that this is going to be your last stop while you're filling in for Kimberly Lansing, while she's been out on maternity leaves. And I just want to say from both Vince and I how much we've enjoyed working with you. You're a real pro, and truly, it's been an honor to work with you. We hope to see you again soon.
Thank you, guys. It has been an honor working with you and sitting in for Kimberly. I know she's excited to return, but I'm glad I got to be here for this one. But now it's time to get back to the task at hand, and that's crowning our next WPT champion. Cards are about ready to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
As you can see, Mike, James Calderero from Venice, Florida, a businessman in real estate, 46 years old, is the chip leader with close to 4.9 million in chips.
Well, James has 2 WPT cashes. He also finished 13th in the 2009 main event at the World Series of Poker, where he cashed in $633,000. So the guy's been at big-time poker events before. He knows what he's doing.
All right, Andy's at 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60. James out Sean.
8 drinks.
Queen 5 has called. Now Darren Elias has picked up a pair of 8s.
Yep, got the 2 snowmen. And he is going to 3-bet this.
Yep, he is going to make the raise. Makes it 200,000. And Sean likes his Queen 5 of hearts. Is going to make this call. So action starting fast again. Here we go, 8s versus Queen 5. And the flop comes up a queen, just like that. Great for Sean.
Sean out in front with 2 queens.
And he's gonna check.
Darren checks behind. What a check there with 2 8s by Darren.
9 on the turn.
And it's a 9 of hearts. Sean has a flush draw as well as 4 hearts. And again, it goes check, check.
Check, check.
Darren Elias just seems to know when not to get involved. Now the 6 of hearts comes off, giving Sean a flush. Just incredible, the feel that Darren Elias has.
And Sean is going to come out of the woodwork and finally bet it. 250,000.
Now Darren's certainly going to pay this off because it wasn't bet on the flop or the turn. So he's going to get shown a flush. So another daring pre-flop raise call by Sean Kunix pays off.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, out of Columbus, Ohio. A family man. It's his second WPT final table.
Yeah, he's a big Ohio State Buckeye fan. And right now, he's earned a few Buckeye leaves to put on his hat. I can tell you that, the way he's played at this final table.
And right there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And look at this, Will the Thrill enjoying that moment.
Well, Vince, he's enjoying it because he knows with Daniel Buzzgone going out in 4th place, he's once again the leader of the WPT Player of the Year going into the final event, the WPT Championship.
All right, back to the table. Action on Sean. He's got a 5-3 of spades, and he's going to raise to 150. Darren behind him with ace-3 will make this call. And now James Calderero, our chip leader, also going to call with an ace-4.
Vince, I never thought I would say it, but Sean Kunix makes Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey look like tight players.
He does. He plays loose.
The flop comes 5, deuce, deuce. Sean has flopped the best hand. He's got 5s up. Both the other 2 players have a wheel draw, a straight draw.
They both check into Sean. And Sean, who raised before the flop, going to make a continuation bet with the 5s. Looks like 275,000.
Well, Darren with the gut shot straight draw. Looks like he's going to make the call here, Vince.
He is going to speculate.
And indeed he is. And James also has a gut shot wheel draw, but he's going to give his up and let these 2 guys fight it out.
Going to the turn. And it is a queen of clubs. No help to either player. Sean's going to slow down. They both check.
And a 4 comes up.
Oh, my.
This gives Darren a wheel.
There was a miracle card on the river. This could hurt. On Darren first. He's going to make a bet. 625.
Well, it's a healthy bet, too. As you said, 625,000. And the way this hand was played, Vince, it'd be tough for Sean to get away from this 2 5s. He knows his opponent called on the flop. Now, what did he have? Did he have a straight draw? Did he have a flush draw? Would he bet 2 4s on the river? Unlikely. He would just check it down.
I call.
Whoa.
And Sean has made the call, and Darren's going to show him the straight and take down the pot. And a nice pot it is.
Nice suck out again.
That is brutal.
What a 6 suck out again.
Yeah, Sean is muttering to himself.
I love my call, though.
He says he got sucked out on, but had he bet on the turn, he'd have won that pot instead of lost it.
Might want to rethink that great call, though.
Our 3rd hour of coverage from Jacksonville, Florida is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including a look at what the Royal Flush Girls discovered here in Jacksonville. A brand new installment of WPT's Ones to Watch, And Tony Dunst telling it like it is in The Raw Deal. It's all when we return to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
This week in Jacksonville, we learned what all the Royal Flush girls were good at. We went golfing, and Tuba crushed the balls in the course. And then we went to the dog races.
I need to bet.
And Brittany bet on some dogs and won all the money. And Jeannie went surfing, was really good at it with her athletic self. And I won the poker tournament against James Dempsey. We had an amazing time here in Jacksonville, and I look forward to coming here next year.
And Vince, we've had some great experiences down here in Jacksonville during this tournament, other than playing in it, where we both busted out. But,
Thank you.
You know, we've gone out and played some golf. We've gone to the dog races, went to some amazing restaurants.
Yeah, we actually ate alligator paws. Remember that? You ate a steak, but I had to eat the alligator paw.
Yeah, but you don't have to spend a fortune to have a great poker experience. You can become a Club WPT VIP member and gain all the benefits from that.
That is true, Mike. We have a guy, Greg Lee, who plays on ClubWPT.com, and sure enough, he won his way into the big time. Now, he didn't make money, but he had a shot, and he also had a great time.
Well, VIP members get unlimited poker. You can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You have access to past WPT episodes and other great benefits.
It is a great deal. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com. Back to the table we go.
Now, there you see our two chip leaders, Darren Elias in first place, James Calderero in second place, and right now Sean Kunig's on the short stack. He came to this final table as the big chip leader. He is now in third place.
All right, Darren Elias, the 25-year-old from New Jersey, has ace queen. He's going to make it 125. Calderero out.
Oh, that's win or lose tonight. You got to be impressed with Darren Elias's play, I can tell you that.
Sean now with a jack-9 of hearts. He is on the short stack now.
Well, it's going to cost him $125 to make the call, but he's raising to $500,000 here.
Oh, boy, this guy mixes up his game.
I got a feeling it's not going to work here.
Well, Darren with a real hand, and there he goes, all in.
Snap call by Sean Kunig, and he proudly displays the jack-9. You can see Darren's just a little bit shocked that the guy was so anxious to get his money in with that hand.
I think Sean felt he was pot committed. Just feels the hand out. He's going to go with it. And this guy was the chip leader for so long, and right now he is in trouble.
So the Buckeye needs help here.
Go Bucks.
Jack-9 against ace-queen. Here we go.
And it comes 7-7 deuce with two hearts.
That helps.
So there you see, Sean has flopped a flush draw.
Yeah, Sean has a shot.
Well, he can take the lead with a jack or a 9. He'll win the pot if a heart comes off.
4th Street is, no, not good for Sean. It's a 6, no heart.
So Darren Elias out in front. If the ace-high holds up, he'll be the big chip leader playing heads up for the title. Can Sean Kunig catch a heart, a jack, or a 9?
Here we go.
Everybody on their feet. Here's the river card. The 3 of hearts.
Oh, boy.
Sean Kunig has outdrawn Darren Elias on the river. He made the heart flush to win that pot. Go Bucks, he says. And I can tell you, they're thrilled in Columbus, Ohio right now.
Wow, the Buckeyes can suck out too, baby.
Oh. Notice he was just using the left arm
Nice hand.
to do his shouting and cheering with, because he's broken his right collarbone. So he can't raise the right arm up, but he can sure use it to push chips in the pot. We've seen that. There he gambled with the jack-9, and it paid off
He
for
is
him.
delirious. He is happy. Well done. His dream of becoming a WPT champion on the line, but it's a diamond.
That's going to do it for the Buckeye.
I am very proud to be back here again. Honestly, I can truly tell you, going this deep was purely heart.
Yes. Oh my God. Yes. Yes.
3 weeks ago, my son and I got on a quad runner. We went up a hill, it really wasn't that big, and it flipped up in the air. I had just enough time to take my right arm, and I don't know how, by the grace of God, my adrenaline was pumping as it came down over the top of us. And I can't even imagine if I wasn't able to stop it. The experience that I've been through in the past year really gave me a lot of humility. I'm very humbled by my life and the fortune that I've been given, and just the ability to be sitting here again. It's a great privilege. It's very fortunate.
That is one lucky guy.
Well, fortunate in life, and certainly fortunate on that last hand to make the flush on the river to stay alive in this tournament. And it's anybody's game here, Vince. Everybody's got chips to play with. It'll be interesting to see how this one comes out.
James Calderero is the chip leader. He's going to fold that hand.
And he knows these two guys like to clash about every pot, so why not just sit back and let them battle it out for a while?
Sean Kunix plays almost anything. He is going to call with his 8-5. Darren with a 5 deuce, also content to see a flop. But look at this flop, 5-4-3. They both have fives.
Both players have flop top pairs. Sean's got the best kicker, but Darren has the open end straight draw.
Sean is checked, and Darren is going to bet this 80,000.
And Sean makes the call.
4th Street is a 5. Look at that. They both got sets. Sean's going to check it.
Well, this could spell big, big trouble for Darren Elias here. Any card that doesn't give him a straight or pair of the board comes off of there, he's going to lose a lot of money with these 3 5s.
Darren plunging away again, 225 and a quick call.
Sean very anxious to get his money in there, of course. Why wouldn't you with 3 5s?
What is the river card? A queen of diamonds.
Both players have 3 5s, but Sean has him out-kicked, as we say.
Sean is going to trap again with the check.
Call.
Look at this.
Well, he never took a bet with the 3 5s, yet he's going to win the pot because he has his opponent out-kicked. Darren can't believe this pot was never raised somewhere along the way, but
nevertheless, Sean Kunix, the businessman from Ohio, is back.
I would say so. Back in a big way with that hand. Sean Kunix is once again our chip leader. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Brittany, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open.
This season, Dan O'Brien and William Reynolds made their actions heard both on and off the felt, as you'll see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
I love to grind, sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to Watch.
I was always the talker back in school, and I was scolded for talking, but now I get paid to talk from time to time.
I'm here with Ones to Watch, Dan O'Brien, Will Reynolds. Guys, thanks a lot for joining me here in the booth today.
One of the best things about this season on the World Poker Tour has just been commentating.
Well, live stream is actually very new to poker. It's only really developed over the last year, so people can essentially get it as it's happening.
You can see the whole cards, and you have 2 competent commentators in the booths discussing different strategies, being analytical, breaking everything down. I like Sharon's check, honestly. It seems like Tommy maybe has something up his sleeve when he's checking back.
It's definitely helpful to hear just really good poker information and to start training your mind to think the way that top players think.
Dan O'Brien's a very entertaining guy.
He plays well, but he's had a little bit too much success this year for my liking. Some of the best moments are when people are just playing just awful poker, and I can just sit there from my pulpit and just tell everyone how bad they're playing.
I can't say enough how much I dislike that 3-bet to 5-bet.
Dan has no filter, and so it's kind of interesting to hear him talk.
I think to be a good commentator, you just have to be honest and willing to speak your mind.
It's up to the commentator to really tell a story.
Will's just a total clown, a lot of fun to work with.
Now, Venus has chips to get a little saucy himself. We can see some 3-bets.
Saucy?
Think they're going to throw that sauce back and forth at each other?
Yeah, I sure hope so. You know, that's what makes a good story.
What is this sauce?
Dan, you getting in on this sauce, or what's up?
It's sauce time.
Like you guys have been hitting this.
Who will be boss sauce?
Will Reynolds is kind of the complete package.
He's really happy, he's really upbeat, and he's also a very smart player.
He's kind of thinking that one step ahead, that one level further.
That's when mistakes just keep getting amplified. When you're out of position, all hand, you know, he got fooled by the delay C bet.
We have a lot of fun in there.
This is so Bush League. We all should have been ready.
And we're back. I love doing commentary.
Luckily, I have will to kind of disperse your insanity a little bit.
Hey, when you have a will trying to tone down the insanity, you have a terrible, terrible plan.
Well, Vince, the ones to watch are tough young players. These guys do great on the live streaming, and that could be the future of the poker world, where you actually get to watch the whole tournament live as it takes place and see the cards as these players are playing them.
Well, it is fun. And right now we have a great battle going on here. At the best bet, Sean Koenig is now the chip leader again. Sean has folded. Darren Elias picks up ace-king of clubs, big slick. And he's going to pop it to 150. And Calderero with a pair of tens.
Well, this is a huge hand in a three-handed poker game as well. So, Vince, it's not going to shock me to see all the dough go in right here, right now.
Well, Calderero has raised. Makes it 375 to go.
Small one.
There's the push all in, and of course it's being called.
And the classic race situation, the two overcards versus the under pair, happens all the time in poker tournaments. Both these guys are nodding their heads. They know one of them is going to get lucky and win this pot. The other is going to take a serious blow. Well, Darren Elias had the chip lead just a while back. Now his tournament life is on the line. If he doesn't get lucky and catch something here, he'll be out in third place.
Here come the first three, and that is a good one for Calderero. Nothing hitting for Darren Elias with his ace-king. It was 9-5 deuce. Calderero still out in front. Here comes the turn.
Well, a 7 comes off, so we are down to the river. Darren Elias must catch an ace or a king, or it's tapioca pudding for him.
Yeah, he would be our third place finisher. Can the 25-year-old spike the right card? No, not to be. It's a 6 of clubs.
So the young whiz kid, Darren Elias, 25-year-old tough pro out of Montclair, New Jersey, is sort of stunned right now, Vince, but he is out in third place. A good sport. Just wasn't meant to be, I guess, for him tonight.
He'll take home 147,000. He has respect already by the entire poker world. But right now, Darren Elias out in third place. Over to talk to Matt Savage.
Darren, a couple tough beats there at the end. Give me your thoughts.
Well, it's unfortunate. His last hands kind of played themselves, so it's part of the game, but it was hurt.
All right, I'm sure we'll see you again. Good job. All right, back to you, Marianella.
Thank you, Matt. With Darren Elias out in third place, we are now heads up with James Calderaro and Sean Koenig getting ready to battle for the title. WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open heads-up action is next on the World Poker Tour.
Listen.
Son of a... There it is. Byron, great job, bro.
Thanks,
Welcome back to the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open. Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss as Tony Dunst had a first-hand look at this final table from a player's perspective. And now that he is back in the booth, he is ready to give his 2 cents in this edition of The Raw Deal.
If you had asked me going into the final table who I thought was going to get heads up, I wouldn't have picked Sean and James. In fact, I would have told you that there wasn't even going to be a heads-up match because I was going to get a massive chip lead four-handed, then super cooler everyone by making an 8-high straight flush against a flush and 2 full houses. Easy game. Unfortunately for me, final tables are just about the only thing on television that don't play out according to a script. I got knocked out in 5th and barely got to play a hand. It was all rather anticlimactic after a thrilling and chaotic tournament where I had to extensively battle with the game's top talent, and often against the 2 men we now find heads up for the title.
Yes. Oh my God. Yeah.
I even made current chip leader Sean healthy by making a pretty bad check shove against him with King 7 on a 10-9-8 blind versus blind hand where I raised from the small and he called with Jack 10 in the big. Sean never really lost the momentum from that point on. Although he's not a full-blown professional player, he's been a regular in the high-stakes tournaments for years, and he finished 6th at the Festa Al Lago in Season 8. He's also a successful businessman and a guy that clearly enjoys himself on the tables. so I don't think he was feeling too much pressure throughout the tournament. The only player left to stop him is James Calderaro, another man who made his money outside poker, but also has generated a respectable list of cashes, including finishing 13th in the World Series main event in 2009. So what do I anticipate in a heads-up match between these two? I think these two guys will do more calling from the big blind than re-raising. The re-raise wars you see at many final tables are often between younger, internet-trained players who have it ingrained in their minds that playing out of position is playing at a disadvantage. Meanwhile, James and Sean both seem pretty comfortable with the idea of just calling out of position, especially when getting a good price. I think Sean will be the more aggressive of the two, not only because I think his game is naturally that way, but also because I think he's emboldened by having held the chip lead for so much of recent play. And I think if Sean wins the tournament and gets a bit too celebratory, an old school East Coast guy like James might just come over and give that broken shoulder of Sean a nice good squeeze. I can remember a moment when I certainly wanted to.
Well, for years, the wise guys in poker said, you can't win it unless you're one of us. Amateurs can't win. Well, we are getting proven wrong here in Jacksonville. We have two businessmen going after this title.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
What a moment, and out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls. We have Tuba, Brittany, Jeannie, and Angelique.
Beautiful girls, beautiful cash, and it's all on the line.
Every poker player's dream come true right here.
In addition to all that cash on the table, the winner gets that $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship at the end of the season, where they can win millions more. And perhaps more important to these guys, Vince, as businessmen, is that the winner gets their name on the WPT Champions Cup. That is something that's a dream come true for all poker players, amateur or pro.
That is just something that can't be bought.
Well, Vince, what a battle it's come down to. We started this final table with 4 pro players and 2 business owners. It's the 2 business owners fighting it out for this title. The pros are gone, but make no mistake, folks, it is not a fluke. These 2 guys are real poker players. They came to this final table in first and second chip position, and they're the ones fighting it out for the title. And Vince, I'll tell you one thing, these guys have both shown me a lot of heart at this final table. They're not afraid to bet. 3-bet hands, bluff on hands. Most amateurs, you'd think, have to have cards before they do any betting. Not these guys.
What's this do together?
I like this style. Now they're going for the drink. It looks like a quaint little Mexican drink they call tequila.
Well, there you go, Vince. Maybe that's the answer. That's what we missed out on this tournament. We got broke. We didn't have the shots.
My kind of poker players, these guys. You know, another thing about these guys is that they're 2 veterans at the table. You've got a 46-year-old and you've got a 39-year-old playing against each other. Used to be a young man's game.
Vince, it's nice to see the young whippersnappers finally missing out on a final table. Let the middle-aged guys go at it once.
All right now, Calderaro with an ace-5 of spades has raised to 180. And Sean Kunix
Nice job,
with a
James.
queen-9 says, I'm content to fold. Take that pot.
We might be showing a lot of heads. Yeah. Me and you now, let's just dance. Let's have fun. Absolutely. That's what I like to do anyway.
Fun.
Yep.
They look like they're having fun, and they're going after big bucks here.
Why wouldn't they be having fun? They're playing heads up for a title out here on the World Poker Tour.
By this time with the button, Sean has a 10-8 of hearts. And he will raise, makes it 155 to go. James with a Jack-9 with a re-raise.
He's going to 3-bet it here with just a Jack-9 and a quick call by Sean.
I call.
So obviously the tequila is taking effect. Both men
gambling it up here.
Yeah.
Now flop comes ace-jack-4 with 2 hearts. James has got the best hand with 2 jacks.
And he's going to bet at 350.
But Sean has the flush draw. I think when you hit a flush draw, you just have to raise it here. You don't have to worry about hitting the heart if your man goes away.
Well, that's what he's going to try to do. He makes it $1 million to go.
And I'll tell you, if you're sitting in James' seat, you just can't stand the heat with just 2 jacks here. You think your opponent's got an ace in this situation?
Whoa.
He gives it up.
You are correct.
Nice raise by Sean Koenig to take down that pot.
Good in.
I like the way he played that one.
Oh, and that is a bluffer's laugh, of course. Kind of like a hyena.
Oh, yeah? My wife calls me Sparky, like Chevy Chase.
His wife calls him Sparky. Now, Vince, if he wins this tournament, she's going to call him Mr. Sparky.
All right, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000 at this point. Action on the guy from Venice, Florida, James Calderero. He's got a pair of fours, and he will raise, makes it 240 to go.
Now Sean Koenig with a decent hand, King 10 of spade, playing heads up. He is certainly going to make the call to see a flop.
And he does so. So fours up against King 10. And the first three cards, there's a 10. On the flop, 10, 8, 5. They both check, though. Three of hearts on the turn. And finally, Sean can't take it anymore. He's got top pair, and he's getting bet and chips out. It looks like a 225 bet.
225,000.
Calderero with just a pair of fours.
Essentially, all he can beat is a bluff right now. He's going to call him with the 2 fours. As the cards lie, must catch a 4 to have the best hand. And he does.
Oh, wow. Unbelievable.
Well, but even though it is a 4, there's 3 hearts and a 3-card possible straight out there.
Oh, and Sean, the victim, is going to have to act first, and he's getting bet and chips out again. 275.
Well, look at this. James, who's made 3 fours on the river. Apparently not afraid of the flush of the straight because he is raising it here.
Good job. Those hearts helped you, buddy.
Wow, that's a good laydown. Didn't even think about it. Got top pair. Like just a beautiful laydown.
Well, daring raise, in my opinion, there with a possible flush and straight out there. What are you going to get called with if it doesn't beat you?
Well, they are splashing around, and right now, James Calderero in the heads-up battle. Twice as much as Sean. 6.3 up against 3.2. Line still 40 and 80. Back down to the felt we go. Action on Sean. And this time he's got a real solid one. Ace, queen.
He'll be going nowhere with this hand.
And he's going to make it 215 to go. James with just a 6-3 of spades can afford to speculate, and he does. Ace, queen, 6-3.
Now flop comes 7-4 deuce. Different suits. James has the gut shot straight draw, but checks.
Yeah, Sean now with nothing really hitting there, but a continuation bet, a solid 250.
Look at this. James just calling with the gut shot straight draw. I can see check raising here. I'm not sure about the call. Now a king comes off.
Helps neither player. Again, Calderero is going to check. Sean Koenig, you got to just give this guy respect for his heart in the game. And he has nothing. He just keeps plunging away, and it's going to work again.
Damn.
Good hand. That was the hand, baby.
That was that the one?
Oh, yeah.
Well, I was trying hard. You gave me a turn card.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
There's no flush draw out there, though. Oh, now there is, you're saying.
I like the way these guys play. Fearless poker. These guys don't have to hit hands. They bet nevertheless. On to the next one. James this time with a nothing 3 deuce of clubs. Just calling. And the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000.
Well, stop the presses. Finally a hand nobody raised.
No raise.
Sean happy to see a free flop here with his king deuce offsuit. And what a flop it is for him as he flops kings and deuces.
And he's going to try to trap. He checks, but James not going to fall into the trap. He checks as well. 5 of hearts on the turn.
Well, 3 hearts out there now.
Neither player has a heart. But Sean with his 2 pair now has to bet. 175,000.
Look at this, a daring call by James here. He doesn't have a heart. He's only got bottom pair here. And the heart comes off. The ace of hearts comes off. Sean is going to check. Whoa, that is showing some style right there. The insta-bet right there when the 4th heart came off. He's just hoping his opponent doesn't have a heart. That's the case. And now it's tough to call with 2 pair events.
375, he's bet into Sean, and it's
See,
going to
no
work.
tanking, no tanking.
You suck, though.
You want to see it?
Yeah.
Oh, don't want to look. Oh, boy.
Well, there you see it.
I like it.
Put the salt and the pepper in the shaker, mix it all around, put it into the cuts. That's exactly what Calderaro just did.
He showed
Nicely
him
done.
the bluff.
Oh, yeah. Great action here in Jacksonville. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
I'm not trying to be any celebrity or nothing. I just want to play poker and collect money.
The hell is this? It's 100 light, I can feel it.
I like to make the most fun out of it. If I'm at any kind of table.
You just locked it in for the rest of your life.
I locked it in from the day I was born.
I want to have laughing and joking, and I hate to just to sit there with the, it doesn't make sense to me. Why are you here?
I mean, it's just ridiculous.
If you don't have a good time, you shouldn't play it.
Well, I love that philosophy. Have a good time or don't play. Makes sense to me, Vince. And look at these two players almost dead even in chip count.
That is right. Lines of 50 and 100. Action on Sean Kunix from Columbus, Ohio. His second WPT final table. He's got 7-4. He has made the call. Now James with a king-7.
He says, okay, let's go.
Yeah, why not? Hey, buddy's calling and stuff like that. Let's try something different again. He might hit a pair of fours or something.
The flop comes up Jack 6-4.
How was that for forecasting? Said he might make a pair of fours. That's exactly what he's done.
They both checking a 10 on the turn. And now this time James is going to bet 150 and has been quickly called by the fours.
And the 9 comes off and it goes check, check. And 2 fours are going to win this pot.
I told you had a pair of fours.
James all excited about that.
Hey, I had a 7 kicker.
It's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Will the Thrill out there.
Aldo, come on, man!
Hey, I don't know what's taking so long. He won't gamble.
Oh, boy. Those might be the most false words ever said on the World Poker Tour. That Sean Kunix won't gamble.
And a watch.
And a watch, he wants to sign.
Will the Thrill just pleased with his week, made some money. Retook the lead for the WPT Player of the Year point standing, so he's happy, especially happy sitting among the Royal Flush Girls. How can you blame him?
He is enjoying himself. Back to the action we go. Calderaro with a pair of threes. Raises to 275. And Sean will go away.
Eyebrow again?
That eyebrow twitch.
It's the same hand with the eyebrow the last time. You're going to see. I'll get him.
Both guys feeling the effects of the Mexican drink.
You're a good man,
They
James.
imbibed
Yes,
for
I am.
4.
That's part of my problem, though. But
Me too.
I'll
Very
stay that
talkative
way.
bunch. And here we go.
Think it's
Sean
waiting for
with
the
a
blind to go up?
6-4 of hearts. Moves it to 200.
400.
Calderaro making it 400 with an ace-9. And a quick call by Sean.
That's
So
risky.
here we go. Big pot brewing right now. Over 800,000 in there.
Me and James about to get in a pissing match.
Ace-9 up against 6-4. Here's the flop. Pair of 10s and a 5. 4 flush again for Sean.
And a continuation bet here by James.
I call.
600,000.
We saw Sean raise with the flush draw earlier to win the pot and take it away from James,
James, who's
but
buying the
this time he
drinks,
just
buddy?
calls.
You buying them?
After I win this pot, I am.
Here comes 4th Street.
A 5 comes off, so 10s and 5s out there now.
James going to check it.
But Sean, look at this, Vince. He didn't raise on the flop with the flush draw. Now there's 2 pair out there, and now he's betting.
Yeah, 650 with the 4 flush. That's all he's got.
I'll show you this one, James, because I feel bad for you.
Actually, he just wants to show it to him
that's a
because he
tell.
wants them to go away, and that's exactly what's going to
Heart draw?
happen.
Heart draw?
No, it's 6 hearts.
Remember a moment ago, James showed him a bluff. Now the table is turned.
It's a 6 high.
He's showing the bluff.
6 high.
You forgot the rabbit hunt.
Rabbit.
Well, they're going to take a look at the
damn
card, and
6
look at
high.
this.
The heart.
Kid, talk to me.
Wow. Sean would have made the flush to win that pot.
So good lay down there for Calderaro.
What a donkey.
Say it. Still doing the blinds?
Still 50 and 100.
Right now, Sean Kunix is higher than Charlie Sheen in a hot air balloon, just enjoying this great moment.
Why not? They don't come around often.
275.
This time James has a queen 10. He's going to move it up to 275,000. Sean with a king 10 of spades.
I call.
Getting very serious all of a sudden. Makes the call. Queen 10 versus king 10. And here is the flop.
Let's come 4-4-3. No help to either player, and it goes check, check.
Turn card will be a 10.
Just a beautiful card for Sean.
300. Call.
Because he has the best hand. He has his opponent out-kicked, as we say.
Check, 300, quick call. Down to the river we go.
And a deuce comes off. Again, Sean checks, and James got to think he's got the best hand now with tens. At least I would think so.
Big bet's coming.
I like that table talk. Big bet. Someone usually don't want a big bet.
How much?
But this is the bet. 650. Little does he know, he's in a terrible place here. That would be James Calderero.
James thinks he's got the best hand. Right now he's wanting the guy to call. You see he proudly turns up the queen 10,
baby.
But it's not good enough.
Holy James. Oh my God, that was sick, James. That was sick.
Tequila has kicked in officially. And that's all I can say.
I pissed my pants on that one. I wasn't going to say that on TV.
A little too much information there, but he is going good right now.
He's a funny mother chicken.
Well, James is enjoying it, even though he lost a big pot there. And as you can see, Sean Kunix has taken a huge chip lead in this battle, 8.2 million to 1.3.
I've seen people come back from a lot less.
I'm coming
you
back.
Fight, baby.
I'm definitely coming back.
Fight.
You just made this last a little longer than I wanted to.
Fight.
Sean Kunix was one card away from being eliminated with 3 players remaining.
I'm all in.
And look at this, Calderero with ace-8. It's gone all in.
$100,000 invested. Let's see.
This could do it here.
Sean's got a pair of 3s.
How much? Count it down, baby. Can you believe it? I actually have a hand. He's got a lot of loot, though.
Well, James has been whittled away. He's only got 1.2.
Sean has 8.2 million.
How much?
If he plays and loses this pot, he'll still have a huge chip lead.
1.3 for the championship. Son of a gun.
For the whole mother chicken.
I actually don't want it to end yet. Everyone in the world would call with this hand. It's embarrassing. We're on national TV, and I'm going to fold this for Will.
No.
You see these 2 red 3s?
Pretty shocking.
Yep.
Well, it's shocking considering all the hands we've seen him play so far tonight. Well, Vince, I don't know if it's the liquor or the pain pills for Sean, but for a guy gambling as much as him to throw a pair away there when he could win the title is sort of surprising.
Well, for years we've been telling people you don't call off your money with a little pair.
But not this guy. He plays every pot.
But look at this. Sean has picked up 3s again.
I'm all in.
And this time he moves in with them.
Yeah.
He's going to put the pressure on his opponent.
Well, I see one card. It looks pretty nice.
That's a good one.
It's not that good. Jack of diamonds.
Wow. I see the other one. I don't even know if it's suited. I call.
He is calling it.
I got 3s again. 2 hands in a row.
And James Calderero called with Jack 10 of diamonds.
So the money could have been in the last spot with the 2 3s versus the 2 overcards. It wasn't, but it's in there now with them.
James.
You know what to do, right?
Whatever happens, James.
Sean Kunix, 39 years old, the businessman from Columbus, Ohio, on the verge of taking down a WPT title.
Everybody on their feet. Sean wins this pot, he'll be our champion.
Here we go.
All right, let's see the flop.
Here comes the flop.
Hold your breath.
A 3, right on the flop. It is not over, though. James can catch 2 running diamonds to win, 2 runners to make a straight to win, and it could come a 4 and a 6 where they'd split the pot.
8 of diamonds would be a nice card. 8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds is a good card.
How about that? Sean folded 2 3s the last time. This time he's all in with them, and he flops 3 3s.
An extreme long shot there for James, and it's a 9.
A 9 comes off, so it is not over.
Hold that
James
horse.
can catch an 8 to win this pot. He'll make a straight if an 8 comes out there. He must catch 1 to stay alive.
He's got a 4 outer. Let's see what happens. Down to the river.
All right, let's see the river. 8 of diamonds. 8 of diamonds. River.
It's a 6. So that's going to do it. Sean Kunix from Columbus, Ohio, has done it, Vince. Came to the final table as chip leader, and he's taken the title.
Oh, he's done beautifully. He dropped the threes when he wasn't going to hit. He took the threes, took advantage. He's our champion. Congratulations.
Well, he's over to see his father-in-law, Terry Ryan, shaking his hand, saying, Sean, you know, you made it to this final table before. You didn't do it. This time you did. And you see the emotion of Sean Kunix right there, how much this title meant to him. Folks, those are tears of joy.
He seemed pretty happy, the fact that he won. Maybe you guys are friends. And
Absolutely, I'm glad he won. I mean, it was me or him, and I feel, you know, nothing but I'm happy he won it. I mean, of course, I wanted to win it, and I didn't. I took second, and it is what it is.
All right, well, congratulations on your finish.
Thank you.
Mike, over to you.
Well, we're with the WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion, Sean Kunix. Sean, you came to this final table as the chip leader. Vince and I thought you took it to him all night long. You were the most aggressive player at the table. Was that your strategy to go for it all night?
Yes, it was.
Well, I'll tell you, it's a good strategy. Your timing was impeccable there. And I'll tell you, you got to be very proud of the way you played all week long this week.
Yep. Thank you very much for everything. It's very humbling.
Well, in addition to all the cash that you're taking home, you get a $25,000 entry into the WPT World Championship, but probably just as important or more so to you is you get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup with all the legends of the World Poker Tour.
Thank you for everything.
Okay, the Buckeye did it. Marinella, back to you.
Thank you, Mike. An emotional and memorable night for Sean Kunix. He was aggressive from the beginning, and he was confident that he was going to take this down, and that he did. Congratulations to Sean Kunix, the Season 10 WPT Jacksonville Best Bet Open champion. Kimberly Lansing will rejoin the WPT next time as we travel to Vegas for the $100,000 Super High Roller event at Bellagio. Once again, I'd like to thank everyone for the fantastic time I had sitting in for Kimberly, and of course, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Marinella Pereira saying thanks for watching and good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The poker revolution has descended on the city of brotherly love. Our 11th season starts with a brand new stop, Philly style, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to Philadelphia, known for being instrumental during the American Revolution, home of the Liberty Bell and Independence Hall. Philly is raising itself to a new level in history as it welcomes the world of high-stakes poker. We're at Parx Casino, where 5 days ago, a field of established pros and excited amateurs started their quest to be one of the first players of Season 11 to have their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Trying to make it happen, WPT Parx. First step, day one.
Players, we want to wish all of you the very best of luck in your quest to make it to the final table. So let's get ready, shovel up, and deal.
With play underway, Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush Girls hit the floor to see who was in the field.
Feel some rev happening already.
The truly top poker players in the world. Sean Deeb in the house here in Philly.
Amanda, Vince and Mike.
The Vince always stops at the pretty girls, doesn't matter. Well, we're in the house here in Philly with two-time WPT champion Cornell Sampan.
How are you?
And over here, superstar player Darren Elias. Darren.
All right, distract all of them now.
I know, that's fun.
Mr. Raw Deal himself in the house. Because it looks like we got a big turnout here in Philly.
It does, but they're going to give me 2 chances at it, so I'm going to make the best of it.
As Dan mentioned, anyone who busted today could re-enter tomorrow. Unfortunately, Dan was one of several players who went broke and had that decision to make.
Are we seeing you tomorrow?
What do you think?
As the day was drawing to a close, the current chip leader, New Jersey grinder William Brindise, found himself up against respected young pro Sean Deeb. After a flop of 8-8-7, Sean shoved holding pocket tens. William called holding queens. With an 8 on the turn, Sean was packing his bag, but a miracle 10 came on the river, doubling Sean up and pushing William down 2 notches on the leaderboard, while vaulting 2-time WPT champ Cornell Simpan to the top of the chip count.
Long ways to go. Long ways to go. We're here at day 1B of the WPT Parks.
Several big names were in the field for day 1B, including recent back-to-back WPT champion Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer, Season 9 WPT Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, and the most successful woman in WPT history, Kathy Liebert. Once again, Mike Sexton started the day checking out the competition, this time in search of players who busted day 1A and re-entered day 1B.
Try it again today, right?
Hey. Well, Tony, I'm visiting you again, and there's one reason why.
Why are you visiting me?
Well, you went tapioca pudding yesterday. Was it bad beat? You just didn't play too good or didn't run too good? What happened?
I ran queens into kings and ace-king suited into aces at the end of the day.
Day 2, we're starting out. It's a brand new day here. We got some tough competition. Sean Jazzieri, WPT champion right here. On your left, John Turner in your big blind. Not easy around here.
It's not the best lineup. It really is. I prefer yesterday's table.
We're back to talk to Darren Elias. Darren, one of the perks of getting broke on day 1A is you get more television time this way.
Yeah.
You're back for day 2.
Short ass thing.
Good luck to you, AP. We hope to see you at the final table here.
All right.
Hope you do better on day 2 than you did on day 1.
Okay.
Can't do worse.
One player who didn't have a good day was frustrated Kathy Liebert.
I had 2 sevens against ace queen, but the guy that beat me, he wanted to be kind of a jerk about it, you know, whatever.
The day would end with 103 survivors, making 196 the combined starting field for tomorrow and leaving chip leader Henry Liu feeling good.
This is me.
Day 2 would see the remaining 196 square off. Some players started the day doing well, and some made an early exit.
Day in the life. Gotta go to Legends now. Next stop, WPT Legends Poker.
As the money bubble drew close, some monster hands were in play. Stephen Reynolds, a scrappy young pro known as Sizzlin' Betta, woke up to pocket aces to knock a player out and scoop a big pot. Established pro Christian Harder woke up to ace-king against ace-jack, but Christian learned that holding the best hand pre-flop does not guarantee a win. But it would be Michael Ruana that would earn the unwanted distinction of being on the true money bubble, as his ace-queen ran into both pocket kings and pocket aces for a 3-way all-in. Pete Malcown's aces would hold, busting Michael in 55th place. The day would end with 47 players. Stephen Reynolds and pro Anthony Gregg were doing well, with Brent Roberts leading the pack. Who will make it to the first final table of Season 11 here in Philadelphia? Find out when our extended coverage of the play down to the final 6 of the Parks Open Poker Classic continues.
People don't play real poker on social poker sites because there's nothing to win. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes each month. It's real poker for real players. ClubWPT.com, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and Season 11 of the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic. With the competition in high gear, the race to make this final table became even more intense.
We're looking for a big Alan Barry blow-up today, courtesy of Jeff Forrest.
Come on, hammer off me. I mean, how long do you want to take me?
With players setting up their stacks for day 3, New York poker pro Henry Liu called it out.
It feels good. I mean, field is tough. It's thinned out. You know, everybody's competitive. It's definitely not easy.
And the Twitterverse agreed with Henry. Day 3 would be the biggest challenge yet for the remaining competitors. And the day was not good for WPT champions, as Steve Brecker would shove with pocket 8s to be beat by young pro Chris Lee, who was holding pocket queens. Victor Ramden hit the rail in 39th place, and Foxwoods champ Jeff Forrest shoved with ace-jack to be called by local grinder Larry Sharp, who was holding pocket 3s. The flop gave Larry a set, the board ran out, and Jeff was eliminated in 36th place. Then it was junior poker brat Alan Berry's turn to shove holding 9s, but once again, Chris Lee woke up with a monster hand, this time pocket aces, and with barely a sweat, Alan Berry busted in 31st place. Late in the day, Henry Liu would find heartbreak as he was all in against Anthony Gregg. Both players held ace-queen, but Anthony would river a flush to send Henry home in 19th place. The day ended with 16 players, with respected and humble pro Anthony Gregg on top of the leaderboard.
I really just ran super hot today. I got lucky a few times.
Day 4 started with 2 tables. These 16 players had one goal in mind: make the final 6 and then become the next player to be immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup. Royal Flush girls Tuba and Brittany stopped by to check out the field and wished the players luck.
See, standing here has helped you out.
Yeah, can I get you ladies behind me? It seems like you're pushing all the luck that way out. What do you feel about that?
Over there. It's weird because sometimes I'll think that I'm like distracting the guys by being around, and then the times that I stand by the guys, they end up winning for me.
The girls discovered a field filled with young East Coast pros and a few talented amateurs. They caught aspiring aerospace engineer Andre Niffler's ace-queen, holding all in against a suited ace-10 to double up. And the last senior player at the table was a playful Robert Pine, who liked to be called Santa.
I already got him 5 on Holy Red last night.
A 16 dwindled to 10. And 2 tables broke down to 1. Santa would find his pocket 7s was poker's equivalent to a piece of coal against Stephen Reynolds' kings, but Santa didn't seem to mind.
I had a good time. I enjoyed it. They're all good players, you know. Better than the old man. I'm an old man, that's all. Take it easy.
The TV table and the Champions Cup in striking distance, eliminations came hard. But for respected pro Anthony Gregg, Twitter lit up with well wishes from his buddy, Olympic gold medalist Michael Phelps. And Anthony would need some divine help as he found himself all in holding pocket jacks against Joey Kuden's pocket kings. As fate would have it, a jack spiked the turn, giving Anthony a set and sending a disappointed Joey home in 7th place.
Congratulations for making the TV table.
The scene was set for Season 11's first TV table. A fresh group of young, talented East Coast players, all ready to make their mark and prove they have what it takes to become the next member of the WPT Champions Club. With our final 6 players settling into their seats, we turn our attention now to our own Poker Hall of Famer, Mike Sexton, and former tennis champ and cash game expert, Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, it is great to see you again, and exciting to be starting Season 11 of the WPT right here at Parx Casino.
Well, Kimberly, it is great to be here in Philly. And Vince, it's great to be working with you for yet another season. And how about this Parx Casino? Amazing, huh?
Parx has been incredible. It's impressive. They have a great casino. They have a poker room, but right next door, too, right here, thoroughbred racing as well. So it is fantastic. And you know, Mike, years ago, our founding fathers signed the Declaration of Independence right here in Philadelphia, and I feel like I'm sitting with one of the founding fathers of poker, and that is you, sir, Mike Sexton.
All right, you two, what are your thoughts on tonight's competition?
Well, Kimberly, 2 things jump out at me. One is how young these guys are. The oldest guy at the table is 27 years old. And the other thing is that it's an all East Coast final. I mean, everyone's from New Jersey, Maryland, to right here in Philly. Now, our current chip leader with over $4 million in chips is Stephen Reynolds. Now, Stephen's brother Garrett has won 5 gold medals at the X Games, but tonight it's Stephen that's trying to put the gold on the mantle. But the real poker pedigree at this final table are the 2 guys that are sitting in second and third chip position. In second place with 3.6 million in chips is Anthony Gregg. Anthony's from Columbia, Maryland. Anthony, only 25 years old, has already accumulated 2.4 million in his career earnings in poker. There's been someone who's been tweeting him good luck all week long here to make it to this final table. It's another guy from Maryland. Oh yeah, he happens to be the most successful Olympian of all time, Michael Phelps. Starting out in third chip position here is a highly respected pro, Chris Lee. Now, Chris is known as Genius 28. He's a Duke graduate. The guy's a very successful high-stakes poker player, and he has a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit. Vince, I believe that one of these 2 guys with poker pedigree are going to take the title tonight.
They might, but rounding out the field, we have 3 very tough, trash-talking, back-east kind of young guys, all going after this title. We have Chris Van Dersen. Now, they call him the fish tank. I don't know what that means, but I like it. He'll be swimming around the table tonight. Along with him, Andre Neffler. Now, he graduated at the University of Michigan in aerospace engineering, and I'm saying to myself, what is he doing at a poker table? Shouldn't he be making a rocket or something? But along with him, Larry Sharp, his first ever time at the World Poker Tour, first tournament ever. So, you know, he's got his work cut out for him. But right now, our very own Matt Savage is talking to one of the chip leaders, and that is Anthony Gregg.
Anthony, as it turns out, you're kind of a big deal. Michael Phelps tweeting you good luck. And also, you've been labeled the best all-around no-limit player in the world. What's all the fuss about?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure how credible that label is either, but I guess I'm just like a quiet guy myself, and some of my higher, like more well-known friends like to hype my name up because they think I deserve credit or something. But yeah, I wouldn't call myself a big deal.
Well, I think you're a big deal. Well, we'll see if you can prove it out there tonight on the felt. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. First place tonight will win over $400,000, including a seat to the season-ending WPT World Championship. And they will also join all the other WPT champs and have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. And later, Tony Dunst is back for another season of no-holds-barred analysis and the raw deal. And we reveal WPT's Season 11 picks for hot young players on the tour with a new edition of Ones to Watch. Plus, a look at all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having here at Parks. Action here at the Parks Open Poker Classic is about to get underway. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Like every other kid, I came up watching old seasons of World Poker Tour. I've watched Gus Hansen on TV. Yeah, it's pretty awesome, right? Winning a tournament like this would validate what I'm doing for sure.
I've been getting texts every other minute for people saying good luck.
Larry Sharp, Chris Van Dersen.
Yeah, you got me doing interviews. I mean, that's a little weird, putting makeup on me, but
It's gonna be tough. These are all great players, so, you know, for me, I'm just having a blast, trying to play some poker, have some fun.
The only reason to ever be in a tournament is to win, so there's no other reason to, like, drive the 2 hours, sleep in the 5 different hotels.
I've never won a live tournament before. That's kind of why I keep playing them. I just want a trophy. Some evidence, you know, that I made it.
I'm Ivy, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You are watching Season 11 of the World Poker Tour.
And we're starting out our new season with a brand new stop at Parks Casino, located just outside the historic city of Philadelphia.
And Mike, with our brand new season, we have brand new players, a brand new attitude. These guys are entertaining. The cards are in the air, so let's go to the felt.
Well, brand new players is right, Vince. 4 of these 6 players playing in their first ever WPT event.
They're the beautiful Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, joined by the Parkettes here of Parks Casino. Well, there's nothing like seeing a WPT event live, and when you're here, you can meet the Royal Flush Girls, Mike, Kimberly, myself, and ClubWPT.com VIP members get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar during our final table. The antes are 5,000, blinds are 15 and 30. Here we go, Season 11. Andre Neffler, first to act, a quick fold by him. Now Chris Lee folds as well.
Now over to Anthony Gregg, 25-year-old from Maryland.
He's raised it. Then Larry Sharp, a former high school basketball coach, folds.
Well, Chris Van Dersen making the call with the 2 4s. We call him the fish tank.
Stephen Reynolds folding. So Mike, two-way action here. 9-10 up against 2-4s. Flop comes up ace-3 deuce.
The fish tank checks the 2 4s, has the straight draw, and the best hands you can see.
Nothing hitting there for Anthony Gregg, but he doesn't care. He's going to put in a bet. Continuation bet of 60,000.
But the fish tank calls him. Nice call.
Looking for a straight there, the fish tank, but a 9 hits on the turn. That is beautiful for Anthony Gregg. He picks up 9s now. The fish tank has checked it.
Look at this. Anthony Gregg was bluffing on the flop when he bet. Now he's made 2 9s on the turn. Now he thinks they're the best hand. Now he's getting a value bet in.
Quick call by fish tank. The card is a 6 of hearts.
Again, Chris checks. We need to call him the fish tank because there's 2 Chris's at this table. We love the fish tank nickname anyway.
I got a feeling what it really means is that Chris, the fish tank, is a tank, and he captures all the little fish.
Right now he's trying to capture Anthony Gregg in his pot.
He's not going to capture anybody here with just the 4s. And look at Anthony putting in a value bet, Mike. Cool. And he's going to get the action. He gets the call by the fish tank.
Just great bet sizing by Anthony Gregg there. Got the value bet in for the $165,000 on the river. But Vince, the guy was bluffing on the flop. He got value bets in on the turn in the river when he thought he had the best hand. Well played by Anthony Gregg there.
Yep, he's 25 years old, lives in Columbia, Maryland. His 14th WPT event. Back to this hand, though. Quick fold by Chris Lee. Now Anthony Gregg, this time with just a 5 deuce, is going to make it 60,000, Mike.
Vince, he's letting it be known early here that he's the man to beat at this final table. He has come to play.
Larry, Chris, and Stephen Reynolds out and around to Andre Niffler. He's got a pair of 5s.
So Andre Niffler makes the call out of the big blind with the 2 5s. This guy pretty amazing himself. Went to the University of Michigan.
Here's the flop, Queen 9-9.
Majored in aerospace engineering. Andre checks.
Well, Anthony Gregg gonna put in a bet with just 5 high. Andre out in front with his 5s. But you know what? He gets scared. He folds the hand.
Yeah, Vince, incredible. The guys come out with both guns blazing, raised the first hand with 10-9 offsuit, won that pot. Now he wins the pot with a 5 deuce. Back-to-back wins for Anthony Gregg.
Can't beat the tone.
He is out to a great start. That is Anthony Gregg playing with just air, zip and pip, but making things work here. All right, to the felt, to this hand. Andre, first to play now.
With that pot, Anthony Gregg has assumed the chip lead at this final table.
Passed on it.
Andre out, and now Chris Lee. He's got a pair of 3s. They call Chris Lee Genius 28. He's going to raise to 60,000. All right, now Larry Sharp.
Vince, Larry Sharp's hobby is playing basketball. Can you take him? Do you think you could take him?
Yes.
Wow.
I'll take him.
You're an old guy. The guy's just, he's young,
We never play
27.
these matches anyhow, so I might as well say that I can do it. See, I think he's been sitting at the poker table too long. I think he's probably stiff. He's rusty. I'd take him. He's on the short stack, as you can see by a red short stack indicator.
Come on.
Oh, he's moving all in here,
Wow, Vince. He's going to push. Fish tank out. Stephen Reynolds out, so back on Chris Lee.
Well, cracks his knuckles there. Well, when you have a small pair and the guy moves all in.
I'm folding a pair.
First, you have to hope you're in a race, then you got to try to win it, so.
Look at this, he's going to be successful with that bluff. Queen High's going to win. We are having a good time, season 11. And you know, after 11 years on the World Poker Tour, we have seen a lot. We've seen great poker.
I don't think you bluffed me twice.
The magician saws the woman in half. We have seen beats. We've had fun along the way. You can't beat this.
Oh, you're right, Vince. And now, our viewers are going to have a chance to recapture some of that excitement of the WPT if they become a member of ClubWPT.com. And one of the great perks of becoming a VIP member is that you get access to former WPT episodes.
Yeah, if you're a poker player and you really want to learn about other players and their tendencies, and you can maybe play a satellite to get into one of these tournaments, you can't beat ClubWPT.com. You play all the poker you want, you get all the VIP benefits. It really is an incredible tool on poker and a lot of fun. So don't forget, join ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker.
Guaranteed.
Back to the felt we go here in Philly.
assume this is gonna...
Anthony Gregg out in front right now.
Yes, he is with over $4 million. To the felt we go. Chris Lee with a quick fold. Anthony Gregg not going to play now. Larry Sharp, the former high school basketball coach, he is going to fold. And Chris, the fish tank, is going to raise with a pair of sixes. Makes it 60,000. Fold by Stephen Reynolds. And now Andre Niffler.
Yeah, the aerospace engineer going to call him with the queen jack. And it comes queen high as it comes queen 3 deuce. Andre out in front now.
He's going to check his queens, and fish tank is going to bet.
That's a standard continuation bet here. Plus he has a flush draw. Action on Andre Niffler. Going to make the call with the queen jack.
Might as well just call Andre the Rocket Man.
I like that.
That's what he used to tinker with.
Well, now an ace comes off. Neither player are going to like that card. And they both check.
Down to the river we go.
Well, the 4 diamonds comes off, so the fish tank has made a flush.
Oh, man, just backed into that flush. They both check. Andre disgusted.
Fish tank is going to show him a flush and take down the pot.
Nice hand.
So the fish tank maneuvering the waters well there. Well, very lovable guy. Loves to drink, loves to play. The fish tank is just a big, jolly old guy. Now, there you see Anthony Gregg still out in front. Stephen Reynolds in second place. Chris Lee in third. 6 players left, fighting it out for over $416,000 and this coveted WPT title.
All right, decision going to Andre Niffler. Has a lousy 5 deuce, folds his hand, as does Chris Lee. Now Anthony Gregg.
Anthony Gregg also has 5 deuce, but he's going to raise with his. Anthony is our current chip leader, as noted by our green big stack indicator.
Larry Sharp out, fish tank gap. But here we go with Stephen Reynolds. Going to stick around with a king 7 of hearts. So 2-way action. Here's the flop.
Yeah, flop comes 8-6 deuce. Stephen checks.
Anthony Gregg has picked up a piece of that. Check. But he's going to check it as well. To the turn we go.
4 diamonds comes off now.
Check.
Just give Stephen a gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, but he's going to check it.
Check.
2 checks. To the river we go. Oh, look at that card. 5 hits Stephen Reynolds just beautifully.
Well, he's now made a straight. He is reaching for chips.
95.
And sadly for Anthony Gregg, he has made 2 pair with that river card.
$95,000 bet by Stephen Reynolds. They call him Sizzlin' Betta.
I always go straight.
And he is going to get the action. He gets the call.
Well, Anthony Gregg not going to be pleased with himself the way he played that hand. Checked it twice when he had the best hand and then paid him off when he had the worst.
Stephen Reynolds taking down his first pot of the evening. He's got some chips.
We have a quick break in the action, but we are about to reveal who the hot, exciting players are that have been named the WPT Season 11's ones to watch. You don't want to miss this. Stick around.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. Well, this place is rocking and rolling here in Philly tonight, no doubt about it. The 3 guys that came to the final table as their chip leaders are still in first, second, and third place. Action's been good, but we're looking for more exciting stuff right here at Parks.
And Mike, you know, we got the fish tank and we have the rocket scientist. What a field we have. They're excited to play. Can't beat this.
Welcome back to Parks Casino and the inaugural TV event of Season 11 here on the World Poker Tour. Looking at the WPT Player of the Year race, tonight's winner will tie Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer, who just won the WPT Merit Cyprus Classic. Marvin's win in Cyprus also made poker history. Marvin had also just won the Season 10 WPT World Championship in Las Vegas, making him the first player to win 2 WPT titles in back-to-back events. Now, all season long, we will track all the players' progress and see who will follow in the footsteps of Season 10 Player of the Year, Joe Sirach. In the meantime, let's get back to Mike and Vince and the action here in Philadelphia.
Well, thank you, Kimberly. And there you see the chip counts of the players. Steven Reynolds out in front with 4.2 million. Anthony Gregg sitting in second place right now.
6 players going after this very prestigious title. And right now, it's on the fish tank. The guy from Philly, he quickly folds. Steven Reynolds now with just a Jack-10 is going to splash around with a raise, makes it 60,000 to go. Andre the Rocket Man out.
But look at this. Chris Lee is going to 3-bet it here with an ace-8 of spade. Well, he runs out a better hand of Anthony Gregg's. He folds the ace-jack.
Larry Sharp with a pair of 9s here has folded the hand quickly.
Well, the 3-bet's what shut him out with the 2 9s. And let's see what Steven's going to do here with the Jack-10 offsuit. Not the kind of hand you really want to play out of position with, but he's making the call here.
They call him sizzling better. Let's see if he gets lucky. Oh, yes, he does. Hits 10s on the flop just like that, and he's going to check.
Yep, it's come 10-6-4 with 2 clubs.
Let's see if we got a club going on.
Well, anytime you 3-bet before the flop, you're going to make a continuation bet on the flop, and Chris Lee doing that right now. 140,000. Now, even though the flop has come 10 high, you're still a little worried that your opponent might have something like 2 queens. So you just make a crying call here, even though you flop top pair.
Well, he has called it, and here comes the turn card. 8 of hearts hits Chris Lee. Steven checking again. Well, Genius 28 going to stick out another bet, 265. Not really a genius bet, it appears.
Well, Steven Reynolds playing in his first ever WPT event. His brother Garrett has won 5 gold medals at the X Games. He's trying to get the gold tonight.
Well, he's called it. A good call. Down to the river we go.
And now the board pairs 4s. Both players have 2 pair.
Check.
A nice check by Chris Lee there on the river. Steven going to take the pot down with 2 10s. Well, Vance, right now, Steven Reynolds, who came to the final table as our chip leader, on a little bit of a roll here right now. He's picked up a couple small pots in a row.
A brand new season means we have a brand new group of fresh, up-and-coming players to keep an eye on. This select group is fun, exciting, and controversial, as we will find out all season long. So let's take a look at who made this year's cut in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch.
Lots and lots of smart people being driven into poker, realizing that there's a lot of money to be made. And I think you picked me as the one to watch because I'm a talented poker player and a fun person to hang out with.
Poker is so much more than just a game for me. It's a way to financial freedom and a form of expression.
Poker was a dream at first. Like, when I first started playing poker, it was like the dream of being like Gus Hansen and Phil Ivey and Daniel Negreanu. And at this point, I'm friends now with Daniel Negreanu and Gus Hansen and all those people, which is still absurd for me to say, by the way. You know, like, it's awesome.
Poker to me has become something more than just a game.
Amanda Musamichi, one of our ones to watch here in season 11 on the World Poker Tour.
Poker kind of gives me hope for the future in the sense that if I can really make something of myself, I'll one day be able to branch off and do more meaningful things.
Poker turned me into a man. It helped me grow. Every time that I thought fate or karma or destiny had something in store for me, it didn't, and it crashed down right in front of my face. And it had to teach me to let go of things and just say, you know what, this is out of your hands. You can't sit around and dwell on things that you have no control of. You have to make rational decisions.
I feel like there's definitely a lot of pressure on me because like most of the people here on the ones to watch are like all pretty much already well known. Like I'm more like underrated, so I'm definitely really motivated to do really well this season.
Poker is everything to me. I love it more than anything except for maybe music. I love writing music. I love writing songs, playing my guitar, but poker, I don't know, it just gets my mind off things.
Poker, to me, is just the greatest game ever. It's a good way to challenge people mathematically, psychologically, physically. It's like a virus that keeps changing, improving, getting stronger.
Well, Vince, I can tell you, a number of those players really are ones to watch. They're terrific players.
Yes, they are. They also have some very deep thoughts from young poker players. They're kind of deep kind of people. I like to see that.
You know, speaking of young players, the oldest player at this final table is 27 years old. Youth prevailing here in season 11, that's for sure so far.
All right, the blinds are going up to 20 and 40. A quick fold by Anthony Gregg. Larry Sharp also folding. Actions on Chris Van Dursen, the fish tank. And he's going to raise with 10, 8 of spades. Reynolds out.
Oh, look at this.
Andre picking up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
Yep, he's in the small blind here.
He's the rocket man.
Just gonna call here. I'm not fond of this play. And the reason I'm not fond of it is because you entice the big blind to call, where now you have to be 2 players with the aces instead of just 1.
Chris got tens, Mike, and he didn't raise as well. Very interesting. And look at this, a 10 on the flop, 3 of a kind.
Incredible. This could spell big trouble for Andre here.
Oh, now the rocket man is going to explode with a bet, it appears.
Well, he's gonna lead right out in bed here.
115.
And I'll tell you one thing, if Chris Lee happens to pull the trigger and raises here, we're gonna have a giant pot. Remember, Fish Tank was the pre-flop raiser here. Chris Lee just calling with the 3 tens.
Fish Tank also with tens, just a pair of tens, of course, is also going to call.
Well, he's calling because he thinks if one of these guys would have flopped queens, they would have checked to him and maybe check raised him. And now a 9 comes off. That's got to be a scare card for everybody, including Chris Lee, who flopped 3 tens, because it looks like a potential straight out there now.
But the rocket man, Andre Niffler, of course, on the short stack. And again, he's going to plunge away. 150.
About 4 something.
Chris Lee saying, how much more you got, my victim? No, he's going to move it up to 425 to go. Fish Tank gets out of the way and back on Andre. Now, he's only got 400, 500 left.
The weirdest hand here.
Well, Vince, the toughest thing about 2 aces is getting away from him. He may be able to get away from him because he let out here on the turn with this hand. He's finding out where he's at, though, when his opponent makes a big raise.
Oh, man, they're so pretty.
I want to show this one, kind of.
Remember, he made this raise with a man sitting behind him, so he's got to have a hand here that most likely beats the 2 aces, and that's exactly the case. Good laydown by Andre there.
Well, he saved his short stack.
Nice hand, Chris.
Well done.
I thought you had that.
We've reached the point in our competition where Tony Dunst is feeling the need to chime in. That means the latest installment of The Raw Deal is up next. You don't want to miss it, so stick around.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Parks Casino is one of the most impressive casinos I've been to.
Amazing!
It is really huge.
Once you go in the casino, you see these beautiful ladies. They call them Parkettes, and they're really, really gorgeous girls.
When I tweeted about the fact that we're coming to Philadelphia, everybody was just raving.
It's so high-end, you know, you would think you're in Vegas.
You're watching the World Poker Tour.
Thanks to tonight's competition, there is plenty to discuss, and Tony Dunst is ready to launch a new season of No Holds Bar analysis in this edition of The Raw Deal.
The math says you're dealt pocket aces every 221 hands. But the heart says, oh my God, I have aces, play it cool, just think about baseball. Of course, the big question with the pinnacle hand in poker is how to get value with it. And Andre Niffler intends to do so by just calling pre-flop. Does his play make sense? Let's break it down. Going into the hand, Andre had just under 22 blinds and was positioned in the small blind. In that situation, almost every professional is shoving his entire range against an open raise from late position. Generally, flat calling out of the small blind on a short stack is an awful idea with any hand. But there are certain situations, like this one, where the flat call pre-flop makes perfect sense. This is because Andre believes that Van Dersen isn't an experienced enough player to realize that no good player would flat call medium strength hands from his position. Andre doesn't want to risk losing Van Dersen by shoving or re-raising pre-flop, so instead he elects to call. I actually like Andre's pre-flop decision here, but there is one catch. Sitting behind him is the very experienced Chris Lee, and he knows precisely what a flat call from the small blind on a short stack means from a good player. The only two hands a player of Andre's quality would just call with there are aces or kings. Everything else gets shoved pre-flop. As a result, Chris Lee already knows what Andre has when he just calls, leading him to pass on re-raising his pocket tens in a situation that many players think is a clear 3-bet. When they get to the flop, Andre decides the board is coordinated enough that he should just lead out, a play he's hoping will result in getting all in against one of his opponent's weaker holdings. Chris Lee calls behind with his set, and Chris Van Dersen makes an optimistic call with second pair behind both of them. The 9 on the turn is not the card Andre was hoping to see. He knows it's bad because it completes the straight draw for King Jack and makes 2 pair for hands like Queen 9 and 10 9. But he also knows that checking causes him to lose all control in the hand. He decides to bet small and evaluate.
How much do you have left?
And when Chris Lee raises behind him, Andre becomes certain he's screwed.
The weirdest hand here.
Not only does Andre likely believe Chris has a better hand, but he also likely believes that Chris knows his holding because his pre-flop play is so transparent to a good player. The raise from Chris Lee causes both opponents to fold.
I want to show this one, kind of.
And gets a show from Andre, confirming what Chris knew all along. And Chris remarked, "I thought you had that."
I thought you had that.
You're too good.
It took serious discipline to get away from this hand, and I respect the fold. But I think the show was a counterproductive flash of ego that potentially exposes his trapping strategy to unaware players. It's okay, though. He's only going to have to wait 220 more hands to try again, which is about 8 hours at a final table.
Nice hand, Chris.
Well, it backfired for Andre, that's for sure. This is his first WPT event, but he's on the short stack right now, as is Larry Sharp. The chip leader, Steven Reynolds, with 4.6 million. Let's go to the felt. Larry, Chris out and around to our chip leader now, Steven Reynolds, with an ace queen of clubs, makes it 80,000.
Steven raises.
Andre out.
Chris out.
And now round to Anthony Gregg with King 8 of diamonds, Mike.
Well, he's in the big blind, and he's going to make the call here. So these are the two chip leaders going at it. Well, flop comes 9-3 deuce. Anthony has flopped a flush draw. Good flop for him. He's going to check.
And the chip leader
75
with ace queen with a continuation bet, 75,000.
It's a textured board. Everybody's going to make a continuation bet on. The question is Anthony Gregg going to check raise the flush draw?
There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar where the ladies are really enjoying the evening.
Now, Anthony's just going to call. And Vance, I think he's just calling because he knows he's up against the chip leader, the only guy that can break him at the table. 5 of diamonds on the turn. Anthony has made his flush, and look at this. He is going to lead out and bet with it.
Show tunes going off in his head.
I show you 2, you show me 1. I show you 2, you show me 1.
Oh, boy.
I like that horse trading, Vance.
He's going to lose him.
I'll show you 2 if you show me 1.
It's a pretty good trade, 2 for 1, right?
Steven Reynolds folding the hand very wisely, and Anthony's got to be kicking himself a little bit, saying maybe I should have checked.
Well, I think he should have checked.
Yeah.
Maybe let's take another stab at it.
He did a little reversal there, chased his man away. The board chips over to Anthony Gregg.
I was the that bet. I mean, I bet because I thought I was going to turn a 5.
Vance, I'm more impressed with what Steven said. I'll show you 2 if you show me 1.
Right.
Very good.
Action on fish tank. He folds. Steven
So what I'm going to do is
scoots out of there. And now, wow, Andre Neffler picks up 10s. He picked up the weapons of mass destruction earlier, didn't raise. So this time he's gone all in with the 10s. But look at this, folded around to Larry Sharp. Larry is cold with ace-king.
Well, last time his opponent had 2 10s and cracked his 2 aces. Well, this time he's got 10s against the ace high. His tournament life on the line. Well, it's the classic race, the 2 overcards versus the under pair. If the 10s don't stand up, Andre will be our 6th place finisher.
Let's see the flop.
King right on the flop.
What a flop from Mr. Sharp.
That is bad news for the Michigan man, Vince. He now is going to have to catch a 10 to win this pot, or 2 runners to make a straight.
Here comes the turn card.
4 clubs comes off. We are down to the river. Andre Niffler is going to have to catch a 10 on the river to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it.
Countdown has begun. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2.
That's the queen. So tough luck for the Michigan man. Andre Niffler going to take home $61,000 for his efforts here this week. But a tough little player, Vince. Just didn't win the race he had to win.
Crowd going nuts there for Mr. Sharp, and Andre Niffler has to say goodbye. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andre went down on a classic race, ace king versus 2 10s. Your first final table on the World Poker Tour. Give me your thoughts.
Table. You know, I'm excited to be here. This is awesome. Lucky to make it this far, have some fun, play with a bunch of good players, so I can't complain.
Well, you're looking for a job. You had a $24,000 cash a couple weeks ago, another 60 today. You still gonna be looking for a job? You can play poker.
Oh, still looking for a job. So poker's, it's fun to play sometimes, not every day for a living.
All right, so if you're hiring out there, this guy's a genius. We'll see you next time.
All right, thanks.
All right, back to you, Kimberly.
I am so proud of him. Very mature decision coming from Andre Niffler, who is out in 6th place. That brings us to the end of our first hour of coverage here at Parx Casino. Mike and Vince, what do you make of the action so far?
Well, Kimberly, no surprises so far at this final table. One of the short stacks has been eliminated. And the 3 guys that came into the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd position, Stephen Reynolds, Anthony Gregg, and Chris Lee, are still sitting in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position.
That is true, Mike, and I'll tell you, they're playing pretty conservative so far, but I do have a prediction. I believe that the winner will definitely be a guy that's under 30 years old from back east. That's, I'm just saying. But, but actually, my personal choice is the fish tank. If he wins, no one will forget this guy. What a nickname. We don't quite understand it, but who cares?
Who cares? All right, guys, join us next time from Philadelphia for more of Season 11's coverage of the Parx Open Poker Classic. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Mike, wake up, it's showtime.
Are we really going to do this?
Oh, gotta do it. Pick it up. Good luck. 1, 2, 3! It's a slump. It's the worst. Let's just wrap this. Let's exercise.
I got a better idea.
What?
I'll show you on the run.
All right.
What do you say, Rock?
Rocky. Yeah. Yeah. Yo. Come on, Mike. Go! Hit! Come on. This is it, Mike.
Yes, I'm an old man.
Yes, I know.
need a spot.
All right, I'm going to give you 20 seconds to the top. You ready?
For 100, you got to bet.
All right, go, sir. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 20. I'm going. $100. Good luck. Yeah! That's the workout. That's it. We did it. No ace!
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to our in-depth coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic here in Philadelphia. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our esteemed commentators Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, it looks like the city of brotherly love really inspired you.
And well, Kimberly, certainly Vince had a great idea for us getting in shape while we were here in Philly. But I'd like to say a couple things. Number one, he didn't give me enough of a spot going up the rocky steps. That's the first thing. And the second thing is, I got sore knuckles from pounding that meat. Boy, that was tough.
Well, you were faster than I thought, that was for sure. The weird thing about him is he wanted to eat the steak after it fell to the floor, but that's another story. Forget about that. No, but we did get in shape, but moderation is key. And, you know, we may go back to the Twinkie diet after this.
The guy snores, I got to tell you.
Don't get into it.
All right, let's get down to business here. What do we look for moving forward?
Well, the three guys that came to this final table as our chip leaders, Stephen Reynolds, Anthony Gregg, and Chris Lee, are still sitting in first, second, and third place. But I think the guys in second and third have more poker pedigree, meaning more experience. They've won more money. I think they're going to be the guys to beat tonight.
Yeah, these guys are as good as anybody in the world today going after a huge title. And you got to love the guy that they call the fish tank. We still don't understand quite what it means, but what a great nickname. This is going to be great entertainment.
All right, we have word that the cards are about to go back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, 5 players left. Stephen Reynolds out in front with $4.3 million. Anthony Gregg in second place. Chris Lee in third. And there you see what they're playing for. The winner tonight going to take home over $416,000, as well as get that WPT entry into the WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season.
Okay, Andy's 5,000. Blinds 20 and 40. A quick fold by Chris Lee and Anthony Gregg. And now Larry Sharp with King Jack of Diamonds going to raise to 80,000. Fish tank out. Stephen Reynolds has called with ace 8.
Larry played basketball at Allegheny College. Was a former high school assistant coach for a while.
The flop is a 7-3 deuce.
And quickly checked by the pre-flop raiser, Stephen.
4 diamonds there for Larry Sharp. Yep, and Larry's going to bet 95,000 with the 4 flush.
Oh, look at this. Stephen's going to check raise here, Vince.
240.
He's going to represent strength that he doesn't have.
Whoa, makes it 240,000 to go.
Now, Vince Larry is just going to ship it here with the flush draw.
And a quick fold by Stephen Reynolds. Can't take the heat.
The former basketball player in college dribbled right through the traffic there, Vince. Took down that pot nicely.
It wasn't a big pot. No.
Well, these guys are opening up their games. Look at that look by Mr. Sharp. And right here, we're going to take a look at the Wondercam. Oh, wow.
Nice hand.
Flush would have happened for Larry Sharp.
I was going to do something either pre-flop or post-flop.
It was getting pushed. It was going in.
Either on both?
On both, so.
I mean, then I either 3-bet fold there or I check raise the flop.
Yeah. I didn't have air to tell you that.
Yeah, no, I mean, I thought I had the best hand. I do not. If you snap shove it in my face, probably.
All right, on to this hand. Our chip leader looks down at an ace 8. He's going to make it 80,000.
Stephen, check raise with the ace 8 a minute ago. That didn't work out, but he raises the next hand with it.
Chris Lee with a king queen. They call him Genius 28. Will make the call. Anthony Gregg out. And look, Fish Tank has picked up a pair of 3s and also will call, Mike.
Well, I'd call too with the 2 3s there. 3-way action.
And here we go.
Now flop comes 9, 7, 6. Stephen now with an open-in straight draw.
Yeah, Fish Tank with a quick check.
115.
And the chip leader going to bet with the open-ended. 115,000 to go.
Well, hard for anybody to call.
Yeah, Genius can't, and Fish Tank can't as well.
So nice continuation bet there with the open-ended straight draw by Stephen, and he takes down the pot. Well, his brother Garrett is a 5-time BMX champion at the X Games, won 5 gold medals. Tonight, Stephen trying to put some gold on the mantle.
I've definitely a naturally high-strung guy. Definitely have lots of energy, and I mean, that energy can go any which way.
Got it?
The thing that I probably like the most about poker is the mental challenge for me, and honestly, it's the only thing that wears me down at any point. The only thing that takes enough energy that at the end of the day it wears me down, so it's perfect for me.
Horrible laugh, but a great poker player. Steven Reynolds.
You can't have everything.
And he's loving the experience here tonight. He is a chip leader with $4.3 million.
Anthony Gregg right in his heels, however, with $4.2 million.
And the winner's going to take home $416,000 out of Philadelphia here tonight. Let's go to the felt. Larry Sharp, former high school basketball coach. With an uneventful 9-deuce, he folds that hand.
Over to the fish tank. He's got the king, queen of diamonds. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Oh, but look at this.
210.
Steven picks up kings, goes to 210. Quick fold by Chris and Anthony.
So back to the fish tank.
What a time to get kings.
Yeah, another 130,000 for him to call.
Now look at this. This is a, oh, they also call fish tank Big Sexy.
Big Sexy, yeah.
Do you find him sexy, Mike?
I think the fish tank is more appropriate.
Okay. Well, he's got a big decision here, but look at this. He's going to re-raise.
Wow, he is 4 betting here with king high.
Yeah, like 1.5 behind.
And he's up against 2 kings.
Maybe a little more.
Not good for the fish tank.
Yeah, about 1.5.
Fish tank could be cracked here.
The fish is heading toward the hook here, Vince.
600.
Wow.
There you go.
Repopped. You think fish tank will get the message? Yes, he does. He's got to lay it down. So a big pot for Steven Reynolds. And there is Steven's other brother, Nathan, who's enjoying the moment.
Plenty more to come from Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic. And later, we'll see how Mike, Vince, and the Royal Flush girls enjoyed their day at the races here at Parks. And Tony Dunst is on board, ready to break down tonight's action in a new installment of The Raw Deal. Lots of excitement as our extended coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Stick around.
Social poker sites aren't real poker because there's nothing to win. They're just all-in fests. That's why we play real poker on ClubWPT.com, where we can win our share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Well, we're really enjoying ourselves here at the Parks Racetrack. Beautiful girls like Kelly work here. It is great.
Let's go bet and make some money. Let's go. Who do you like?
What's so hard about it? There's only 7 horses. Can't you pick a winner?
Forget about the winner. Let's pick the horse that finishes last.
You don't bet on horses that finish last. I refuse to do it.
Okay.
I'm picking the winner.
Race number 8, we want to bet on number 4 to win.
I'm not ready because I have a few more minutes, so I'm going to study it.
He's too serious about the racetrack.
I don't understand it.
You know, he's like one of those poker players take forever to act on their hand. That's what Vince does out here at the track. He waits till the last second, till they're in the gate before he makes a bet. Like something's going to fall out of the sky and tell him who to bet on. Finally, he's going to make a bet. All right, Benny, what's the magic number?
My friend, I had to go against you. Okay. I'm betting the 8.
We are betting on Horse Justice.
Justice?
Run. Yeah.
The winner right here, folks.
That's what I bet.
Number 4, I've already talked to the jockey.
Come on, you freak. I got him. All right.
You got broke, Vince. You got broke. Here's our man right here. Well, we've sure had a great day here at the Parks Racetrack. Kelly, thank you.
Thank
and Parks
you.
for all your hospitality.
Thank you.
It's great here. Come check out Parks.
Oh, man, wouldn't you know it? The Royal Flush girls won all the money that day. That was fun.
Well, that was the only ticket I cashed all day, but it was a great time. No doubt about it. Steven Reynolds out in front with nearly $5 million in chips. Anthony Gregg in second. Chris Lee in third.
Andy's at 5,000. Blinds 25 and 50. To the cards we go. Chris Lee. They call him Genius 28 with a quick fold.
There's the Duke graduate. That's why he gets that name.
Anthony Gregg out, and now Larry Sharp, former high school basketball coach, is going to raise to 100,000 with a Queen 8. Right behind him, Fish Tank with Queen 9 has made this call.
And Steven Reynolds calling as well with the ace-10 of hearts, so three-way action here. And the flop comes king, queen, deuce. Steven Reynolds has flopped the nuts, the ace-high flush draw with the royal flush draw.
Just incredible.
Oh, check.
Fish tank has checked. Oh, and Steven is going to play it slow. He checks as well.
And they both check to Larry. If you got two queens, you might bet here, thinking they're the best hand.
Well, he's got position, and he's going to take a stab at it. 130,000. Fish tank going to quickly call.
Well, Fish tank has a flush draw with his two queens, but obviously no good. As Steven Reynolds has flopped the ace-high flush. And here come the raisin chips.
And he's going to put pressure on with the re-raise. Makes it 300,000.
And he's hoping somebody's got a smaller flush.
Larry mucks his hand.
Action back to the fish tank. Now he's got two queens and the flush draw, but the problem is the guy checked and then check raised in a three-handed pot here on the flop. So if you're fish tank here, you're going to be frozen. It doesn't matter what comes off. If a queen comes off, if a nine comes off, or if a heart comes off, you're still frozen because you don't know where you're at in the hand.
Well, he's going to speculate. He could be into trouble here. He's called it. 5 of spades on the turn. Fish tank going to check.
Now Steven.
295.
Now betting 295,000 into a pot that's got over $1 million in it. We've seen the fish tank go with his gut instincts, though. He's not afraid to put his money in the pot if he thinks the guy's taking a stab at it. Fish tank is on the hook right now. The question is he going to get reeled in?
All right.
Nope, he's going to give it up. And the man says, all right. He shows you the queen. Didn't show him the heart.
And that is Steven Reynolds' brother Nathan, who forgot to wear his shirt tonight. Getting very excited there.
Well, he knows the brother's going to make some cash tonight. Might loan him a little to buy a shirt.
All right. Back to the next hand. Larry Sharp with 5s has raised to 100,000.
I call.
Fish tank out. Steven with ace-5 is going to call.
Well, the men raised, you can see, a popular raise by all these young guys.
Everybody else out of the way. So 5s versus ace-5, and we are flopping 2 10s and a jack. Larry first to act. And make a continuation bet.
Those kind of cards are scary. When your opponent doesn't re-raise before the flop but calls you.
He's taking a lot of time, and now he finally checks.
Both players check. Now the 6 of spade comes off, so Larry has the best hand and the best draw.
Larry's going to check again. Steven checks behind him.
Well, again, it goes check, check.
And the river card, a big ace. Steven Reynolds hitting aces right there on the river.
It sure is. Gives him the best hand with aces up now.
But Larry's just going to fade away as he checks here.
Well, he's checked for a third time. Steven, very happy to hit the ace on the river. Is going to bet. Going to take down that pot.
So Steven Reynolds extends his chip lead to the light of this crowd.
You had one on every street except for the river.
Oh, look at that. Little salt in the wound there, Vince. Says you had me all the way till the river. You should have been betting, pal.
Well, we are having a great time here at Parks. Now remember, when you come to a live WPT event, you can meet Mike, Kimberly, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself, and ClubWPT.com VIP members get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. All right, back to the action. Quick fold by Fish Tank.
Can't tell you exactly. I know,
Steven Reynolds now picks up a pair of 9s. He's going to raise it, making 100,000 to go.
But Genius 28 with a pair of deuces has made the call behind him. Anthony and Larry out, so two-way action.
Yeah, flop comes king, 10-8. Steven checks the 2 9s on the flop. So Chris, thinking he might just have ace high or maybe a pair of 7s that might get away from him. If he bets, does just that.
Yeah, well, he's been called. That was 115 going to the turn. And a 10 pairs the board. Steve's going to check again. Genius 28 do here? Just with deuces, and he's going to slow down, take a free card, basically giving up, but he hits the deuce.
He now has deuces full. I'm talking about Chris Lee. Steven checks the nines again.
Oh boy, show tunes going off in your head. How to play it.
Well, it looks like an absolute nothing card on the river. A deuce, and it was the joker for Chris Lee.
Just one value for it. Figure out exactly how much you can extract from your victim. Genius 28. What will that number be?
Well, there's 530,000 in the pot. The number's going to be 315,000. And I think the way this hand was played, because Chris checked on the turn, going to be tough to lay down the nines. But Steven lays down the 2 nines. What a lay down that is, man. I don't know that I could have laid him down. I mean, you have to essentially put your opponent on a king to lay down 2 nines there.
I really didn't want to fold. Said really didn't want to fold.
You said ace high?
Point was, whatever I had, I really didn't want to fold.
You folded pretty quick for a guy who really didn't want to fold.
Well, great action here at our first televised event of season 11. Now, all season long, we're going to look back at some of the greatest moments of WPT's epic season 10, which included a fantastic competition for Player of the Year.
The race for season 10 Player of the Year started with Will the Thrill Paella taking down the title at the Legends of Poker. With cashes at Borgata and 5 Diamond, the always spirited Will held the lead for Player of the Year. But mid-season, young pro Joe Sirac would jump ahead of Will by taking 3rd place at back-to-back final tables.
Kind of crazy.
Down but not out, Will was determined to win Player of the Year.
It's up for grabs for anybody. They got to come with this.
He made the final table at Jacksonville, but went out in a disappointing 6th place. That finish, however, put him back in the lead, but by a very narrow margin. It would all come down to the WPT World Championship. Going into the event, there were 75 players who could pass Will the Thrill and take the Player of the Year title. Will busted early in the tournament and could only sit and sweat out the results.
I'm sweating profusely right now. There were 13 people that could still pass me for Player of the Year.
As fate would have it, it would be the quiet young pro Joe Sirac that would crush Will's dream. With an impressive 10th place finish, Joe locked up his place in poker history.
I'm very excited, obviously. It's pretty crazy. I didn't think I was going to take it back.
The season 10 Player of the Year, Joe Sirac, and creating one of the season's greatest moments.
I'm Danielle, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Stay tuned for more World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now, you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org.
It's weird, but because people think that poker is just about sort of the strategic element of the game, but really I think there's a lot of, I'd call them soft skills, understanding bankroll management, understanding emotional control. You just accrue life experience when you're in college, and then you come out and you're a little bit older, you know, you're a little bit wiser, and I think maybe you're better prepared to deal with sort of the mental, emotional swings that come with poker. I think finishing school can help you. You know, it helped me, I know that.
Please join me in welcoming our players. In seat 3, Chris Lee.
Well, Vance, that was very well said by Chris Lee there. No question about it. And when you graduate from Duke, you are a little brighter and smarter than the rest.
Well, he's got some chips here, 3.1. But our chip leader right now, Steven Reynolds. They call him Sizzling Better, is the chip leader still. Let's go to the felt. Anthony Gregg picks up the weapons of mass destruction, just like that. The pair of aces. Look at that.
And he makes the men raise with the aces just like he does any other 2 cards.
Oh, I don't doubt any of this.
3 folds. Now Anthony's hoping against hope. He gets action, and he's going to get some by Chris Lee. Genius 28 with just 6-3 of clubs.
Yeah, got one of those hands you're just looking to hit a flop with, where you might crack somebody. Well, it comes 10-8-8. No help for Chris there. He checks.
Thanks for the follow.
Anthony with the huge pair, going to stick out just 75 as a little teaser.
Oh, Vance, look at this. Well, we know he's not going to call. He's either going to fold or raise to try to steal the pot. Uh-oh. This could be doomed for the dookie here if he's not careful.
Yeah, he's going to try to get creative with a nothing hand and re-raise. 205. Anthony's saying to himself, does this guy possibly have an 8, or is he just messing around? But he's going to call.
You're always afraid he's got an 8. You're hoping he's got some kind of drawing hand. Now a 10 comes off. That's not a good card either in case his opponent had just 10s before, because now he would have a full house. Well, Chris Lee's parents in the house rooting for their son tonight.
And action on Chris. Genius 28 is going to slow down. He checks.
Many players would check right now with the 2 aces here, but if your opponent had something like a Jack-9 or a 9-7 suited, you wouldn't want to give him a free draw. Or if they had a pair of 3s, for example, you wouldn't want to give him a free draw to beat you. Anthony Gregg is going to bet.
Yeah, 215,000, and he's going to chase Genius 28 away.
The only player at this final table who re-entered this tournament, meaning he got busted on day 1A. He re-entered on day 2. You're allowed to do that here at Parks, and obviously it was a wise reinvestment for him.
Hey, something, Mike. The biggest bargain in the world is playing poker on ClubWPT.com. You play, you have a shot, you get out on the World Poker Tour in the big time.
Well, you're right, Finch. You got a chance to win over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. You can win seats at WPT events where you're playing for big-time money. In the Parks Open Poker Classic, we had 2 ClubWPT.com qualifiers.
Yeah, we did.
That was Freddie Peralta from San Diego and Eric Steinbergen from Crestwood, Kentucky. What an experience our 2 ClubWPT.com qualifiers had here at Parks. You can do it too. Join ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Right now, we're going back down to the felt here in Philadelphia at Parks.
All right, and right now, Steven Reynolds, they call him Sizzlin' Better, is the chip leader with 5.3 million. And the fish tank, Chris Van Dersen, is down to the short stack with about 900,000. Action going to Anthony Gregg. He's got just a Jack-8, folds his hand.
All in.
There he out as well. And Chris moving all in with the ace-6 of diamonds on the button. I would do the same thing against the 2 blinds with his chip stack.
9.
Steven with a king-jack, folds his hand, but Chris,
Wow, I'm glad I did it.
with ace-king, has made the call, and it's a great one.
Sure is. There's also a good laydown by Steven to lay down the king-jack. Well, the fish tank on his feet, his tournament life on the line here.
You gotta put the diamond, 2 diamonds up, right?
I'll take a lot of pain.
Small sweat.
A little bit unlucky the big blind wakes up with ace-king, but the fish tank has to get lucky to live on in this tournament. Parks, his home casino, plays here all the time. Got a lot of fans rooting for him. Very jovial guy, but right now, the fish tank is on the hook.
Flop comes up 8-4-3, all hearts.
You gotta put the 5 up at least.
Fish tank, they also call him Big Sexy, not looking that attractive at the moment.
I'll take the king of clubs.
As his hand fizzles away.
I mean, I got 5 red cards. Isn't that a flush?
And an 8 on the turn pairs the board.
That's exciting. All right, I'm okay with that turn. I'm okay with it.
Fish tank needs a 6 to win the pot, but would split it with a 3 or 4.
Can I get a black 3 one time?
The water is overflowing in the fish tank. It is moving around.
Oh boy, the tank is cracking.
Can he get lucky? Here's the river card. It's a deuce. Not going to help fish tank.
So that's going to do it for Chris Van Dersen. They call him Fish Tank. Good sport. The local guy from Philly finishes in 5th place.
Well, he's a very colorful character. He has to say goodnight. Going to take home 76,000. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Chris, a good run here. You're taking home 76,000. You don't usually play tournaments. You know, what was it like to have this experience for you this week?
It was cool, you know. I mean, it was my home casino. Like to play. Had fun. You know, great players.
They're calling you the fish tank, but what is this Team Big Sexy all about?
You know, I mean, look at me, obviously. It explains itself.
All right, well, it's been great fun to have you all week. Hopefully have you back on the World Poker Tour.
Thanks a lot, man.
Congratulations.
Thanks.
Back to you, Kimberly.
And there you have it. Hometown favorite Chris Van Dersen is out in 5th place. WPT's extended coverage of the final table here in Philadelphia continues with 4 players right after this.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic.
And we'd like to welcome a new sponsor for the World Poker Tour, and that is Vegas.com.
Yeah, we're glad to have them on board. From hotels to shows, Vegas.com, a great place to plan your next trip to Las Vegas.
That's right, Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Well, the Parks Open Poker Classic is the first televised WPT stop of season 11. Earlier this week, the WPT held a non-televised event in the Mediterranean at the Merit Crystal Cove Hotel and Casino in Cyprus. Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer made history by winning that event right on the heels of taking down the season 10 WPT World Championship. The first time any player has won back-to-back WPT titles. It also puts Marvin in the lead for the WPT Player of the Year race. Marvin did play here at Parks, but he busted on day 1B, meaning whoever wins here in Philly will automatically tie Marvin for the early lead in the WPT Player of the Year race. All season long, we'll be tracking the race for the Player of the Year trophy and keeping you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Philly with Mike and Vince.
4 players are left fighting it out for this title. Whoever does win will join all the other great champions and have their name permanently engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
That is right, and the antes are now up to 10,000 blinds, 30 and 60,000. Action on Chris Lee, Genius 28. First to play, he's got ace-5.
Well, when you're playing short-handed poker, ace-5s are pretty good hands. Chris knows it. He's going to raise it.
120 to go. Anthony Gregg right behind him with a real hand, pair of jacks.
Well, we know he's going to play the pot. The question is he going to call or raise? And he just calls with 2 jacks to camouflage the strength of his hand.
Yeah, Larry and Steven fold their hands, so two-way action, ace-5 up against jacks. Here we go.
Now, flop comes 5-4-4. It looks to be a good flop for Chris. He's got 2 pair with top kicker right now. Again, if you're in Anthony's seat, do you just call or do you raise? He opted to call pre-flop, and he's going to call again on the flop.
Very dangerous. Hoping against hope. Overcard doesn't show up, and it doesn't. Just a 6 of hearts. Pretty benign. And Chris is going to slow down with a check.
Well, Anthony now going to take the lead. He's going to bet 235,000. If you're sitting in Chris's seat, you know the guy called you before the flop, called you on the flop. So even if he had a 6-7, his 2 6s would now beat your 2 5s. So I'm a little puzzled by this call by Chris Lee here. What hand could he possibly beat?
Well, he has made the call, and a king of hearts on the river. Now there's flushes possible, a big overcard, a pair on the board, and Chris is going to check. Anthony Gregg now can't really like that king popping up there.
You're just not going to put a guy on a king-queen. He wouldn't be calling all that way.
He's going to bet, nevertheless.
1.4.
But look at this.
Wow, a quick check raised by Chris Lee to 1.4 million. And this is going to put a lot of heat on Anthony Gregg right here. And right now, Anthony's giving him that speech that we've all done at times. Why did I bet that on the river? Now, what do you do if you're Anthony Gregg? Virtually all you can beat is a bluff here.
Well, it's an additional 900,000. This would be the call of the night if he should do so, but not easy.
A guy check raise you with 3 hearts out there, a possible straight and a pair.
Cool.
And an overcard. Tough to call, but Anthony Gregg has done it. And he is going to win this pot. What a play by Anthony Gregg right there to make that call with 2 jacks. That is playing some poker, but you got to admire Chris Lee for taking a shot there. Thought he could get him off a hand like that. I think he put him exactly on that hand. 2 9s, 2 10s, 2 jacks. Thought a check raise would get him off of it with the possible flush out there, the king overcard, etc., etc. Anthony Gregg was not buying it, and I can tell you, he's about to get another tweet from Michael Phelps. Great play, my man.
Anthony cannot suppress the smile. He is excited.
Most of the time I feel like I have 2 pairs.
All right, back to this hand. Larry with a quick fold.
Feeling like a check feels good. You get what I'm
And
saying?
now Stephen Reynolds with a nice hand, ace-queen of diamonds.
Oh, look at this, Vince. He just limps in on the button with the ace-queen suited. Chris Lee calling a half a bet out of the small blind with king high. And Anthony just happy to see a flop here. Got the suited connectors and 9-8 of hearts. A flop comes king 9-6.
Wow, Chris Lee picking up kings with a bad kicker. He's first to act. He's going to stick out a bet of 100,000.
Well, he's got top pair.
Anthony Gregg now with nines, though.
And he's got second pair. He's going to make the call. And look at this. Steven is going to make the call with no hand and no draw.
He's going to speculate. Trade cards, eight of diamonds. That's a 4 flush now for Steven. And Chris Lee going to bet 300,000 with his top pair.
Well, he is not dogging it here. Thinks the kings are the best hand, and he's betting.
Anthony will go out.
Well, I'm surprised. Anthony threw away 2 pair there. 9s and 8s he just threw away.
I'm all in.
Oh, and look at this, Vince. He's moved all in. Well, this is called the semi-bluff play. So when you have a flush draw or a straight draw, and you just move over the top all in, hoping the guy throws his hand away. Well, Vince, you're not going to put the guy on any kind of a set because he would have raised on the button had he had a pair. That didn't happen. He limped in on the button. And now all of a sudden, he is going to raise on the turn here when the 8 pops off. This is an amazing hand. Anthony Gregg didn't even hesitate to throw the 9s and 8s away. And this guy moves all in with ace high.
Well, genius 28 would be a genius if he should make this call. And nope, he's going to fold the hand. So Steven Reynolds is going to rob him there.
Unbelievable.
That's good. That's it.
Look at this. Chris Lee says, I should have called.
Got to take a look at the Wonder Cam, Mike, see what happens. Jack of clubs, so Chris Lee would have doubled up in a huge way.
Just didn't want to risk his tournament life. Nice all-in bet by Steven there to take down the blind.
While the action here is heating up, Tony Dunst has been gearing up to give his 2 cents in the raw deal, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It's coming up. Don't go away.
Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to Philadelphia and the Parks Open Poker Classic. Tony Dunst has been keeping an eye on the action at this final table and is ready to call it like it is in this edition of The Raw Deal.
You know that character in action movies that stands there silently, ominously, while everyone fights around him, waiting for the perfect moment to unleash his supreme and devastating skills on his opponents? In poker, that's Anthony Gregg. His quiet and professional demeanor might not be the stuff that compels fans, but his skill is the stuff that professionals fear. So what makes him so talented? Let's break it down. The hand begins with Chris raising ace-5 on the cutoff and Anthony calling on the button with jacks. I think in some cases, Anthony would re-raise here with the intention of 5-betting against a 4-bet, but I think he elected to call here in hopes of inducing a shorter stacked Larry Sharp to shove from the small blind. Larry decides to do no such thing with 10 high, and we see a heads-up flop between Anthony and Chris. The 4-4-5 flop looks pretty good to both players. Chris bets and Anthony calls. The turn is the 6 of hearts, bringing a flush draw. Chris knows there's not much value to be had by betting, so he checks and decides to call the 1/3 pot bet from Anthony. When the river completes the backdoor flush draw with the king of hearts, things get interesting. Chris checks and Anthony fires a value bet of $500,000 into a pot of $1.1 million. Chris comes to the conclusion that his hand is almost never good, but also correctly reads that Anthony is likely betting a medium strength hand. He knows there's very few hands Anthony would call with pre-flop that contain a 4, and that pocket 5s are less likely with his holding one of those 5s. He also knows that Anthony can't have the nut flush, because he's holding the ace of hearts himself, meaning he has 2 blockers to some of the strongest potential hands in Anthony's range. When Chris puts all these pieces together, he decides to make a daring play and check raise to 1.4 million.
1.4?
It's a strong play, and the smaller raise size is even selected to make it look as though he's trying to get value. Now it's Anthony's turn to think things over. He knows Chris's value range for this river check raise is comprised of flushes and full houses. He likely believes that Chris would elect to bet on the turn with most flush draws instead of check call, making those holdings improbable. He also likely believes that Chris would bet pocket kings on the turn, and that he would sometimes still bet the turn when he already had a boat, like 5s or 6s full. As a result, the only holdings Anthony thinks Chris might have are pocket 5s or pocket 6s that took an unusual line. In the end, Anthony decides it's more likely a capable player like Chris is bluffing than going for value in a strange way.
Cool.
So he makes the call and discovers he's won the pot.
What a play by Anthony Gregg right there to make that call with 2 jacks.
And as much as he wanted to maintain the professional facade he wears at the table, he just couldn't help but smile about that one.
Well, Vince, in my mind, he should have smiled about that hand. A terrific call with the 2 jacks.
That is right, but right now, it's all about Steven Reynolds. They call him Sizzling Better. He's the chip leader with 6.7 in chips.
Yeah, definitely sizzling right now.
Anthony Gregg, back on him. Anthony looks down, and an uneventful 4 deuce will fold that. And now Larry Sharp folds the hand. Steven now with king 8.
150.
Has raised to 150.
All in.
Chris Lee, Genius 28, has pushed all in with an ace high.
This is close. I mean, if you're smart enough. What's it? You said it's like 1.2 exactly.
He's got Steven Reynolds mumbling to himself.
Yeah, it's going to cost him over $1 million to make this call, Vince. I just don't think you can double up a guy as tough as Chris Lee with a marginal hand like this. He's made the call. He has done it.
I
Wow.
thought there was honestly a possibility King 8 would be ahead, and I figured it's hard for me not to be 40%. And honestly, you're a pretty damn good player. I want to kind of make you race me out.
I just wish you had King 9.
You get what I'm saying?
Oh boy, not really.
Good luck, man.
I will not say that back to you.
Go a little nutty on us here, but maybe he'll get lucky. Has a chance of knocking out Chris Lee.
Chris Lee just too tough a player. What's come Jack 8-5, he's taking the lead, so maybe Steven knows what he's doing after all.
Who's the genius around here? Steven, so far, as he outflops Chris Lee.
You want to fold an ace or not?
No.
I guess you guys didn't fold an ace.
Definitely not. If you're going to fold the ace on the line, if I'm calling with worse.
Incredible. Here we go with a turn.
Chris Lee has retaken the lead with 1 card to go.
I thought I was going to get there. I don't know if he's going to re-get there, but I really thought.
Now it's Steven Reynolds that has to catch a card. Needs a king or an 8 to eliminate Chris Lee from the tournament.
Well, those aces hold up. Here comes the river card.
King 8.
6 of clubs.
So Chris Lee going to double up there. And Vince, in my mind, he's just too tough a player to give an extra $1 million worth of chips to.
1.195.
Just didn't like that spot to make that call.
Wow. Very dramatic poker.
The Parks Open Poker Classic is the first televised event of season 11. Recently, the WPT held a number of regional events across the United States, as well as national tournaments held around the world. We'd like to congratulate those winners and remind you that the schedule of all our upcoming competitions can be found at WPT.com. Now, let's get back to the action here in Philly.
This time, Steven Reynolds with his hand, king, queen of hearts, has bumped it. 125 to go. Chris Lee out. But Anthony Gregg with an ace-4 has called it. Now into Larry Sharp.
Oh, he's got ace-jack of diamonds. He's on the short stack here. He could well ship it right here, Vince.
On.
Exactly what he's going to do. He has plunged all in.
I'm all in.
And Steven Reynolds behind him says all in.
Wow. Well, he's gambling here. Maybe because he was hot the last hand, going to try it again. Who knows? But right now, Larry Sharp out in front with the ace-jack of diamonds with a great shot for him to double up.
Steven Reynolds once again, a slight dog.
I don't know. We're four-handed. We has 24 big blinds raise call.
Well, he's got his certain philosophy.
Well, Steven Reynolds just had a big chip lead a minute ago. He just doubled up Chris Lee. May double up Larry Sharp right here.
Aces and jacks for Larry Sharp. Beautiful flop for him.
Well, he's got 2 pair. Obviously, Steven can catch a 10 and make a straight. That would win. He can also backdoor a hard flush and win. But right now, Larry Sharp in great shape to more than double up here.
Yes, feeling like a winner, but anything can happen. And wow, 7 of hearts.
Let's do this. That's a good one.
Never easy, and Steven very happy with that card.
I got the heart.
He knows he can now win with any heart. Now the Jack of Hearts wouldn't win it for him, because that would give his opponent a full house. But
this would be an ugly, ugly beat here for Larry Sharp.
What a brutal beat for Larry Sharp right there. 2 runners to make a flush after he flopped the top 2 pair. Larry Sharp out in 4th place on a horrid beat.
Well, he'll take home $108,000 and a bad beat story. And right now he's going over to talk to Matt Savage. Whoa.
Larry, obviously a tough beat there with the runner. But you had a good night tonight. This is your biggest live cash. I know you play a lot online.
Yeah.
What's it like to play with these guys out there?
It was a really good experience. I mean, Final Four especially, like, very, very tough. Got it in good. I can't do anything about it.
Congratulations on your score.
Thanks a lot.
And I'm sure we can see you again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Kimberly, back to you.
All right, thanks, Matt. Larry Sharp out in 4th place, and what a rough way to go. Mike and Vince, I mean, what do you make of the scene tonight?
Well, tough luck for Larry Sharp there, no doubt about it. But when the smoke is cleared, we're down to 3 players, and it's the same 3 players that came to the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position. They're in that exact same order as they're going to fight it out for this title. What a finish this should be.
Can't believe it's amazing. There's lots of pushing and shoving and calling and catching going on. Lots of gambling. They are ready to really gamble, step it up. 3 players remain. It's going to be a fantastic final.
All right, guys, that brings us to the end of this hour's coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic here in Philadelphia. Please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage and the conclusion of this competition, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Philadelphia, the first stop of season 11 has launched an historic battle to be the best. Continuing coverage of the Parks Open Poker Classic continues, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the first televised event of the WPT's 11th season. We're coming to you from a brand new stop here on the tour, Parks Casino in Philadelphia. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and as always, I'm joined by our in-house experts, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Hollywood's own Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, as we begin our 3rd hour of extended coverage here in Philly, what are your thoughts on this competition?
Well, my first thought is it's not a surprise that this final table has come down to these 3 players. They came to the final table in 1st, 2nd, and 3rd chip position. They're sitting in that exact same order now. We've got Steven Reynolds out in front, Anthony Gregg in 2nd, Chris Lee in 3rd. I don't think it's a shock these 3 guys are fighting it out, and I'm looking forward to watching this final table because these guys have got game. They're not afraid to go with their instincts and their reads on their opponents. We've seen that already at this final table. Vince, this is going to be fun to see how this plays
very,
out.
very good. And these guys are young, eager, back east kind of guys, and they're desperate for this title. This means a lot. It is up for grabs. They are really starting to shove now, so should be fun.
All right, thanks, guys. We've gotten word the action at the final table is ready to continue. Cards are about to fly, so let's get down to the felt.
So Steven Reynolds with just over $7 million, our chip leader. Anthony Gregg in 2nd place with $5.1 million. Chris Lee with $2.6 in 3rd place.
And he's at 10,000. Blinds at 30 and 60s. To Anthony Gregg we go to first. And look at this. On this hand, picks up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces. And notice he casually keeps talking as he sees the aces. As he raises, makes it 125 to go.
Well, Steven goes out, but look at this. Chris Lee is going to raise out of the big blind with a 7-4. And my guess is he's going to get re-raised right here by the 2 aces.
Anthony Gregg with that casual talk as he raised with the aces seems to have paid off because he gets the action, and there's the re-raise. Makes it 585 to go.
A lot of times these young guys don't have anything when they 3 or 4 bet, but this time Anthony Gregg has got the goods and was hoping that his opponent would 5-bet him, but it doesn't happen.
So Anthony Gregg, 25 years old. Oh boy, cocktails.
Well, let's talk about this final table that was assembled at Parks.
Mike, think about it. With the World Poker Tour, we started 11 years ago, and so the oldest player at this table
would have been 16. Yeah. But these guys were watching this match. That's why they're pros today. That's why they're playing for this big money today.
We taught them everything they know.
Exactly. Wonder if we get a kickback, you think?
No.
Okay, I think you're right. All right, boys, don't forget us, you know?
Mike, the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000.
Let me add that 4 out of the 6 players at this final table playing in their first ever WPT event, including our chip leader, Stephen Reynolds.
Well, Stephen has folded this hand, but now Chris Lee with 10 jack is going to raise, makes this 215,000. Anthony behind him with just a jack 3 of diamonds. And what is he thinking? I'll tell you what he's thinking. He's going to re-raise it.
Wow, just comes right over the top of Chris Lee there. So I'm telling you, Anthony Gregg is owning Chris Lee in this tournament at this final table. Seems like every pot Chris loses, it's to Anthony Gregg.
I used to play a different card game called Magic. A bunch of poker players play, like Justin Bonomo, Scott Seaver, Isaac Haxton, like that whole group. And poker just seemed like the next step. When people see you around and doing well for so long, they know you must be doing something right. So there's like a mutual respect.
That is Anthony Gregg. He plays that game they call Magic the Gathering. Have no idea what that could be.
Well, those are bright guys that played that game. And David Williams, WPT World Champion, wasn't on that list. But he's a Magic player that came into poker also, so something about that game that makes these guys very good poker players.
All right, back to the table we go. Chris Lee now with ace-7 of clubs. First to act, he's got ace-7 of clubs. He's just going to call Anthony Gregg, calling as well.
Check.
And Stephen Reynolds not going to raise, so here we go, 3-handed.
3 players left, 3-way action. Yeah, flop 8-5 deuce rainbow.
Reynolds picking up the 5s. Anthony, nothing. And he's going to check. Stephen going to check. And Chris now is going to bet it. That's 115. Anthony out.
And Stephen going to look him up with the 2 5s.
Certainly is. Turn card.
And the 4 of clubs comes off. Quite a card there for Chris Lee. Gives him a nut flush draw and a straight draw.
They both check.
And now a deuce comes off, so Stephen's got to feel that his 2 5s are the best hand here. Knows for sure if his opponent had an overpair or 2 8s, he would have bet the turn there. That didn't happen. Confident his 5s up are the best hand.
And he's going to bet 80,000 for a little value.
And Chris Lee thinking about calling him with just ace high, Vince.
Yep, he had the 4 flush. They call him Genius 28, but this time the Genius has to say goodbye. Giving the pot up to Stephen Reynolds, the chip leader, who extends his chip lead.
Our third hour of coverage from the Parks Casino is just getting started, and we have a lot more to come, including a special look at how Parks Casino and the WPT Foundation is helping local heroes. Plus, a look at the hot young lady who calls Philly home, but is making poker her life in Season 11's first edition of Ones to Watch. It's all when we return to the Parks Open Poker Classic, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Stick around.
You can't win anything on social poker sites, so people play any 2 cards. And that's not real poker. On ClubWPT.com, we play real poker because we're competing for our share of $100,000 in real cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Danielle, and we're the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
A brand new season means we have a brand new group of fresh, up-and-coming players to keep an eye on. This select group is fun, exciting, and controversial, and we start with a local grinder who is making her presence felt wherever she goes, as we see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
We're the ones to watch. We're the ones to watch. Yeah, we're the ones to watch. Check it. 1, 2, WPT. Ones to watch. Ones to watch.
Amanda Musumeci. Is that how you say it, or Musumeci?
Amanda, it's Musamecho, is Monsabani.
Musumeci. Amanda Musa. Is that it? I don't even know.
It's Amanda Musumeci from Philadelphia, PA.
Amanda Musumeci. Is that right?
Some of my favorite places in Philly are South Street. It has a lot of color. It's really fun. I love South Philadelphia with the Italian market. They have some really great food down there.
What I know about Amanda is she's really beautiful. She's crushing the tournament circuit right now.
I enjoy the competition of being one of the few females that are out there that actually do well.
Yeah, she definitely plays a lot more than most people.
It's a male-dominated sport. It gives me a lot of confidence to get out there and be able to tangle with the boys.
She is really good at getting people to get out of the comfort zone at the table.
That's like a little bit of my Philly attitude coming out, where I'm just like, I want to get you guys. Like, I don't want you to beat up on me. I'm a tough girl. I get from tournament to tournament on the circuit in my car.
You've got to be a special personality to just live out of a suitcase and say, bring it on.
We're driving grinders. We'll do 15-hour days, crash for a few hours at a hotel. Usually I have my little cat in my lap and keep rolling. We just roll all year.
That's some crazy work ethic right there. It's no James Bond lifestyle, that's for sure.
Boozer. He's my wingman. I got him in Vegas at a shelter 4 years ago, and he has been on the road with me for 3 of those 4 years. He's like a circuit cat. My friends will bus a tournament, and they'll be like, hey, is it cool if I like swing by and say hi to Boozer? I'm like, really, dude? Like, what about me? Am I nothing?
I'm not really a cat person, believe it or not.
My biggest supporters are definitely my parents. My whole family is pretty supportive of my entire career and has always been. They always told me I could do whatever I want as long as I could afford to put a roof over my head, and it made me happy. And here I am doing that.
Well, Mike, I totally understand bringing the cat along on the circuit because, you know, you don't want to tell all your friends, human beings, about your bad beat stories because they won't listen. But a cat has to listen. It's a thing of beauty.
Good luck to Amanda, but she's going to beat those other ones to watch. She better be good because those guys are great players.
All right, three-handed poker. Here we go. Anthony Gregg this time is called. Steven out, and Chris Lee.
Wow, surprised Anthony would limp in on the button with King 10 offsuit there. Chris Lee now going to raise it out of the big blind with the Queen 10 of diamonds.
Makes it 255 to go.
And just that quick, Anthony gives up the hand. So, I mean, Chris was raising thinking he had the best hand with the Queen 10 suited, but he didn't.
Nice aggressive play by Chris Lee. There are the Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar with the Parkettes. Enjoying the action at our final table. Now, if you are a ClubWPT.com VIP member, you get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And everyone who comes out to our live TV events can meet Mike, Kimberly, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself. So come on out. Hope to see you here on the tour very soon. Back to this hand, Steven.
160.
Right now, Steven Reynolds is going to pop it up with ace-queen. Chris Lee behind him.
Oh, he's got ace-jack suited. Chris is 25-year-old poker pro, graduated from Duke in sociology, been a pro for 2 years. And when you're on the short stack, I'm guessing you're going to 3-bet it with this hand. And so does Chris Lee.
Says charge, makes it 370 to go. Anthony folding his hand. Back around to our chip leader with his ace-queen. Staring down Chris.
All in.
Well, big hand here. All in and called, and Steven has him dominated. It's ace-queen versus ace-jack. And as you can see, Chris Lee not happy. He knows he's up against it. He knows his tournament life is on the line. He's got to have help. And there you see Steven's brother and his fans.
Yeah, I would be getting in obviously worse aces than ace-jack. I'm glad that I have a better one, though.
You think?
I'm gonna apologize in advance, buddy.
What for?
Putting a bad beat on you.
Nah, that ain't happening. My man, Dominic, right? No, D. Damn, it was something with a D, man. I was close. I was close, though. Yeah. He wouldn't have known what letter your name starts with, bro. Do him dirty.
Steven trying to chum it up with the dealer.
See, the confidence of youth, Vince.
Spade, spade, spade.
The guy with the worst hand thinks he's going to outdraw him. The guy with the best hand says no.
Window.
Here we go.
Now the queen right on the flop. Big trouble now for Chris Lee. Gets up from the table.
I feel like I'm safe to do this, right?
Knows he has to hit 2 runners to make a straight or a running jack-jack. Nothing else will do for him.
Oh boy, up 4.
It's over for Chris Lee. He is one terrific poker player, folks. Just wasn't meant to be for him tonight. He came to the final table in 3rd chip position, and he goes out in 3rd place.
Yeah, now he's going over to his family and friends. He's going to pick up $158,000. He didn't win the championship tonight, but Genius 28 shows off in this event, and he's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Chris, a lot of people would be happy with a 3rd place finish, but you're obviously disappointed. Tell us about your feelings right now.
You know, I'm definitely bummed out. You know, happy to finish, in 3rd, but obviously when you get this close, you want to get all the way, so.
All right, Steven Reynolds called you the perfect player, so I'm sure we're going to see you back here at another WPT final table.
All right, appreciate it.
All right, you got it. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. A disappointed Chris Lee exits the final table, and now we're heads up with Steven Reynolds and Anthony Gregg getting ready to battle for the title. Heads up action at the Parks Open Poker Classic is next on the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Yes, and out come the gorgeous Royal Flush Girls. Tuba, Ivy, Danielle, and Brittany. Looking beautiful tonight as they lay out the cold hard cash here this evening in Philadelphia.
Well, in addition to the prize money these guys are going to win, the winner also gets an entry into the $25,000 WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season, where he could win millions more.
On top of that, of course, they get their name inscribed on the beautiful WPT Champions Cup with all the champions' names.
And I'm sure to both of these guys, getting their name inscribed on that cup is just as important as the cash they're going to win here tonight.
Heads up action here at the Parks Open Poker Classic is about to get underway between Steven Reynolds and Anthony Gregg. During the break, Matt Savage had a chance to speak with both players.
Well, poker player and a day trader by profession, are you buying or selling right now?
I'm selling stock myself, a little overpriced right now. Buy low, sell high. So it's time to start jumping ship, guys.
Well, this table has been awesome. It's been fun to watch. I mean, what are your observations of Anthony so far?
I mean, there was 2 players particularly I didn't want to play heads up, and I managed to find one of them. That's my observation, is one of the 2 best players at the table.
Well, the goal is you are heads up, and you do have the chip lead. Good luck to you, Steven,
yeah,
and your heads up match.
All right.
Anthony, to our viewers out there that have come to this final table and seen the names, may not think this is going to be a tough table. What are your thoughts about it?
Yeah, if they didn't think it was a tough table, they were definitely mistaken. I mean, yeah, no soft spots at all.
Good luck to you in the heads-up match.
Yeah, thanks a lot.
The WPT Champions Cup is primed for a new edition, so let's get back to the call of heads-up action with Mike and Vince.
Right now, Steven Reynolds, sizzling better, is the chip leader with $9.7 million.
Has nearly a 2-to-1 chip lead over Anthony Gregg as we start out the heads-up battle. There you see the prize money that these guys are going to get. The heads-up battle begins.
First hand to Anthony Gregg. He's got Queen Jack. He's raising to 165.
I call.
Steven with Ace-5 is making the call. No raise with the ace. Here we go with the flop.
The flop is queen, queen, 3. A dream flop for Anthony Gregg there as he's flopped 3 queens.
Just a beautiful flop. Steven checks it. Anthony got a bet. Little TC fly bet. 125. Hoping he won't chase away his victim.
Now Steven not believing him, calling him with the ace high, thinking it might be the best hand. Little does he know.
King of spades helps neither player.
Steven drawing completely dead, as you can see. Anthony firing again, this time 290,000.
He certainly is. And Steven not saying no moss yet. He believes his ace high perhaps is in front. He's called it.
You know, Rocky was an underdog, Vince, but he had a chance. This guy's got no chance to win this pot. Just giving his money away here.
10 of diamonds on the river. Steven checks. Anthony relentless.
Anthony obviously hoping he made a pair of kings or something on the turn.
Wow, 690 into sizzling better.
And he called him on the flop with ace high. Called him on the turn with ace high when he was drawing dead. Will he give away more money? He lays it down, so Anthony Gregg takes pot number 1 of the heads-up battle. And this is going to be a battle, Vince. Make no mistake about it. I know Steven Reynolds had almost a 2-1 chip lead, but I think he's going to need it against this guy.
Right now, the blinds are going up to 50 and 100,000 here at Parks. $10,000 ante. Here we go. Action on Steven. And Steven looks down at a big hand, ace, king of spades.
Oh, look at this. Just limps in on the button and throws the chips high so his opponent can see he's just limping in. Anthony with the 8-3 just says, okay, let's see a flop. 10-7-3 here. Anthony's flop bottom pair. He's going to lead out and bet 125,000.
Steven with ace-king gonna call.
And now the 9 of spade comes off. This gives Steven the ace-high flush draw. Anthony has bottom pair and an open-end straight draw.
He's still gonna push. He's betting 325.
Wow. You'd think he'd be a little scared. When the guy limped in on the button, those middling cards usually hit a guy.
750.
And you see what's happening now. He's getting raised to 750,000. So what's Anthony going to do now?
They're just so excited I put more chips in the pot. I don't even know if I have anything.
He's not going anywhere. He's made this call.
Well, we'll see how good it is. He's got bottom pair and an open-end straight draw, but obviously there's 2 flush draws out there.
River card is a 6. He hits the straight. Anthony Gregg being stubborn here, sticks around.
1.2.
Makes his hand, and now he's betting 1.2. And he's going to chase away Steven Reynolds, who could not connect with the river card.
So Anthony Gregg catching a nice card on the river there where he could bet and take down that pot.
As you can see, Steven Reynolds with 9.2 million, but Anthony 5.6. Sneaking back into this contest.
You see they're changing gears now. Limping in on the button with ace-king suited, Vince. Something you don't see very often. Usually in heads-up play, good players raise every time on the button with any 2 cards.
Anthony Gregg here with ace-deuce of clubs is raised to 200,000. Steven with the 10-7.
Makes the call.
Okay, and the flop comes up king, jack 7, pair of 7s for Reynolds. And he has checked it.
Well, the continuation bet.
300.
And look at this, the check raise with bottom pair here.
Yeah, min raise.
And it's going to get the job done. So a nice raise there by Steven to take down that pot. And what a battle this is going to be.
And right now the antes are going up to 20,000, blind 60 and 120. Getting more expensive here in Philly at the beautiful Parks Casino.
250.
Right now Reynolds is going to raise with a nothing hand. 10-4 makes it 250 to go. Anthony going to call with king 9 of diamonds.
Now Anthony Gregg out front at the moment. Flop comes ace, jack, 6 with 2 diamonds. Anthony's flopped a flush draw. He checks. It's gone check, check. Now a 9 comes off, so Anthony now has 2 9s and a flush draw.
He's first to act. He's going to check it again. And Steven's going to check as well.
That goes check, check. And now a 10 comes off. Steven now has the best hand with 2 10s. So all the trapping Anthony was doing, probably not doing him very good.
Wow. Anthony has checked.
180.
And finally, Reynolds going to come up with a little bit of a value bet here.
Well, it is a value bet here, Vince, of 180,000 and a good one, but look at this. The check raise by Anthony Gregg right here, and Vince Stevens saying to himself, why didn't I just check there? I might have won with 2 10s, and in fact, he would have. Just like that, we've got a real horse race in terms of chip count now.
Oh, that's incredible. And look at this now. Steven Reynolds with 7.7 million in chips, but Anthony Gregg almost tying him up with about 7.2. What a battle we have.
Slowly getting nibbled and nibbled and nibbled away. 250.
Steven Reynolds this time, queen jack makes it 250 to go, but Anthony with a real hand, pair of jacks.
645.
Wow, Anthony picking up some good hands here in this heads-up battle here.
I call.
And Steven gonna call him with just queen jack. Wonder if he's a little tilted by limping in with ace king suited, and then betting on the end where he got check raised out of the pot.
Nevertheless, Steven has hit the queens.
Dream flop here for Steven.
Outflopped Anthony.
As the cards lie, his opponent's got 1 card in the deck he can win with.
750.
And Steven is going to bet 750,000 with the queens.
Well, this pot could spell big trouble for Anthony Gregg. Jack of clubs, the only card in the deck he can win with.
Well, he's going to call with the jacks. Hoping against hope. His opponent doesn't have a queen, but we know better. Here's the turn.
10 of clubs comes up. Now, neither player has a club in their hand. Both have an open-end straight draw. Steven has the best hand with 2 queens.
Anthony checks it.
Check.
Steve going to check behind him. River card is a 3. Helps neither player.
Well, another check by Anthony. Well, look at this. Again, Steven stands up and looks at his chip count.
It's 5.5, right?
That's when you're playing heads up. There's no reason you should ever have to look at your opponent's chip stack, see how many chips they have. Just look at your own. You got to know how many chips are in play. Just doesn't make sense. Why a guy would have to do that?
1,315,000.
This is a great value bet right here by Steven. And as you can see, Anthony doesn't know what to do.
And for the first time tonight, Anthony looks completely confused, baffled, hates to muck this hand. But it would be a fantastic laydown if you should get away from this.
Trenchant.
And the more time he takes, the better Steven is feeling. He'd love to get a value bet and get it paid off of 1.3.
You can just see Anthony's mind whirring away there, trying to put all this together. Just can't figure it out because the hand was checked on the turn.
What do you have?
That's not a good way to start up the talking. I can't factually answer that one.
You know, that he sort of gives that Peter Lorre laugh.
I mean, you should have started off with, do you have a 2-beat? And then, do you have a
2-beat?
And then, do you have a 9-beat? And then, do you have a queen beat?
Do you have a queen beat? Wow. Yeah. Do you have a straight beat?
Yeah.
Steven said yes, he had a straight beat. His nose is going to grow shortly.
This is like the hand of the final table for me, you know?
So far.
No, I'm saying the hand that I have.
It's tough for Anthony to figure it out. Just can't imagine the guy would check top pair on the turn here with 3 clubs out there. Well, Vince, I think if he does call, it's strictly what we call a curiosity call. He just can't put this puzzle together, and sometimes you just pay off a bet because you want to see what the guy's got and how he played the hand the way he did. Of course, you're hoping he's bluffing.
This is a big moment here at Parx Casino.
And there it is. He does make the call.
Nice hand.
He's not going to like it. Steven going to take down that pot.
Oh boy, and Steven, you can buy your brother a shirt with that one. Beautifully done by the chip leader, Steven Reynolds. Getting some value in there at the end. Heads Up action will continue here at Parks in just a moment. Stay with us here on the WPT.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Blue Shark Optics, the official poker eyewear of the WPT, and Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right.
Welcome back to season 11 of the WPT, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Over the past decade, the World Poker Tour has helped thousands of players live out their dreams by awarding more than $550 million in prize money. And now the WPT Foundation is using the power of poker to influence positive change by raising money and awareness for some excellent causes. At every stop this season, we will take a look at the organizations that make a difference for our partner casinos and their community. Earlier this week, the Royal Flush Girls joined Mike and Vince on a tour of the Ben Salem Emergency Medical Services, which provides a much needed and appreciated service for the community surrounding Parks Casino.
This thing is serious. When Parks got involved with us, their donation allowed us to have a third crew up during the day. It reduced the time to get an ambulance in Ben Salem from 17 minutes to 8 minutes.
Thanks for your public service. The true heroes of the world, you people really are.
We love the World Poker Tour. Such an important service. To learn more, log on to WPTFoundation.org. The WPT Foundation, playing for a better world. In the meantime, cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Now, it's nice to see the WPT Foundation supporting local charities and Parks doing well to support their community.
Yes, they have, and the big battle continues here at Parks. And the antes are going up to 25,000. The blinds 75 and 150. Action on Steven Reynolds. Steven with a king 7 of hearts. Won't raise, just calling.
As we've said before, his brother Garrett.
425.
The 5-time X Games gold medalist in the BMX.
I call.
He's looking to put the gold medal on this tournament on his mantle.
Well, Anthony with just a 10-7 figures if Steven couldn't raise, I'm going to represent like I have a quality hand. He does not, but he gets called.
Well, a lot of players would just be happy to see a flop. They had a 10-7, but not Anthony. He's trying to win it without seeing a flop.
Flop comes up king, queen, 3. That's kings for Steven Reynolds, nothing for Anthony Gregg.
The continuation bet comes, but Steven will be going nowhere after flopping top pair. I can promise you that. Just a matter if he calls or raises.
Call.
He's just calling.
It's uncomfortable if you are Anthony Gregg.
Well, Anthony knows he's got some kind of pair. Now an ace comes off. Now will Anthony try to represent the ace? And it looks like he is. He's going to fire another shell here. And I think it's going to be very tough for Steven to call here.
Well, look at this. Anthony with just a bologna sandwich. Betting $1,075,000.
Over $1 million bet.
And you are right. Even though you have kings, bad kicker.
Yep.
Very easy to release this.
Call.
He's going to call it, Mike.
Wow, that's a tough call, folks. And now another king comes off.
Well, that's going to make Steven feel a lot better.
Well, Anthony's got to recognize the guy called me on the turn. He's going to call me on the river, unless he's got specifically 2 little spades.
Anthony is going to check. I believe he sees the writing on the wall. And now Steven wants to punish him just a little bit more.
1.8 million.
Oh, yeah, that's all. 1.8. And as you can see, Anthony is not quickly fold. He's acting as if, he had a hand and he's got a decision to make.
Oh, boy.
Oh, we know better.
Just posturing here.
Oh, yes.
Vince, call your Hollywood director buddies. This guy's going for a role here.
Yes, he's very good at it, too. A nice, natural actor. And now you do the right thing. Go away.
So there you go. Another nicely played hand because he played it tricky, Vince.
Weird hands.
Thank you, man.
Huh?
I said thank you.
No, I said weird hand.
Oh,
but
I
nice,
thought you said good hand.
Nice hand also.
All right.
Maybe.
Vince, what an experience that our two ClubWPT.com qualifiers had here at Parks.
Yeah.
We had Freddie Peralta from San Diego and Eric Steinbergen from Crestwood, Kentucky. They qualified online to win a seat in this Parks Open Poker Classic. Actually had a shot to take home over $416,000.
Mike, it is the greatest bargain in poker, bar none. And these guys got to hang around the Royal Flush Girls, and you and me, and we did have a good time with them. I'm a big fan. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Okay, let's get back to the table here in Philly.
Back on Anthony. What a display of poker this young man has played tonight. Very strong, and this time with a pair of nines.
All in.
Cool.
I have an ace.
A nice limp in on the button there by Anthony Gregg. I don't blame Steven for moving all in with an ace high in that situation. As the cards lie, Anthony a 2-to-1 favorite to double up and stay alive.
Raise it goes. Chuck. It's Chuck.
But if Steven gets lucky, he'll be our champion.
Bounce him off the wheel, baby. Wheel ball. Asking for the wheel.
Oh, yeah. Going a little nutty on us.
The first time in my life I've asked for the wheel on a flop.
Well, he's asking for the wheel.
It's a good time to ask
He only
for it.
needs one spoke, Vince. Just an ace will do.
He is superstitious, maybe.
It's sick that you have a diamond, like.
Stephen Reynolds
I
from
know.
Toms River, New Jersey.
I go from like flipping to like 3% with the blocker. I'm not sure of that math, but that sounds right. I already know the wheel. It's 2, 3, 4. I've got the straight already. Straight. I've won. Straight.
Strong, positive thinking by the young 27-year-old.
Straight.
Anthony Gregg must win this pot to stay alive.
Straight.
Steven just hoping to get lucky and end it right here, right now.
Nines versus ace-5. We are flopping.
Here comes 10-8 deuce. Good flop for Anthony. 2 nines well out in front. All spades on the flop. Neither player has a spade.
Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades. Ace of spades.
He is
Dead
begging.
to man. Dead to man.
Here we go. Turn card. Will he catch his ace? No, it's a deuce of clubs.
Well, he's going to have to catch an ace on the river to win this pot and take this title right here. Nothing else to do for him. Anthony all smiles. He knows he's way out in front with a great shot to double up and pretty much even up this match.
River card, our queen of hearts. Not going to work out for Stephen Reynolds. Anthony Gregg going to take this home with a pair of nines. And that is a nice double up for Anthony out of Columbia, Maryland.
Well, there you can see Steven with a slight chip lead after that pot.
Practically dead even as the heads-up battle continues.
Well, all the jumping around and laughing will now cease for Stephen Reynolds. He's going to have to go back into game mode.
Anthony this time with a queen, 4 of clubs. Is just going to call Stephen.
Check.
Content to see a flop with 7-5, and here we go. Flop comes up 10, 9, 8.
Vince, as you watch this heads-up battle continue here, you can see Anthony Gregg trying to keep the pot small, thinks he can outplay this guy after the flop, and I believe he can.
550.
Steve check raising, making it 550 to go with an open-ended straight draw.
He is raising this pot. And Vince with a gut shot straight draw and a flush draw. You might just want to ship it with this hand, but Anthony taking the conservative route, just making the call.
And let's see what happens on 4th Street.
Well, a queen comes off. Neither player really crazy about that card, even though it pairs Anthony.
1 million.
But when your opponent bets, like Steven's doing now, one pair doesn't look too good with a 4-card straight on the board.
Betting $1 million.
Well, Anthony's calling and hopes to hit a club. Probably afraid his queens might not be good. But another queen comes off.
Check.
Well, here's Steven just waving the flag. Once the guy called him on the turn.
7 high. 7 high.
The 3 queens are going to win this pot for Anthony.
So Anthony has turned this around completely.
You just wonder, had Steven had the moxie to bet again on the river.
Yeah, he wants it.
It's very tough to call with 3 queens there with the 4-card straight out there.
And we got a new chip leader in town. That is Anthony Gregg. Can he take home this title? We will see. We're coming back.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
All right, we are down here right now as the heads-up battle continues at the WPT Champions Cup.
And Vince, Steven told us before the final table started, it was more important for him to win the title than to win the money. I'm sure Anthony feels the same way. Getting your name engraved on this cup is the dream of every poker player. One of these two guys is going to do it tonight.
Let's go back to the booth.
Having the World Poker Tour here at Parx Casino has been amazing for us. We are the first Pennsylvania casino to partner with WPT and the very first to have the televised main event.
We had 500 entries with a prize pool of over $1.6 million. The buzz in our room has been amazing. We had players from all over: Alan Barry, Matt Glantz, Paul Volpe, Alan Kessler, Kathy Liebert, and Steve Brecker. I think a player, in order to win this, needs a lot of patience. It takes mental stamina, physical stamina. You're playing 12 to 14 to 16 hours a day. I consider poker psychological warfare.
Easy game. Easy game.
Well, Dwight's just bluffing about that. It's an easy game. So many good players out there these days, including these two, fighting it out for this title.
Look at this. Anthony Gregg has turned things around. He's got 11 million now. Steven Reynolds with about 3.8.
Well, Anthony was down to 3 million just a few moments ago, as you mentioned, Vince.
Check.
Now Steven's down to that number. Let's see if he can turn it around like Anthony did.
Well, the flop comes up Queen 6-3. Anthony with a pair of threes. They check.
Well, he's going strictly small ball, not betting a pair if his opponent checks.
Check. 4 clubs on the turn. That gives 2 pair now to Anthony.
And he won't be checking anymore. His opponent's got a gut shot straight draw. He's going to make him pay for it.
300,000. That's going to be all for Steven Reynolds. He's getting washed away here.
Anthony extends his chip lead, one step closer to taking down this WPT title.
Yep, and Steven Reynolds just not as jolly as he was just a few minutes back when he was a couple cards away from a title.
Well, here, Anthony gets a walk, as we say. First time we've seen that in this heads-up battle.
Yeah, punished. Yeah, and punished by that.
Anthony's starting to roll over Steven Reynolds. Can the young 25-year-old from Columbia, Maryland, do this right now?
14 bigs.
All right, he's got 11.4 million.
Whatever you like.
Against 3.4. Blinds are 125, 250. Here we go. With the button, Anthony looks down at a King 9.
Well, it's strictly small ball here as he just calls again on the button.
I'm all in.
Steven with ace-4 goes all in.
Call.
And he's going to get the call.
Wow, what a gambling play by Anthony there. In my mind, he leapt in on the button and then called over a $3 million bet with King 9 offsuit. I got to say, I'm a little stunned by this play, Vince.
I'm sure.
I'm certain that Anthony's logic was even if he loses this pot, he'll still be pretty close in chip count. He'll just play from there, but if he gets lucky here, it'll be over, and he'll be our champion.
Now it is up to the poker gods who can get lucky on this hand, and a king just like that on the flop. Great for Anthony. He's out in front with kings.
Well, Steven started as a 3-2 favorite before the flop, and now, as you can see, he's nearly a 9-1 underdog.
Ace bomb.
9.
Turn card. Steven begging for an ace, but it's a queen.
Well, we are down to the river. Steven with just a 7% chance to win this pot and stay alive in this tournament. All smiles for Anthony, but all he wants to do is dodge an ace on the river, Vince.
Steven wants to hit the 3-outer. Can he do it to stay alive?
And it's a 10. So there you go.
He did, man. Played really well.
Good luck in the 25K.
Lady Luck smiling down on Anthony Gregg there to eliminate Steven from the tournament.
Heartbreak for Steven Reynolds. He is out. He's our runner-up, and he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Steven, $244,000 in your first World Poker Tour event. Are you happy or are you upset? You had the big chip lead there for a while.
That's definitely digging already, and I know it'll burn its way in for the next 9 months to a year.
Well, I think you've proven something to yourself. I think you've proven something to the public out there. You played great against a great player, Anthony. I think you're going to be back again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you so much, and thank you so much for having me.
All right, guys. We'll see you again. Mike, over to you.
Anthony, congratulations to you. You came to this final table on second chip position, and what a tough fight it was. You got to be feeling great right now to be a WPT champion.
Yeah, feels really awesome. I mean, I've been wanting to win a lot tournament for a really long time, so it's nice to finally get the monkey off my back, you know?
Well, in addition to the $416,000 you're taking home, you get a seat in the WPT World Championship. But just as important to you probably is getting your name etched on the WPT Champions Cup with all the great legends of the World Poker Tour. I know you're excited about it. I know a friend of yours has been tweeting you good luck all week long. That would be none other than the most famous Olympic champion of all time, Michael Phelps. I expect the next tweet you'll hear from him is congratulations.
Thanks a lot. I mean, appreciate it.
One more time, our champion, Anthony Gregg. Kimberly, back to you. Go.
Congratulations to Anthony Gregg, the season 11 WPT Parks Open Poker Classic champion. Join us next time as we travel to Los Angeles and the Bicycle Casino for the always exciting Legends of Poker tournament. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for. The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Since our inaugural season, the WPT has made 10 legends here at the Bicycle Casino, and tonight we're looking for number 11. The Legends of Poker final table continues now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker final table here in Los Angeles. I'm Kimberly Lansing, and tonight I'm joined by Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and former tennis pro and poker expert Vince Van Patten. So Mike, with one player out and Josh Hale holding a massive chip lead, how does that affect the dynamic of this final table?
Well, Kimberly, the dynamics could change based on the thought process of the other four players. For example, one guy at the table may be thinking, you know, the best chance for me to win this tournament is to put myself in a position to play heads up against the big stack, and by doing that, I've got to outlast these other three guys. So therefore, I'm going to go into a tight mode and just try to outlast them. On the other hand, another player might be saying, you know, I've got a chance to win a WPT title tonight. I'm not going to win it by sitting back trying to hold on and play tight and outlast somebody. I'm going to fire it up, play aggressive, go for the gusto, and take my chances and go out wherever I may.
And Vince, what do you think is going through the players' heads right now?
Well, I think show tunes are going off in their head right now. I mean, they want to follow in the footsteps of the great Doyle Brunson with the big cowboy hat and Will the Thrill. He won this event last year. They are legends. These guys want to become legends. There's a lot of excitement at this table as 5 players remain. It's going to be good.
Well, guys, we have word that cards are about to get back into the air, so let's get down to the table.
Well, there you see the chip count. Josh Hale well out in front with over 9.2 million in chips. Everybody else chasing him. And they're chasing that $500,000 first place prize, as well as to get their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Okay, action onto Greg Mueller from Canada.
Greg, a top pro, great high-stakes cash game player.
1BB. Well, he is folded, and now the chip leader, Josh Hale.
Always a legend, Mad Dog.
From San Diego with just 9-8 is going to raise.
Makes it 130,000 to go.
Right behind him, a guy from LA, Ali Islami, with a pair of queens.
Ali, another great high-stakes cash game pro. Didn't play that many tournaments, but does pretty well when he does play them. See how he's going to play these queens. He just calls, does not re-raise with the 2 queens. Maybe hoping to entice somebody to try to make a squeeze play behind him.
Max Steinberg out, and Ralph Malik also not going to play, so two-handed, 9-8 versus queens, and the flop comes up king, jack 10.
Well, Josh does have an open-end straight draw, the sucker end, as we say, but he is going to fire out a bet there, 210,000. Ali quickly calls with the two queens as the open-end straight draw. And now an ace comes off. Ali with the best hand possible right now, the ace-high straight.
Just a perfect card for Ali. No flush possibilities out there.
And Josh betting 440,000 here.
Call.
And Ali just calls. Doesn't raise with the straight.
He's just hoping the board doesn't pair. Of course, then he would have the cinch.
Well, he's also hoping his opponent fires again at the river, especially now that the four hearts has come off, because he can't be beat.
Oh, what a card. Just a total blank. But the bad news is Josh has checked it, and now Ali has to put out a little money. 500.
It's enough where he hopes he gets called. Now Josh is just going through the motions here. Has no intentions of calling. He could not possibly win calling.
I got you, bro.
I got you, bro.
He'll see you later.
Certainly does. He's got the nuts. Ali Islami, second time in the World Poker Tour final table, takes down this pot.
I like Ali. I like Ali a lot. He's fun to have at the table. He can get creative.
Yeah, he's a big talker.
I am going to say this.
Then you have to be careful with a player like that.
Hitting hands over and over again. That's not a bluff. Sometimes dreams can come true.
Ali actually scares me the most out of anyone at the table. I'm definitely going to have to really watch him closely.
He's always going to be dangerous. Definitely not going to be sad to see him bust out.
Last time I was at the table for such a short amount of time, they didn't even bother putting a bio in for me.
And that's going to do it for Ali. The high-stakes cash game player from LA is going to go out here.
Well, hopefully you guys will have a chance to get a bio in for me this time.
Well, he's a colorful guy, happy-go-lucky.
It just shows you the respect the other players have for his game, because he is a dangerous player, and I guarantee you, he's not looking at the prize money. He's only looking at the first place trophy.
All right, back to the felt. The chip leader goes out, Ali as well, and now the guy that looks a little like Donny Osmond back in the day, Max Steinberg, looks at a king-queen.
Yeah, could be his cousin for sure.
All right, he's going to raise it, 160 to go. Next to act is Ralph Malik, first time ever at a WPT event with just a 4 deuce of hearts. Has not folded yet. Well, what is he up to? He's 35 years old, plays a lot of cash games here, wants to prove himself to his family and friends.
All in.
And look at this, he has gone all in with just 4 high. Greg Mueller goes out.
Wow.
What a move by Ralph.
This is a guy that got a master's degree in chemical engineering from the University of Texas. I'm talking about Ralph Malik. He could blow up right here as if opponent called him.
What is Donnie Max Steinberg gonna do?
Needs to be suited.
Well,
can he be bluffed out of this? Yes! And what a play that was.
The beauty of poker, you don't have to have cards to win. You just gotta have heart to bet.
And there's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. And you know what? If you're a Club WPT VIP member, you actually get preferred seating at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. So come on out to the tour, the WPT, and meet Kimberly Lansing and Mike Sexton, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and myself. Be happy to see you.
Action over to Greg Mueller now.
And Greg Mueller's going to raise to 175 with just ace-7. By the way, the blinds have gone up to 40 and 80,000 with a $10,000 ante. Josh with a king-jack is going to make the call.
As you can see, the green indicator next to Josh's cards there show that he is the chip leader now. If they have a red indicator, they're the low stack man.
Well, he's called it, and everyone else looks like they have gone out. So here we go. Ace-7 versus king-jack, and the flop comes up queen 10-9. Look at this, a straight for Josh Hale.
The rich get richer. Here comes a continuation bet by Greg, but this Canadian will not like it.
200,000.
This is like taking a puck in the side of the head. Not going to work for Greg here.
Oh, well, Josh is going to re-raise, going to play it fast. Now, Greg has a problem because he has absolutely nothing, just ace-high, and he's going to fold. Josh Hale there, the amateur at the table from San Diego, the chip leader, extends his chip lead.
Plenty more to come from the Bicycle Casino, including the Royal Flush Girls hitting Muscle Beach. A look back at one of Season 10's greatest moments, and the Bicycle Casino becomes even more legendary with a secret to reveal. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour. Stick around.
This episode of the World Poker Tour is brought to you in part by Vegas.com. Vegas.com. Do Vegas right. Welcome back to the WPT Legends of Poker here at the Bicycle Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Now, Vince, as you know, this week we had 3 ClubWPT.com VIP members earn the chance of a lifetime by winning a seat into this tournament and actually having a chance to play for $500,000 and up against some of the best players in the world.
Yeah, they not only played, but they also had a great time. I mean, they got to hang around the Royal Flush Girls and you and me, and we did have a good time with them, right?
Well, it was not only great meeting all these guys, but 2 of them, Efren Abustan and Philip Smith, actually went deep in this tournament and made money. But I'm not sure that the 3rd guy that qualified, Matt Carranza, didn't have a better time, Vince, because as you said, he got to come out to Venice Beach with us, played in the golf tournament with us, just had a great time, thoroughly enjoyed himself. Matt, you got to be loving this.
I'll tell you what, I can't stop smiling, Mike.
Well, actually, Mike, I think that all 3 were winners. 2 took home money, the other one had a ball. So if you 2 want a shot out here on the World Poker Tour, go to ClubWPT.com. You'll have a great time. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
They did it. You can too.
But right now we have 5 players battling for big prize money here at the Bicycle Casino. And as you can see, Josh Hale with $10.1 million in chips, Mike.
And everybody else sitting on right around $2 million. So it's going to be interesting to see the tactics that's used here now by all these guys with the short stacks.
All right, Max Steinberg first to play, goes out. And now Ralph Malik looks down at a King 8 of clubs.
We saw the guy move all in a minute ago with a 4 deuce. They were suited, but this is suited too. So if you can move in with a 4 deuce, you can certainly raise with a King 8. And he's doing it. 170,000 to go.
Greg goes out, and now Josh Hale with a pair of deuces. He's a chip leader. He's from San Diego. He's a recruiter headhunter by profession, and he's going to make this call.
Now it's around to Ali Islami. Going to cost him $90,000 more to call, but the pot's got $470,000 in it.
I'll do it for you in it.
So he's getting priced in here to make the call with the 6 deuce of spade, and he's doing it.
All right, 3-way action.
The flop is Jack, Jack, deuce. Can you believe it? Josh Hale has flopped a full house actions on him.
Just incredible. Deuce is full just like that.
You talk about running good. Look at this, Vince. He is going to lead right out and bet. I'm a little puzzled by that. 150,000. Ali, now who has 2 deuces, is making the call.
And now the original raiser, Ralph Malik, with just king high, is
can't do anything.
He's going to run away.
And betting called in front of him when 2 jacks are on the board. And now a queen comes off. Obviously, Josh is hoping that Ali has flopped 3 jacks.
Slow down here, Josh. I don't think it's going to work if you bet, but he is going to bet $400,000.
You can't blame him. You almost presume your opponent flopped 3 jacks when he calls you on the flop of a jack, jack, deuce. When he didn't raise pre-flop, you're not going to put him on a big pair. So you're hoping he's got 3 jacks here. You got a great chance to bust the guy.
Oh boy, he's going to chase Ali away. Deuce is full on the flop. Everything's happening properly for Josh Hale tonight from San Diego, the non-professional at the table.
Well, Vance, one thing's for sure, he's been a card rack so far at this final table. No doubt about it. He's made trips a couple times. He flopped the nut straight once. There he flopped the full house. Everything going Josh's way.
Well, that's the way it usually is for the champion on the World Poker Tour. You got to get the cards, make them work. Back to this hand, Ralph with a quick fold. And now Greg Mueller. The very charismatic Canadian player is going to raise with his hand. He's got King 10 of clubs.
Yeah, makes it $220,000 to go.
Folded back around to Ali. Ali's got ace, deuce of diamonds. He's not going to play. And Max will not play as well. So Greg Mueller picking up this hand just like that. And he wants to hear the applause and the friendship and the love in the room.
I mean, there's a big pause.
He is an affable guy. He's a fun guy. Greg Mueller.
Yeah, a lot's happened since I came in fourth in Reno. I think that was in 06 or 07. I remember how excited I was back then. It was my first WPT final table. All my buddies from back home flew in and got smashed, and we had a great time. But I think I'm a little bit more experienced and composed now, and I think that will kick in and help me win.
Well, Vince, what I want to know is what's happened to Greg's hair since the last time we saw him at a final table? It's all gone. Has he taken that many bad beats?
I guess he lost it in a poker game. Who knows? But right now, Josh Hale's the chip leader with 9.8 million. And he's going to be 10,000 still. But the blinds are going up to 50 and 100. Let's take a look at Greg's cards. Whoa, he's picked up a pair of sevens.
Yep, got the 2 walking sticks. He's on the short stack at the table. So the question is, what do you want to do with the 2 sevens?
He played professional hockey over in Germany back in the day. Tough guy.
I'm all in.
And he's going to push all in.
Yeah, just going all in, right under the gun, going to force somebody to pick up a big hand to play with him.
Well, Josh has gone out, but Ali with ace high won't play. Max Steinberg, Max has got a huge hand, ace king.
Well, he's going to go with this, man.
7 and 5 is 12, 14, 16, 18.
Well, Max is asking for a count, but I think when you pick up ace king, you just got to go with it in a short-handed poker game.
And that's exactly what he's going to do. He has gone over the top all in. Ralph getting out of the way.
Well, he's got Greg covered.
Yep.
Well, Greg is hopeful once he gets called that he's in a race. That's the best scenario he could be in.
Yeah.
And that is the case. So Greg Mueller has raced on skates many times in his life. Right now, he's racing for his tournament life.
Yep, he's got a couple World Series bracelets. Second time at the final table on the World Poker Tour. Can it be his night tonight? 5 cards to come in a race, and here come the first 3. And so far, so good as a 10-8-5 emerge on the flop.
Yeah, Greg very happy with that flop, no doubt about it. Just trying to dodge an ace or a king.
Well, could it be his year? Here we go with the turn card. Let's take a look.
King right on the turn. Again, Max getting lucky. It's not over. Greg Mueller can catch a 7 to win the pot, but he's going to have to hit the slot machine to do it. It's going to take 3 sevens.
Just a horrible, painful turn there. Going to the river. Last card.
Well, it's a 4. Tough luck again for Greg Mueller. He loses that race, and he is going to be our 5th place finisher.
A horrible beat for Greg.
Vince, he's gotten deep year in and year out in our tournaments, and it seems like he's always very unlucky when he gets knocked out. This time it's not very unlucky. He's a slight favorite to win this hand is all, but still, when you get knocked out, I don't care how you go out, whether you're outdrawn, whether you lose a race, or you just take a bad beat, doesn't matter. The pain is the same. You're out the door with no shot to take a WPT title tonight.
And right now he's over to Matt Savage in front of the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
Greg, pretty tough turn card there with that king on the turn. How disappointed are you in tonight?
Obviously, I'm pretty disappointed. I mean, thought I faded a race one time, and you know, the king rolled off. I was really looking forward to winning this one. I felt good all week.
It seems like you were in the zone for a long time in this tournament, and obviously you're a great player, so I'm sure we'll see you again in another World Poker Tour final table. Congratulations, Greg.
Thanks, man.
All right, we'll see you. Back to you, Kimberly.
Poker pro and all-around good guy, Greg Mueller is out in 5th place. WPT's coverage of the final table continues with a look at what fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having here in Los Angeles. So stick around.
Muscle Beach was pretty cool.
Oh, yeah. Feel the burn, baby. Feel the burn.
Well, I got a chance to actually step onto the gym and do my own workout.
That's it.
Woo! Oh, good workout.
Welcome back to Los Angeles. There's the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar. Everyone's having fun here at the Bicycle Casino for the Legends of Poker. And as you can see, Josh Hale is the chip leader. He's got 9.9 million in chips.
Now, Vince, now I can see why some of the guys go to Venice Beach to work out. If the Royal Flush Girls are out there, that would be worth it.
Well, we did have fun out there that day, but right now, It's on to Josh to become a legend here. He's the chip leader. He's got Queen Jack, and he's going to make it 210,000 to go. Right behind him, Ali Islami.
Yeah, he's on the button, got position, got a king queen, makes the call.
He certainly does. Max out. And Ralph Malik now. Another ace king here tonight.
And he's in the big blind here. And the first guy raised, the second guy called. I'll be shocked if Ralph doesn't come over the top here.
What do you have, Ali?
This is his first time ever. Ralph Malik playing a WPT event. He says, I have a lot to prove, and he's going to push all in.
It's always strange to me why a guy asks the guy who called on the short stack how much he's got, rather than worry about the chip leader, who was the raiser.
Don't let it bother you, Mike. Josh out, and now Ali with king queen. Let's see how much more in addition. About 1.8.
Oh, man, that's what he's thinking about. He knows this guy makes some moves every once in a while. Would he be making a squeeze play right here?
There's Vanessa Russo, good friend of Ali's, rooting him on.
Next level's what?
Ali trying to figure out
20, 61,
is it worth the investment time-wise? And he says call.
Well, he's made the call. He thinks the blinds are going up so high the next couple of levels. You might as well go ahead and gamble here. Not the hand Ali wanted to look at, that's for sure. He'd much prefer looking at a pair of eights or a pair of nines or an ace-jack, but as it is, he's dominated, must get lucky. Now he has a few more chips than his opponent, but if Ali loses this spot, he will be extremely short stacked.
Well, the flop comes up Jack 4 deuce. No luck for Ali. Didn't hit his queen. So Ralph out in front in a great place to double up and almost put out Ali. 7 of hearts on the turn.
That's even worse for Ali because now the queen of hearts won't even win it for him as his opponent has a flush draw. So he's got to catch one of 2 offsuit queens.
There's Vanessa looking disappointed for Ali. Ali needs to hit the queen. Can he do it? Here we go. Nope.
The deuce comes off. So Ralph Malik doubling up there.
You don't have to go. You can stay.
I was going to shake your hand.
Shake my hand. All right, you're welcome to shake my hand. Nice hand, buddy. I'm not leaving, though, either. I'm going to hang out for a little while longer, if that's all right with you.
Well, Ali does not have the size of the small blind left, Ben. So he's not out, but definitely he is down to dental floss.
Yeah.
Max Steinberg closing in on our chip leader, Josh Hale. 4 players are still left fighting it up for the $500,000 first place prize, as well as the seat in the season-ending WPT World Championship at Bellagio at the end of the season, to say nothing of getting their name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
Awesome. Because I won't explain it to you. It's all right. Never mind.
Josh with 4 deuce is going to raise here. Makes it 110. And that is going to put all of Ali's chips in, but Ali has a pretty good hand. Ace-10 up against 4 deuce.
Yeah.
How'd you make up with the hand?
So Ali just looking to double up here. Get mildly back in the hunt anyway.
By the way, technically, it would have been really easy to wake up with a hand because I only had to beat 4 high.
Well, a flop
really,
of 8, 7, 6.
Almost every hand would constitute a hand at that point.
Ali's giving poker lessons and sermons.
Let's see a 5-ball.
You name it.
Well, Ali does talk a lot at the table. I got to tell you that for sure.
Here comes the turn. Aces for Ali there.
Still got your 5.
Yeah, only a 5 would lose it for Ali now.
Yep. 4 doesn't help me. Ralph, what are you talking about?
Well, it's a 3.
4 doesn't help me. That's fine.
So Ali Islami lives on.
Turn, that wouldn't be good.
He's not dead yet, but still on the respirator, even though it's turned on to low now. Instead of desperate.
Yeah, you win a little pot, but just still steaming like a cheap economy car. As Vanessa Russo watches the devastation. Just can't believe what's happened to him. Ali from LA. A fine player, his 2nd time ever at the World Poker Tour final table. Back to this hand. Ralph Malik has picked up a pair of 3s, and he's going to make it 210,000. Josh going out, and Ali now with a king 7.
Well, Ali's only got about 250, 60,000.
Call.
Well, look at this. He specifically says to call. Doesn't move all in, saving some chips, because he knows it'll make it difficult for those guys to bet.
Now Max has Jack 7 of clubs. He was in the big blind, and he has made the call as well. So three-handed action. Here we go. Can Ali survive? Flop comes up. Ace, 8-8.
So Ralph's still out in front with the 2 threes.
And Ali's going to check. Max is going to check. And Ralph with the threes is going to bet. Looks like 100,000.
Yep, he's going to bet the size of the big blind. Ali quickly calls with his last money. Makes it very difficult for the third man to call.
And Max goes out, so they're going to show the hands right now.
Well, that worked at least. At least I got one good thing done here.
Meaning he eliminated one player, but he better worry about winning the pot. Because if he doesn't, he's going to be out in fourth place.
A little bit of maneuvering with the tiny stack, you know. Don't have a lot of space to maneuver that, but I did maneuver a little bit. Pretty happy with it anyway.
Ali looking like he has hope, and look at this, an ace.
Now his opponent must catch a 3 to win the pot. So Ali in great shape to more than double up here, nearly triple up.
Yeah, things turned around for Ali. He's got a smile on his face. And down to the river we go. Will Ralph disappoint him with a 3? No, it's a 9 of hearts.
So Ali Islami, who just had less than 100,000 just a moment ago, now is up to over $500,000.
Ali has hope. We have 4 players sticking around. You stick around too. We're coming back for more here on the World Poker Tour.
The WPT Foundation is dedicated to supporting great charities around the world. Now you can help the WPT Foundation raise money for some great global causes. Check out all the incredible prizes, trips, and VIP experiences available through our online auctions at WPTFoundation.org. Season 11 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
For the past few seasons, the Legends of Poker has played a pivotal role in determining the WPT Player of the Year. In Season 9, champion Andy Frankenberger had the distinction of being named Player of the Year as he held on to his point lead after winning this event. And last season, Legends champ Will Fiala jumped out to an early lead, only to have it snatched away from him by Season 10 Player of the Year Joe Sirach at the WPT World Championship. Looking at the current Season 11 Player of the Year standings, WPT champions Anthony Gregg and Mad Marvin Rettenmeyer are atop the leaderboard, but tonight's champion will vault into the lead as they'll earn 1,200 points for their victory. We'll keep you up to date on the Player of the Year race all season long, but for now, let's get back to the action here at the Bicycle Casino with Mike and Vince.
Right there you see the chip counts. Josh Hale well out in front with about 8 million in chips, but Max Steinberg closing the gap with about 6.2 million. But Ali Islami, the buzz here, he's down to less than the big blind not too long ago. Now got 700,000 in chips.
All right, Max gets out of the way, and now Ralph with an ace-6 is going to pop it. Makes it 210,000 to go. Josh Hale folding his hand. And now Ali with a king-8 has a decision.
You could try the stop and go. That works sometimes.
Stop him from doing what?
The things that you might be considering of trying. Like you could do that one.
Everything I'm doing so far is
perfect.
Yeah,
I know
it's
this.
working the way I mean it to work.
I know this.
So I guess it's unfortunate about the ace king.
Yeah, might not work so well this time. Calling here.
Oh, thanks.
A 30-year stack with a king-8 offsuit, but let's see what happens.
All right, and the flop comes up a 9-5-3. Ralph still out in front, and Ali's going to check.
Well, Ralph does not make the continuation bet, so 3 of hearts comes off. Now, both players have a flush draw. Ali has a king-high flush draw, as you can see. Ralph with a 6-high, but Ralph has the best hand right now with the ace-high.
But Ali has bet this 3-10 because he's got the 4 flush. And, well, Ralph is going to call. Let's see what happens on the river. Oh, boy, it's a flush.
Well, Jack of hearts comes off. Both players now have a flush. Ali's only got about 180,000 left.
Caught the flush on the river, but he's going to check. Try to trap here. Now all in by Ralph, and a quick call, of course, by Ali. Nicely done.
Obviously, Ralph thought he had the best hand when his opponent checked. He had less than a couple 100,000 left with 1.2 million out there, so he bet the flush, but Ali has the bigger flush and doubles up yet again.
He made the most out of that hand. Well done, Ali.
What a comeback this would be, Vince. By Ali Islami was down to the size of the big blind not long ago. Now has well over $1 million in chips.
Yeah.
Right now, our executive tournament director and sideline reporter, Matt Savage, is over to talk to the very talented poker pro, Vanessa Russo.
Here at the Legends final table, and we have Vanessa Russo out in the audience. Who are you here sweating?
Ali Islami, a good friend of mine.
Are you having any fun today? I mean, he keeps coming over for, is he asking for advice, or what's he asking you?
Well, first, about the fun. I mean, it's definitely fun now, but he gave me like 18 heart attacks in a row. But when he comes up and talks, he's just asking for like, you know, my observations when I'm watching him play a hand and, you know, anything I notice about, you know, him in particular or whatever, just poker player talk.
Obviously, you're one of the great players of all time, so I'm sure he's getting good advice. Vanessa, thanks for being with us.
Well, Vince, Ali wanted me to make sure that I told all the ladies out there that he is single. So even though he's up there flirting with Vanessa, he says he's open to the field.
That's nice. All right, back to the table we go. Ralph has raised with Queen Jack to 210.
Call.
Josh is going to call with his King 9 of hearts. And look at this. Ali Islami's got a pair of nines, a real hand.
Pot was raised and called already to him. You'd think he just might 3-bet here.
Okay, I raise. I'm not all in, by the way. I'd like to point that out.
Look at this. Ali is going to raise to 1.5 million.
Very good bet by Ali.
Max going out.
He's saving 10,000 for something just so you don't have to turn your cards up or you'll have something to bet on the turn.
Now Ralph has folded, but Josh.
Well, he re-raised him all in because
Yeah.
he only had 10,000 left, obviously.
Can Ali pick this one off? We will see.
Now Josh could well afford to make the call just to take a shot to eliminate this thorn on everybody's side.
I'm not a thorn. I'm only a thorn in one person's side. Why are people working this out?
Here come the first
It's
three.
not that hard.
Queen 5-4.
Appreciate the action, but not a good play.
Ali looking good with the 9.
Max understands.
Well, a 5 comes off. All Ali Islami has to fade on the river as a king.
It trips me out. I just don't get it.
If he does it, he'll have well over 3 million in chips.
Could be one of the greatest turnarounds we've seen on the WPT. Here comes the river.
It's an 8. Ali Islami has done it again. What an incredible comeback by this guy. Everybody in the house stunned at the turnaround of Ali Islami. Everybody was virtually counting the guy out just a short while ago, Vince, when he didn't have enough for the big blind. And yet now look at him.
Ali doesn't want to go away, Mike.
He sure doesn't, Vince. What a comeback this guy has made. He doubled up. He tripled up. He doubled up, and he doubled up again.
All right, back to the action. Max Steinberg first to act, and he's going to quickly fold his hand. On to Ralph Malik, also folding. But Josh Hale with an ace-deuce is going to raise. Makes it 225 to go. Ali with a pair of deuces. He's picking up cards. His hands are holding up. What a turnaround.
Just opting to call here, not re-raising. Up against the chip leader, of course. He's now got some chips, so let's look at a flop. Flop comes 7-3-3. Josh checks. Well, Ali checks right behind him. Just doesn't want to get check raised out of the pot. And another 3 comes off, so Josh checks again. Now, Ali's got to think he's got the best hand now, Vince. You just have to put your opponent on something like Queen Jack, an ace of some sort.
Oh, yeah.
You got to think deuces are good here. Ali does, and he is going to get a bet in. 225,000, quickly called by Josh with the ace high. Now a 5 comes off. And again, Josh checks. And Vince, Ali is good enough to recognize his opponent's probably got ace high. So he's going to get the value bet in of $500,000 on the river.
And Josh Hale is going to pay him off.
Ali confident the ducks are good. Indeed they are. And there you see a little frustration. The emotion starting to set in a little bit on the amateur, Josh Hale.
Well, there is always frustration at these final tables. And you might remember emotions ran very high here last year as well. Let's take a look back now, as we will be doing all season long, at one of the best moments of Season 10, which took place right here at the Legends of Poker.
The Season 10 Legends of Poker proved to be a hard-fought battle with an amateur player from Canada who wore his emotions on his sleeve.
Unreal.
After getting pushed out of a number of pots by East Coast pro Will the Thrill Fiala, Jeff Vertez stayed determined and drew his line in the sand.
I'm all in. I call.
Will summoned help from the poker gods when he asked for a jack.
Jack of hearts.
Jack, 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 Jack.
No spades. Jack of spades.
Will spiked one right on the flop, turning the tables, leaving Jeff the one to call for cards.
Hit the king. Hit me with the king. Hit the king. One time with the king.
Christ almighty.
Jeff's outs never came, and Will Fiala would go on to become the Legends of Poker champion. Though disappointed with his finish,
Wait.
Jeff Vertez embodied the true competitive spirit of the World Poker Tour.
And I'll be back. I'll be back. For sure.
Creating one of Season 10's best moments.
Improving your game takes lots of practice. That's why we play on ClubWPT.com, where we can try new strategies and adjust our game by playing as many tournaments as we want, as often as we want, without risking any money. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Angelique, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You're watching the World Poker Tour.
People think about Vegas and they say, oh, that must be the poker capital of the world. I tend to think that Los Angeles is. We have some of the biggest card rooms in the world.
Many players feel home at the bicycle casino. We know what player wants. They want a hotel, and we're building one for them. The bicycle future is bright. We're hoping that we'll finish it in December of 2013. So when you're coming in your 13th season, you can check in your hotel room. And don't ask me for a comp.
Oh, believe me, they will be asking for comps, but players will love it when they put a hotel here at the Bicycle Casino. And Vince, how big will the Legends of Poker be then when there's a hotel here?
Oh, huge. Okay, right now you see Max Steinberg's the new chip leader, $6.1 million in front of the Champions Cup. The honor that every poker player dreams about, winning the title and getting their name engraved on that beautiful cup. But here we go. Max first to play. He's got King-9, and he's gone up to 20,000. Lines are 60 and 120.
Yeah, Max, the 24-year-old pro out of Washington, D.C.
Makes it 350 to go. Ralph out. Now Josh Hale.
No longer his chip leader.
Yep, he's got Queen-Jack. He's going to make this call.
He's still playing.
The real surprise package is this guy, Ali Islam. He's still here. He's got 4.1 million. He goes out on this one, and we're going to see a flop. King-9 up against Queen-Jack. Here we go.
Now flop comes Jack 7-3. Great flop for Josh. He is taking the lead in checks. See if we get the continuation bet here. Yep. Looks like it.
Yes, by Max Steinberg. Pretty in pink. He is going to make a bet of 250 with just king high. Josh has got to be feeling good about this.
Yeah, most guys would raise here in this spot when they flop top pair. Josh just going to call, though. Not raising. By not raising, you give your opponent a chance to catch a card that could beat you, in this case a king. That doesn't happen as a 5 comes off. So Josh in great shape here. Again, he checks.
Yep, he's throwing the rope to the man in pink, but he's going to check behind him. Down to the river we go. Will Max get lucky with a king? No, but he gets a 9.
9 of clubs comes off. So obviously Josh got to feel like he's got the best hand for sure. So he's going to get in a little bet here. Looks like 300,000. That's not a big bet into a pot that's got 1.4 million in it, but he wants to get called here.
Thinks he's putting in a nice value bet. Perhaps it is. Max has caught 9s.
1,500,000.
Oh boy.
Wow.
Mobile to base. He's re-raised this.
Well, I am trying to figure this out, Vince. He's got a hand you could easily call with, the 2 9s. The guy didn't raise you back on the flop, so might not put him on jacks, but by raising here, you expose yourself. In my mind, if the guy had a set He's not going to check on the turn, Vince. There's a possible straight out there. All right. 2 possible hearts out there.
He would have made that call, but Josh did not. He has folded the hand. Nicely done by Max Steinberg.
Max Steinberg, who came to this final table in last place, is the chip leader with 4 players left.
Pretty impressive. Josh Hale, just disillusioned, taking his whippings here tonight at the bike. Can he come back? Let's go back to the felt.
Well, Vince, he misplayed that hand on about every street, it looked like, and unfortunately it cost him the pot. I guess you got to hand it to Max for putting enough pressure on him to run the guy out.
All right, on to this hand. Ralph now with an ace-10. Ralph from Los Angeles, 35 years old. First cash on the World Poker Tour because it's his first event. Originally from Texas. Now he's putting in a raise, makes it $250 to go. But Josh looks down at a pair of 7s.
Josh can't even remember back when something went right for him, this final table. Even though it did a lot early on, but certainly not lately. The guy's raised in front of you, you pick up 2 7s. What do you do now?
Well, I'll tell you what you do. You re-raise. Get aggressive. That's what he's doing. Makes it $550 to go. Ali out. Max fades away. So back on Ralph.
How much more do you have?
10,000 probably.
Okay, I'm all in.
Well, this is a bold 4-bet, in my opinion, by Ralph with the ace-10 here.
I call.
But he can't push around Josh. Josh has made the call.
Well, that's a tough call to make for all your dough with the 2 7s there. I can tell you that, but he's made it. We got a race situation. I'm sure Ralph is happy to see he's in a race. It's about the best spot he could be in.
So Ralph has Josh covered, of course.
Yep.
Ace-10 versus 7s. Here's the flop. Well, it is good for Josh. Queen-9 deuce appears.
Ralph will be a big chip leader if he could somehow win this pot. But right now, Josh Hale in great shape to do that and double up here.
And that would put Ralph on the short stack. 4 clubs, not going to help Ralph at all.
Josh showing no emotion so far, but I guarantee you, his heart is pounding and he's holding his breath right now. 1 more card. Come on, let me double up and take the lead back.
Crowd on its feet, rooting Josh on. And a 3 of hearts on the river. That is good for Josh Hale. He is back on top as the chip leader.
Well, there you see a friended family finally got something to cheer about again, Vince. Went well for him early on. Then he was dropping dramatically. Now with that double up, he's once again the chip leader, as you can see.
Well, my chips have been flying, and looking at the WPT stack tracker, Max Steinberg had a great start at the final table and is now second in chips. But let's not forget Ali Islami, who was down to just 1 big blind. He miraculously built his stack up, putting him back in contention.
We've seen crazy action all night long. Right now, it's anybody's game.
And he's still 20,000 blinds, 60 and 120. 4 players remain at the tournament. Doyle Brunson won back in the day, the legends of poker. Who will become the legend tonight?
I don't know if that's exactly right, but it's around.
We're going to call it that. Sounds more interesting.
Ali Islami has picked up kings. He's got the Cowboys. Suddenly gets very serious. What a time to get him. And look at this. He's just going to call. He's going to try to slow play. Now, Max behind him with a nothing hand, 5-6.
He's on the button, and he's going to call.
All right, he's got 1 sucker.
So he's hoping to see a flop.
And now Ralph is looking down at a pretty solid ace-10.
All in?
He's gone all in.
Well, we just went all in with it a minute ago. It didn't work out.
Oh,
I'm all in.
Josh also with kings. He goes all in.
I'm all in,
And
too.
of course, Ali has to go all in.
Wow.
This is crazy.
So we got 3 all-ins here.
Max runs away, of course.
Josh and Ali have the same hand. Both have a pair of kings.
They show the hands. This is incredible.
This is a disaster. Don't laugh. This is terrible.
One time ace. An ace.
This is a disaster. Stop your laughing. This is not at all funny.
1 time ace, dealer. You got me, dealer.
Quite unusual here at the Bicycle Casino as 2 kings are up against ace-10 for a humongous pot of the night. And the flop is queen 7-7. How do you like that? The Kings are out in front.
Well, Ralph is going to have to catch an ace. That's all he can do.
The weirdest final table.
Unless quad sevens come up.
Sexton's calling for running sevens.
Otherwise, he is going to be out of here.
I heard running sevens over there. Jesus.
Unbelievable. Well, the river card is irrelevant. They're both drawn dead. Unbelievable. Ralph Malik has done it. He spiked the ace on the turn. He is going to triple up.
Oh, man, big smile by Ralph, formerly from Texas, to come out to L.A. to play poker at the Bicycle Casino and play big tournaments, and right there, he makes a big suck out.
Well, gentlemen, that hand brings us to the end of our second hour of coverage from the Legends of Poker. Mike, I got to ask you, when's the last time you saw a hand as dramatic as what we just witnessed?
Well, Kimberly, obviously a lot of drama here at the Bicycle Casino tonight. We've had more ups and downs than a ship in a storm here, but it looks like Max Steinberg is the guy to beat right now, Vince. He started out in 6th place. He's now the chip leader. Everything going his way. We'll see what happens.
Vince, how do you see this one playing out?
It's crazy. Well, big blinds mean big, fast game. I mean, that's what's happening tonight. They're shoving, they're pushing. They got to use a lot of quick strategy. They're doing that. We're seeing everything. One legend is going to be coming out of this. Who will it be? I don't know.
Well, please join us next time for more of the WPT's continuing coverage of the Legends of Poker. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
I don't understand what this is for here.
In Los Angeles, 6 players fight for the coveted title and a chance to achieve legendary status. Season 11 coverage of the Legends of Poker starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Hi, everybody, and welcome to Los Angeles and the Bicycle Casino. Since the WPT's inaugural season, the Legends of Poker tournament has elevated players like both Fiella and Andy Frankenberger to the forefront of the poker world, as well as cemented legendary status for Hall of Famers Dan Harrington and Doyle Brunson. Well, tonight will be no exception, as just 5 days ago, 622 poker players entered and sometimes re-entered the $3,500 tournament here at the Bicycle Casino, all with aspirations of becoming the next WPT champion and achieving legendary status in the poker world. The 11th WPT Legends of Poker event brought out top pros from around the world, as well as a large local field, all hoping to become the newest member of the WPT Champions Club.
This is day 1A of the bike, WPT Legends of Poker. Really excited to be here.
Day 1. Gotta make it happen.
It's time to shuffle up and deal.
Allow me to welcome you to the Bicycle Casino and the Legends of Poker. Shuffle up and deal.
Defending Legends champion Will Fiella liked his chances.
Well, the thrill has done it.
And was still feeling confident a year later.
Feeling good?
I feel really, really good.
Also with a new outlook was Season 9 Ones to Watch, Joseph Chung.
In Season 9 of the World Poker Tour, I was fresh off my final table. I had what they call too much money syndrome. I was playing crazy in a lot of hands. The past couple of years I've toned it down, took my image into account, gotten a lot tighter, and I'm just a better player overall.
And as some players were just sitting down, including Season 8 WPT World Champion David Williams, a frustrated Vanessa Selps was standing up, becoming the first casualty of the day.
Made the right read on someone, and he hit a 2-outer on the turn.
Are you gonna play tomorrow?
Yeah, definitely.
And the bust outs kept coming, including two-time WPT finalist Justin Young, whose turned set of threes was no match for Jesse Yaganuma's flopped set of sixes. Luckily for Justin, this event is a re-entry tournament, and he'll have a second shot
at this WPT title.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, this is too good a tournament to miss. I wish I could rebuy again right now.
Justin wasn't the only busted out player with plans to come back.
See you guys tomorrow. Gonna take a hit like a champ and come back tomorrow.
And re-enter the next day. With so much on the line, it seemed like the close quarters were ratcheting up the tension.
That was just disgusting. That's disgusting. No, you keep the next time. Hey, you keep the next time. You're up to 9, I don't care. Why you so
Security! Security, you just assaulted me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I assaulted you. Because you're the bodyguard, you can't go around pushing people, man. The man just came up to me and pushed me and started talking to me.
No stranger to fighting, UFC announcer Bruce Buffer would put his money on Season 10 ones to watch Matt Marafiati.
I would go with the shorter guy. Yeah, definitely the shorter guy.
When the dust settled for the day, it was chip leader Michael Littman who had all the muscle. Down but not out was defending WPT Legends of Poker champion Will Fiella, who ended with 39,500 in chips. All of this excitement, and it was only Day 1A. Day 1B saw some familiar returning pros looking to take another shot, as well as plenty of amateurs who were firing just one bullet at their chance of advancing to Day 2.
Most amateurs play Day 1B because they're just going to take one shot. That's me, the amateur, hey!
After cards were in the air, Mike Sexton made the rounds and checked in with some of our favorite players, including WPT loyalist Alan Kessler, who was closing in on his 100th tournament on the tour.
We know you made the money more than anybody else on the World Poker Tour the last couple of years, so good luck today. But we want to see you at the final table. We need you at the final table.
I'm trying.
And the Royal Flush Girls railed the action and checked in with broad deal analyst Tony Dunst. Unlike Day 1A, Season 11 wants to watch Brian Hastings and Season 10 5-diamond finalist Vanessa Selps were off to a great start, picking up chips early.
So this is the time of the tournament where I think I really do well, and hopefully, you know, I'll end the day with 200K.
Throughout the day, the deck was hot for some
Here's a poker god.
and cold for others.
So sick, man.
But Season 10 Player of the Year Joe Sirach, who had the day off after advancing on Day 1A, stopped by the Bicycle Casino and got his hair styled at the Mitch Grooming Bar. The day was not as relaxing for Season 8 WPT Legends of Poker champion Prahlad Friedman.
Still defending, so that's what I tried to do, but I was unsuccessful.
Vanessa Selps had her tournament life on the line when she got it all in pre-flop with Ace-9 against amateur Josh Hale holding Ace-Jack. With the board of Queen, 6, Jack, King, Josh flopped middle pair and Vanessa had a straight draw for the chalk. But a deuce on the river sent the poker phenom home earlier than she would have liked. For ClubWPT.com, online qualifiers Philip Smith and Efren Abustan, the dream continued as they walked all over WPT champion Adam Weinrob.
WPT guy has been punishing me today.
And Season 11 ones to watch Brian Hastings.
Yeah, he was beating me up in a few hands there. I think he had it. Seems like an honest fella.
At the end of the day, 191 players survived, and Hilmar Solvason was chip leader with 227,000, followed closely by amateur Bhagwan Tejwani, who had high hopes of becoming the next legend of poker.
I want to be a legend.
The remaining field from days 1A and 1B combined forces as 302 players continued the long journey on the road to the final table.
On Day 2, there's still a lot of the field left. People aren't feeling the pressure of the bubble yet, so there'll still be some erratic, crazy play.
And as expected, people were not afraid to get their chips in the pot. For some, it worked out well, including Season 10 LAPC champion Sean Jazagieri, Season 9 final tableist Ali Islami, Season 4 Reno final tableist Greg Mueller, and of course, WPT champion Dwight Pilgrim.
One step at a time.
But others weren't as fortunate. Daniel Strelitz got his chips in holding top 2 pair on a board of Ace 10-3 against Eric Davis's flopped set of threes. But it was the turn that led to an outburst from Eric when Daniel spiked a 10 for a bigger full house.
Kidding me. You gotta be
An inconsequential 8 on the river sent Eric to the rail with a bad beat story to tell his friends.
Out the door, man.
Over at Table 7, last season's Legends of Poker 6th place finisher Awais Ahmed also flopped the set. This time it was aces, but it was no match for Joseph Chung's turned flush, and Oase would fall short of making back-to-back final tables at the Bicycle Casino. It would also be the end of the road for season 11 once to watch Brian Hastings and Dee Dozier.
There is a seat next to Justin Young if anyone would like it. Yay.
WPT Legends of Poker defending champions Andy Frankenberger and Will Fiala.
Well, I was trying to repeat my win from last year. Couldn't get that. Gonna have some fun down at the beach tomorrow and see if I can cheer up a lost weekend.
But hanging in there were ClubWPT.com online qualifiers Philip Smith and amateur poker player and professional ladies man Efren Abustan, who stole a good luck kiss from the Royal Flush Girls. As the day came to an end, Ali Islami, Joseph Chung, and Max Steinberg were at the top of the leaderboard, along with season 11 ones to watch Jason Kuhn, who had a chance to chat with one of the Royal Flush Girls.
Hey guys, this is Tuba, and I'm here with Jason Kuhn, one of our new ones to watch. Do you play to win or for the cash?
Well, I mean, I think all tournament players play for the win, but sometimes you've got to drop the ego and just try to make the most money you can.
Who has what it takes to become a legend? Find out when our extended coverage of the play down to the final 6 at the Bicycle Casino's Legends of Poker continues. Plus, Tony Dunst breaks it down in the Raw Deal. And we'll see how the Bicycle Casino and the WPT Foundation are playing for a better world when Vince and the Royal Flush Girls visit the Bell Gardens Explorers program. It's all when we return on the World Poker Tour. Stick around.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Players at the Legends of Poker continued to clash as the race to the final table heated up.
With the money bubble approaching, day 3 began with 84 players all looking to make a big splash at the Bicycle Casino. 63 players would make the money, but only one would hoist the WPT Champions Cup, so expectations were high.
I felt great today.
I'm not playing for the bubble money, I'm playing for the $500,000, so.
Usually do well at the bike tournaments, hoping for TV time this year.
My plan is to accumulate as many chips as possible.
I am the money bubble. They better be worried about me.
And while the remaining players were getting ready to battle, Mike, Vince, ClubWPT online qualifier Matt Carranza, and other prominent members of the poker community took their talents to Venice Beach.
Want another knee brace, Vinny? This is 1960s, how you wear your socks.
Hey.
Push your socks down, Mike.
Oh, get there, baby.
What kind of shot is that?
Get the prod.
No money was won out on the court for Season 8 WPT Legends of Poker champion Prahlad Friedman. But back at the bike, his wife Dee was in good shape to cash as the money bubble grew nearer. Tensions mounted as hand-for-hand play got underway.
We're only playing for $500,000.
When one player went all in, it seemed like the remaining 63 all gathered around hoping for an end to the bubble torture. All eyes were on Elio Fox, who was all in with Jack 10 against Season 7 WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko, who held pocket aces. Elio's holdings would not improve, and he would leave the Bicycle Casino empty-handed. After the money bubble burst, the players were free to mix it up.
I'm in the money. I'm going to open up now.
And just like Bhagwan said, the players loosened up and started to gamble. And though some would fall, they were not going home empty-handed.
Always somber when you bust these things.
At the end of the day, 18 players remained, but it would be Greg Mueller who would be second in command going into day 4, giving him quite the advantage.
2.4 million. It's nice to have chips. It's a lot easier to play.
On day 4, the 18 remaining players put on their game faces and took their seats to prepare for battle, all with the common goal of adding their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
I think there's some really good players left. We'll see. I think I'll actually kind of learn how good the field is as the day goes on.
Play was fast and furious as Season 9 Once-to-Watch Joseph Chung was eliminated in 18th place.
Just lost a coin flip. Everyone's short stack. You gotta win those coin flips. Whoever runs the best is gonna win this thing.
And ClubWPT.com online qualifier Efren Abustan exited in 17th place, winning $18,000 and a little love from the Royal Flush Girls. But it was amateur Josh Hale who was a one-man wrecking crew as he busted Sam Barnhart in 15th place, David Marshall in 11th place, and cash game specialist Jesse Martin in 9th place.
I mean, I feel better in tournaments than I ever have before, but I'm ready to just get back to grinding cash games.
Chips continued to fly as Ali Islami, Max Steinberg, Jeff Madsen, and Ralph Malik all found crucial hands to double up. Although Greg Mueller took a big hit from Ralph Malik, he got those chips back, calling Stephen Grainer's all in on the flop,
I'm all in.
holding ace-10 on a 10-high board. Stephen's pocket nines never improved, and he busted in 8th place. Tension was in the air with 7 players left and only 6 seats at the TV table when Jim Willerson found himself in the hot seat as he got coolered running his pocket kings into Josh Hale's pocket aces and was eliminated in 7th place on the TV table bubble. The final table was set with a bicycle casino regular, a local high-stakes cash game pro, a former hockey player, 2 talented young pros making their first WPT final table, and a headhunter from San Diego, all aspiring to become the next legend of poker.
Tonight's final table of 6 players have all had some success in the poker world, but they still have something to prove, the right to be called